I was staring at my phone at 3 in the morning, writing an angry review for a romance game on Steam. The story was terrible. Every older female character died or suffered. The true ending killed everyone. I was furious. I typed that if I could enter the game, I'd take down the villain named Sean and give all the older ladies a happy life. The moment I hit send, a truck came out of nowhere. I didn't even feel pain. My last thought was about not clearing my phone data. Then I woke up gasping in a bed that wasn't mine. I was wearing fancy silk pajamas with gold patterns. The room had huge windows, velvet curtains, and some kind of magical clock ticking in the corner. I reached for my phone, but it wasn't there. I ran to the mirror and froze. I wasn't me anymore. I was a teenager, maybe 17 or 18, pale, with messy silver gray hair and dark eyes. Handsome, but kind of moody looking. Then memories hit me all at once. I was Sean Holden, a character from that same game I had just been trashing. A spoiled noble kid, son of an earl, no magic talent, awful personality. In the game, he bullies people, loses everything, turns evil, and gets killed by the hero. A throwaway villain. And I knew what was supposed to happen next. The original Sean was about to force his loyal maid Catherine to go to a corrupt marquis's private party. That was where her whole tragic story would begin. Then someone knocked on my door. A soft, scared voice asked if I was awake. My chest went tight. I knew that voice. I told her to come in. A woman in a dark purple dress walked in carrying breakfast on a silver tray. It was Catherine. She was even more beautiful than in the game. Maybe early 30s, long pink hair loosely tied up, graceful and gentle. But her face was full of fear. She wouldn't even look at me. She put the tray down and stepped back, like she was expecting me to hit her or yell. I searched through the old Sean's memories and understood why. He had treated her horribly. Insults, outbursts, throwing soup at her feet just the day before. I felt sick. And I knew the plot said that after breakfast, I was supposed to throw a party invitation in her face and force her to do something terrible. She got nervous because I stayed quiet. She thought she'd done something wrong and reached for the tray. I told her to stop. She froze, shaking, but I just gently took her wrist. She looked shocked. I was staring at a bruise on her arm, from hitting a table corner the day before. Looking at it made my chest hurt. "Does it hurt?" I asked, and my voice came out shaky. I didn't even plan to say it. Catherine looked at me like I'd grown a second head. She stuttered that it didn't hurt, that it was her own fault, and started to pull away. I told her to sit down. She obeyed but barely sat on the edge of the chair, hands squeezed together in her lap. I went to the cabinet to find some medicine. Behind me, I heard her panicking. She actually asked if I was looking for a whip. She wanted me to go easy because she had a meeting later. That broke my heart a little, but her nervous rambling was also somehow sweet. I found a small green bottle of ointment. When I opened it, a cool herbal smell filled the room. I knelt down in front of her. She nearly jumped out of the chair. The future Earl kneeling before a servant was unthinkable to her. I held her hand and carefully rubbed the ointment on her bruise. I told her the old Sean was a terrible person. Then I looked her in the eyes and said, "I'm sorry." "Aunt Catherine." She froze. "What did you call me?" "Aunt Catherine," I repeated. She stood up and threw her arms around me. She buried her face in my chest and cried softly. She was warm. She smelled like lavender and fresh bread. I didn't push her away. I just awkwardly patted her back. When she let go, her cheeks were a little red. She said she accepted me but wasn't fully ready yet, that we could take things slow. I told her I meant what I said. No more sad endings for kind older characters. I would build a world where they could all be happy. Then I remembered the golden invitation in my pocket, the one from the Marquis's mansion. Catherine saw it and went pale. She knew what it meant. I tore it in half right in front of her. Then I ripped it into tiny pieces and tossed them in the trash. "I will never send Catherine to a banquet run by greedy fools," I said. She tried to warn me. Refusing the Marquis could hurt the family business. I walked to the window and threw the curtains open. Sunlight flooded the room. If my future depends on betraying Aunt Catherine, then I don't need that kind of future. She stared at me, and a quiet sob slipped out. I just stood there, blocking the harsh light so it wouldn't hit her eyes. I knew this game world was full of people like her. Kind characters with terrible fates, waiting for someone to change things. The so-called hero of the story? That guy only talked big and relied on cheap powers, but couldn't even protect the people around him. Now that I was here, he could take a seat. Saving good women like Catherine. That was a job better suited for a villain like me. I patted her shoulder gently. Before I could say anything, she turned and walked toward the door. Where are you going? I asked. Without looking back, she wiped her eyes. I'll go make another dish for you. After she left, I stood by the window and looked out at the tall spires of the royal capital. In this world, power was everything. If I wanted to protect the people I cared about, kind words wouldn't be enough. I had to get strong enough to make the Marquis, the hero, and every person who would dare hurt them shake at the sound of my name. But the original Sean had no magic talent. He was just a bully with no real skills. How was I supposed to get stronger? That's when a golden book appeared in front of me out of thin air. Words formed on the cover. It said it detected me as a host, and that my trait was being a loyal admirer of mature characters. It promised to help me create a world where no beloved character would meet a tragic end. I opened the first page. It showed Catherine's profile, her background, how she came from a declining noble family, how her father married her off to Count Holden just to survive, how the Holden family treated her poorly, and how she was eventually destroyed by a powerful marquis. My eyes got wet. I remembered seeing her story in the game. It had wrecked me so badly I deleted the game that night. I reinstalled it later and tried dozens of times to find a way to save her. There was none. The developers never made one. But now the book said I could save her. It showed my rescue progress at 10% and promised a special reward. I felt a strange energy wake up inside me. My heart was pounding. I love this world, I whispered. In this world, there are two ways to get strong, magic or fighting. Magic needs talent, and my body had almost none. So I chose the warrior path, even though nobles looked down on it. I trained like crazy for 2 months. My instructor Baru couldn't believe it. I punched ironwood posts, did hundreds of push-ups, and soaked in baths filled with rare herbs every night. Dragon blood grass, tiger bone powder, whale oil. It felt like being boiled alive. But the Holden family had money, and money made a difference. Every time I wanted to quit, I thought about Catherine's scared eyes and that disgusting marquis. That kept me going. 2 months later, I was a completely different person. I reached the level of a third-rank energy practitioner. The weak, useless Sean was gone. I proved it in the dark forest when I killed a black-maned demon wolf by myself, a huge beast, nearly 2 meters tall. My guards couldn't believe it. 2 months ago, I was just a brat who bullied maids. Now I was covered in blood, pulling my sword from a monster's throat. I told the guards to skin the wolf carefully. Catherine's knees had been hurting from the cold, so I wanted them to make her warm knee guards. When I got back to the castle at sunset, still covered in mud and blood, the old butler ran up to me looking worried. He said 2 envoys from the Marquis had been waiting in the sitting room for an hour, and they weren't happy. My blood went cold. Where's Aunt Catherine? She was with them. And apparently they'd been saying rude things to her. I didn't bother washing up. I grabbed my blood-stained sword and headed straight there. Inside, Catherine was sitting in the corner, peeling an apple with her head down, her shoulders shaking. 2 greasy men in silk suits were pressuring her, telling her the Marquis expected her at a private dinner tonight, that it was for the family's future, that she should understand, sacrifice. One of them even reached for her hand with his fat, oily fingers. I kicked the door open. The smell of blood blew into the room and killed their fancy perfume. I stood in the doorway in torn, blood-soaked armor, sword still dripping. Who let the stray dogs bark in my house? They tried acting tough. Told me to clean up and hand Catherine over. Said they'd forget the family's debts. I ignored them and walked to Catherine first. She was crying. But when she saw me all beaten up, she reached for her handkerchief to wipe my face. How did you end up like this? She whispered. I told her I just killed a few beasts. Then I turned around, and I stopped smiling. I walked toward the envoys. The mustached one yelled that they represented the Marquis, that the Holden family would be finished if I touched them, that Catherine was just. I smashed a teapot on his head. He dropped like a rock. The fat one fell to the floor, shaking and begging. I crouched down, pressed my sword against his cheek, and whispered something in his ear. I told him about a dark sorcerer I'd met who could do very creative things to a man's body. I suggested that if he said one more word about Aunt Catherine, I'd let that sorcerer rearrange him and ship him off to the docks to work. His eyes went tiny with pure terror. I kicked him in the gut. He flew across the room, grabbed his unconscious friend, and crawled out without a word. The room went quiet. I picked up Catherine's apple from the floor, wiped it on my sleeve, and took a bite. "Sorry, I dirted the apple you were peeling," I said. Catherine stared at me, covered in blood, smiling like nothing happened, and something in her expression changed. In my mind, the golden book glowed. Catherine's rescue progress jumped to 30%. I chewed the apple and smiled to myself. "You did that for me?" Catherine asked quietly. "No one is allowed to bully Aunt Catherine," I said. She laughed softly, tears still on her lashes. We were close enough that I could smell the rosemary on her, warm and gentle. She asked what kind of gift I'd like as thanks. That question was dangerous. As someone who'd played plenty of story games, I knew exactly where that kind of line could lead. But no, it was too early. There were still enemies circling outside, and if I let my guard down now, we'd all be in trouble soon. "I'd like you to come with me to the Darius family estate," I said. "Your home." Her face turned red. She asked when. I said tonight, just the two of us. She let go of my hand and practically ran out of the room to get ready, like she was afraid I'd change my mind. I watched her go inside. That woman wore me out more than killing 100 wolves. I went to my study, locked the door, and pulled out an old map from a hidden spot on the shelf. There was a red skull mark on it, the Darius estate. Catherine's old family home had fallen apart, but it still hid a secret artifact. In the original story, the hero was supposed to find it a year from now and use it to become famous. Not anymore. I pressed my finger on the mark and smiled. Since I was playing the villain, I'd do what villains do best, walk the hero's path and leave him with nothing. After a bath, I put on a black suit and looked at myself in the mirror. Sharp, cold, a little pale, the perfect look for the infamous young master. But now, behind that face, there was someone who knew every plot twist and every secret of this world. The butler had the carriage loaded with cloud brocade, fine red wine, and everything else I'd ordered. 4 black horses waited outside in the cold. Catherine was standing by the carriage in a deep purple gown with a lace collar. She'd clearly taken her time getting ready. Even the little strands of hair by her temples were neatly curled. When she saw me, she got nervous and asked if she looked too showy, worried her father wouldn't approve. I stepped closer, fixed the shawl the wind had shifted on her shoulders, and told her she was one of the most respected women in this land. Just a visit home. Nobody had the right to complain. I held out my hand. She blushed and placed hers in mine. I helped her into the carriage. Inside, a magic lamp gave off a golden glow. Catherine sat across from me, staring out the window, clearly anxious. The Darius family had once been minor nobles. When they ran out of money, her father sold her in marriage to my father, the old Earl Holden. She remembered it clearly. Her father counting the dowry with greedy eyes, her mother crying behind a door. She'd never gone back since. She couldn't. She told me that if my father were still around, he'd never have let her visit. She said maybe she wasn't a proper noble because she couldn't even keep her composure. Restraint? What's that worth? I said, taking a sip of wine. It was sour. In this world, only the weak follow rules. The strong make them. I leaned forward and looked her in the eyes. From today on, remember one thing. You are my Aunt Catherine. As long as I'm here, no one will treat you badly. She looked at me, eyes getting wet again. All right, she whispered. The ride took 2 hours. When we entered Darius territory, the road fell apart. Smooth stone turned to bumpy dirt. Dead trees reached up like claws, and crows cried in the dark. The whole place smelled like poverty and decay. Then the old manor appeared. The ivy on the walls was dead, the paint on the iron gate was peeling off, and rust showed through everywhere. A sleepy guard leaned against the gatepost. When he heard our horses and saw the golden Holden family crest glowing on the carriage, he nearly fell over. In this land, that crest meant absolute power. The guard could barely get the word out. Holden. The guard scrambled to open the gate, yelling nonsense, forgetting all proper manners. The whole manor turned into a mess. A group of people rushed out in messy clothes. At the front was a thin old man in a worn-out suit with the buttons done up wrong, Baron Green, Catherine's father. A plump woman and a few young people trailed behind him. I stepped out of the carriage first. My boots crunched on the dead leaves. The old man's eyes went wide. In his memory, I was the difficult young master who hated Catherine. He couldn't figure out why I'd bring her here. Then I saw the panic hit his face. He thought I was returning her. And if that was true, he'd have to give back the money he got when he sold her off. Money that was long gone. Is this how the Darius family treats their guests? I said coolly, letting Lady Catherine stand in the cold. He almost folded in, half bowing, and begged us to come inside. I turned and held my hand out toward the carriage. Catherine placed her lace-gloved hand in mine and stepped out. The whole family went silent. She was stunning. The silk dress, the ruby necklace, the calm confidence. She looked nothing like the crying girl they remembered. She looked like a queen standing in a broken-down yard. "Father, mother," she said, and gave a perfect curtsy. The Baron's jaw dropped. I put my arm around her shoulders and snapped my fingers. My servants started unloading. Rolls of shimmering brocade, barrels of fine wine, boxes of smoked meat, spices, and gold coins. The old man's eyes nearly fell out of his head. Greed took over his fear fast. Too generous. "Young Master Sean is too kind," he said, rubbing his hands together in a way that made my stomach turn. "Catherine is so lucky to have married into the Holden family." Her mother stood behind him, nodding along, acting sweet, as if she'd never thrown Catherine out like garbage. Catherine's body went stiff beside me. I patted her shoulder to calm her down and walked inside. The hall was sad. Weak fire, worn-out furniture. I sat in the main seat without asking. The Baron barely perched on the edge of a lower chair. "I'll get to the point," I said. "2 reasons I'm here. First, to bring Catherine home for a visit. Second, I want your family's ancestral weapon." The old man froze. "That piece of scrap metal? What would you want with that?" "That's my business," I said. "I heard your ancestor was a great warrior. His weapon must be interesting." He hesitated. Even for a ruined family, an heirloom was still an heirloom. "You refuse?" I let my voice go cold. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. He nearly slid off his chair. "Yes. Of course, yes," he stammered. "It's just old bones and rusty weapons. Take whatever you want." This family was so rotted that their ancestors' glory meant nothing next to the pile of gold and silk I'd brought. If I'd asked to dig up their graves, the old man probably would have handed me a shovel. "Since Baron Green is so generous," I said, standing up, "I won't hold back." I told everyone to stay put. The old Baron tried to offer to guide me, but I didn't need him. After playing this game more than 10 times, I had the entire Darius estate memorized, every path, every corner, even where the old man hid his secret stash. I walked through the dead rose garden, past the dried-up fountain, and up a small hill to the family burial chapel. The place was a wreck, rusted gate, rotting wood, broken windows. Moonlight fell on rows of dusty stone coffins. Someone had even been using the place as a hangout spot. I went straight to the back, to the biggest monument. It belonged to the first head of the Darius family, a legendary warrior. I put my hands on the coffin lid and pushed with everything I had. Battle energy surged through my arms. The lid slowly scraped open. Inside was a huge skeleton with a massive black battle axe resting on its chest. The black cutter, twin curved blades like dark moons, 1.5 meter handle, no decoration, just dark red grooves carved into the metal. In the game, this was my favorite warrior weapon. Every hit caused bleeding, cut the enemy's defense, and healed the user. A monster of a weapon. I grabbed the handle. Cold. The moment my energy touched it, a thrill ran up my arm. I lifted it with one hand. Over 300 pounds, supposedly needing 2 men to carry, and it felt light. I swung it twice. The air screamed. I also found a sheepskin booklet at the bottom of the coffin, Savage Axe Techniques, a free manual with the weapon. Nice. But then I noticed something I'd never seen in any playthrough. Under where the axe had been, a hidden compartment had opened. Inside was a sword hilt wrapped in strange skin that seemed to glow red. This wasn't in the game. Not in any of my 10+ runs. I reached for it. The second my fingers touched the hilt, burning pain shot through my hand. Something tried to force its way into my mind. "Get out!" I shouted and stumbled back. Cold sweat soaked my back. I couldn't handle that thing. Not yet. A reckless hero would have forced it out and tried to unlock some secret power. But I was a villain, and villains know when to quit. The black cutter was more than enough for now. I put the stone slab back like nothing happened and walked out. Back in the hall, the Baron looked like he'd been sitting on needles the whole time. Catherine was holding a cup of cold tea, eyes locked on the door, worried about me. I kicked the door open. Cold wind and dead leaves blew in. I walked in, dragging the giant axe behind me, the blade scraping the floor, throwing sparks. Then I let it drop. It hit the ground so hard the tiles cracked and spiderweb lines spread across the floor. The Baron's jaw dropped. He recognized the axe from the old family portrait, the legendary weapon nobody in hundreds of years had been able to lift. And here I was, an outsider, carrying it on one shoulder. He was terrified now, not just of my family name, but of the fact that someone who could swing 300 pounds of iron could crush him without trying. This axe is good. I'll take it, I said. You don't mind, do you? He shook his head so fast I thought it might fall off. I looked at Catherine. My expression softened. Aunt Catherine, you don't mind either? She shook her head, walked over, pulled out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the sweat from my forehead. She didn't even glance at the weapon. Tired? She asked softly. I smiled. A little heavy, but I'm fine. I grabbed the axe, swung it onto my shoulder, and held out my hand. Let's go, Aunt Catherine. I'll take you home. The Baron panicked when he saw me about to leave. He didn't want to lose his connection to the Holden family, or miss his chance to squeeze more out of me. He begged us to stay the night, saying the roads were dark and dangerous. Catherine looked at me for permission. Even staying at her own childhood home, she still felt like she needed to ask. That broke my heart a little. Aunt Catherine can do whatever she wants, I said. The golden book flickered in my vision. Rescue progress, 60%. The Baron was thrilled. He had servants take Catherine to her room, then personally walked me to a room on the 3rd floor. He kept smiling in a weird way, told me to rest well, and slipped away before I could say anything. The room was dim, just firelight and the smell of cheap rose perfume. I leaned the black cutter against the wall, loosened my collar, and pulled back the blanket on the bed. I froze. 2 girls were lying there, one with short golden hair and a young face, the other with long wavy brown hair and a more mature figure. Both in light sleepwear, clearly picked out for show. Master Sean, they said together, soft and sweet. My mind went blank. I knew how this world worked. A desperate noble like Green would do anything to win favor, including offering people. In the original story, the old Sean used this place like a playground. But I hadn't expected Green to move this fast. One of the girls hooked her fingers on the edge of my shirt. I felt my self-control cracking. Then bright red text exploded across my vision. The system warned me. As the chosen one of the Golden Book, dedicated to saving older characters, I was strictly forbidden from getting close to anyone who wasn't the older type. If I broke the rule, the book would unbind from me. I'd lose everything and go back to being useless. That cooled me down fast. You've got the wrong person, I said, stepping back. I'm not the kind of man you think I am. The girls were confused. The short-haired one looked hurt and asked if she wasn't pretty enough. Then she picked up a decorative whip, held it out with both hands, closed her eyes, and said I could do whatever I wanted. I almost lost it. Not in the way she meant. I just couldn't believe what was happening. I turned around, yanked the door open, and practically ran out. In the cold hallway, I leaned against the wall and took deep breaths until my heart stopped pounding. That was way too close. I silently cursed the Baron and his entire family tree going back 18 generations. I couldn't go back to that room. It was too late for the stable. So I wandered the hallway until I ended up, almost without thinking, in front of Catherine's door. I knocked. She opened it in a loose silk robe, pink hair down over her shoulders, no makeup. She looked softer and more natural than usual. She was surprised to see me. It's so late. What's the matter? She smiled a little. You're not so young that you need your aunt to help you fall asleep, are you? I rubbed my nose and told her the truth. Green had put 2 people in my room, and I couldn't stay there. Too noisy. She blinked, then burst out laughing. Noisy? That doesn't sound like you. You used to never be picky. Are those girls not to your liking? I had no answer for that. She laughed harder, shoulders shaking. Then she stepped aside and told me to come in before I caught a cold. She said I could stay with us tonight. I stopped mid-step. Us? She pushed the door all the way open and made a shushing gesture. Inside, I saw a cozy room, and on the bed, next to Catherine's pillow, there was a purple velvet robe with golden embroidery and obsidian stones on the cuffs. It belonged to someone with taste and money. Then a voice came from deeper in the room. Soft, playful, charming. Hello, young Master Sean. Your aunt and I were just talking about you. My eyes narrowed. The system panel in my vision flickered to life again. The system panel popped up above the woman on the bed, glowing pale blue in the dim room. Sylvia Darius. Activated. Not rescued. She was lying there lazily, head propped on one hand, golden hair spread across the purple velvet like honey. She wasn't like Catherine at all. No shyness, no fear. Her eyes were sharp and confident, like she was studying something that amused her. The system filled me in. Eldest daughter of the Darius family. Married off to the Drake family for politics. Her husband died on their wedding night before anything even happened. She got thrown out and earned the nickname, the Black Widow. In the original story, she was barely a footnote, a name in some hidden lore entry. After the family fell, she'd be used by the capital's upper class and meet a terrible end. Then I looked at the rescue progress and nearly choked. 70%. Already. I'd spent days being kind and careful with Catherine and only hit 60. This woman hadn't even talked to me yet, and she was at 70? Was the system broken? Maybe she'd overheard me turning down the two girls in the hallway, and that scored me points. Or maybe she just had a thing for younger guys. Either way, something was off. What's wrong, young Master Sean? Lost in thought, she asked, her robe slipping a little off her shoulder. She didn't fix it. She just smiled wider. Or are you comparing me and Catherine? Who's prettier? Catherine blushed and swatted her arm. She told me not to mind Sylvia, that she was always like this. Sylvia had heard Catherine was visiting and came to see her. It got late, so she stayed. Catherine hesitated, then asked quietly if I'd mind staying here. Of course I don't mind, Aunt Sylvia, I said, probably too fast, because Catherine looked stunned. I walked to the bed and took off my coat like it was the most natural thing in the world. Sylvia's eyes lit up. She reached out and tapped my nose with a red-painted fingernail. Smart boy, she said in a warm, low voice. Catherine always told me you're a thoughtful child. I don't mind having another charming young man around. The rescue progress jumped to 80%. I was speechless. This woman was something else. The room smelled like two different kinds of flowers, Catherine's soft lily and Sylvia's rich peony. I gave Sylvia my brightest, most innocent smile. Catherine mumbled that putting kids to bed was usually an aunt's job, but she'd never done it before. Sylvia said they'd do it together. There was no way I'd stay awake with both of them. I lay there stiff as a board. Stay awake? If I could actually fall asleep right now, I'd write my name backward. Catherine looked away, biting her lip, not sure what to do. Sylvia was completely confident that this was all perfectly normal. Oh dear, I muttered and swallowed hard. I woke up to birds chirping and the sound of Catherine cooking downstairs. The bed was warm and I didn't want to move. Then I felt a weight on my chest and opened one eye. Sylvia, already awake, lying on her side, watching me with lazy golden eyes. Catherine had gone downstairs. Before I could figure out what was happening, the system panel flashed in front of me. Sylvia's rescue progress, 100%. I couldn't believe it. Yesterday, it was 70. After one night it hit the max, something about this woman's difficulty level was broken, or she'd been ready for this from the start. Later, Sylvia stood up and calmly fixed herself up like nothing had happened. But when she turned to me, her face was serious. If the Darius family ever faces trouble, especially if Catherine can't handle something, you must help. That's when I understood. She'd seen my potential and the Holden family's power. She used herself as a bargaining chip to give her weak family and her naive sister a strong protector. On the surface, I got the better deal. In truth, I just inherited a heavy responsibility. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, I told her. She smiled wide, then put her dignified mask back on and went downstairs to help Catherine cook. The system gave me a reward for completing Sylvia's rescue. 2 choices. The first was a special body enhancement from Ancient Legends. Endless stamina, indestructible energy. The second was a combat skill, Axe Mastery with a fear aura that would crush enemies mentally. I picked the first one. Fighting skills could be trained or earned later. But a body like this was rare. The moment I chose, every cell in my body came alive. My sore back felt like steel. I jumped out of bed and my bones cracked with new power. At breakfast, Catherine served a huge spread. Sylvia piled my plate with bloody beef, saying young people need to eat well. Under the table, her foot crept up my leg. I caught it and held it down. She just smiled harder. Catherine sat beside me, watching me eat with soft, happy eyes. The system showed her rescue progress had jumped to 90%. She felt truly protected for the first time in her life, pulled away from the marquee, defended in front of her awful family. For someone who'd been used as a pawn since childhood, that feeling was addictive. Just 10% left. I wondered what reward saving Catherine would bring. When breakfast ended, we said goodbye to the Darius estate. Baron Green and his wife bowed at the door. I didn't look at them. I just helped Catherine into the carriage and glanced back at Sylvia standing at the gate. I'd wanted to bring her along, but she said no. Someone had to manage the family since her father was useless. She promised to visit. In the carriage, I closed my eyes, but my mind was racing. In the original story, Catherine gets humiliated at a banquet and dies. I'd torn up the invitation and beaten the invoice. But this was a real world now, not a script. The Marquis wouldn't let this go. He was a grudge-holding old predator with a private army. Then the carriage stopped hard. The horses screamed. Catherine grabbed onto me. I jumped out. Our 2 footmen were down in the grass, unconscious. A crossbow bolt was stuck in the carriage. And blocking the road was a group of knights in black iron armor with griffin crests on their chests. The Griffin Knights. The Marquis's personal soldiers. Their leader was a scarred man on a tall horse, holding a huge bloody sword. He said the Marquis ordered me and Catherine to come to his estate. All the knights drew their weapons at once. The Marquis wasn't interested in noble negotiations. He planned to kill me on this empty road and call it a bandit attack. I smiled. I unbuttoned my collar and stretched my neck. So many people. The Marquis really values me. I told Catherine to close the carriage windows. Then I grabbed the black cutter. I used the first move of the Savage Axe technique, opening mountain. Pure power, no tricks. The axe drew a black arc and smashed through a steel spear like it was a stick. Then it kept going, slicing through a knight's armor like paper. Man and horse flew 6 meters into a ditch. The remaining knights panicked. I gave them no time. I charged into their formation like a cannonball, cratering the ground with each step. The scarred leader screamed that his intelligence said I was only 3rd rank. He couldn't understand how a 3rd-rank fighter could swing a 300-pound axe like a feather and cut down heavy cavalry in one blow. 6 knights and Scarface surrounded me. I used the second technique, killing everywhere. A black whirlwind tore through them. One shield shattered with its owner's arm. A sword stabbed into my left shoulder, 3 inches deep. I didn't even flinch. I smashed the attacker's ribs with the axe handle. Then the magic happened. Red energy flowed from the wounded knight through my axe and into my body. The deep gash on my shoulder sealed up before their eyes. The black cutter's passive, heal by dealing damage. Combined with my new body, I was a machine that couldn't be stopped. I laughed out loud and tore through them. Every wound they gave me closed in seconds. Every swing of my axe broke bones and armor. In 5 minutes, only 3 were left standing. The ground was covered in severed limbs and shattered metal. Scarface stared at me, clothes torn but not a scratch on me, breathing steady, eyes burning with wild energy. He's a monster, he whispered. My blood rage was maxed out. I jumped 3 meters into the air, blocking the sun. I raised the axe overhead with both hands and poured all my energy into it. The blood grooves on the blade lit up bright red. The air turned heavy. The Noxus guillotine, the ultimate move, ignores all defense. Scarface screamed and raised his broken sword. The wind pressure alone forced him to his knees. But I stopped the blade 2 centimeters from his neck. Hair floated to the ground. Small cuts appeared on his face from the wind alone. I wasn't being merciful. I'd happily send anyone who tried to kill me straight to the afterlife. But my brain told me to stop. Wounding knights was self-defense. Beheading the squad leader of the Griffin Knights meant war with the Marquis. The Holden family couldn't handle that yet. My father was still at the border. If the Marquis went all out, sent his army or more assassins, I might survive. But what about Catherine? What about Sylvia? I needed time. This wasn't the moment to fight to the death. The red glow faded from my eyes. I flipped my wrist, and the giant axe vanished like it was never there. Get out, I said, looking down at the scarred man crumpled on the ground. He opened his eyes, gasping. The arrogance was gone. Only fear was left. I told him to take his people, alive or dead, and leave. Then I bent down close to his face and gave him a message for the Marquis. I won't kill you. To give your master a little dignity. Tell him to stop bothering Aunt Catherine. I stood up straight and let my voice go cold. If there's a next time, I'll use everything my family has to fight him to the end. The Holden family may be fallen, but we still have 3,000 cavalry at the border. If I decide to drag the Marquis and his whole house down with me, ask him if that trade is worth it. The scarred man was shaking. He could tell I wasn't bluffing. He scrambled to his feet, and the two surviving knights helped carry the injured onto horses. They fled without a word. Once they disappeared down the road, I let out a long breath. The battle high wore off, and hunger hit me hard. My new body was powerful, but it still burned real energy. That fight cost me a lot of calories. I need to eat something, I muttered, rubbing my stomach. Then the carriage door flew open. Catherine stumbled out in just her thin silk dress, face covered in tears, makeup ruined. When she saw me covered in blood, she screamed my name and threw herself into my arms so hard I almost fell over. I sighed and raised my hands, but they were still bloody. I held them awkwardly in the air, not wanting to stain her dress. "You're bleeding," she sobbed, checking me for wounds. "It's all my fault. It's not my blood. It's theirs," I said, grabbing her shaking hands. She didn't believe me. She said she'd seen them stab me with a sword. This silly woman. In a world where everyone was scheming and calculating, she was the only one who cared about my life more than anything else. "Really, I'm fine. Look." I moved my shoulder to prove it. She sniffed and checked carefully. No wound. She finally stopped crying. "Sean," she whispered. "Yeah? You were so scary just now." I chuckled. The system panel appeared again. Catherine's rescue progress, 99%. That fight had pushed it almost to the max. So close now. But finishing that last 1% out here on a bloody road didn't feel right. "Let's go home, Aunt Catherine," I said, lifting her into my arms and carrying her to the carriage. She asked if I'd let her check my body again tonight, just to make sure there were no hidden injuries. The carriage rolled forward over the blood-stained road, heading back toward Holden Castle. I spent a whole month training at the castle grounds. Every day, shirtless, swinging the black cutter until the stone floor cracked and the ironwood stakes split clean in half. My body had changed: muscle, power, endless stamina, fast recovery. But I knew the truth. That victory against the Griffin Knights was luck. The scarred captain underestimated me. When the real monsters showed up, my current skill level would mean nothing. Catherine watched me from the balcony every day, holding warm lemon water, never taking her eyes off me. She took care of everything: meals, clothes, every little detail. She was devoted. But that damn progress bar was stuck at 99%. 1% left, and nothing worked. I sent flowers. She cried, or didn't move. I took her around the territory so people could admire her. She looked at me with shining eyes. Bar stayed frozen. It was like downloading something and losing connection at 99.9%. "Are you tired?" she asked, wiping sweat from my forehead with a handkerchief. I drank the water she brought in one gulp. "Not tired. Just feel like there's not enough time." She told me I was doing well, that the knights were afraid of me now. I asked her to make lamb soup tonight. Her face turned bright red, and she hurried away. I let her go with a smile, but inside I was calculating. The last 1% would come when it was ready. Maybe it needed a special moment. I couldn't force it. What worried me more was the countdown in the Golden Book. 11 months and 15 days until the official story begins. That's when the main characters appear, gods and demons clash, and the world turns into a meat grinder. In the original game, the villain Sean gets his heart pierced by the hero's sword, just a stepping stone for someone else's glory. "To hell with being a stepping stone," I muttered. I opened the map and looked past the Holden territory, past the Marquis' domain, all the way to a tiny dot in the far north. Black Crow Town. Every player who started the game saw the opening cutscene. A stormy night. A ruined church. Undead cultists chasing a woman dressed as a nun. She was covered in blood, clutching a small child. She hid the girl in a dry well and ran into the storm alone to draw the pursuers away. In the final shot, the cultists caught her, and the little girl cried silently in the darkness. That little girl grew up to become the Dark Woman, the game's main villain. The nun who died in the opening never even got her name shown in the main story. It wasn't until a hidden side quest late in the game that players found her name in a diary. Isabella, the youngest saint in the church. She fell in love with the wrong man, got pregnant, lost her holy title, and was exiled to the frozen north. She survived by sewing clothes and picking herbs, raising her daughter alone. The game designers killed her off just to give the main character a tragic backstory. When I played the game, I always wondered, What if she hadn't died? What if the dark woman grew up with a mother who loved her? Would she still have turned evil? And according to that diary, Isabella was breathtakingly beautiful and had a rare trait called the source of sacred healing. She could produce holy water naturally, had permanent light magic affinity, and healed incredibly fast. I swore my interest was purely noble. I just didn't want a great character wasted as a plot device for cultists. Also, if I didn't save her, Black Crow Town would be destroyed by the undead in 3 months. The timing of the attack lined up with the rainy season. If I left now, traveling with a Holden trade caravan as cover, I could get there before the disaster. Old butler Alfred appeared behind me and draped a cloak over my shoulders. He'd noticed me staring at the northern map for half an hour. "Are you planning to attack the northern barbarians?" he asked. "No. Prepare a caravan for me. We're not selling anything. We're picking someone up." He looked surprised. I told him I needed a small group of trusted, strong followers. Experienced knights and mages. "Young master, what are you?" "Don't ask," I said, walking toward the castle. "It's for world peace, and if I happen to become a stepfather to the future Dark Lady, maybe one day she'd bow and call me father." The thought made me grin. Early morning, fog still thick. The caravan was ready outside the castle gates, 2 covered wagons, horses snorting on the cobblestones. Old Alfred couldn't help himself. He reminded me I was taking 5 experienced knights and 3 mages, nearly half our family's fighting power. I checked my saddle and told him it was fine. He tried to warn me that northern barbarians only cared about strong liquor and iron tools, not the fancy goods we packed. I patted his shoulder and said he didn't understand. The old man leaned close and whispered, "Young master, do you have a sweetheart in the north?" I paused, then smiled. "Maybe." His worried look vanished instantly. He started barking orders at the servants like we were shipping the most important cargo in the world. Then Catherine's voice came from behind me. She was standing on the castle steps holding a black fur cloak. She looked tired. She draped the cloak over my shoulders, her fingers lingering on the collar ties. "Do you really have to go?" Her voice trembled. She talked about the dangers up north, spirits, wild tribes, chaos. I took her hand. It was ice cold. "Put out your hand," I said. She looked confused but obeyed. I pulled out the Holden family seal, the symbol of absolute authority over the territory. Seeing this seal was the same as seeing the Lord himself. I pressed it into her palm and closed her fingers around it. She panicked. "This is the Count's authority." "I can't hold this," I said firmly. "I'll be gone 3 months. You're in charge." In a world where women were treated like decorations, handing the family's power to a woman with no formal status was insane. But I didn't care. In this territory, I say what goes. I didn't wait for her to argue. I mounted my horse and rode off. "Wait for me to return." Catherine stood there holding the seal against her chest, watching me disappear. The wind whipped her hair, but she didn't move. Once we left Holden territory, we picked up speed. I rode with the group instead of sitting in a carriage, senses sharp enough to hear a rabbit stepping on leaves 100 meters away. I'd reached 4th rank energy practitioner, intermediate knight level, though I had no formal knight training. Just my axe. After about a month of travel, my lead knight Vaughn rode up to warn me we were entering Black Crow Town's territory. Security was bad. A band of 40 or 50 bandits, led by a fugitive called One-Eyed Wolf, had been raiding caravans. I told Vaughn to go straight ahead, no detours. The knights shouldn't fight or reveal who they were. I'd handle it myself. He asked what I'd do. I smiled coldly. Asked for directions. He backed off without another word. The landscape changed as we pushed north. Green forests turned to pines. Grass went yellow and short. The sky stayed gray. Wind carried sand. I pulled up my mask. After clearing out a few bandit groups along the way, I got bad news. A squad called the Undead Disaster Precursors was already active in Black Crow Town, searching for something. My blood went cold. They were a month early. This had to be the butterfly effect. I'd changed the original plot by beating the Griffin Knights, and now the timeline was shifting. Or maybe the game world itself was raising the difficulty. Either way, the slow caravan couldn't make it in time. "Vaughn." I yanked my reins hard. My horse reared up. I told him to take command of the convoy and follow the planned route. I needed 2 fast horses. I was going ahead alone. Before he could even ask why, I'd already jumped onto a backup warhorse, grabbed dried food and water from the supply cart, and reminded him to keep everyone's identity hidden near the border. Then I shot out of the caravan like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust, racing north at full speed. Isabella, the beautiful fallen saint whose face they barely showed before killing her off in the opening cutscene. Hold on for me, I said through gritted teeth. Ahead, dark clouds pressed down on the horizon. Black Crow Town. The air tasted like sulfur and rotting wood. My last horse collapsed right at the town boundary. Its front hoof broke from exhaustion. It dropped into the mud without even crying out. I jumped off and kept moving. I avoided the few villagers, hollow people worn down by poverty, who didn't notice me. Using my memory of the game's opening cutscene, I navigated through narrow alleys to the northern edge of town. The church was half collapsed. Stone bricks had fallen away, showing dark wood underneath. Outside, a dozen bodies in white robes were piled up, blood-dried dark purple, covered in flies. A few figures in deep purple robes wandered around the perimeter carrying sickles with twisted symbols carved into them. Cultists. I hid behind a broken wall and studied the scene. Charging in wasn't smart. These cultists were weak in a straight fight, but dangerous with necromancy and poison. I needed to save my strength for what was inside. I crept along the damp stone wall, slipped through a shattered window, and landed without a sound. Inside was worse than I expected. The altar had been smashed and replaced with a dark red symbol drawn in something I didn't want to identify. On a torture rack in the center, a woman was chained with thick iron restraints on her limbs. Isabella. She was dressed as a nun. Her long hair was stuck to her face with sweat. Her eyes were half open, barely conscious. Her face was heartbreakingly beautiful and completely out of place in this nightmare. 3 hunched priests stood below her holding carving knives dripping with glowing purple liquid. They were talking about what they'd done to her. They'd carved a demon mark into her body, something designed to corrupt her holy power and twist it into an offering for their dead god. They were bragging about how her purity would break down, how they'd use drugs to speed it up. Then one of them touched her. She twitched against the chains, biting her lips until they bled, sobbing through clenched teeth. My fingers were crushing the handle of the black cutter. I'd seen a lot of terrible things in this game, but watching it happen in front of me to a real person, a character I'd always wanted to save, pushed me past my limit. I stopped hiding. My legs tensed, and I exploded forward, smashing through a wooden bench in my path. Who's there? The lead priest spun around. He saw a black crescent cutting through the dark. No fancy technique, just raw power. The axe took his shoulder and head clean off in one swing. Dark blood splashed across the torture rack and Isabella's face. The warmth seemed to bring a tiny spark of focus back to her empty eyes. I stood on the dead priest's body, axe in one hand, and looked at the other two. Keep talking. I want to hear what else that mark does. They didn't fight. The second one dropped to his knees, begging, pointing at Isabella, claiming it was all the bishop's orders. I didn't even look at him. I walked forward, dragged the axe, and slammed it into his face. His neck snapped against the broken altar. He twitched twice and went still. The last one screamed and ran for the side door. Did I say you could leave? I threw the black cutter. It spun through the air so fast it blew out the candles on the walls. The blade hit him square in the back, punched through his heart, and the force carried his body 2 meters forward, pinning him to a dead tree outside the church. The noise I made was too loud. The priest pinned to the tree was basically a welcome sign for trouble. Footsteps and armor clanking outside. Then the church wall exploded. Dark purple energy spheres blew it apart. 12 figures walked through the dust. These weren't weak cultists with knives. 4 undead knights on rotting skeleton horses with blue fire on their hooves, carrying bone shields and giant swords. Behind them, dark mages with skull-topped staffs leaking gray mist. The real vanguard of the undead disaster. No choice. To save Isabella, every single one of them had to die. I yanked the black cutter out of the tree. The first undead knight charged. His sword swung at my face while 3 black beams from the mages sealed off every escape route. I blocked with the axe, sparks flew, and the impact pushed me back several meters. The beams hit my shoulder and ribs. No explosion, just a sizzling sound like acid eating through flesh. My skin darkened and rotted. Even my chainmail dissolved. These were mid-level knights and mages at minimum, way stronger than anything I'd fought before. My body tried to heal itself, but the damage was coming faster than the recovery. A rational person would have retreated. But I didn't cross into this world just to run away from the people I came to save. Kill! I roared and charged forward into the circle of 4 undead knights. I swung the black cutter in a full circle. The blade scraped their enchanted armor. Not deep cuts, but enough to trigger the bleeding effect. Every scratch activated my passive healing. But the price was brutal. A giant sword hit my back, so hard I nearly broke. A shadow arrow punched through my thigh. Blood poured out. My vision blurred. "He's done for," a mage shouted. "Focus fire." The 4 knights blocked every direction, swords raised to cut me apart. On the torture rack, Isabella lifted her head. She wanted to scream for me to run, but her throat made no sound. What she saw instead was me grinning through all the blood, teeth white against the red. I was counting. Every hit I landed left a blood mark on their heads. The axe's fury gauge was building, 1/5, 2/5, climbing. I needed 5 stacks for the ultimate move. I remembered the combo from the game perfectly. I used the axe hook to pull all 4 knights close, traded blow for blow, ignored my wounds, and stacked 5 marks of blood fury. The black cutter screamed. Its dark blade exploded with red light, like it was pulled from lava. My whole aura changed. I wasn't a trapped animal anymore. I was something from hell. I looked at the nearest knight raising his sword for the killing blow. Too late. My legs launched me into the air, higher than a mounted knight. I raised the axe overhead. The Noxus guillotine. True damage. Ignores everything. The axe came down with a red streak. No resistance. Knight, horse, and sword split clean in half. Black blood didn't start flowing until 2 seconds later. And then the magic happened. The kill reset everything. My fury refreshed. My energy surged back stronger than before. Next, I spun off the landing, twisted my ankle into the momentum, and pointed the axe at the second knight. He raised his shield. Against this move, a shield and a piece of paper were the same thing. His head came off with the shield. Blood covered me head to toe. I looked more like a monster than the undead did. The black cutter drained their life force with every hit. My wounds scabbed over and sealed in real time. The third knight, shoulder checked off balance, spine broken by the falling axe. The fourth, axe buried so deep it stuck in the ground. I kicked the corpse to yank it free. The 8 remaining mages broke down completely. Their necromancy was useless against me. One screamed and ran for the woods. I threw the axe. It cut him in half at the waist. His upper body kept crawling. His legs stayed behind. I pulled the axe out and looked at the last 7. Without knights to protect them, they couldn't even finish a spell. The next 3 minutes were a slaughter. When the last mage's head rolled into the rubble, everything went quiet. I leaned on the axe and gasped for air. My wounds had stopped bleeding, but exhaustion hit me like a wave. Without the kill reset mechanic, those elite monsters would have worn me down and finished me. I wiped blood from my eyes and walked back into the church. Isabella was still awake on the rack. She'd seen everything. Me fighting in desperation, cutting down the enemies that had made her feel hopeless. Violent, bloody, cruel. But the way she looked at me, I could tell that right now, a blood-soaked man with a giant axe felt more sacred to her than any bishop she'd ever met. Up close, she looked worse than I'd imagined. The demon tattoo on her body still glowed purple. The priests were dead, but the magic wasn't gone. She was trembling, soaked in sweat, her torn uniform clinging to her. Her face was flushed from the magic and shame. "You." She tried to speak, voice barely a whisper. I said nothing. I raised the black cutter and swung 4 times. The iron chains snapped apart. Without them holding her up, she fell forward, straight into my arms. "Sorry for being late, Isabella," I said softly. I took off my ruined coat and wrapped it around her as best I could. The system panel appeared. Isabella von Christian, former chief saint of the Bright Church, stripped of her title after church officials forced her into a forbidden experiment that left her pregnant. Exiled to the north. Aged 29, but looked younger because of leftover holy power. Her body naturally produced light element energy that could grant healing abilities to others. In the original story, she died protecting her daughter, and that daughter became the Dark Lady who eventually destroyed the world. Rescue progress, 10%. Only 10. I looked down at the beautiful woman in my arms, crying, shaking, unconsciously pressing against me because of the drugs still in her system. This wasn't a rescue mission. This was the heavens testing my willpower. I picked her up and started walking fast toward the church entrance, stepping around the body parts scattered on the floor. We need to leave. More will come. I looked down at her and swallowed hard. My heroic moment lasted about 3 seconds. The adrenaline faded and my body gave out. I dropped the axe and my knees buckled. Isabella cried out and crawled over to me on all fours, ignoring her own pain. Under the moonlight, she saw how bad I really was. Deep wounds, showing bone, blackened flesh from the necromancy corruption. She shook my shoulder, but I was fading fast. Too much blood loss, too much energy spent. She tried to use her holy power, but couldn't. Her divine title was gone. Then she looked down at herself. The demon mark on her stomach was burning hot. The drugs and curses had done their work. She understood what her special body could do, what it was already doing. She looked at me, unconscious, then at herself. Her face went red. She bit her lip, wrestled with her shame, and made a choice. She lifted my head onto her lap and fed me her healing power the only way the demon mark allowed. I had a dream. When I woke up, the terrible wounds on my back were releasing white mist. Dead flesh fell away and new skin grew in its place. I was healed. I opened my eyes and saw Isabella's flushed face above me. As a veteran player, I knew her source of holy healing ability. I just never imagined the treatment would work like this. I sat up. We were both awkward. Her rescue progress had jumped to 25%. I didn't apologize with empty words. I stood up, tested my body. Mostly healed, still weak, but functional. I picked up the axe and held out my hand. This place isn't safe. We should go. She tried to walk, but couldn't. The healing had drained everything she had. I bent down and lifted her into my arms, properly this time, one hand supporting her waist. Hold on tight. She wrapped her arms around my neck and buried her hot face against me. I carried her through the night to an abandoned monastery I remembered from the game. So insignificant that nobody would look there. I kicked open a rotten door. Inside was just a headless statue and moldy straw. I set her down. We were both soaked. The demon mark hadn't faded. It was getting worse from the movement. Isabella was burning up, shaking, losing herself. She grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. Don't go. Help me. I'm dying. If the cursed mark wasn't dealt with, it could damage her mind permanently, and her daughter would turn completely dark. I told myself I was doing this to save the world. It was a weak excuse, but I lowered my head anyway. Her rescue progress climbed to 45%, then 65%. The moon rose and set. Dawn came and went. Finally, the purple mark dimmed and went out. When she woke up again, it was dark outside once more. I pretended to still be asleep while she processed what had happened. She was curled against me, face burning red, trying to carefully untangle herself. She looked at the marks covering her body and covered her face with her hands in shame. "Are you awake?" I asked, voice lazy and hoarse. She hid inside the coat, refusing to look at me. After a painful silence, she asked my name. Sean Holden. From the north. Part of the empire. Quite well off. She was confused by quite well off. Then she asked the real question. Why did I risk everything to save her? What did I want? I knelt down so our eyes were level. I just can't stand to see a mother get hurt. That's all. In this world, a mother is the role that should never be betrayed. She stared at me. She'd expected me to say it was for beauty or politics. Not this. Combined with last night's suicidal charge into the undead, it was too real to doubt. Can you understand how hard it is for a woman raising a child alone? She asked carefully. More than you think, I said, and I meant it. Her walls collapsed. She whispered a thank you so quiet I barely heard it. Then I changed the subject because I was feeling something strange. The air around me had changed. I could see golden particles floating everywhere, reaching toward me like they recognized me. Isabella explained, face buried in her collar. My light magic affinity was now 100%. The source of holy healing was the church's greatest secret. Last night, I'd consumed pure holy power she'd accumulated over 29 years. Power the demon mark had converted into an absorbable form. I could now cast high-level divine spells instantly, without chanting. A genius light, mage overnight. I licked my lips, tasting the lingering sweetness. Then Isabella went rigid. Her face drained of color. Layla, my child. I forgot about her. My stomach dropped. I'd been so focused on saving Isabella that I completely forgot about the future Dark Lady. Currently, just a toddler hidden in a dry well. Over 20 hours had passed. A 2-year-old, alone, surrounded by undead cultists. Where is she? I asked sharply. The dry well on the west side of town. We ran. I carved through every cultist and undead in our path. 20 minutes later, we reached the well. Isabella called down into the darkness. No answer. Her legs almost gave out. I looked down. About 3 meters below, behind a loose stone slab, a tiny figure was curled up in a dusty hole full of cobwebs. Layla, the future world destroyer. Right now just a starving toddler hugging her knees, gripping a sharp stone, not crying, not calling out, just alert and silent. 2 or 3 years old with that kind of mental toughness. Definitely future villain material. I jumped down, steadied myself on the wall, and landed on the ledge. The little girl stared at me with cold, suspicious eyes. No innocence in them at all. Hey, I said, trying to smile. Your mom's calling you home for dinner. I lifted her out. She weighed almost nothing. When we climbed out, Isabella screamed and grabbed her daughter, sobbing and apologizing. Layla let herself be held, then buried her face in her mother's neck and whispered one word. Hungry. I looked at the scene and felt my gut twist with guilt. I was stuffed, overfed actually. Enough fuel for 3 days. All of it taken from Isabella's body during the night. If Layla ever found out that while she was starving in a hole, some strange man had eaten everything meant for her, she'd probably want to destroy the world even harder. I coughed and looked away fast. We can't stay here, I said. My reinforcements should arrive soon. Back to the monastery, I reached for Layla. She squirmed in my arms, instinctively rejecting me. Maybe she smelled something familiar on me, something that should have been hers. Don't move, or I'll throw you to the spirits, I said gently. She went still immediately, but her big eyes kept staring at my mouth with this sad, betrayed look, like a little wife who'd been cheated on. I sighed inside. This was definitely going to haunt me. The air in the abandoned monastery always smelled musty, mixed with the scent of old candles, like rotting wood stuffed into a coffin and fermented for hundreds of years. Sean sealed the door behind him, then dragged 2 broken-legged benches and wedged them against the doorknob. After finishing, he leaned against the wall and sat on the ground. The wind outside felt strange. It was not the natural wind blowing through the ruins, but the faint sound of countless bones scraping against the ground, so dense it made the scalp tingle. The undead army's trap was tightening. Now it's safe for the moment. Sean wiped the dust from his face, then turned to look at the 2 people hiding in the shadow of the altar. Isabella was holding Layla. The girl was dirty like a mud monkey, with only her bright, clear eyes still shining, staring intently at Sean. That look was interesting. It didn't seem like she was looking at her savior, but more like she was watching a thief breaking into her home. Especially when Sean's gaze accidentally swept over Isabella's chest, Layla's eyebrows furrowed even more, and her small hands clutched her mother's clothes protectively. This little girl. Mommy. Hungry. Layla's voice was small and hoarse. Isabella stiffened. She looked at Sean in a panic, her pale face flushing with embarrassment. But the girl in her arms was trembling. Isabella bit her lip and no longer hesitated. She turned away and unbuttoned her shirt in front. The sound of fabric rubbing was very clear in the silent church. She wiped her hands dismissively. After a few seconds, there was a swallowing sound from the other side. It was urgent and loud, like a small animal finally finding water. Sean leaned against the wall, his Adam's apple moving up and down. He took out a piece of hard, dry black bread from his pocket, which he had taken from a dead cultist. He took a bite, tasting the woody flavor, which made him miss the sweet, warm feeling. A few minutes later, the swallowing sound stopped. Isabella tidied her clothes and turned around. Lila was lying in her arms, with a bit more color on her face. This girl was quite something. After eating and drinking, she still raised her sleeve, wiped some milk from her mouth, and proudly tilted her chin at Sean. Her expression clearly said, "This is mine, not yours." Sean was amused and laughed. "Fine. When you grow up to be a dark princess, I'll be the first to hang you on a lamp post." Time passed slowly in suffering. Outside, the sky kept darkening and brightening again and again. All day, the undead army not only stayed but seemed to smell blood like sharks, shrinking the circle of encirclement. There was no food stored in the space of the guidebook. Sean was a warrior. He carried an axe and potions when he went out, but he never thought of bringing dry food. That hard black bread was long gone. Sean felt his stomach walls rubbing against each other, protesting with a sour ache. This physical hunger also made him irritable mentally, especially with the faint smell of milk constantly wafting into his nose, testing his willpower. And that girl needed to eat every few hours. It was almost torture. After another feeding, Isabella was about to button up her shirt. "Wait," Sean suddenly spoke. He stood up from the shadows and took 2 steps to the mother and daughter. Isabella was startled and instinctively held Lila tighter in her arms. Sean didn't look at her, but focused on her open collar. Sean spoke confidently, without hesitation. "I'm hungry too." Isabella's mind instantly went blank. She opened her mouth, her eyes dull, unable to understand how these words could come from such a decisive and strong man. Who? Me? She was only 29 years old. Although she had a child, being called aunt by a man who looked taller and stronger than herself was as shocking as seeing the Pope dance in a costume. What did you say? Isabella doubted she was hallucinating from hunger. "I need to recharge my magic." Sean squatted down, level with her eyes, with no shame on his face, but a strange calmness. "You know, if I don't get more energy, I won't be able to swing my axe. If I can't swing my axe, the monsters outside will break in, and all 3 of us will die." His logic was perfect, flawless. It even sounded a bit noble. Isabella had nothing to say. The little one blinked big eyes, looking seriously at Sean. Sean raised an eyebrow. He reached out a finger and gently poked Layla's forehead, making her fluffy little head tilt back. Sean spoke seriously. "I'm your brother, Layla." "Isabella, I'm your half-brother," Sean said calmly, as if announcing a divine decree. "See?" Layla was stunned. At 2 years old, her intelligence clearly couldn't handle such complex logic. Half-brother? Same father, but different mother? What does that even mean? The little girl tilted her head, looking at the tall man in front of her. Although he looked fierce and had a smell of blood, for some reason, Layla didn't feel the fear she had for ghosts. She looked down at her still full stomach, then at Sean's eager eyes. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made a decision that went against her ancestors' teachings. Reluctantly, she slowly moved her butt to the side. She gave up half of her space in Isabella's arms and then nudged Sean with her nose. Her expression was so serious, it looked like she was giving up land and paying tribute. "Here," Layla softly and cutely managed to say one word. Isabella was completely stunned. She never expected that her usually protective daughter would actually be fooled by Sean's nonsense. "Look, the kids agree." Sean grinned, showing his white teeth. "Isabella, you don't want Layla to see our family fighting, do you?" Isabella felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. This is all so confusing. Finally, her magic was restored. Layla looked at Sean with a sad and resentful expression, her little face pouting. "Cheater," the little girl muttered softly. Sean was in a very good mood. He reached out and tousled Layla's hair. Suddenly, loud footsteps broke the silence. They were very close, right outside the wall. "We've searched this whole area, except for this abandoned monastery." A cold voice came through the rotten wooden window. "The bishop said the entire Black Crow town is sealed off. They can't go far. This door is blocked. Break it down." Bang! A heavy crash made the walls shake, dust falling down. The relaxed atmosphere instantly froze. Isabella's face turned pale. She instinctively hugged Layla tightly. All her playful thoughts vanished in the face of danger. It was finally happening. Sean's smile disappeared instantly. He stood up, stretched his neck, and heard a series of cracking sounds from his joints. Hide behind the altar, Isabella watched Sean's back. That man was standing in front of them, holding a large, dark, fierce axe in his hand. The blade had no shine, only dark red streaks like the teeth of a beast ready to bite. "Sean, don't worry." Sean didn't turn around. He carried a black cutter in one hand and walked toward the door. He took a deep breath, feeling his energy recharge just now. Vaughn and the others hadn't arrived yet, so he could only rely on himself. Boom! The door finally couldn't hold anymore and shattered with a loud crash. Amidst the smoke and dust, a dozen pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness. They belonged to undead knights and cultists dressed in black robes. "We found them," the lead cultist shouted excitedly. But he was met with a dark, crescent-shaped arc thud. There was no unnecessary talk or opening speech. That axe moved so fast, it was like a black lightning bolt, cutting through the two skeletons at the front and the stone pillar behind them in one strike. Sean stepped out of the dust and debris, walking over broken bones. His deep eyes showed no fear, only a cold indifference like looking at the dead, and a wildness from being well-fed and satisfied. "What's all the noise?" Sean slung his great axe over his shoulder, glancing at the dense crowd of enemies outside the door, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Aren't all the kids who have eaten and drunk enough supposed to be sleeping peacefully in their mother's arms?" Reality is always harsher than game settings. After just refilling his energy, Sean felt incredibly strong. His black cutter felt as light as a toothpick in his hand. He thought he could sweep away these reckless cultists like grass, but after only 3 exchanges, he realized he was terribly wrong. Something was off about these black-robed people. The previous enemies he fought were just zombies swinging bones randomly, with no real skill. But these dozen or so people worked together so well it was like they were rehearsing. Clang! The great axe and 2 crossed swords clashed, sparks flying onto Sean's face. His muscles tensed as he tried to overpower them with brute strength, but the 2 black-robed fighters slipped like eels, dodging his force, and cold fighting energy surged up the axe handle. This was a combat technique, and a real knight's combined attack skill. At least an intermediate knight, and a necromancer knight at that. Sean was stunned, his hand numb from the shock, and had to step back. Before he could steady himself, a shadow silently approached from the side. It was a dagger, sharp and aimed straight at his waist. "Damn it," Sean muttered a curse under his breath. Ignoring how awkward his position was, he rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey to dodge the attack. He had indeed suffered because of his lower strength. Although he relied on his understanding of the game and the special effects of his magic items to defeat monsters above his level, facing enemies that were well-trained and clearly elite monsters, his disadvantages in attributes were greatly amplified. What was worse, these enemies were not just simple fighters. The black-robed figures at the back suddenly raised their hands. Several clusters of eerie green ghostly flames gathered in the air. Without any chanting or warning, they whistled down and struck where Sean was standing. This was almost cheating. Sean hurriedly dodged left and right, his clothes burning in several large holes. The brave spirit he had just felt was now replaced by the smell of earth and sweat. "This isn't part of the script," Sean panted, leaning against a broken stone pillar. "Is this the butterfly effect?" Because he intervened early, the difficulty of the dungeon jumped directly from easy to hell. Before he could catch his breath, the leading cultist sneered and moved closer. He held a long spear that shimmered with a disgusting blood-red glow, the tip spewing black energy. "Struggling is useless." The opponent's voice was hoarse and harsh. The spear shot out like a venomous snake, so fast that only a residual shadow remained on his retina. This strike sealed all of Sean's escape routes. Whether he tried to block or dodge, the result seemed to be the same. He would be pierced through. Sean's pupils contracted. Am I about to die after just acting as a big brother to the future Demon King? Just as the cold spear tip was less than half an inch from his throat, and he could feel the icy chill of death, buzz, a dull sound of breaking air suddenly exploded. A heavy tower shield spun into the battlefield like a giant flying disc, accurately smashing into the side of the spear. Bang! The powerful force sent the elite cultist flying, along with his spear. He crashed into the wall like a torn sack, unable to even latch onto the weapon. The tower shield hit the ground and sank deep into the earth, standing like a towering hill blocking Sean's front. "Young Master Sean, my subordinates are late." A deep voice, sounding incredibly reassuring, came from behind the dust. Sean spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. He supported himself on the tower shield and straightened up, watching the strong figure emerging from the darkness. "Von Craig, if you had arrived 2 minutes later, we could have started the feast," Sean said irritably, casually slinging his great axe over his shoulder. "Remember to burn some paper money for me." Von's usually serious face showed rare signs of guilt as he lifted the heavy tower shield with one hand. There were some rats on the way, took a bit of time to clear them out. He turned to reveal the lineup behind him. 5 knights in the formal armor of the Holden family stood in a row. Their armor was polished to a shine, and the lion emblem on their chests gleamed in the firelight. Behind them, 3 mages in gray robes raised their staffs. This was the real army. Compared to these soldiers, Sean's earlier tactics looked like street fighting. "Begin," Vaughn said simply. "No nonsense, no extra moves." The 5 experienced knights drew their swords at the same time, their actions perfectly synchronized, even the sound of their blades being unsheathed overlapped. Golden aura burst forth instantly. This was a pure holy oath combat skill, designed to counter undead and dark creatures. "Light judgment," the 3 mages in the back chanted softly. Magical energy in the air started to riot. Not the gloomy, ghostly fire, but bright, blazing fire elements. 3 fire dragons roared out from the tips of their staffs, illuminating the abandoned monastery like daytime. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. The elite cultists who had just cornered Sean were now as fragile as newborn chicks in front of this well-trained squad. The knights formed a charge formation, their golden swords like meat grinders pushing forward. They didn't bother with fancy duels, just straightforward assaults. Shields clashed, long swords stabbed, and aura exploded. A necromancer attempting a sneak attack was caught by 2 knights from either side, sliced into 3 pieces, bones and all. The dark magic trying to counterattack was stopped halfway through by a spell from our own mage, causing the evil cultists to spit blood in pain. "This is the difference between paying players and regular players," Sean said, leaning against the wall, watching the satisfying scene. His earlier frustration from being defeated finally faded. Although he was still inexperienced, he had wealthy and influential family backing him. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. The ground was full of bodies, and the air smelled of burnt meat and sulfur. Vaughn stepped forward and kicked the leader's head to confirm he was dead, then turned to look at Sean. "Young master, the carriage is outside." Vaughn's gaze shifted past Sean to the mother and daughter hiding behind the altar. Isabella was holding Lila, hiding in the shadows. Her nun's outfit was old and torn, but her pure, holy aura was still clear. Her face was pale, her collar was slightly messy, and the child in her arms looked at the armed strangers with cautious, animal-like eyes. Vaughn paused, surprised. As someone who had followed Sean for many years, he knew why his young master brought a carriage full of baby supplies. He had thought it was just a romantic affair outside, but now he realized. The child could talk already. And this woman. Vaughn was smart. The best thing about smart people was knowing when not to ask questions. "Is this the person we are supposed to pick up?" Vaughn quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. "Yes," Sean said, walking over and casually resting his hand on Isabella's shoulder. Isabella shivered, but did not pull away. "This is our strategic partner. Damn strategic partner." Vaughn's eyes twitched, but he still signaled his men to clear the way. "Let's go." "Too much noise here. More flies will come soon." Sean didn't say much and bent down to try to pick up Lila. Layla didn't hold back and slapped Sean's hand away. Then both her small hands tightly hugged Isabella's neck, burying her face in her mother's chest, leaving only the back of her head visible to Sean. The message was clear: "Bad guys, stay away from me." Sean wasn't angry. Instead, he was amused. "Good, you've got guts," he said, pulling back his hand and wrapping his arm around Isabella's waist, giving her a gentle squeeze. "Mommy, let's go." Isabella's face suddenly turned red. She nervously glanced at the serious knights around her and quickly followed, head bowed. Outside the monastery, a specially modified carriage quietly stopped in the night. The carriage looked like an ordinary freight wagon, filled with boxes of spices and fabrics. But inside, the walls were reinforced with thick steel plates, and a magic circle that blocked magical sense was carved into the interior. "Young master, please." Vaughn opened the carriage door. Inside, thick blankets covered the floor, and there was warm water and snacks prepared for comfort. Sean first helped Isabella and her child into the carriage. Just as he was about to get in himself, he suddenly remembered something. He looked back at the ruined monastery and the bodies scattered on the ground. "Clean up the mess," Sean ordered calmly. "Make sure no one knows it was the Holden family." "Understood." A fire mage nodded and waved his staff. A huge fireball shot out and hit the center of the ruins. Flames erupted fiercely into the sky. As the fire blazed, the carriage slowly started moving. The wheels crunched over broken stones, making a creaking sound. Inside the carriage, Isabella hugged Layla and curled up in the corner, her body gently swaying with the bumps of the carriage. The enclosed space made the atmosphere a little tense, especially because Sean's eyes kept subtly drifting toward her chest. Isabella finally couldn't stand the suffocating silence and whispered, "Are those your nights?" Otherwise, Sean leaned on the soft cushion, casually taking a snack and putting it in his mouth. "They are quite wealthy," Isabella didn't reply. The once proud and revered saintess had long since died on the road of betrayal and exile. Now, she was just a mother willing to do anything for her child. "Thank you." These two words were spoken so softly that they were almost drowned out by the sound of hooves. Sean paused his snack, looking at Isabella. The firelight from the carriage window cast a warm glow on her pale face. Her eyes, once shining with divine light, now reflected his shadow. "Don't rush to thank me," Sean said, swallowing his food with a sly smile. He pointed to his still aching arm. "This little trip cost a lot." Isabella was surprised. "Cost?" Of course. Sean leaned closer to her, causing Layla to grimace and show her teeth. "My family's business never loses money. Your gratitude for saving us, plus taking care of you and your son in the future. We'll need to settle these accounts slowly." Isabella looked at Sean, so close, and suddenly remembered what he had said at the monastery and that embarrassing, shameful eating scene. Her face grew hot again. She instinctively hugged her child tighter. "How do we settle it?" she asked nervously. Sean didn't answer immediately. He reached out a finger and gently poked Layla's puffed-up cheek until she got annoyed, then withdrew his hand and gave Isabella a meaningful look at her full curves. "The interest has already been paid." Sean leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "As for the principal, there's plenty of time ahead." The carriage sped through the night, leaving the burning town of Black Crow far behind. Vaughn, young people these days. To avoid the vultures attracted by the smell of blood, the convoy broke camp overnight. Once they left the outskirts of Black Crow Town, the chilling feeling of dread finally disappeared. Von Craig was a seasoned man. As soon as they crossed the boundary marker, he had his men strip off their shiny armor. The once fierce soldiers had transformed into a traveling merchant group. Even Vaughn himself changed into a loose silk robe. But his broad frame, face full of flesh, and a fresh scar made him look more like a bandit leader who had just robbed a town than a proper merchant. "Young master, we are about to reach Greystone City. Let's restock supplies and change into new clothes," Vaughn said softly as he rode closer to the carriage window. "This is near the border of the Noxus Empire. Be careful, and you can pass if you pay." Inside the carriage, Sean's lazy voice was heard. "Got it. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. Don't try to bargain with a knife." Vaughn smirked, but didn't reply. The atmosphere inside the carriage felt a bit strange. Or rather, it felt a little damp. The modified carriage had excellent shock absorption, so even on rough dirt roads, it stayed steady enough that not even water in a cup would spill. But right now, Sean leaned against the soft cushion, looking pale, a sign of exhaustion from earlier. Across from him, Isabella was lowering her head, fingers twisting the wrinkled edge of her nun's habit. Her cheeks were red like ripe apples, and she dared not look at Sean. In her arms, the future dark girl Layla was glaring with big, dark eyes, staring fiercely at Sean. Her gaze was not only cautious but also angry, like a protective puppy. Aunt Isabella." Sean broke the silence. "My wound is hurting again." Isabella trembled slightly. "Layla." Layla is still watching. Her voice was faint, like a mosquito buzzing. "It's okay. We are a loving family," Sean said calmly, even winking at Layla. Layla clearly understood. She pouted and was about to cry, but Sean quickly stuffed a beautifully crafted sugar cake into her mouth. The sweet taste exploded in her inexperienced mouth, and Layla froze, chewing a few times. She looked at the sugar in her hand, then at her mother, and finally decided to temporarily surrender to the little troublemaker, turning her attention to the sugar cake. Save progress increased to 70%. The cold system notification sounded again, making Sean secretly pleased. Sean leaned back onto the cushion. "It's time to change clothes. These are old," he suddenly said. Isabella was startled and looked down. Her tattered nun's habit was already in bad shape. "When we arrive at Greystone City, I'll buy you some new clothes," Sean said. "This nun's outfit is too obvious and too worn out." "No, I don't need anything else." Isabella hurriedly waved her hand. It's too much trouble. I can wash and wear this one. Be obedient, Sean said simply. His firm tone made Isabella instinctively fall silent. The convoy entered Greystone City at dusk. This small border town is not as busy as the capital, but it has everything a small place needs. Vaughn took the Holden family crest to meet with the town's merchants, while Sean took Isabella and her daughter straight to the biggest clothing store. As they entered, the shopkeeper's sharp eyes scanned them from head to toe. Isabella's patched and somewhat stained nun's outfit was clearly looked down upon. But when the shopkeeper saw the coin bag Sean casually tossed on the counter, her makeup-covered face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Bring out your best dresses. Sean sat on a luxurious-looking velvet sofa, crossing his legs. I want comfortable, breathable fabrics. The shopkeeper was clever and quickly realized that these two were not ordinary customers. Of course, young master, you have good taste. This lady has a great figure, and the few new dresses in our store are definitely custom-made for her. Soon, several clothes were brought out. They were not the complicated, ornate court dresses of nobles, but more practical and comfortable styles, with some careful design details. One was a light blue long dress with a neckline that was just right, neither too revealing nor too modest, perfectly showing off the collarbone. Another was a silk robe with an exotic style, soft and smooth like a baby's skin. Isabella looked at the prices on the tags and gasped in shock. One dress cost 10 silver coins. That was enough for her and her daughter to live comfortably in the countryside for many years. This is too expensive. Isabella tugged at Sean's sleeve. Really, I don't need it. Layla, do you like this one? Sean ignored her and picked up a light yellow dress, holding it up against Isabella to see how it looked, then asked Layla, who was busy chewing her second piece of cake. Layla, with her mouth full, looked at her mother. She had to admit, it was much better than that dull, ragged cloth she was wearing. So, the future witch nodded. Sean waved his hand and said, I'll take this one, that one, and the row over there. All of them? Isabella exclaimed in surprise. Change into them. Sean whispered close to her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. After all, we still have a long way to go. You don't want to keep wearing wet clothes, do you? His reason was perfectly convincing. Isabella opened her mouth, but in the end, she blushed and lowered her head, silently agreeing to this indulgent act. When they finished paying, they loaded a whole car full of items. Besides clothes for the adults, Sean also bought a bunch of toys and children's clothes for Layla. After Sean paid and took Isabella, who was now wearing a brand new long dress, out of the store, the progress bar for her rescue, which had been stuck at 75%, suddenly shot up like a rocket. 80%, 90%. Ding. Rescue progress has reached 100%. Sean paused. Is that all? He looked back at Isabella beside him. This former saint was carefully holding up her skirt, afraid of soiling the expensive fabric. Noticing Sean's gaze, she nervously looked up. Her eyes no longer showed fear or distance, but a faint, indescribable emotion. So that's it. For Isabella, who had been wandering in this harsh world for so long, enduring scorn and bullying, the so-called rescue wasn't about slaying dragons or picking stars from the sky. It was about giving her a shoulder she could rely on. That was enough. Detection. Isabella's rescue completed. Reward calculation in progress. Please choose one of the following 2 rewards. A. Holy Light Judgment. Advanced combat skill. Attach light elements to your weapon to deal devastating damage to undead and dark creatures, with the ability to perform ranged slashes. B. Magical Pattern Weaving. Special talent. Gain the ability to deeply analyze magical structures, allowing you to dismantle, reorganize, and improve different magic arrays to create your own unique magic. Sean stood on the busy street, watching the blue light screen flickering on his retina. Option A is very tempting. Although he can now use the black cutter to cut vegetables, it is purely physical damage. When facing sneaky magic users, he still has some disadvantages. He has a powerful long-range attack that could really improve his strength. But his eyes quickly focused on option B. As an experienced player, he knows how important the mechanics are. Skills are just static data. You use what you are given. But this, imagination, skill sounds like it gives you open-source access. In this world, magic is strictly controlled. Old-fashioned mages take decades to modify even a single rune. If he could freely change magic, Plus, he has an endless supply of light element affinity inside his body. Vaughn, Sean suddenly called out. Vaughn, who was directing the servants to move things, turned around. What's up, young master? Nothing. I just suddenly think this world is pretty interesting, Sean said with a smile. In his mind, he silently chose option B. In the next second, a huge flow of information flooded into his mind. It wasn't specific spells, but a feeling. The mysterious magic elements that once seemed unfathomable to him now looked like clear lines of code. The fire, water, and even the light elements emanating from Isabella all appeared as detailed geometric shapes in his eyes. He felt he was gaining a big advantage. This was definitely a top-tier talent. Let's go home, Sean said happily, even reaching out to gently pat Layla's head for the first time. This time, the little demon king didn't dodge. Instead, he hummed and hugged his new toy sword tightly. The carriage started moving again, rolling over the cobblestone road with a cheerful sound. Inside the carriage, Isabella looked at Sean, who was resting with his eyes closed, actually studying a new mod. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gathered her courage and took out a warm water bottle from her small bag. Sean looked at the water bottle and then at Isabella's big, watery eyes. He took the bottle carefully and stored it away with care. Isabella chuckled softly. That smile seemed to brighten the dim carriage a little. Layla, curled up in the corner, silently bit into the sugar cake in her hand, thinking to herself that when she grew up, she would definitely settle this debt with interest. Absolutely. Greystone City is not as cold and harsh as its name suggests. Instead, it has a musty smell. The sound of the carriage rolling over cobblestones was dull and monotonous. Sean was closing his eyes, organizing the new magic patterns he had just learned. The magic crafting technique he learned gave him more than knowledge. It felt like he had the power to see through everything. Even a simple stone now showed the outline of its element arrangement in his eyes. Just as he was about to go back and study more, a sharp, piercing shout broke the quiet of the carriage. Come and see. The best goods just arrived. A noble lady from the Noxus Empire. A real noble with proof. We're lucky to have her here in Greystone City. If you wait too long, those big shots will take her all. The voice was high-pitched and excited. Sean suddenly opened his eyes. Someone would do such a terrible thing. It wasn't because he was very interested in the shout. Well, maybe a little, but mostly it was a deep sense of justice. No matter the world, human trafficking is wrong. In that cursed game, many hidden side quests and special NPCs were hidden among these seemingly ordinary backgrounds. Stop the carriage. Vaughn pulled on the reins, and the carriage jolted to a stop by the roadside. He stuck his head in and said, Young master, there's a slave market ahead. It's pretty chaotic inside. There are over a dozen slave traders with their shops. There's all kinds of dirty stuff inside. With our family with us. It's not very convenient, right? He glanced at Isabella, who was sitting in the corner. Hearing the words noble lady and sale, Isabella's face turned pale. She instinctively hugged Layla, who was already asleep. Since we're here, let's go take a look, Sean said, adjusting his collar. Vaughn, bring the money pouch. Isabella, you come down too. Me? Isabella hesitated. Sean didn't give her a chance to refuse. He reached out and pulled her down. A group of 3 people, plus Layla being carried by Vaughn, entered the market filled with dim, colorful oil lamps. The air here was 10 times more polluted than outside. It was a mix of sweat smell, cheap perfume, and the foul odor of livestock pens. On both sides, cages held not so much people as animals waiting to be sold. The outermost cages held dull-eyed laborers with price tags hanging from their bodies, priced so cheaply it was shocking. Deeper inside, the cages were cleaner, mostly holding young girls and some humanoids with animal ears or tails, trembling in the corners, trying to avoid the hands of buyers trying to take advantage. Sean looked straight ahead. He wasn't interested in these ordinary goods. He was searching for the source of the voice he heard earlier. As he moved toward the center, the muddy ground gave way to a raised platform covered with red carpets. The guests here looked more refined, with a few dressed in robes, inspecting the items carefully. A street vendor was standing in front of a large iron cage, waving a thin whip and spitting as he shouted. Everyone, open your eyes. This isn't some wild girl from the countryside who hasn't blossomed yet, nor is she a crying village woman. This is a young lady from the Valerius family. Properly educated noble. Look at her figure, her aura. In the center of the cage, a woman was kneeling. The noisy chatter and lewd whistles around her seemed blocked out by an invisible wall. Sean paused, his gaze passing through the crowd to focus on her. She wore a finely crafted black gold collar around her neck, glowing with runes that suppressed her magic. Her once expensive silk dress was now torn and stained, barely covering her key parts, adding a cruel beauty to her appearance. What drew the most attention was her figure. It was an exaggerated hourglass shape. Even kneeling, her waist and hips created a stunning curve that could make any male feel dry-throated. Her hair was a fiery red, messy and flowing over her shoulders, hiding her cold, stunning face. Her eyes didn't show fear or numbness like other slaves, but carried a look of contempt and deadness. Sean only took a quick look. The older character guide started to shake violently, making his head ache. Ding. Target detected for rescue. Character card activated. Serafina Valerius. Identity: former senior lecturer at Noxus Royal Academy. Fire magic specialist / forbidden spell researcher. Eldest daughter of Count Valerius. Mother of the game's heroine, Elena. She was once a scholar of the Empire, the eldest daughter of the Valerius family. After becoming widowed, she returned to her family, but was betrayed for refusing to sacrifice her daughter Elena to the Empire's blood ritual. Her younger brother, seeking the title, added a forbidden magic dispersant to her food and secretly sold her to slave traders. To humiliate this proud teacher, her brother even placed a special, sensitive mark on her soul. Current status: magic sealed, black gold restraint collar. Mentally injured, soul brand. Significantly increased sensitivity. Sean's pupils slightly contracted. Could it be her? In the original game story, Elena is a tragic orphan whose mother's fate is only briefly described as disappeared during a family conflict. Most players guessed she had long died. Who would have thought that this respected senior magic instructor was being chained like a dog and sold? And that soul brand? Sean narrowed his eyes. His previous focus on analyzing magic structures shifted instantly to identification mode. He saw that Serafina's exposed skin was not just pale, but flushed with a reddish hue. That cursed collar not only sealed her magic, but also constantly stimulated her nerve endings. This woman, Vaughn, a rough man, noticed something and lowered his voice. Young master, that's a punishment collar made specifically for mages. This thing isn't cheap. Only people with means can afford it. This is pretty deep waters. Deep waters mean big fish, Sean said, staring at Serafina in the cage, biting his lip. At this moment, the vendor on stage seemed to think the atmosphere wasn't lively enough. He suddenly whipped the iron cage, producing a harsh, cracking sound. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. The cage also belongs to me. This young master. The merchant finally regained his senses, stammering excitedly. I only ask if you're willing to sell. Sean interrupted him, pulling out a bag of heavy gold coins and casually tossing it on the ground. The bag's opening loosened, and a few coins rolled out, shining enticingly in the firelight. Yes, of course, I will sell. The merchant immediately rushed forward, as if afraid the coins would fly away. Sean stood up and looked at Vaughn. Move the cage onto the cart. Young master, this. Vaughn looked at the large iron cage, grimacing. It might not fit in the cart. Hang it at the back. Sean glanced at the woman inside the cage, who was staring at him with a complex expression. Our new companion might be a bit temperamental. We should let her calm down first. After saying that, he looked again at Serafina. Their eyes met. Teacher Valerius, Sean whispered, in a voice only they could hear, using the long-forgotten title, Break time is over. It's time for class. Serafina's pupils suddenly dilated, and her body trembled violently. How did he know? Rescue progress. 0%, 5%. Seeing the pitifully small progress bar, Sean was not disappointed. Instead, he smiled even more brightly. Isabella. Sean turned around and naturally draped his arm over Isabella's shoulders. Give our new sister some space. Tonight, our convoy might get a lot livelier. Isabella looked at the woman in the cage, more miserable, more voluptuous and radiant than herself, and a strange sense of danger arose in her heart. She bit her lip and softly replied, Okay, The carriage didn't go far and stopped near an abandoned mill 3 miles outside the city. The area was overgrown with wild grass, usually only visited by stray dogs and homeless people, now turned into a temporary camp. The large iron cage was unloaded onto the grass, resembling a heavy black coffin. Serafina curled up in a corner of the cage, hugging her knees. Her tattered silk dress couldn't block the night wind. She shivered from the cold, but what made her more uneasy was the man who bought her. Since leaving the slave market, 2 hours have passed, and the young man selling the girl named Kuzu has not spoken to her once. He neither rushes to her nor humiliates her in a strange way. He simply had someone throw the cage here, then sat by the campfire, toasting a piece of hard bread. This kind of waiting, filled with uncertainty, is more painful than a whip. "What are you going to do?" Serafina finally couldn't hold back, speaking with forced courage. "If you want me to beg for mercy, just kill me now." Sean didn't turn around. He tore off a piece of warm bread, chewed it vigorously, and took a sip of milk from the pot. The aroma filled the air. This indifference made Serafina feel a long-lost sense of defeat. The sky darkened completely. Sean brushed crumbs from his hand and finally stood up. He walked over to Vaughn, who was wiping his shield. "Vaughn, young master." Vaughn immediately put down his shield and stood straight. "Do you remember that shop?" Sean pointed toward Greystone City. "Go find out more." The little merchant shouting with a whip, the fat boss hiding behind, counting money, and all the shop staff and shareholders. Vaughn's rough face showed no emotion, just a nod. "All alive?" "All alive." Sean paused, then added, "Except those who can't be brought back." "Understood." Vaughn turned and ordered 10 knights. Their horses, wrapped in cloth, moved like ghosts blending into the night, silently heading back toward Greystone City. This scene stunned Isabella nearby. She had already settled Leia, who was asleep, in the carriage. Carefully, she walked behind Sean, twisting her hands nervously, hesitating before speaking. Sean, yes? What are you going to do?" Isabella glanced at the trembling red-haired woman in the cage, then at the fierce-looking knights riding away, and whispered, "You already spent 500 gold coins to buy her. Why do you still want to?" Sean suddenly turned around and smiled. The firelight reflected on his face, making his smile seem meaningful. "Isabella, Aunt, you should know something." Sean raised a finger and waved it in front of Isabella. "I don't like wasting things. 500 gold coins, that's our territory's tax for half a year. I'm not the type to spend money carelessly." Isabella blinked, not understanding. But seeing Sean's dark, serious eyes, she instinctively kept her remaining questions to herself. Night grew deeper. The wind on the wilderness sounded like ghostly cries. Serafina leaned against the iron bars, her eyelids heavy, but she dared not truly fall asleep. She watched the young man by the fire, her mind filled with many thoughts. Who was he? Why did he call that woman with the child aunt? What did he really want to do to her? The young man's profile in the firelight looked especially calm, as if nothing around him mattered, until the sky turned gray. A burst of noisy footsteps broke the silence. Vaughn had returned. Not only him, but he also dragged a long string of rice dumplings. The guards and thugs who usually boasted at the slave market were now all battered and bruised, with cloth stuffed in their mouths and their hands tied behind their backs with cow tendon ropes, like animals ready for slaughter. Leading the group was the young merchant who had waved a whip yesterday. His hand holding the whip was twisted at an odd angle, and his face was covered in blood and mud. At the end of the line was a fat middle-aged man, as big as a pig. He was the owner of the slave shop, desperately twisting his body and making muffled pleas. His expensive silk pajamas were torn by thorns. "Young master." Vaughn approached Sean, his body carrying a strong smell of blood, but his armor was surprisingly clean. "That shop had 26 people. 16 of them resisted and have been dealt with. The remaining 10, the managers, are here. Did you alert the city guard? The patrol captain just collected 50 gold coins from us for the toll, but someone else paid it. Tonight, even if this place blows up, he won't hear a thing. Well done." Sean nodded with satisfaction and patted Vaughn on the shoulder. "Vaughn, you're like a worm in my stomach." He stood up and stretched lazily. "Bring them over." Sean pointed to Serafina's cage. "Make them kneel here, facing the cage." The captives were roughly pushed to the ground by the knights, their knees hitting the broken stones hard, making them wince in pain. 10 people knelt neatly in front of the iron cage. Serafina was stunned. She looked at the merchant who had humiliated her arrogantly yesterday, and at the fat boss who had once stepped on her face and put a collar on her. Now, they knelt before her like helpless dogs. This strong visual shock made her numb heart beat faster twice. Sean said nothing. He reached behind his back and drew a large, dark axe. The axe blade was thick, like a door plank, and in the morning light, it looked very intimidating. The blood groove on it was dark red and dried up. "Isabella," Sean called without turning around. "Huh, get back on the carriage." Sean's voice was soft but firm. "What happens next is not suitable for children." Isabella turned around and quickly got into the carriage, firmly closing the door. In the wilderness, only the wind and the frightened sobs of the captives could be heard. Sean slowly walked to the first captive from behind. It was a thug who had once pressed Serafina's head and forced her to kneel on the stage. Don't. The thug's rag was torn off his mouth, and he was about to beg for mercy. Bang! Without any unnecessary words, Sean swung the axe in one smooth motion without raising it high. A head rolled to the edge of the cage and stopped in front of a pair of worn shoes. The eyes in the head were still wide with fear. Blood splattered on the bars of the cage, hot and red. Serafina's pupils shrank suddenly, and she stepped back, but her eyes seemed magnetized, fixed on the head. He was dead. It was as simple as killing a chicken. Sean didn't even look at the body and walked to the second captive. "If you dare to sell people, you should be prepared to be slaughtered." Bang! The second head fell. The captive didn't even have time to make a sound before collapsing to the ground. Sean's movements were slow, almost careless. He is like a gardener trimming dead branches, each cut precise and accurate. The third cut, the fourth cut, blood stained the grass, flowing with the terrain and slowly soaking the bottom of the cage. Serafina smelled the strong, foul smell of blood. Normally, she should have felt disgusted and scared, but now a strange thrill rose inside her. Her breathing became faster, and her pale cheeks flushed with an unusual redness. Kill them all," she shouted silently in her mind, and for the first time, her cold, beautiful eyes shone with light. Finally, Sean approached behind the vendor. The vendor had already wet himself, with a large damp patch in his pants, trembling all over like a leaf. He wanted to look back at Sean, but only saw a tall shadow blocking the rising sun. This hand, Sean gently tapped the vendor's broken right hand with the axe handle. "Did you touch her face yesterday? I was wrong. Please, forgive me. I only did it because of..." "Checking the goods?" Sean smiled. "Now, I'm also checking the goods." A flash of cold light. The vendor's voice suddenly stopped. His head was cut off, hitting the cage with a sharp sound, then falling to the ground. His mouth still looked like he was begging for mercy. In the end, only the fat boss remained. He was completely broken now. Looking at the headless bodies on the ground, he knew begging wouldn't help. But he was a businessman. Even in his last moments, he would try to bargain. When the blood-stained axe was raised behind him, he spat out the rag in his mouth and shouted desperately, "Don't kill me." The axe paused in midair. It was less than 3 inches from his neck, and the cold air made him shiver. Seeing the attacker stop, the fat boss seemed to grasp a lifeline. Gasping quickly, his words rushing out like machine gun fire. "Sir, I know you like this. You enjoy that kind of thing." He signaled toward the carriage with his eyes, then looked at Serafina in the cage, offering a smile that was even more pitiful than crying. "Just let me go. I'll give you all my secret top-quality goods. They're all fallen noble women from different places, and some are wives of knights sent here to pay debts. They're all clean, and it was completely free to develop, even better than this. Even more refined. There are 12 in total. No, 15. As long as you agree, I will deliver them all to you. I have money. I have 3,000 gold coins saved up. All for you." The fat boss looked at Sean with hope. He thought he had made the right gamble. This young nobleman, bringing along a middle-aged woman, and spending a huge amount to buy this broken countess, clearly had a strong taste for the unusual. As long as he played along, he believed his life could be saved. Sean looked down at the fat man. That huge axe was hanging in the air, unmoving. The smile on the fat boss's face grew wider, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. "Are you done talking?" Sean suddenly spoke. "Why, yes, I'm done. Sir, about this deal." "It sounds very tempting." Sean nodded, showing approval on his handsome face. Really, I'm interested. The fat boss was overjoyed. But in the next second, he saw the young man's eyes change. It was not greed, but a look of pity, as if he was looking at a fool. But, boss, Sean sighed. Maybe you've misunderstood something? What? What? Just kill you, Sean said, his arm muscles bulging as the huge axe sliced through the air, forming a black crescent. Wouldn't I still be the one in charge? With a loud crack, the axe struck down hard, splitting the fat boss's bulky body from shoulder to waist, before he could even scream. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over Sean. He shook off the blood from the axe blade, then took a heavy set of keys from the still-twitching corpse of the fat boss, and also grabbed a bag of 500 coins that hadn't even cooled down. See, this is what I call a zero-cost purchase. Sean tossed the money bag in his hand, then turned to look at the cage. Serafina was kneeling inside. She looked at the corpses on the ground, then up at Sean, who was covered in blood, trembling violently. Ding! Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the rescue target. Character, Serafina Valerius, rescue progress. 5% 35%. Sean grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Then he walked to the cage door and inserted the key into the lock. Click. The lock clicked open. Sean didn't reach out to pull her. He simply stood at the doorway. Miss Serafina, would you mind if I remove the collar around your neck? Sean stood before the open iron cage, still holding the huge axe that he hadn't yet cleaned, looking like a butcher asking a customer if the meat was cut well enough. Serafina remained kneeling, her once proud red eyes now unfocused. She looked at the blood-covered young man before her, her mind in complete chaos. He had spent 500 gold coins to buy her, then slaughtered everyone as if it were nothing. And now he was asking if he could help remove her collar? What exactly are you trying to do? Serafina's voice was hoarse. She tried to stand, but the weakness caused by long-term drug use forced her to lean against the iron bars. If you're trying to play the hero saving a fallen noblewoman, don't bother. Sean ignored her sarcasm and stared at the black and gold metal ring. That thing looks annoying. It blocks your magic flow, doesn't it? This is an improved version of a magic-suppressing shackle made by the vice president of the Imperial Alchemy Association, my dear younger brother. A flash of bitterness crossed Serafina's eyes as she spoke. It's bound directly to my soul mark. Unless you know the exact spell, breaking it by force would destroy my neck along with it. And besides, she gave a cold laugh, tucking her red hair behind her ear to reveal the harsh metal clasp. Even if you unlock the physical part, without reciting the stabilizing spell, the sudden surge of magic would cripple me instantly. Do you really think you'd know the secret words that only my brother knows? Doesn't hurt to try, Sean said with a shrug, planting the axe into the soft ground. Of course, he knew. In his previous life, when he played the game, he had spent hours scrolling through dozens of pages of online guides. Some players had even written long posts complaining about how ridiculous the developers were, adding a strange and embarrassing voice command just to unlock a collar. Ready? Sean cleared his throat. Serafina looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Are you seriously going to waste time on this here? Although I don't know who you are, killing so many people, the guards of Greystone City. When that title came out of Sean's mouth, the air suddenly became quiet. Vaughn, who was nearby stacking the bodies into a pile, trembled and almost dropped a head at his feet. He turned his stiff neck, eyes wide with shock. A creak came from the carriage. Isabella pushed open the window. She had been covering Layla's ears to block her from hearing the screams outside. Now, her delicate face was full of surprise. Her mouth slightly open, she looked at Sean's back and then at the red-haired woman in the cage. Click! A clear, crisp sound of a spring firing broke the strange silence. Serafina felt her neck loosen. The black gold collar that had tightly choked her suddenly had a gap. Then, a warm flow of magic surged up her spine to her head. It was magic power, the source of magic that had been sealed and dried up for a whole month. Ah! Serafina let out an uncontrollable low moan. Because of the sudden surge of magic, she leaned back, her pale skin turning a strange, fiery red. But it wasn't over. The collar didn't fall off completely. It was still around her neck, just the indicator light changed from red to yellow, standby mode. The mark that went deep into her soul still coiled like a poisonous snake on her magic circuit. Not fully unlocked, Sean stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems the planner wasn't lying. This is just the first stage of the unlocking command. To fully remove it, higher-level alchemy is needed. Serafina gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling. She didn't hear Sean mumbling about plans or schemes. Her mind was only echoing those two words. This man, who was more than 10 years younger than her, called her. The scariest part was, this was truly the spell to unlock the collar. That damn brother. What kind of cursed rules did he write in that damn alchemy circle? You. Serafina pointed at Sean, her finger trembling like she's playing the piano. What did you just call me? Just a spell, Sean said innocently. Isn't that what you said? Specific secret codes. I think this design is quite user-friendly. User-friendly? Nonsense. Serafina felt her well-trained noble heart almost explode. As a famous teacher at the Imperial Academy, she had heard people call her the female demon, and even took pride in it. But being called that, in this kind of situation? It seems the effect is good, Sean said, looking at the fire elements starting to swirl around Serafina. He nodded with satisfaction. Although the collar is still there, at least you can use magic now. Of course, this is temporary, based on my experience. Well, according to ancient texts, each call can keep the magic flowing for about 12 hours, Serafina thought. So, if she wanted to stay strong in battle, this man would have to call her twice a day? Now, there are two options in front of you. Sean raised two fingers, his blood-stained gloves shining in the morning light. First, since the door lock is open, you can leave. With your current magic recovery, you should be able to take care of yourself, but you saw how this collar works. Next time your magic gets blocked, you'll need a volunteer willing to shout those two words at you. Serafina's face instantly darkened. Second, Sean pointed at himself. I just finished dealing with a group of scoundrels. As you can see, I may be rough, but I respect my teachers and traditions. Right now, I need a skilled teacher to guide my practice. You stay here and be my tutor. As payment, I will regularly help you. Well, maintain this collar until we find a way to remove it completely. Serafina stared into Sean's eyes. There was no disgusting lust in those black eyes, only absolute rationality and some kind of anticipation she couldn't understand. This was too absurd. But she looked around. There were bodies everywhere, and the cage door was already open. If she chose the first option, walking out like this, she would either be captured again or have to find someone constantly shouting spells. That would be too humiliating. More importantly, she wanted revenge. That brother who betrayed her, that family that sold her like livestock. She needed strength, time, and a hiding place. The young man in front of her, although ruthless and speaking few proper words, had indeed given her the choice. Clothes, Serafina said coldly. What? Give me a clean set of clothes. And I don't eat hard bread. I also want to drink the milk from your pot. Serafina lifted her chin, her innate arrogance still present. Since you hired me as a teacher, this is the basic treatment. Also, from now on, don't recite that spell in front of others. Sean grinned, showing a row of white teeth, bright enough to dazzle. Ding. Rescue target. Serafina Valerius, rescue progress. 5% 50%. Deal. Sean handed his milk jug to Serafina, snapped his fingers, and said, Vaughn, stop spacing out there. Clear the carriage behind. Prepare hot water and breakfast for teacher Serafina. And Isabella, please bring some new clothes that haven't been worn. Yes, young master. Vaughn snapped out of his daze, glanced at his young master, then at the red-haired woman trying to stand, and silently swallowed the thought. Does the young master have some special hobby? What's this milk? It has strength, Serafina said after drinking all the milk from the jug. Such pure light element and healing ability. Isabella glared at Sean, shyly closing the carriage window. Then she carried Lyra down from the carriage. She rummaged through her luggage and found a silk long dress she had bought for herself, walking over to the cage. Seeing Serafina's many wounds and the still visible bruises, Isabella's expression softened. Here, Isabella said softly, handing over the clothes. Serafina hesitated for a moment, then took the soft fabric. She looked at Isabella, then at Sean, who was directing the knights to clear the battlefield from a distance. That young man, is he someone you know? Serafina asked suspiciously. I don't know either, Isabella replied softly, then hesitated before adding. But he's a good person. A good person? Serafina watched the figure climbing down from the fat boss's body, trying to take a gold ring. She twitched her mouth in annoyance. These days, has the standard for being a good person really fallen so low? By the way, Vaughn, Sean suddenly stopped what he was doing, pulled out a heavy set of keys from his pocket, and casually threw them in an arc clink. Vaughn caught them steadily. While wiping blood off his axe with the fat boss's expensive silk pajamas, Sean said casually, "Let those ladies go. Give them some travel money. Those who want to go home, go home. Those with nowhere to go, never mind. Just bring them back to the territory and find them work. Aren't we short of weaving girls in our territory?" Vaughn held the warm keys, looked at the corpses on the ground, and then at his young master's calm face. Suddenly, he thought maybe Lady Isabella was right. In this rotten world, his young master, who can calmly kill villains and easily give people a way to survive, might really be the only good person. "Yes, sir," Vaughn said respectfully, straightening his back. His salute this time was more proper than ever. Sean didn't turn around, just waved his hand behind him. "If we're going home, it should be lively," he whispered to himself, gazing into the distance. This feeling of defying fate is 100 times more exciting than clearing any abyss dungeon. What was supposed to be a 1-month journey home was stretched into 2 months. The reason was simple. This seemingly ordinary caravan was filled with too many fallen noble ladies with nowhere to go. 2 specially modified, widened carriages moved slowly along the Imperial Northern Road, like 2 well-fed beetles. Inside, it wasn't as crowded or stinky as expected. Instead, a strange sweet scent, mixed with various powders, filled the air. Sean sat on a soft couch in the middle. If a judge from the Light Church happened to pass by now, they would think it was some kind of decadent heretical sacrifice scene. "Young Master Sean, is this strength appropriate?" A plump woman knelt behind Sean, carefully holding his shoulders with her hands, which should have been used to play the harp. She is the widow of Viscount Green. Her husband died from gambling debts, and she was nearly sold into slavery until a bloodied young man with an axe split the debt collectors in half. "Just right, Aunt Susan. Your cooking is better than the chefs in the capital." Sean squinted, like a lazy cat basking in the sun. "Oh, young master, you're so sweet-talking." Susan smiled, her lively figure swaying in the small space. Meanwhile, a lady in a light blue dress was carefully peeling grapes, removing the seeds, and feeding them to Sean. She is the wife of a fallen baron. Because she couldn't pay the lord's heavy taxes, she volunteered to pawn herself, but was intercepted by Sean halfway. Sean Holden is no longer the butcher who once wielded the black cutter to split people in 2. Here, he is the perfect big brother in the hearts of all unfortunate characters. Obedient, sensible, sweet-talking, and most importantly, he looks very handsome when saving older characters. Vaughn rode his horse outside the carriage window, listening to the laughter inside, his weathered face twitching in frustration. He looked back at the others following behind. This isn't a return to the territory, it's more like moving a women's monastery back home. "Is this what you call practicing?" A cold voice came from the corner of the carriage. Serafina sat cross-legged in the corner, her black gold collar reflecting faint light in the dim. She held a thick magic notebook, her red eyes full of sarcasm as she glanced at Sean, who was enjoying imperial treatment. "Balance work and rest, teacher." Sean swallowed a grape without even lifting his eyelids. "And don't you think this kind of atmosphere is good for healing inner wounds? I only see a group of hormonally driven women and a little brat enjoying this sick obsession." Serafina closed her book, tapping the cover irritably with her fingertips. Since being redeemed outside Greystone City, this former Imperial Academy instructor has been in a state of extreme inner conflict. On one hand, Sean has shown remarkable magical talent. Even the high-level structural theories she casually mentioned, this kid can replicate after just one listen, and even improve upon it by thinking creatively. Although most of those improvements were made to kill more secretly or to torture more efficiently. On the other hand, this person's habits are simply shocking. "We're here," Vaughn's voice sounded outside, interrupting Serafina's inner thoughts. The carriage suddenly jerked to a stop. Ahead was a mountain pass, usually a good place for bandits or local minor nobles to set up tolls. A few men in mismatched leather armor, holding spears, blocked the road. The leader was a one-eyed man wielding a large sword, probably a branch of the Blackwind clan or a mercenary hired by a poor baron. Who knew? "Why did we stop?" Aunt Susan nervously grabbed Sean's sleeve. The atmosphere inside the carriage instantly tensed, and a few timid ladies started trembling. "Don't be afraid." Sean gently patted Susan's hand, his face soft and reassuring, like calming a frightened deer. "I'll go talk to them." He lifted the curtain. The sunlight was a bit blinding. Sean jumped down from the carriage, straightened his slightly messy collar, and took the still-oiled black giant axe from Vaughn. "Wait here. Don't let the smell of blood scare the ladies." Sean carried the axe, humming an unknown tune, and walked over. Serafina looked outside through the gap in the curtain. She saw Sean approaching the one-eyed man and apparently saying a few words. The one-eyed man grinned wildly and reached out to push Sean. Next moment, a black arc of light appeared like a sudden lightning bolt. No nonsense, no talk of 30 years east, 30 years west. The sound of the axe cutting into flesh was dull and quick. The one-eyed man was still laughing wildly above, but his lower body had already knelt on the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing all over Sean. The surrounding henchmen froze in shock. Then came the second axe, the third. This was not a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. Sean didn't even use a hint of fighting spirit, relying solely on the sharpness of that strange axe and his own incredible strength, chopping through the attackers like cutting vegetables. After 3 minutes, Sean wiped some meat off his shoe soles with a handkerchief from his pocket, then turned around, wiped his face, and walked back to the carriage. Before getting in the car, he carefully took off his coat and handed it to Vaughn. "Is it settled?" Aunt Susan peeked out and asked with concern. "They didn't give you a hard time, did they?" "No, they were very reasonable," Sean said with a bright smile, his white teeth shining in the sunlight. The leader said he suddenly remembered his wife at home and the sick subordinate. So he and his brothers hurried back home. Serafina looked at the soldiers outside the window, who were struggling to stand, and her mouth twitched slightly. But seeing the admiring and reassuring looks from the ladies around, she finally kept quiet. This world is inherently sick. Maybe only these crazy people can protect these poor souls. The convoy continued moving forward. As they got closer to the Holden family's territory, the relaxed atmosphere started to change subtly. The farmland by the roadside became deserted. Usually, farmers would be busy harvesting summer crops at this time, but now they were scattered along the field edges, looking worried. Passing through a few villages, most of what they saw were closed doors and children looking pale and thin. "Something is wrong." Vaughn drove the horse closer to the window and lowered his voice. "Young master, we've only been gone 5 months. How did the territory become so lifeless?" Sean lifted the curtain and looked at the villagers walking with their heads down. "It seems something is going on." Sean rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "It looks like there's a problem," he said. "My poor old dad is still at the border, eating sand. The only one who can make decisions at home is Catherine. With her personality, even if she sold all her jewelry, she wouldn't let the villagers starve like this." "Speed up." Sean lowered the curtain, and the last trace of laziness in his voice disappeared. "I want to see who dares to mess with my land." An hour later, the familiar outline of the old castle appeared in sight. The gates of the Holden Count's estate were wide open. There was no grand welcome ceremony as expected, only the old butler Alfred standing with a few servants at the steps. The old butler seemed more stooped than 5 months ago, and his once neat tailcoat was now a little dusty. Next to Alfred stood a slender figure, Catherine. Today, she wore a light gold long dress, and her hair was neatly styled. It was the most proper outfit Sean remembered her wearing. Although her face was smiling, her eyes showed dark circles, and her figure looked thin. When the carriage arrived, Catherine's eyes lit up. "Sean." She even forgot her noble manners and quickly stepped forward, lifting her skirt. The carriage stopped steadily. Vaughn got out and politely opened the door. Catherine happily went to meet him, opening her arms. But the first thing to come out was not Sean's hand. It was a foot wearing a silk-embroidered shoe. Next, Aunt Susan's full figure squeezed out of the carriage. She held Vaughn's hand, gracefully stepped down, then turned to the carriage and playfully said, "Young master, slow down, don't bump your head." Catherine's smile froze. Then came the second and third women. Elegant women of different styles, some plump, some slim. Each looked more mature than Catherine, and their gazes at Sean were sharp and intense. Finally, there was Serafina, dressed in a black robe, with a cold and proud aura, and Isabella, holding a child, looking gentle and loving. Their appearances made the whole scene more lively. Catherine's hand, raised in midair, awkwardly froze. She looked at this group of people. Her mind went blank. Sean finally jumped out of the carriage, stretched lazily, ready to give the long-missed Catherine a big hug. "Catherine, Aunt, I'm back." Before he finished speaking, he clearly saw Catherine's previously pale and tired face turn dark visibly. "Sean, ho, L.D." Catherine squeezed out these words through her teeth. Her normally weak voice now carried a coldness that even made the old butler tremble. "Is this what you call doing business?" She pointed at the group of women adjusting their skirts and chatting happily. Sean froze in place, his smile slowly stiffening. Sean's outstretched hand froze in midair, awkwardly unable to reach or hold. He looked at Catherine's pretty face, which was turning from white to blue and then black, and helplessly glanced back at the busy carriage. Aunt Susan seemed completely unfazed. Her charming eyes flicked around Catherine's face. She walked over to Sean with a graceful sway and naturally linked her arm with his. "Young master, is this the countess you often mention? She's truly a beautiful lady I admire." Susan chuckled, leaning her weight on Sean's shoulder. Catherine's breathing grew rapid, her chest rising and falling sharply. "These are all aunties." Sean finally found his voice. He hurriedly pulled away from Susan and took a step forward. "Aunt Catherine, listen to me. The situation in Greystone City is more complicated than you think. These women are victims. If I didn't bring them back, they would be killed in that dirty place." Catherine sneered coldly, her eyes sweeping over the women. Some looked mature and charming, others cold and proud, and some appeared to be proper ladies. But the most important thing was, none of them looked at Sean with innocence. "So you just brought all of them back?" Catherine bit her silver teeth, raising her voice slightly. "This is really just business, though it's currently a loss." Sean pointed to the convoy behind him. "Among them are a former Imperial magic instructor, a widow of a viscount skilled in land management, and a holy healer. I paid 500 gold coins to buy a human trafficker's head, and also brought back 3,000 gold coins in operational funds." Old butler Alfred stood nearby, watching silently, secretly amazed. It's been 5 months since the young master left, and he's really achieved something extraordinary. "Is this the Lady Catherine?" Isabella approached, holding Layla. Her pure face carried a hint of apology as she softly spoke. "Young Master Sean is truly a kind-hearted person. Without him, Layla and I might have already perished in the wilderness." Serafina snorted from behind, mocking. "It seems your manners really need some fixing." Catherine took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to stay calm. She saw that these women were not easy to deal with, especially the red-haired mage. The sense of pressure from her every gesture made Catherine, an ordinary woman with no magical talent, feel nervous. In the past 5 months, Catherine sold all her jewelry to protect the Holden family's land. She slept less than 3 hours each night, hoping Sean would return to support her. But when he finally came back, he brought a lot of wealth, more than enough to circle the entire territory with luxury and beauty. "Let's go inside first," Catherine said, trying to keep her composure. She turned to the old butler and ordered, "Alfred, arrange accommodations for these guests." "Yes, madam," the butler replied respectfully. Sean touched his nose nervously and followed Catherine, feeling guilty. He could sense many sharp eyes staring at him from behind. When they entered the grand hall of the Earl's mansion, the usual luxury was gone. The paintings on the walls had been taken down, the expensive carpets looked worn, and even the silver lamps in the corners were missing. Sean's eyes turned cold instantly. "Aunt Catherine, has someone broken into the house?" She turned her head, her voice full of exhaustion. "While you were away, Marquis Cliff cut off our salt and grain routes. The local viscounts still pretend to listen to me, but secretly they've been withholding taxes. I don't want to use the family's money, so I had to sell some things to pay the workers on the estate." Sean felt a sharp pain in his heart. He remembered from a game in his previous life that Catherine was pushed into despair and humiliation because of this helplessness, slowly driven into a corner by that greedy Marquis. "That fat guy still isn't giving up," Sean said calmly. But Vaughn behind him knew this was a sign that the young master was about to lose his temper. Not just that, the old butler sighed and quietly added. The Marquis's office announced that young Master Sean spent a lot of money in Greystone City buying female slaves for his entertainment. This upset many barons in the territory, who increased taxes on the people, probably on the Marquis's orders. The Marquis also imposed high road taxes on our merchants, refused to return runaway slaves, and ordered border knights to cause trouble at the edge of our territory. Now, the local gentry, merchants, and common people are suffering greatly. Sean said nothing. Catherine hesitated for a moment, but didn't push him away. His reach is really long. He's even meddling in our territory. Sean looked around the empty hall. Since the Marquis thinks our Holden family is easy to bully, I will make him understand that asking for help is easy, but sending it away is hard. He turned to the women standing at the door and raised his voice. Aunt Susan, haven't you always complained about Lord Green's troublesome debts? Starting tomorrow, the territory's accounts will be in your hands. Isabella, the starving farmers in the territory need some miracle to calm the people. You're best at that. As for teacher Serafina, the red-haired mage raised an eyebrow. What? Sean smiled. Starting tomorrow, you can really start training me. Serafina's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, it's education. I want to become a real mage. Catherine, Sean whispered. Don't worry. Sean lowered his head and softly said in Catherine's ear, I brought these ladies here to work for you. From today, you don't need to sell jewelry anymore. Just sit in this seat. Catherine's face suddenly turned red, but she couldn't help but add, what about the woman holding the child? When she called you young master, her tone, is this kind of business proper? Sean hesitated briefly, but then said seriously, that is very proper. She has abilities you can't imagine. Humph. Catherine shook off his arm and turned to go upstairs. I'm going to tidy up your room. Also, besides the red-haired mage and the woman with the child, no one else is allowed to stay in the main house. Looking at Catherine's slightly disheveled back, Sean took a deep breath. Understood, Aunt Catherine. Sean smiled and looked out at the gray land outside the window. Vaughn, he called without turning around. Yes, young master. Get the knights in the territory moving. Let's visit those Viscount's lands and collect the 5 months overdue interest. Yes, sir, night fell. The lights at Count Holden's estate, which had been dark for several months, were turned on for the first time. She spoke softly, leaning forward slightly. Young Master Sean, if my child could be as capable as you, I would be content even in death. After staying there for a while, I felt hopeless about the future. It was you who pulled me out. Can you call me by my name? Sean's tone was calm. Susan, there are many things to handle in the territory. We need to work together over a long time. Don't always think about the last time. Hearing this, Susan's body trembled slightly. She let out a playful sound and then took out 2 small, delicate porcelain bottles from her bosom, waving them in front of Sean. I've been watching on this journey, and I noticed you're not interested in those plain dried foods. Luckily, I found some good things at the roadside market. Susan's voice was playful, like a little girl hiding a secret. A jar of peanut butter, a jar of strawberry jam. Sean raised an eyebrow. Eating snacks here, Susan chuckled softly, skillfully opening the bottle caps. A rich, sweet aroma spread out. Of course, we're having a late-night snack. The sky was just beginning to turn gray. Sean was in a half-dream, half-wake state when suddenly, the door was slammed open by a powerful wave of magic. Bang! The heavy wooden door hit the wall with a loud, grating sound. Serafina, dressed in a tight-fitting black high-collared robe, held a thick sheepskin book in her hand. She stood at the door, her planned scolding caught in her throat. As Susan hurried out, she just happened to pass by Serafina. It seems your bad habits are worse than I thought, young master of the Holden family. Serafina closed the door behind her. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes full of disdain. In such a neglected territory, instead of thinking about how to improve your strength to face the coming assassinations, you indulge in such low-level hobbies. And, in such a ridiculous way, Sean sat up calmly. He didn't feel embarrassed, but spoke slowly. Serafina, you seem to have arrived an hour earlier than scheduled. For someone who is only 18 and not yet a mage, every second wasted is a blasphemy against magic. Serafina turned around, her voice cold and firm. Wash off that disgusting sweet smell on you. In 5 minutes, you'll be in the underground training room. But before that, you need to call me and lift the restrictions. Sean rubbed his eyes. All right, I appreciate your effort. 5 minutes later. The air in the underground training room is cool. The walls are embedded with glow stones that stabilize magic energy. Serafina stands in the center of the magic circle, holding a clear crystal ball. She looks at Sean entering and says coldly, "Before I teach you any magic spells, I need to test your element affinity. I didn't expect your warehouse to have this kind of thing. Although I don't have high hopes for a spoiled brat like you, I can't skip the basic process. Put your hand on it, close your eyes, and feel the power flowing in your blood." Sean follows her instructions, placing his palm on the cold crystal ball. He isn't worried because he knows his body has already changed after 2 months of Isabella's healing source treatment. Suddenly, a nearly blinding pure white light bursts from inside the crystal ball. The light has no impurities, dense as if it were tangible, instantly illuminating the dark training room as bright as daytime. Serafina's leather-bound book drops to the ground. Her usually proud and cold face completely collapses. Her eyes stare fixedly at the scale lines appearing on the crystal ball, and her voice sharp with shock, close to full value of light element affinity. This is impossible. Such a body type. Even the crazy people in the church wouldn't produce one in hundreds of years. She quickly steps forward, grabbing Sean's wrist. Magic flows from her fingertips into his meridians, and her expression becomes even stranger. Your body has been cleansed by some extremely advanced holy light power. Every cell is filled with affinity. Why are you still not an apprentice mage? In Serafina's view, this is a terrible waste, like a beggar guarding a treasure trove. Sean pulls back his hand and says calmly, "Maybe because I haven't met a good teacher before." Of course, he wouldn't tell her that it's because he ate a lot of Isabella's specialties. "Stop with the slick talk." Serafina suppresses her inner excitement, a flicker of crazy curiosity flashing in her eyes. For a magic researcher, such a perfect test subject. No, student, is truly a gift from heaven. She pulled a dusty basic textbook from the bookshelf and handed it to Sean. This is basic material construction. It contains the most basic light-based spell formulas. First lesson, copper generation. Light elements, when vibrated at specific frequencies, can mimic the arrangement of metals. Although it only creates temporary material, it's the best way to test control. Carefully study the magic structure in the book. Don't try to change it randomly, or the magic backlash could harm your hand. Sean opened the book, and the complex geometric shapes quickly unraveled in his eyes. Under the influence of magical formula creation, the originally stiff and bulky copper generation spell automatically reorganized in his mind. It felt like watching a program full of redundant code, and he couldn't help but want to optimize it. "What are you doing? Say the spell with me." Serafina sensed something was wrong with Sean's aura. Sean ignored her. He extended his hand and recited a strange, rhythmic set of syllables that didn't follow the textbook logic at all. The light elements in the air suddenly surged, and in Serafina's frightened eyes, these light points collapsed and solidified quickly. Clang. A clear metallic sound. A perfectly shaped, sharp-edged square copper block appeared in Sean's palm. It wasn't a semi-transparent magic product, but a real-looking piece of red copper, identical in weight, texture, and reflectiveness. "Did you modify the spell?" Serafina felt her worldview collapsing. The original spell was too wasteful of magic. "I made some adjustments at the third node to make the molecules more tightly packed," Sean said, weighing the copper block and casually tossing it aside. "It feels quite simple." "Simple?" Serafina trembled with anger. "That's a formula studied for hundreds of years. Altering a magic formula without permission is disrespectful and dangerous. Do you know that if you had used the wrong frequency just now, the walls could have been blown apart? But it worked, didn't it?" Sean looked directly into her eyes. "Teacher, I want to try creating my own spell formula," Serafina sneered. "Creating your own? Sean, do you think magic is just playing with mud like children? Even I need months of calculations to improve a second-level spell. Since you're so confident, let's skip these boring basics." She casually drew a complex set of crimson runes in the air. The reason why magic books only teach copper generation is because copper's elemental structure is the most stable. Iron's arrangement is very chaotic and heavy. Current light element textbooks don't include spells for creating iron because it doesn't fit the physical logic of light elements. If you can conjure a piece of iron out of thin air, I will admit you're a genius. Sean closed his eyes. In his mind, the whole world turned into a matrix made of countless light points. The structure of iron quickly formed under the simulation of the spell. He extended his hand, fingers slightly spread. "Generate iron." His voice was soft but carried a commanding tone, like a spell. The surrounding light elements seemed to receive some divine command, rushing wildly into his palm. The pure white light suddenly and strangely turned into a deep, dark black, as if the light had undergone a transformation under extreme compression. A dark, cold iron ingot appeared out of nowhere, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Serafina fell completely silent. This was not magic. She looked up at Sean, and for the first time, her usually proud and scrutinizing eyes reflected a kind of passionate glow. "Sean, what kind of monster are you? This violates the law of conservation of light," Serafina said hoarsely. She no longer looked at the iron ingot, but turned to face Sean. "Light elements have no mass and cannot be transformed into heavy metals. That's a fundamental rule in magic. Rules are meant to be broken, Professor Serafina," Sean said, playing with the iron ingot. He felt its weight and grip, secretly feeling pleased. This magical construction technique is basically a level T0 cheat. Its essence is not just simple imitation, but reconstructing reality from the ground up. If magic is like code, ordinary mages can only run pre-written programs, but he can directly modify the source code. Stay low, Sean casually tossed the iron ingot back onto the table with a thud. "This is why I started practicing magic so late," she said. "Geniuses always need some time to settle in, right?" he replied. Serafina twitched her lips, wanting to smash the thick book in her hands onto the face of this cheeky guy who was taking advantage and acting innocent. But her reason told her that in front of this man with strange powers, her dignity as a teacher was already at risk. "Since you have mastered material reconstruction, let's skip the beginner shaping," she said, taking a deep breath to regain her teaching attitude. She pushed up her glasses, trying to regain control of the situation. But magic control is more than just tricks. Your magic energy is so limited that you can't even cast a fireball. What's the use of just knowing the theory? The next few hours were a boring but tense lesson. Serafina seemed to want to punish Sean for the earlier surprise, speaking very quickly and choosing difficult topics like ancient magic history and magic circuit theories. She hoped to see Sean show confusion or struggle to keep up, but she was disappointed. Sean, who knew how to create illusions, automatically visualized clear 3D models in his mind when understanding these theories. What seemed like complex magic circuits to others were just simple geometric lines in his eyes. Finally, the bell signaling noon sounded faintly through the thick stone walls, ending this one-sided lesson. Sean stretched lazily, his joints cracking loudly. Though he felt mentally energized, his body was tired. Using magic for material reconstruction for the first time was quite demanding on his still-developing body. "Class dismissed," Serafina said coldly, closing her book. "See you tomorrow." They walked out of the cold underground room one after the other. As the heavy wooden door was pushed open, blinding sunlight poured in. Sean instinctively squinted, still not used to the light, and at the end of the corridor, he saw a familiar figure. Catherine was wearing a light blue house dress, her hands crossed over her stomach, standing there for who knows how long. Seeing Sean come out, her tense shoulders visibly relaxed, but then her gaze shifted like a thief's, locking onto Serafina behind Sean. A young man and a young woman, in a secret underground room, for several hours. These few words together could easily inspire Catherine to write 10,000 words of inappropriate content. "Sean," Catherine quickly stepped forward, subtly squeezed between the two, wrapping her arm around Sean's, and said with a hint of blame, "Why have you been downstairs for so long? The basement is damp, not good for your health." Her gaze then shifted to Serafina, showing a protective and cautious attitude. Serafina, being very clever, immediately saw through Catherine's little scheme. She sneered disdainfully, adjusted her robe's collar, and in a tone that was both sarcastic and aristocratic, said, "Yes, it is damp. Madame's concern is understandable, especially since young Master Sean's current condition can't handle too much." Intense training. Catherine's face instantly flushed red. She wanted to argue but didn't know what to say, so she could only glare angrily. Sean felt a bit overwhelmed. These two women were putting on a show, and it seemed like it would be hard to have a peaceful day. He quickly tried to smooth things over, patting Catherine's hand gently. "All right, Aunt Catherine, we're just practicing basic magic. I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" Catherine's expression softened visibly. Proudly lifting her chin, she grabbed Sean's hand and headed toward the dining hall, ignoring the teacher behind her. I've prepared everything you like, Isabella. My younger sister also helped make some soup. It's not fancy, but it's fresh. The dining table was filled with a hearty lunch. Although the territory's finances were tight, Catherine had never skimped on food for Sean. There were golden roasted lamb chops, tender beef tail soup, and a few delicate cold dishes. During the meal, Catherine kept piling food onto Sean's plate, making it look like a small mountain. Serafina sat at the very end of the long table, maintaining her elegant but somewhat out-of-place demeanor. She cut her steak in small bites, occasionally glancing around with a faint, amused smile. After lunch, Sean didn't get much rest. Knight Vaughn, dressed in muddy leather armor, hurried into the study. Vaughn took off his helmet, revealing a head of gray, messy hair. He picked up the cool water jug on the table and took a big sip. Most of the knights in our territory are farmers. Right now is the end of the wheat harvest. I've been running around and only managed to notify half of them. Everyone asks if they can wait until the wheat is stored before reporting. After all, these days, food is more precious than life. Sean tapped his fingers on the table and thought for a moment. This was very realistic. With the Holden family's current finances, they couldn't afford a full-time professional army. The so-called knightly order lived in their own lands and managed their own finances. No need to rush. Give them 3 days, Sean said. Tell them that those who report on time will each receive 2 silver coins as a settlement bonus. If they can't finish harvesting, the Lord's estate will pay to hire help. Really? Vaughn's eyes lit up. Money makes things easier. Once they hear about silver coins, even rabbits would come crawling. After sending Vaughn away, Sean rubbed his temples and got up to go to the guest room in the backyard. There, Isabella and Lila lived. Before entering, he heard the sound of children learning to speak inside. He pushed open the door, and sunlight streamed through the window onto the wooden floor. Isabella was dressed in a loose cotton dress, kneeling on the carpet, holding a small rattle, teasing Lila. The scene was so pure that no one dared to speak loudly. Seeing Sean come in, Isabella hurriedly stood up, her face showing her usual shyness. Young Master Sean, you're here. Are you comfortable here? Tian Wenjing, Sean said as he approached, reaching out to play with Lila's chubby cheek. The little girl was not afraid. Instead, she reached out her plump hand and grabbed Sean's finger, giggling happily. Isabella, Tian Wenjing, she thought she had heard wrong. This place is much better. It's way better than when we were hiding in the north. Isabella lowered her head, speaking softly. And Lady Catherine is really kind. She pointed to a pile of things in the corner. Delicate little clothes, and even some new toys. These were sent by the lady, Isabella said gratefully, her eyes shining. She said children are innocent and shouldn't suffer. She even specifically reminded the kitchen to send me 2 servings of nourishing soup every day. When I mentioned these words, Isabella's cheeks suddenly turned red, reaching her ears. She instinctively looked at herself. Sean felt a warm feeling inside. Catherine, although she was hostile and uncomfortable toward these mysterious women, showed pure kindness when it came to Sean. That is why he must change Catherine's fate. Someone so gentle shouldn't be swallowed by that damn game plot. Rest assured, you will stay safe, Sean softly said, his gaze falling on Isabella's eyes, which contained the source of healing power. Your safety and Layla's future are my responsibility. Isabella stared at Sean blankly, then nodded heavily. After leaving the guest room, Sean didn't go back to his bedroom to sleep. Instead, he went straight to the study and locked the door. The current situation seemed peaceful, but danger lurked beneath the surface. Marquis Cliff's suppression was still ongoing. The viscounts within the territory were restless, and there was a hidden undead disaster in the shadows. All fears stemmed from a lack of strength. He sat cross-legged on a thick carpet, closed his eyes, and began to practice the family's inherited, radiant breathing technique. In the past, Sean couldn't gather much magic power even after practicing this basic breathing method all night. But now, everything was different. After 2 months of special nourishment from Isabella, his body had been transformed into a rare holy body of the light child. Light elements floated in the air, eager to enter his pores. There was no need to deliberately capture them. The golden light particles happily flowed through his meridians, forming a warm current that finally settled into his dantian, the energy sea in his abdomen. This feeling was wonderful. Time passed second by second. When the moon outside the window climbed to the treetops, Sean slowly opened his eyes. A faint golden glow flickered in the depths of his pupils. This accumulation speed is simply unreasonable. Sean felt the power filling his body. Although he hadn't yet reached the standard of a novice mage, he was already several times stronger than yesterday's rookie, who could only cast a flash spell. Since the blue bar was filled, it was time to test that bold guess. He stood up, walked to the desk, and turned up the oil lamp to make it brighter. Magic fabrication, activate, Sean whispered softly. The world in his view instantly changed. The solid desk, teacup, and walls all dissolved into countless moving lines and points of light. He extended his right hand, palm facing up. In his mind, a familiar schematic appeared, one he knew well before crossing over. He had seen many models of guns firing mechanisms in a first-person shooter game, and he was very experienced in building 3D models of guns to scale. He could picture every internal part and its dimensions perfectly, even with his eyes closed. This time, he didn't want to make simple metal blocks. Light element reorganization. Set density to high carbon steel. Enhance heat resistance. A fine sweat appeared on Sean's forehead. This design was many times more complex than just a piece of iron. He needed to build a hollow, tube-shaped object with rifling inside, made of a material that could withstand the high pressure from gunpowder explosions. This was the critical point where pure magic was transforming into matter. Give me. Condense, Sean shouted softly, and his magic surged like a floodgate opening, draining most of his energy instantly. The feeling of being emptied out made his vision go dark, almost causing him to fall. But he clenched his teeth and stared fixedly at the glowing orb in his hand. The light suddenly contracted, and the illusory glow began to solidify, changing from pure white to deep, mysterious black. After a few seconds, the light faded away. Clang! A black tube about 10 centimeters long, shining with a cold metallic luster, dropped onto the table, rolled twice, and stopped beside the pen holder. Sean gasped for breath, clutching the edge of the desk to steady himself. His trembling hand reached for the tube. Cold, heavy. He could feel the spiral rifling inside through his fingers, so precise it looked like a piece of art crafted by industrial machinery. Unbelievable. It really works. Sean looked at the gun barrel in his hand, grinning wildly, like a madman. Although it was just a barrel, and making it had drained most of his current magic power, it meant he had completely opened a new path to his goal. As long as the magic power is enough, he can craft an AK, or even a Barrett. To be more extreme, a tank cannon might also be possible. Currently, my magic level can only create a gun barrel, and that's without making the firing mechanism, magazine, or bullets. Sean calmed down and analyzed the situation in front of him. In this world, where aura and magic shields exist, ordinary medieval firearms have limited power and generally can't threaten knights or mages. To threaten high-level knights or mages, even 21st century firearms are somewhat effective. But that's not enough. For example, using magic crystals as primers? Using silver alloy engraved with explosive runes as bullets? There are many ideas, but reality is harsh. Blue energy, oh blue energy, still too short. Sean sighed with a wry smile, carefully storing the gun barrel in a drawer and locking it. If others saw this, they might think it's some strange failed alchemy product. At that moment, a night owl's cry came from outside the window. Sean walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze was cool, and the lights of the territory were sparse. Faint footsteps sounded outside the door, so light that, without his enhanced hearing from the light element, he wouldn't have heard them. The footsteps paused at the door for 3 seconds, then there was a rustling sound of fabric, as if someone was tidying up. Come in, Sean said without turning around. The door was pushed open slightly, revealing Seraphina's cold and elegant face in the shadows. She wore a loose long robe, but her pale purple eyes held a hint of unspoken restlessness. 12 hours had passed. Now is my rest time, Sean said, turning to lean on the edge of his desk, watching her with interest. Seraphina pursed her lips, but said nothing. The black gold collar around her neck glowed faintly. Without a specific spell to soothe her, this collar would itch her nerves like ants crawling. I was just passing by, she said stubbornly, fingers clutching the doorframe tightly. Oh, passing by, Sean nodded, pretending to blow out the kerosene lamp. Good night, Professor Serafina. Hope tonight's Soul Brand won't make you scream too loudly. Isabella and the kids live next door. You. Serafina's chest rose with anger, and her noble composure instantly broke. She hurried into the room, slammed the door behind her, and glared at Sean with clenched teeth. Don't make me smash your face. Right now? You can't even spark a fire, Sean said, pointing at her trembling hand. You need to show some respect when asking for help. Serafina stared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Sean would have been executed hundreds of times. But the itching and pain inside her grew stronger. Please, help me, she whispered softly. I can't hear you, Sean replied. Please help me. With the collar, Serafina raised her voice slightly, her cheeks red as if they were bleeding. Sean stepped in front of her. Instead of casting a spell immediately, he reached out and gently brushed a strand of her red hair, wrapping it around his finger. I'm happy to help you, he said. Then, he leaned close to her ear and, in a secretive voice only they could hear, mischievously whispered a very embarrassing spell. Serafina. Be good. A gentle wave of energy spread out. Serafina's tense body relaxed instantly, almost kneeling on the ground. Sean casually caught her waist. His hand felt surprisingly soft. You're such a jerk, Serafina panted heavily, tears almost forming at the corners of her eyes. Once she steadied herself, Sean let go and sat back in his chair. All right, you can go back to rest now. Serafina supported herself on the table, glaring at him with frustration. As she turned to leave, her eyes fell on a pile of discarded draft papers on the table. They were filled with strange geometric shapes and complex formulas, calculations for the gun barrel's lining. As a scholar who had studied magical architecture at the Royal Academy for over 10 years, her professional instinct made her pause. What is this? She asked, pointing at one of the spiral diagrams. This kind of magic guidance doesn't follow the laws of element flow. You'll blow yourself up. This is math, not magic, Sean said casually. A new type of smoke pipe design. Does a smoke pipe need such complicated pressure calculations? Serafina sneered, clearly skeptical. She looked at Sean deeply, then at the locked drawer, but said nothing more. This seemingly frivolous and flirtatious young master hides more secrets than she imagined. Tomorrow morning, I want coffee, freshly brewed, she said proudly, lifting her chin as she gave the order, then opened the door and left. Sean watched the door close and smiled. The next morning, at the Count's mansion dining room, the long dining table's main seat was empty. That was the position of the Count far at the frontier. Sean sat in the first seat on the right, with Catherine sitting opposite him. Further down the table were Susan, Isabella, and a displeased Serafina. Lila sat next to Isabella, holding a piece of white bread, her big eyes darting between the adults. Breakfast was simple. Catherine used a silver spoon to stir her porridge, occasionally glancing at Susan. Today, Susan wore a neat, long dress and held a thick ledger. Ahem, Catherine cleared her throat. Mrs. Susan, I want to understand this month's expenses. Deficit, Susan said without looking up, tearing a piece of black bread and soaking it in her porridge. A serious deficit. The grain in the storeroom will only last half a month, and the red wine in the cellar is running low. Also, next month is the quarterly tax day for the Royal Treasury. We need 800 gold coins. 800? Catherine's hand trembled, and her spoon hit the edge of the bowl with a clear sound. How can it be so much? In previous years, wasn't it? Previous years, Count Cliff didn't block the trade routes. Susan turned a page in her ledger calmly. Our caravan was seized at Blackstone Pass, and all the goods were confiscated, claiming smuggling. That was the main source of income for the territory this quarter. The room fell into silence. Catherine's face turned pale. She knew Count Cliff was targeting Sean, but she didn't expect such ruthless measures. And Susan closed the ledger and looked around at everyone present. The expenses for settling these ladies are also a significant cost, especially Miss Serafina, who requested magical materials and alchemical reagents, draining the little savings we had left. Everyone's eyes focused on Serafina. Serafina gracefully tore off a small piece of bread and put it in her mouth. After chewing slowly, she spoke, "Knowledge is priceless. If you want me to teach you how to become a great light magic master, what does that small effort matter?" Susan coldly replied. "The condition is that we must live until then." Seeing the two women almost start fighting, Catherine quickly tried to smooth things over. We could sell the remaining few oil paintings in the house. To whom? Sean suddenly asked. He put down his empty bowl and wiped his mouth with a napkin. The nobles within the territory have already received the Marquis's warning. Anyone who dares to buy the Holden family's items is opposing the Marquis. As for merchants from outside, they can't get in at all. Catherine's eyes reddened, and her silver spoon almost bent in her hand. Then what do we do? Do we really have to? She glanced at Sean but didn't finish her sentence. Do we really have to beg that Marquis? This porridge is too thin, Sean said, not responding to her. Instead, he complained, Layla is growing, and Isabella still needs, to get more nutrition. Hearing her name, Isabella, who had been quietly pretending to be a quail, blushed instantly and instinctively covered her chest. Young master, now is not the time to pick at the food, the old butler Alfred said from the corner with a sigh. The kitchen has done its best. Did I say we have no money? Sean leaned back in his chair and looked around at everyone. The balance in the account book shows 37 gold coins and 5 silver coins. That's our family money, Sean said, standing up and adjusting his wrinkled collar. The money outside hasn't been recovered yet. Catherine was stunned. Outside money. Since Marquis Cliff likes to play the game of blockade, then we'll play along with him, Sean said, walking to the window and looking at the distant smoke rising from the edge of the territory. His eyes grew cold. I remember, the 3 viscounts to the south of the territory used to be dependent on the Holden family, right? They haven't paid any taxes in these years. That's because the Earl isn't here, Catherine hurriedly said. And now they have all pledged allegiance to the Marquis, and they even have private soldiers. How can we? Debt must be repaid, Sean interrupted her. Since they don't pay voluntarily, we'll go and get it ourselves. Are you crazy? Serafina frowned. They are the king's direct vassals. If you move against them, it would be an attack on royal authority, and they can report you directly to the court. Who said we're going to move against them? Sean turned around, showing his usual spoiled smile, but his eyes were serious. We're just here to talk. He looked at Vaughn, who had been waiting silently in the corner. Vaughn, yes, young master. The knight, as tall as a tower, stepped forward, armor clinking. In 3 days, prepare your men. This time we all go. Also, Sean paused. Bring up all the old, moldy olive oil barrels from the cellar and all the empty wine bottles. Huh, Vaughn scratched his head. Young master, those are for starting fires. Just do as I say, Sean waved his hand. Although firecrackers are simple to make, in this era of cold weapons, they are perfect for creating chaos and panic. Susan, you're coming too? Sean pointed at the clever accountant. Bring all the IOUs and contracts. I want to settle everything, principal and interest. Me? Susan pointed to herself, surprised, then smiled charmingly. All right, as long as you can guarantee my safety. I'd love to see those stingy guys bleed a little. And what about me? Catherine stood up, looking a bit helpless. Sean walked over to her. Her worry was genuine, not fake. She truly cared. Aunt Catherine, stay at home. Sean's voice softened. Prepare lunch, with meat. I'll be back to eat. The simple words, I'll be back, felt like a reassurance, calming Catherine's anxious heart strangely. She bit her lip and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll wait for you. Sean turned and strode out of the dining room, his cloak billowing behind him. Wait, Serafina suddenly spoke. Sean stopped. Although I don't know what you're planning. The proud mage turned her face away, her finger drawing faint symbols in the air. A weak but pure magical shield mark appeared on Sean's back. This is a passive magic shield. It can block one attack from a senior knight or mage. Sean reached behind his back and touched the warm mark there, a small smile appearing on his face. Thanks, teacher Serafina. 3 days later, a strange convoy left the Count's estate. There were no bright banners or neat formations. Only a carriage, dozens of lively knights, and Sean sitting on top of the lead carriage, playing with a strange black iron piece. Target, Viscount Blackwood's territory. Sean aimed his homemade revolver at the sun in the sky, as if targeting a falling era. Since this world is unfair, I will teach you what my principles are. 3 days is enough time for many things to happen. For Sean, his full affinity with the light element was enough to turn him from a theoretical keyboard warrior into a real apprentice light mage. His magic power, though just a shallow pool of water, was enough to operate the device in his hand. Inside the carriage, Sean was cleaning a shiny silver revolver. This was not just a simple machine. It was a strange mix of magic and industry. Each chamber on the cylinder was engraved with a light element pressurization array using microcarving techniques, and the 6 special bullets bore an inscription of a modified armor-piercing spell called Divine Light Penetration. "Young master, what is this?" Susan peeled a grape and offered it to Sean, her eyes filled with worry and affection. The bumpy ride. Unless this careful accountant had arranged the carriage interior to be like a moving soft bed, would have left Sean's bones aching. "You'll see soon," Sean said, swallowing the grape. It was a very strange piece of iron. In the rocking carriage, Serafina stared at the constantly spinning object in Sean's hand, finally unable to hold back, and asked, "Did you spend these 3 days locked in your study just to tinker with this ugly thing?" "It's art," Sean said, flicking the firing pin with his thumb, producing a crisp click, and the cylinder spun. "And it's way better than those staves you wave around, mumbling spells just to spark a little fire," Serafina scoffed. As a senior lecturer at the former Royal Academy, she couldn't understand the point of wasting precious magic power on shaping iron blocks. Although Sean's illusion magic was truly impressive, no need for a furnace or blacksmith. Simply by analyzing the structure of materials and using high-frequency vibrations of light elements to reorganize atoms, he had turned rough pieces of pig iron into incredibly precise parts. But parts are still just parts. Without magic circuits or amplification gems, they are just iron blocks. Sean ignored her eye roll and took out 6 pointed, elongated metal pieces from his pocket. These were the real core. Light magic is usually seen as healing or support magic, but to Sean, laser is also light, and nuclear explosion light is also light. Since he couldn't make a nuclear bomb, he decided to start with some kinetic weapons. "Pour me a glass of wine, Susan," Sean said, pressing bullets into the magazine one by one. Susan was checking her ledger for the payments to be collected this time. She closed the book and obediently poured a glass of red wine to hand over. The carriage was covered with thick wool blankets. Despite the bumpy ride, it was still comfortable and cozy. The scent of several women mixed with the rich aroma of wine, making this debt-collecting trip feel more like a picnic. If only the outside scenery weren't so depressing. They had been in Viscount Blackwood's territory for 2 hours. This place was completely different from the Holden family's land. Bale, as if drained of blood. The farmland along the road had only a few yellowing wheat stalks. What was even more shocking was the local people. Sean peeked through a corner of the curtain. Farmers by the roadside saw the carriage passing but didn't look curious like in Holden territory. Instead, they looked frightened, like startled quails, immediately pressing their children into the mud and kneeling on the ground, trembling, not daring to lift their heads until the convoy was gone. "People here act like they've seen ghosts," Sean frowned. "Worse than ghosts." Vaughn, riding beside the window, lowered his voice with restrained anger. "Master, look at the farmer's hoes. They're all made of wood. Is it because of weapon restrictions?" "No, it's taxes," Vaughn spat. "Viscount Blackwood has a rule. Farmers must pay a wear and tear tax for iron tools. Cattle must pay a livestock breathing tax. And even walking on the dirt roads within the territory requires paying a road maintenance tax. The land use tax, crop use tax, and livestock use tax are all more than twice as high as in other territories. The local residents, trying to save money, can only use wooden tools. As a result, their harvests are poor. The worse the harvest, the less they can pay in taxes, and eventually, they are forced to sell themselves into slavery." Susan added, "And the tax rate here is 50%. That means if you grow 2 bags of wheat, 1 bag must be given directly to the Viscount's estate." Sean paused, raising his wine glass. 50%, he said with a cold smile. "This isn't just taxation, it's exploitation. Viscount Silas Wolfe is a very clever man," Susan sighed. "He squeezes these people to the limit, just enough to keep them from starving, but not enough to make them fight back." "Clever?" Sean finished his wine in one gulp. As they spoke, the carriage slowed down. They had arrived at the Blackwood Viscount's estate. Compared to the barren land of the territory, the estate was quite grand. The black iron gate was polished shiny, and the fountain in the garden was still spraying water, which was very luxurious in this dry season. News of their arrival had already spread, and Silas Wolfe was waiting at the gate with his people. He was a man in his 40s, with carefully styled curly blonde hair, wearing a tight velvet suit. His belly was slightly protruding, and he wore a fake, overly polite smile typical of nobles. "Oh, look who it is!" Silas exaggeratedly spread his arms, but made no move to approach. "It's the noble nephew Sean. I heard the Count went to the frontier. I thought the Holden family was busy crying under that widow's leadership." A group of his family members and knights behind him burst into laughter. Sean got out of the carriage, ignoring his mockery, and casually brushed dust off his clothes. Vaughn led dozens of fully armed Holden knights standing in a line behind him. The tense atmosphere made the laughter die in their throats. Susan stepped forward with a ledger, her professional smile flawless. "Viscount Silas, there's no need for pleasantries. According to the contract you signed with the Holden family 5 years ago, the lease on the farmland in Blackwood Forest has expired. Additionally, you owe us 3 years of rent and tax payments, totaling 450 gold coins." Silas's smile remained, but his eyes took on a playful glint. He slowly took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his hands, as if Susan's words earlier were something dirty. "Madam, I think you are mistaken about something," he said casually. "This is Silas speaking. The contract was signed by Lord White Holden. The signature is White's, not Sean's, and definitely not yours, the woman in charge. Lord Holden is not here now. As the first heir, Sean has the right to handle the family affairs," Susan replied firmly. "That won't do," Silas shrugged, looking like a stubborn official. "The law is the law. What if I give you the money, and then Lord White comes back and refuses to acknowledge it? My small business can't handle such trouble." Susan was angry and speechless. It was clear he just didn't want to pay. "So, you mean unless my father comes personally, you won't give me a penny?" Sean stopped Susan, who was about to get angry, and asked with a smile. Silas looked at this famous spoiled young man and sneered slightly. "Dear nephew, I am just following the rules," he said, stepping closer and lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. "Moreover, Marquis Cliff has been interested in this farmland these years. If you know what's good for you, go back quickly and don't cause yourself trouble." Sean nodded thoughtfully. "According to the law, when there is a dispute over a contract that cannot be resolved, it can be settled through judicial procedures. But I don't have time for those boring procedures now. Let's settle it with a duel." He took a step back, removed a white glove from his waist, and gently threw it on as Silas's shiny leather boots in front of everyone. Bang! The sound was not loud, but was very sharp in the quiet doorway. Silas's face instantly darkened. "A duel?" He squinted. "Sean, do you know what you're doing? If I win, you return the money with interest and give me back that farmland. And if you lose," Silas sneered. "Lost?" Sean spread his hands. "Then I'll give you the 500 acres of farmland, and your previous debts will be wiped clean." The crowd gasped in surprise. Susan hurriedly tried to hold Sean back, but Serena stopped her. She watched this scene with interest, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation. "This kid is very bad. Don't bother with him." Silas looked at the glove on the ground, his mind calculating quickly. For someone of noble status, refusing this would be unacceptable. It would be more embarrassing than killing him. The Holden farm was almost exhausted, but the land was good, very valuable. Most importantly, if he could defeat this kid in the duel, he could please Marquis Clive and make a lot of money at the same time. "All right," Silas laughed loudly, afraid Sean might change his mind. "Since my nephew is so eager, I'll play with you, but I won't bully the younger ones. I won't fight." He turned around and waved to the knight squad behind him. "Brute, come out and give young Master Sean some pointers." The ground trembled slightly. A giant, over 2 meters too tall, stepped out from the squad. He wasn't wearing full armor, only heavy iron plates strapped to vital spots. His exposed arms were thicker than Sean's thighs, covered with crisscross scars. He carried a huge spiked chain. "He's my chief guard, a mid-level knight," Silas said with a cruel smile. "Nephew, if you're scared now, just call me uncle, and we'll forget about this." The giant named Brute grinned, showing a mouth full of yellow teeth, looking at Sean like he was a little chick. Sean looked up at this mountain of a man. "Mid-level, huh?" He sighed, seeming a bit disappointed. "What? Regret?" Silas said proudly. "No, I'm just worried he can't handle it." Sean reached into his pocket, and in front of everyone's puzzled eyes, he pulled out a black, oddly shaped revolver. He didn't chant any magic spells or prepare for a charge. He simply raised his hand casually, aiming the dark gun at Brute's broad chest, which didn't even need aiming. "What is that?" "A toy." Brute laughed loudly and dragged his chain whip as he charged forward. His speed was very fast, each step kicking up dust and smoke like a runaway war chariot. 20 meters. 15 meters. Serafina slightly straightened her body. 10 meters. Silas's smile grew more fierce, as if he could already hear the sound of bones breaking. Sean stood still, not even blinking. He didn't need to use any magic shield. At this distance, in this era, 7 steps away, the gun is quick. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Goodbye. Sean pulled the trigger. Red and white blood spilled onto the dry ground, looking like a poorly painted abstract picture. Brute didn't even have time to shout his last cry. The huge body, 2 meters 20 tall, fell straight backward. There was no wobbling, no struggle, just simple physical imbalance. Dust flew everywhere. No body was intact, especially the head. Serafina, who had been lazily leaning on the soft cushion of the carriage, suddenly tensed. Her eyes, always filled with scrutiny and pride, fixed tightly on Blute's body. She had seen many deaths caused by high-level magic. Fireballs could burn people to ash, wind blades could cut them apart, lightning could turn them into charcoal. But all of these took time. They required gathering magic, chanting spells, arranging elements. What had Sean just done? There was no magical fluctuation. The surrounding light elements still lazily drifted in the air, showing no signs of being manipulated. If anything unusual had to be pointed out, it was that black iron lump that made a sound, producing a tiny amount of heat and thrust. This was not magic. Serafina felt a crack forming in her understanding. She looked at the young man standing in the center of the scene, and for the first time, she found the handsome young master who wanted to fill his house with beautiful women to be extremely unfamiliar. The power exceeded expectations. Sean looked at the still-smoking gun barrel, his brow slightly furrowed. Using armor-piercing runes with high-explosive primers for such a mindless target is indeed a waste. Next time, regular lead bullets will be enough for such trash. His muttering was quiet, but at the deathly silent gate of Viscount Musey's estate, it was clear enough to send chills down anyone's spine. A strong, unpleasant smell of gunpowder began to fill the air, spicy, dry, and carrying a hint of death. Sean raised his hand, skillfully flicking the hammer. Click! A crisp, mechanical sound of the firing pin. This sound was like a switch, forcing Silas Wolfe out of his daze and back into reality. The clever Viscount's face was paler than the lime on the ground. His carefully styled golden curls hung limp on his forehead. Pure fear took over him. He had imagined many possibilities. Sean might lose, or be beaten and have his leg broken by Brute, or perhaps his guards would step in to help him win the duel, though that would be embarrassing. But at least those scenarios were within his understanding. Dueling among nobles was about who had more wealth and power. Killing a knight was just killing a knight. No one would say anything. But he had never seen such a way of killing. Raise hand. Bang, head gone. It was too fast, so quick there was no time to beg or react. If Sean was aiming not at Brute, but at him. Silas felt his knees turn to water. I've won. Sean's voice broke Silas's train of thought. The dark muzzle of the gun was not lowered, but casually drew a circle in the air. According to our agreement, I believe Viscount Silas knows what to do now. Sean smiled brightly, showing his white teeth. Under that dark barrel, Silas felt his stomach twist. When did the Holden family produce such a monster? Though reason told him that shooting a direct vassal in front of everyone would lead to royal investigation or even a war over the territory. But reason was useless in the face of a head full of chaos. Life was only one. Fine. I accept defeat. Silas struggled to maintain his noble dignity, but his trembling hand betrayed him. Someone, go to the storeroom. Get the money. His servants and knights, as if awakening from a dream, turned around clumsily, some even tripping. Brute's body lay there, like an insurmountable warning line, and no one dared to look at him. The wait didn't last long, but to Silas, it felt like years. Sean had not put away his gun. He was casually playing with it, the clicking of the rotating cylinder echoing in Silas's heart. Finally, several servants carried out heavy chests. 450 gold coins. All here, Silas said through clenched teeth, feeling his heart bleed. Susan stepped down from the carriage. The former housekeeper showed great professionalism at this moment. She ignored the bodies and the smell of blood on the ground, directing the knights to count the gold coins. The sound of coins clinking was pleasant to hear. Susan closed her ledger and nodded to Sean. The amount is correct. Good. Sean finally lowered his arm. The weapon called, 6-shooter, was sheathed back into his belt. Silas let out a breath, feeling the heavy weight on his chest finally lift. As long as this troublemaker left, he could still earn money later. Thinking of this, Silas's eyes flickered. Although the 500 acres of farmland had expired in lease, the crops on it were real. Despite the drought this year, the irrigation in Blackwood territory had never stopped, and the wheat in that field was almost ripe. That was several carts of grain. In this kind of year, grain was as valuable as gold. Nephew, Silas rubbed his hands together, forcing a businesslike smile that looked more like crying. Since the bet has been settled, and you've taken the money, and I've returned the land. He hesitated before continuing. I have a small request. Could you please be accommodating? Sean raised an eyebrow, signaling him to go on. The land belongs to the Horton family, so that's fine. But the crops on it were planted by my workers. Silas pointed to the distant golden wheat field. Would it be possible to give me a few more days to harvest this season's wheat? I've invested quite a bit in seeds, fertilizer, and labor. This request sounded reasonable. In noble land transactions, it was customary to leave the previous harvest for the original owner, an unspoken rule. Susan frowned, about to speak, but Sean smiled instead. Crops? He seemed to find the idea amusing. He turned around and looked at the wheat field that was still growing well in the distance. The wind blows, causing the wheat to sway, creating a scene of a good harvest. Uncle Silas, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Sean's voice is soft, but carries a firm, unshakable tone. Since this land belongs to the Holden family again, it is my backyard. I have a habit of not liking things that grow in my garden. Are you calling the wheat? Things you don't like? Silas is stunned. That's food. Many people outside can't even get enough to eat right now. For me, anything growing on my land without my permission is weeds. Sean interrupts him. He gently claps his hands twice. Clap, clap. The clear sound of applause echoes across the empty field. Silas hasn't yet realized what this signal means when he sees Vaughn, who has been riding behind the group, move. This loyal knight commander has long been holding back his anger. He watches as this land, once owned by the old count, is being ruined by Silas, a parasite. He sees the starving peasants, their bodies thin and exhausted, and his anger is hard to contain. The young master's simple order: take those moldy olive oils, not for cooking, but for burning. Vaughn takes a prepared torch from his horse, wrapped with soaked rags. He strikes a flint, and the flame instantly flares up. Then, he forcefully throws the torch into the dry wheat field. At the same time, more than a dozen Holden knights ignite their projectiles, bottles filled with poor-quality olive oil and dry grass. Whoosh! In this dry, water-scarce season, ripe wheat is the best fuel. As the flames touch the wheat stalks, they burst into wild flames. The dark red tongues of fire, driven by the wind, quickly spread into a blazing sea of fire. Are you crazy? Silas's eyes widen, reflecting the blazing fire. That's money. That's food. Thick smoke billows up, swirling like a black dragon over the Viscount's territory. Crackling explosions ring out constantly, filling the air with a burnt smell mixed with the lingering scent of gunpowder, making it hard to keep your eyes open. See? This is much cleaner now. Sean stood beside the carriage, the firelight illuminating half of his face, making his expression look dark and unclear. The weeds are cleared. Next year, we can plant new crops, right? Why you? Silas pointed at Sean, his hand trembling like he had Parkinson's. You're wasting resources. You're committing a crime. You're a devil. A devil? Sean turned his head and looked at the furious Silas. His eyes were calm, like a still pond. This is just a warning. Think about what you've done. Don't think that just because Cliff is a marquis, he can protect you. I could crush you all in minutes. He opened the carriage door and sat back gracefully. Inside, Susan looked out at the big fire. She felt a little sad, but also a bit satisfied. Serafina stared thoughtfully at Sean's back. Let's go, Vaughn. Sean's voice came from inside the carriage. I think Aunt Catherine must be waiting anxiously. The wheels rolled over the gravel, crushing stones and also breaking Silas Wolfe's last bit of dignity. The Holden family's carriage slowly left in the background of the fire. Only Silas sat on the ground, watching the ashes of his wealth and the guard chief who was shot in the head, all scattered in the wind. Inside the carriage, the smoky air outside was cut off, but a faint smell of red wine still filled the space. "Since you got the money, why did you burn the grain?" Serafina finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Although she didn't indulge in worldly pleasures, she knew how important grain was. To show strength, Sean leaned on the soft cushion, closing his eyes to rest. "People like Silas, if you don't hurt them badly, they'll come back like flies in a few days." And he opened his eyes and took out a shiny yellow bullet, turning it between his fingers. Susan said, "But many farmers will go hungry." Sean smiled. "What does that have to do with me? Not being ruthless enough? Are you really going to go door to door to collect debts? To scare the others?" Serafina looked surprised. "Exactly," Sean shrugged. Susan quietly poured Sean a glass of wine. She looked at the young master and felt a complex mix of emotions. It proves that nothing is more convincing than a visible big fire. If there is anything more convincing, it would be a mysterious weapon that can crush the head of an intermediate knight like a rotten watermelon in 1 second. The smoke from the Blackwood territory had not yet dispersed when the door of Lord Holden's mansion was knocked. It was not even the next day. Just after Sean finished dinner and was about to enjoy the small sweet cake baked by Lady Catherine herself, 2 other lazy viscounts arrived together. The reception hall was brightly lit. These 2 men were quite influential in the territory, but now they looked like they had nails in their backsides, only daring to sit half on the sofa in the Count's house. "This is the rent for this quarter, and also the overdue rent from the past 2 years." Viscount Pale was a fat man, usually speaking loudly, but now his voice was as thin as a quail being strangled. He gestured to the servant behind him as he spoke. Several heavy boxes were carefully placed on the carpet, making dull sounds. Viscount Thorne was more straightforward. He even brought a transfer deed for a mine that the Holden family had mortgaged early on. And this, as an apology for the rudeness the other day. Sean sat in the main seat, holding a small sweet cake, eating it happily. He didn't speak, only signaled Susan standing beside him with his eyes. Today, Susan was dressed very appropriately, in a deep blue long dress that highlighted her full figure, holding a thick ledger. Her experience as a noble lady made her almost obsessively sensitive about money. She walked over and opened the boxes in front of the 2 viscounts. The golden light reflected on her face, and Susan's eyes immediately brightened. The genuine happiness made her look several years younger. Her long fingers skillfully pinched the rows of gold coins, feeling the texture with her fingertips, which made her feel very secure. "The quality is good, no signs of clipping." Susan closed the box, turned to nod at Sean, and her voice carried a hint of uncontrollable cheerfulness. "The amount is correct, young master. Since the amount is right, let's have some tea." Sean brushed the crumbs off his hand and smiled warmly. "You 2 uncles don't need to be so formal. We're all neighbors, and I'm easy to talk to." The 2 viscounts looked at each other, recalling the still smoking wheat fields and the headless guardsman. Their facial muscles twitched stiffly. "No, it's fine." Viscount Pale wiped his forehead. "There are urgent matters in our territory. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, we should be on our way." Yes. "The cows at home are about to give birth, and we can't leave them," added Viscount Thorne. The 2 hurriedly left the Count's house, not daring to look at the fine red tea on the table. Only after the carriage's sound disappeared into the night did Susan breathe a long sigh of relief. She collapsed onto the sofa, ignoring her appearance, and hugged the box of gold coins, rubbing her cheek against the cold metal. 860 gold coins, plus what we got from Silas. We can pay off the royal taxes and still have plenty left for running expenses. Her voice trembled slightly. "Sean, you're amazing in every way." Sean looked at Susan's greedy expression and smiled, but his eyes held little joy. "Is that enough?" He stood up and walked to the window, gazing into the dark night outside. "How could it not be?" Susan looked up, her face flushed. Sean said, "The real problem has just surfaced." She stared blankly at Sean's back. "Susan, why do you think Silas, Pale, and those people dare to cheat the Holden family?" Sean turned around, leaning against the windowsill. "Is it just because my father isn't here?" Susan was silent. She was a clever woman and naturally understood the complexities behind it. It's because Marquis Clive, she whispered. Exactly. Sean moved to the large map of the territory, tracing along its edge with his finger. According to the original story in the game, the Horton family's bankruptcy was no accident but a carefully planned trap. Paying taxes was just a painkiller delaying their death. The real noose was still around their neck. Marquis Clive didn't send troops directly. Instead, he used a more sinister method. Holden territory is not poor. It is rich in iron, ore, and furs. However, if these goods are not exported in exchange for food and supplies, they become useless junk. The trade routes to the royal capital and the wealthy southern regions must pass through Marquis Cliff's territory. Our trade convoy has been held up there for how long? Sean pointed to a mountain pass on the map. Susan's joyful expression faded completely, replaced by deep worry. 1 month and 3 days. That convoy was led by Steward Alfred himself. It was carrying a batch of refined iron, ore, and magical beast pelts, which we need to trade for winter supplies. The reason given was suspicion that the convoy was hiding contraband or carrying disease. Sean sneered. Such a lousy excuse is all they can come up with. If this problem isn't solved, the iron ore in the territory will go unsold, miners won't get paid, and unrest will break out. Without food supplies, this winter in Holden will be deadly, with starvation everywhere. By then, the territory will fall into chaos without even needing Cliff to act. If the Holden family goes bankrupt as in the original story, the territory will be taken over. Catherine will be forced onto a corrupt banquet stage. Isabella will be discovered by the church and executed, and Susan will likely be sold back into slavery. Even Dreeless, the minor noble, will be divided among others, and Sylvia will be very disappointed. Sean refused to even allow himself to think about such an ending. Just then, the door to the study was gently pushed open. Catherine entered carrying a tray with 2 cups of hot milk. She was still wearing her longhouse dress, her pink hair casually tied at the back, with a few strands falling by her ears, looking gentle and fragile. Seeing Susan there, Catherine looked a bit nervous. She carefully placed the milk on the table and spoke softly. I saw you were still talking, so I heated some milk. It was sent by Isabella. Susan quickly stood up and bowed politely. Although she is now managing the accounts, Catherine is still the person Sean appointed as steward. Sean looked at this woman. Just a few hours ago, when he returned covered in smoke and dust, Catherine looked pale with fear. But she didn't hide like before. Instead, trembling, she brought a warm towel to wipe the dust from his face. She didn't even dare to ask what had happened, only repeatedly checking if Sean was hurt. Her cautious kindness and concern made Sean feel very uncomfortable. This is the gentlest, older character in the game. How could she face such a hellish future? Thank you, Aunt Catherine, Sean said softly as he took the milk with a small smile. Catherine shook her head. It's what I should do. Sean took a sip of the warm milk, the familiar taste flowing down his throat into his stomach. Recently, I might be quite busy, he said softly, setting down the cup. There are some things I need Aunt Catherine to watch over for me. What things? Catherine asked. Catherine was startled and quickly waved her hands, almost dropping the tray. No, I can't. I'm just a maid for the young master. I've never handled so much money. What if I make a mistake? Isn't Aunt Susan here? Sean pointed to Susan, who was still in a daze. Susan suddenly snapped out of her trance. She wanted to protest, but seeing the pile of gold coins, she swallowed her words. As a former noble lady, she knew very well what this money meant. It meant having the means to survive in this harsh northern land. Madam, you are the lady of the Earl's estate. Susan took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, though her eyes remained fixed on the gold pile. I can help you with the accounts, but the signing authority must be in your hands. Sean nodded with satisfaction. Susan was a smart person. Here, take this. Sean pushed a stamp symbolizing the key to the treasury in front of Catherine. There will be many places to spend money soon, so you'll be busy. If I remember correctly, there is still some money left in the family treasury. Let's use it all. Catherine looked at Sean, her black eyes showing no hint of joking. She hesitated for a long time, but finally reached out tremblingly and took the stamp. A heavy feeling she had never experienced before came over her. In this family for over 10 years, she finally felt she was more than just a disposable ornament. Sean, what do you need me to do? Catherine clenched the stamp tightly in her hand. Though her voice still trembled, it carried more determination. First, recruit people. Sean took a piece of sheepskin from the desk, a rough sketch he had just drawn. I want to expand the night squad. The current guard is too small and not enough. Whether it's wandering knights, mercenaries, or capable commoners, as long as they are honest, they are all needed. But training knights costs a lot of money. Catherine instinctively started calculating expenses. The money is on the table. Sean tapped the desk. Second, issue a notice. Starting tomorrow, within Holden territory and all its subordinate lands, including Silas and Pale, the taxes will be standardized. Sean raised one finger. Farm taxes will be reduced to 20%. Commercial taxes will be halved. The study was silent for a few seconds. Susan took a deep breath and said, "Young master, this is not proper. Although Silas and their territory are nominally under our control, their tax rights are independent. What you're doing is undermining their foundation." "I want to undermine their foundation," Sean said with a cold smile. "Not only that, but I will also post notices at the city gates. Any homeless people or slaves fleeing from other territories who come to Holden territory to register, I will give them land, seeds, and waive all taxes for the first year." Even Catherine understood now. This isn't just policy. It's practically a declaration of war. In this era, population is wealth. Slaves are the private property of nobles and are attached to the land. Sean not only wants to interfere in the internal affairs of the subordinate nobles, but also openly steal their people. Although the noble laws don't explicitly forbid this, it definitely breaks all the unspoken rules among nobles. This will cause public outrage," Catherine said with a pale face. "Those viscounts will surely resist, and they might even complain to the king. We have no right to manage other nobles' taxes." "This is overstepping," Sean said indifferently, shrugging. "They can complain," Sean said casually, "but before the king's verdict comes down, I will make sure they all die." And, Sean paused, his gaze sharp, "Winter is coming soon. Silas and their people will likely double their efforts to squeeze the common folk to gather money for me. The peasants won't survive and will naturally run away. Our job is to show them a way out. The pie is only so big," Sean gestured as if slicing a cake. "If we want to eat our fill, we have to take food from others. As for the royal family, if a royal envoy really comes, we'll just delay. Whether it's documents or inquiries, we handle them coldly." No response, no meetings. Catherine looked at her once familiar stepson and suddenly felt a bit strange. "Is this why you recruited knights?" she asked softly. "Are you already prepared to fight everyone?" "Exactly." Sean stood up and walked to the window. Outside, it was a dark night, with only a few sparse lights in the distance. "I've heard a saying." Sean looked at his reflection in the glass. "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. In this corrupt world of noble games, no one considers commoners as people." Catherine doesn't understand much about the world, but she understands Sean's determination in his words. If it had been before, she would have tried hard to stop him or even hidden in her room out of fear. But now, looking at Sean's tall figure, her fears strangely eased a little. Because he is Sean. As long as he decides something, it must be reasonable. "Okay," Catherine said, carefully keeping the seal close to her. "I will do it. Susan, sister, I'll trouble you to prepare the announcement for tomorrow." "Of course, madam," Susan replied. Her eyes showed not only respect, but also a bit of enthusiasm. And managing 4,000 gold coins was an irresistible temptation for her. The two women left the study with a sense of purpose, their high heels making louder sounds on the floor than usual. When the door closed, the study returned to silence. Sean exhaled heavily, rubbing his aching temples. He had boasted too much, but this mess was hard to clean up. Stealing land and people was just the first step. Marquis Cliff's blockade was still like a tight iron clamp around his neck. With his current strength, he could handle a few rural viscounts, but if he faced a real army, he would be helpless. To survive in this world, even as a villain, he needed a real powerful weapon. Sean sat back at his desk and opened a new blueprint. During the recent fight, he tested the feasibility of the magic fabrication technique. Since he could rearrange light elements into solid metal, could he go further? A crazy idea was forming in his mind. But there was a problem. This level of magic power output would drain Sean completely, not even a tenth of what he needed. His affinity for light elements was high, but his magic power was still that of a beginner. To create this thing, Sean's gaze instinctively looked up at the ceiling. Upstairs was the guest room where Isabella and her son stayed. He stroked his chin, a mischievous smile appearing on his face again. For the future of the family, to fight against the evil Marquis, and to ensure the people in the territory live well. It seems I have to bother Aunt Isabella tonight. After all, making weapons is also to protect her and her daughter, the future destroyer princess, right? That makes sense. Sean put away the blueprints, tidied his collar, and pushed the door open. It was late at night, and the candles in the corridor flickered dimly. Sean moved quietly, sneaking to the end of the second floor. Under the faint candlelight, two pairs of eyes stared at each other. One belonged to the future destroyer, the little girl Layla, who had short legs. The other belonged to Holden's family troublemaker, Sean, her main enemy. Layla was lying on her bed, her usually expressionless face now scrunched up in a frown, clutching her blanket tightly. If looks could kill, Sean might have already been scolded 100 times by this 2.5-year-old little demon. Gulp. Sean shamelessly swallowed a big mouthful of holy light energy, even licking his lips as if savoring it. What are you looking at? Sean reached out with one hand, playfully pinching Layla's puffed-up cheek. Little kid, you don't understand. This is strategic resource allocation. She opened her mouth to shout in protest, but was gently patted on the back by a tender hand. Be good, Layla. Big brother is doing something important. Isabella's face was flushed with an unusual redness, her eyes shimmering with moisture. She looked down at Sean. Is this enough? Isabella asked softly, her fingers unconsciously running through Sean's hair. Sean looked up, exhaling a long, tired breath. That feeling of being filled with magic was so addictive, but he still had work to do. It's enough for now. During the next period of time, I really need Holy Source. I might trouble Aunt Isabella often. Compared to what you've done for me and Layla, this little effort is nothing, she said shyly, lowering her gaze and not daring to meet Sean's intense eyes. Sean turned over from the bed, his magic energy already reaching its limit. He walked to the workbench on the other side of the study, where various metal components were piled up. Magical fabrication technique, activate. This time, it's no longer just a simple revolver. Sean's mind flashes with a complex, dizzying engineering blueprint. Barrel, firing mechanism, recoil spring, buffer. Each part's size, material, and fitting angle must be precisely crafted at a microscopic level using magic. A soft golden glow dances at his fingertips. The once lifeless scrap metal seems to come alive, breaking down and reassembling under the light element's influence, removing impurities, and finally forming a cold, dark steel never seen before in this world. Isabella tidies her clothes, holding a yawning Layla, and quietly watches nearby. She doesn't understand what Sean is doing. The parts are strange and unusual, not like a staff or a sword, but have a striking industrial beauty that makes her heart race. But she likes watching Sean focus. That carefree boy, usually so relaxed, now has a look of intense concentration as if carving a divine statue. This focus is to protect them, mother and daughter. Thinking of this, Isabella's heart fills with sweet feelings, and her gaze at Sean's back softens. For the next 7 days, Sean almost stays in this room. With Isabella here, this peaceful life makes Sean forget everything, but the magical fabrication technique consumes a terrifying amount of mental energy. It's a weapon beyond its time, and each core part's formation drains his vitality wildly. 7 days pass unknowingly. Catherine and Susan are busy recruiting knights and handling the villagers' issues. The nobles start to grow dissatisfied, making them overwhelmed and unable to pay attention to Sean. During these 7 days, Sean never stops working. The prototype of the weapon gradually takes shape. Outside, the wind and snow howl against the glass. Inside, Sean holds a freshly made firing pin, his fingers trembling slightly. Long hours of intense magic use make his temples throb, and his mind feels like a saw is pulling at it. A pair of warm arms wrap around him from behind. Take breaks and rest. Isabella presses her face against Sean's broad back, her voice soft as water. You've been tense for too long, Sean. Even the strongest can't go on forever. Sean put down the parts. It's quite tiring, he said, closing his eyes and feeling the woman's heartbeat behind him. And my magic is running out. Isabella wore a thin nightgown, and in the candlelight, her gentle curves appeared hazy. She looked down, nervously tapping her toes on the floor. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to be getting stronger. Outside the study, the territory was in chaos. "Madam, we only have 3,000 gold coins left on the books." Susan looked at the ledger, her eyes filling with pain and her voice hoarse. "That group of mercenaries is like vampires. They've only been here 3 days, and they want next month's pay in advance. If we keep spending like this, not only next year, but next month, we'll be out of money." Catherine sat behind the desk, clutching a feather pen tightly. Her normally gentle face was now tired and anxious, with dark circles under her eyes. "Give it to them." Catherine gritted her teeth. Though her voice trembled, she forced a strong tone, showing her determination as a leader. "As long as we can keep the territory, we can earn more money later." Sean said that talent is the most important. "But Silas and his men have already provoked us at the borders several times." Susan slammed a piece of sheepskin paper on the table, her chest rising and falling with anger. "They not only seized our grain transport, but also broke the legs of some refugees who came to us and left them by the road. They're insulting us." And Susan lowered her voice, looking worriedly toward the second floor. "The young master has been locked in that woman's room for 7 days, madam. There's talk outside that Sean is obsessed with women, and that the woman, whose background is unknown, has drained him and doesn't care about the family anymore." Hearing this, Catherine's pen snapped in half with a loud crack. For some reason, hearing that Sean and Isabella had been together for 7 days and nights, her heart ached more than her fear of bankruptcy. It felt like her carefully nurtured little sapling had been taken away along with its pot. "Quiet, Susan." Catherine took a deep breath, forcing down her sadness. "Sean is working on something big. Our job is to protect this home until he comes out." Susan looked at Catherine's stubborn face, but her complaints died in her throat. This usually gentle and fragile-looking Catherine, once the topic of Sean, becomes somewhat unreasonable. Another week passed. The situation completely fell apart. Viscount Silas, along with 2 other nobles, gathered 500 private soldiers and camped at the border of Holden, under the banner of punishing those who violate noble laws. The challenge letter had already been delivered to the Count's mansion. Just as Catherine and Susan were anxiously preparing to send knights to clear the trouble, the large door on the second floor, which had been closed for half a month, finally opened. Sean stepped out. He looked neither defeated nor tired, but instead full of energy, with eyes shining brightly. He ignored the chaos of the servants downstairs and turned back to his room. Isabella was sitting at the table. The nourishment from the past half-month made her look radiant. Her originally cold, saintly aura now carried a touch of mature charm, like ripe peaches, stunningly beautiful. On the sturdy oak table lay a long, black steel beast. It was very long, a bit exaggerated. It was completely black, shining with a cold metallic luster. The thick barrel looked like a black finger pointing at an enemy in the distance. The large muzzle brake was arrow-shaped, exuding a fierce, brutal beauty. Isabella had never seen such a thing. It looked like a silent tombstone, and just looking at it made her feel a suffocating pressure. "What is this?" Isabella curiously reached out, gently touching the cold barrel. She knew this thing had taken Sean half a month of effort, and also a long time of her own supplies. Even Layla had become thinner from half rations. "I call it the equalizer." Sean walked over, caressing the cold barrel. This was not something that belonged in this world. Barrett M82A1, anti-material sniper rifle. Caliber 12.7 millimeters. In an era where distance is truth, it is like a god. Sean lifted this 30-pound deadly weapon with one hand, feeling its heavy weight. His smile gradually widened, eventually turning into a fierce and arrogant grin. Within this range, Sean rested the stock of his gun on his shoulder and looked through the scope at the cloudy sky outside. Whether they are noble lords or humble peasants, whether they wear heavy armor or just cast spells, as long as I pull the trigger, everyone is equal, because they will all be broken. Sean turned his head and looked at the confused Isabella, showing 2 rows of white teeth. "Let's go, Aunt Isabella. I'll show you a loud bang and teach those bumpkins outside what it means to strike from a higher dimension." The cold north wind swept over the hill, making the wild grass bend low. Sean lay on the yellowed grassland. The steel contraption was set up on the edge of the rocks, with a cold tripod deeply embedded in the soil. He adjusted his breathing, pressing his shoulder against the hard gun stock. The scope in front of him brought the world 800 meters away right to his nose. Isabella knelt nearby, her hands holding her hood, which was blown askew by the wind. Her eyes were full of confusion at this moment. To her, the distant figures were just blurry black dots, impossible to tell apart by gender, let alone distinguish friend from foe. It's too far. Isabella frowned slightly. At this distance, even a powerful magic spell like a Grand Mage's single-target banishment can't lock onto the target. Unless we use strategic-level area magic, she didn't understand. For the past half-month, she had watched Sean work tirelessly on these parts. And now, he was just lying here, watching the scenery? Magic relies on range and lock-on, but physics doesn't, Sean said without turning his head. His finger lightly rested outside the trigger guard, feeling the wind's speed. Below, two armies faced each other. This was a typical noble war, full of decay and rot. The Holden army was led by a mid-level knight, about 500 men, mostly farmers conscripted temporarily, and a few family guards, with mismatched spears. Opposite them was the coalition of Viscount Silas of Blackwood, shining armor, banners flying, with a neat formation of 500 soldiers. According to the foul rules of the nobles' code, both sides had to first shout at each other, listing their advantages and disadvantages, then greet each other's female relatives, send representatives for a duel, and only then charge with the entire army. The two sides faced each other in a standoff. Nobles follow strict etiquette, so both armies must be evenly matched in strength. Otherwise, the battle would be pointless. The leaders are mid-level knights. Neither side has used senior knights or mages, as such powerful figures are invaluable to their families and only fight when absolutely necessary. At this moment, a tall knight in silver armor rides out from Silas's camp on a tall horse. He is the face of the allied forces and a mid-level knight. It is said that his fighting spirit covers his entire body, making ordinary swords and blades unable to harm him. He is holding a lance and circling proudly in the open space in front of the two armies, probably shouting something like, "Cowards of the Horden family." Although his words are inaudible, his arrogant gestures suggest he's insulting someone. "Did you see that big fool on the white horse circling around?" Sean's voice is calm and steady. Isabella squints, barely catching a glimpse of a silver reflection. "That little shiny spot. Yes, that's the one." Sean takes a deep breath, slowly exhaling, calming his heart. A 12.7mm bullet, engraved with 3 layers of explosive runes inside, with a core made of a special alloy of silver and black iron, is ready. "Isabella, cover your ears." As Sean finishes speaking, he pulls the trigger. Boom! It's not a sharp gunshot, but a deep, thunder-like roar. The blast from the muzzle brake instantly blows away the dry grass around, even lifting Isabella's skirt. The powerful recoil hits Sean's shoulder. Without the body strength of a trained energy user, it would have made his shoulder numb. This is much more powerful than a Barrett rifle in another world. The bullet tears through the air, leaving a visible distortion wave in the atmosphere. At 800 meters, at 3 times the speed of sound, it's over in a blink. On the battlefield below, the mid-level knight, who was just shouting and waving his lance in a final challenge, had his armor shining with an unbreakable glow, boosting his confidence. But, in the next second, there were no signs, no magical chance, and not even the sound of arrows flying through the air. Bang! The upper half of the knight's body exploded directly. He wasn't pierced. He was completely shattered in a destructive blast. The powerful force tore his heavy armor into pieces like paper, and his flesh and metal fragments sprayed out like fireworks, flying 10 meters away. His warhorse, missing half its body, neighed loudly and collapsed. The knight could no longer be called a knight. Only his 2 legs remained hanging in the stirrups. The battlefield fell into a deadly silence. The soldiers of the Allied army, who had been cheering just a second ago, now stood with their mouths wide open, unable to make a sound. What is this? High-level magic? Impossible. The detection crystal showed no reaction. Divine punishment? First shot. Sean pulled the trigger, ejecting a large shell that landed on the grass with a hot clang. The second shot was loaded. Boom! The second thunderous explosion echoed on the mountain peak. A knight's head and half of his shoulder disappeared into thin air. The rapidly spinning bullet hit his bulky body, triggering explosive runes that turned him into a bloody flesh bomb, which flew toward the knight army behind him. Ah! A delayed scream finally erupted on the battlefield. This isn't war. It's slaughter. Enemy attack. Conceal yourselves. Guards! Guards! The soldiers screamed frantically, scrambling to find places to hide. But it was useless. Since Sean had come, he had no intention of holding back. Third shot, the gunfire rang out again. This time, it aimed at the banner bearer of the Allied army. The large banner, symbolizing honor and command, along with the banner bearer's chest, was shattered into pieces. The flag fell, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Allied army collapsed. Even when facing a dragon, they might still have dared to raise their spears. But facing this invisible, deadly force that exploded anyone it pointed at, human instinctual fear overwhelmed all discipline. Run! Someone must have summoned a terrible creature. Devil! This is devilish magic. The formation of 500 soldiers instantly fell into chaos. The soldiers abandoned their weapons and armor, and even when the patrol team knocked down a few, it didn't help. Everyone was running back desperately, afraid that if they slowed down, they would turn into a red cloud of blood. A knight from the Holden family held up his sword and stood frozen. He had already prepared to die in battle, even writing a farewell letter and placing it on his chest. But what happened next? Just this? He looked back at the distant hill, where only a few thunder sounds could be heard, and nothing else. On the hilltop, Sean clicked the safety on his gun, patted the hot barrel, then climbed up from the ground, stretching his sore shoulders. That's it. He turned around and saw Isabella staring blankly at the gun, her beautiful face showing confusion. Is it over? Isabella pointed at the scattered army below, like ants fleeing, her voice full of disbelief. You didn't even sweat. She couldn't understand what had just happened. No long chanting, no dazzling magic light, just 3 loud bangs, and a war that could have destroyed a family was over so easily. This is the beauty of industry, Aunt Isabella, Sean said, lifting the heavy Barrett rifle onto his shoulder with one hand. His other hand naturally took Isabella's cold hand. Isabella was pulled along as he led her back, her mind still a mess. She looked back at the battlefield, then at the man beside her. At this moment, Sean's image in her mind became even more mysterious. The big boy who was cuddling in her arms, and the cold reaper who just took lives. Who was the real him? What will happen after they run away? Isabella asked nervously. They will have nightmares, Sean said with a faint smile, showing his white teeth. His smile was a little grim. Fear of the unknown is the most deadly. From today on, a legend will spread across the northern lands. The Holden family is blessed by the gods. Anyone who dares to fight on that land will be struck down by invisible divine punishment. And those rebellious barons? Killing them would be too easy. Plus, dead people can't make a profit. Only the living can make the gold they swallowed come back to me. With interest, the wind gradually stopped. Isabella looked at Sean's side profile, and her heart suddenly beat faster without control. Sean, yes? Do you still need that today? Isabella's voice was soft, like a whisper, and her cheeks flushed with an unusual red in the cold wind. This weapon, should it still be maintained? Sean paused, turned to look at her shy yet expectant expression, and his throat moved slightly. This gun indeed didn't need maintenance anymore. But, since she brought it up voluntarily, would refusing be rude? Of course, Sean nodded seriously. The last few shots used a lot of magic, so I need to replenish it when I go back. I might also need to borrow Layla's for this time. You naughty child. They exchanged smiles, and their figures gradually disappeared at the end of the mountain path, leaving behind a few brass shell casings scattered in the grass, reflecting a cold, harsh light in the sunlight. The bedroom door clicked softly, and the latch clicked back. Sean pushed the door open, habitually pressed his fingers on his belt buckle to check if it was tight. He tidied his slightly messy collar and casually wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, removing the rich milk scent. Next time, don't be in such a hurry. A very soft complaint came from behind. Isabella stepped out, holding the doorframe. This is for the safety of the territory, Aunt Isabella. Sean turned around and said seriously in a low voice. That gun is a gold-consuming beast. When it doesn't fire, it eats metal. When it fires, it consumes magic. My poor magic reserves. Those 3 shots almost drained me. Isabella rolled her eyes at him. Just as she was about to say something, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded at the staircase. They quickly moved apart. Isabella immediately lowered her head to straighten her skirt, clasped her hands in front of her, and restored her saintly, compassionate appearance. Sean, on the other hand, put his hands in his pockets, looking bored as he gazed toward the stairs. Catherine and Susan almost ran up. Sean, Catherine's voice trembled with excitement. We won. We did it. Susan was a bit calmer, but her fingers gripping the ledger were tense. Young master, this is incredible. Just now, the patrol guard reported that the Allied army at the foot of the mountain has scattered. Scattered? Sean raised an eyebrow, pretending to be confused as if he had just woken up. It's divine punishment. Catherine clasped her hands together, speaking confidently. It must be that the gods heard our prayers. The guard said they saw no one attacking, no magic lights, only heard a few thunderclaps. Those proud knights across the way, just shattered. She used the word, shattered, and it seemed she thought of something frightening, but her joy quickly overshadowed it. The Allied forces ran away in all directions, leaving behind even their expensive tents, like beggars, Susan added, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Now everyone outside is saying that the Horton family is blessed by ancient gods. Anyone who dares to attack will face unseen divine punishment. Sean said nothing, just watched Catherine quietly. She was smiling like a child who had just received candy. This was the kind of behavior a mature character he always protected should have. All the effort was worth it. Good. It's nothing serious, Sean said with a smile. Since the trouble is over, can I look forward to lunch now? Catherine paused. Then her face suddenly turned red to her neck. She realized she had been a bit out of line and quickly stepped back, nervously lifting her skirt. I'll go now. I'll head to the kitchen right away. What do you want to eat? Stewed beef? Or that sweet soup? As long as it's made by you, I'll eat it. Watching Catherine hurriedly run downstairs with her skirt in hand, Susan adjusted her glasses and looked around at Sean and Isabella, who had been silent. As a sharp housekeeper, she sensed the lingering hint of flirtation in the air and the relaxed, slightly lazy but clearly recent tension on Sean. But she said nothing, only slightly bowed to Sean. Young Master Sean, I need to handle how to distribute the remaining funds. Go ahead, rest well, and come to eat later. Sean waved his hand. In the days that followed, the cold winds and snow in the north seemed to soften a little. That strange victory spread across nearby territories like it had wings. People fear the unknown much more than obvious violence, causing all the restless forces to instantly become timid and retreat. The small nobles who once followed Silas to cause trouble and seek a share of the benefits now behave as meek as quails. They no longer dare to mention debts or compensation and even start to show friendliness toward the Holden family. The ripple effect from the new tax laws and refugee settlement orders issued by Sean is beginning to show. In this world where human life is cheap, the places with lower taxes are seen as better, and where there is food, it is considered a paradise. Farmers, free citizens, and even bankrupt artisans from nearby territories are starting to move into Holden's land with their families. For the neighboring viscounts and barons, this is like having the ground pulled from under their feet. No one is farming or mining anymore. Noble titles have become worthless. They are furious and resentful. A few viscounts gather together, smashing several glasses and calling Sean a rule-breaking mad dog and a despicable thief. But no one dares to lead an army to fight back. Who knows when the next invisible divine punishment will strike? So, they choose the most noble and yet the most powerless way, complaining. They send letter after letter, filled with harsh words and tearful accusations, flying like snow to the capital. In these letters, Sean is portrayed as a demon colluding with evil gods, destroying noble traditions, and they ask the king and church to intervene and judge. Sean's only reaction is to treat these messages as jokes and tell Catherine about them at the dinner table. The capital is far away, high in the mountains, and slow bureaucrats take their time. By the time they finish their procedures and send investigation teams, the wheat here has already been harvested 3 times. Hundreds of miles away, the greenhouse is like spring. This is the marquee of Cliff's estate, where luxurious crystal chandeliers cast shimmering light, and expensive pine-scented wood burns in the fireplace. The air is filled with a sweet, sleepy aroma. It's a world apart from the cold and harsh Holden land. Marquis Cliff sits in a high-backed chair covered with polar bear fur, swirling a glass of deep red wine in his hand. He looks to be about 40, well-groomed, with only fine lines at the corners of his eyes revealing a hint of age. At this moment, a knight fully covered in heavy armor knelt beside him. The knight wore a golden griffin badge on his shoulder, a symbol of senior knights and the core strength of the Marquis family. "You mean?" Clive's voice was slow and calm, showing no emotion. "Silas led a group of viscounts, gathered 500 men, and didn't even touch the walls of Holden's castle before being scared off?" "Yes, my lord," the knight replied with his head bowed, his voice muffled inside his helmet. According to their report, the attack came from very far away, with no magic signals or arrow trails. 2 mid-level knights and the standard-bearer died instantly. Their bodies were terrible to see. "Interesting." Clive didn't get angry, but instead showed a curious, playful expression like a hunter discovering a new prey. According to the plan, the Holden family would slowly die under his encirclement. But unexpectedly, things took this turn. It seemed the Holden family was willing to risk everything. "Sir, should I lead the Griffin squad to investigate?" the knight asked in a deep voice. "With your order, within 7 days, Holden's castle will be reduced to ruins." "Fool." Clive glanced at him with disdain. "Do you think the royal spies are blind? The noble code is just toilet paper, but on the surface, we still have to keep up appearances. I am a marquis, and that old man Holden is a count. When high-ranking nobles unjustly attack lower nobles, it's an excuse for the king to weaken their power. In this kingdom, balance is everything. The kingdom wouldn't watch as nobles grow stronger step by step without intervening. So, we just watch him grow stronger? Grow stronger?" Clive sneered, raising his glass and drinking it all. "It's just a desperate struggle." The Marquis stood up, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the gloomy sky outside. "To defeat a snake, you must strike at its vital point. Sean has been acting a bit too conspicuous lately." Clive turned around, his gaze cold as a snake's tongue. "The last Griffin squad mentioned that he recently took Catherine back to her family?" "Yes, my lord," the knight recalled. "It's the Dreas family, a once prominent baron family now fallen on hard times, living off selling ancestral lands. Catherine's family, the Dreas." Clive chewed on the name, a cruel smile slowly appearing on his face. "I almost forgot about this matter." He poured himself another glass of wine. "Go ahead." Clive waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. "Since we can't directly target Holden, then we'll go after the Dreas family. Find a reason, tax issues, border disputes, or even just accuse them of being heretics. Capture the entire family of that fallen baron." "Understood, your grace." The knight bowed heavily, the sound of his armor clanking dull in the quiet. Then he stood and disappeared into the darkness. The fire in the fireplace flickered, casting shadows on Clive's face. The flames in the fireplace licked the dry pine wood, making crackling sounds, but these were drowned out by the crisp clicking of the counting beads in the study. Susan's fingers moved quickly, flipping through the ledger with a rustling sound. Her usually serious face was now slightly flushed, a glow from the shine of gold coins. "Young master, aside from the expenses for recruiting private soldiers and helping refugees, the donations from the nobles over the past few days have exceeded 2,000 gold coins," Susan said, her tone sounding almost dreamlike. "That's more than the total income of the family in the past year. That's their money for risking their lives." "Of course they're generous." Sean leaned back in his chair, playing with a gold coin. "But money is just a resource. Once spent, it's gone. Aunt Susan, in this cursed world, the truly valuable thing is always real estate." Seraphina sat on a soft couch by the window, holding an ancient magic book. She snorted at her words. "What's your crazy idea now?" Sean paused, flicking the gold coin into the air with a ding sound, then caught it steadily. "I want to take over. A legitimate takeover, protected by law, so that even the royal family can't find fault. Through war." Vaughn, the knight, stood at the door, frowning. "Since the count isn't here, starting a war for annexation could strip us of our titles." "Who said anything about fighting?" Sean stood up and walked over to the map of the northern border hanging on the wall. He pointed with his finger to several nearby territories around Holden. In this world, the most effective and legal way to expand land is not through war, but through marriage. Serafina closed her book and raised an eyebrow as she looked at him. You want to marry the daughters of old men? As far as I know, Viscount Bill's daughter is only 8 years old, and Lord Thomas has only 3 sisters, each weighing 200 pounds. Did I say I would marry them? Sean turned around, smiling brightly like a fox that just caught prey. Vaughn, go and call all the relatives from the extended family who are still wasting their lives in the territory. Any man, regardless of height or weight, alive or dead, bring them all to the hall. Also, Sean took a pre-written list from the table and handed it to Vaughn. These are all the women of suitable age, widowed, or those who couldn't marry because of dowry issues in the nearby families I scared off. Tell the family heads that if they want to completely calm the anger of the Holden family, they should marry into us. Vaughn looked at the list in his hand, his mouth twitching. This isn't marriage, it's clearly breeding. Half an hour later, the hall of Holden Castle was filled with 7 or 8 rough-looking men. Most of them were Sean's cousins or uncles, who usually relied on the Holden name to rack up debts outside. Now they were shrinking back, unsure of what this new young master was about to do. Sean sat at the main seat, holding a cup of black tea, his gaze sweeping over these men like a predator inspecting livestock. Is that Bob, the second son of Uncle's family? Sean pointed at a fat man with a greasy face and a belly so big it almost burst his buttons. I heard you lost 80 gold coins at the casino and are being chased for debt. The fat man trembled, sweat pouring down his face. Young Master Sean, please give me a few more days. I swear I won't let the family be shamed. No, Sean interrupted him. I'll pay that debt for you. In return, you will go to Viscount Bill's house tomorrow to propose marriage. His eldest daughter is a bit fiery, and her weight is about the same as yours, but she is the primary heir. As long as you marry her, once old Bill kicks the bucket, that land will belong to the Holden family. The fat man opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. And you, Cousin Jack? Sean looked at a young man who was very thin, with deep-set eyes. I heard you've been wanting to find a safe place in this chaotic world. There's a widow from the neighboring War family who has 2 children. She owns a small iron mine. You should marry into her family. Marry into her family. Jack's face turned pale. That would shame noble spirit. Do you have a noble title? Sean's voice grew colder, and the room's temperature seemed to drop instantly. Either marry her, take the mine, or I will throw you into the dungeon where you are being held for teasing a noble lady. Your choice. The room fell silent. The young nobles, afraid of missing a chance to please the Holden family, heard that marrying a daughter or becoming a son-in-law could keep them safe and even help them connect with the Holden family. They dared not refuse. They hurriedly packed and sent people away, worried Sean might change his mind. Over the next 3 days, the Holden family staged a big wedding event. There were no romantic vows or complicated ceremonies, only sealed marriage documents and property agreements. As these agreements were signed, the map's colors started to change. Baron Bill's granary, Baron Thomas's forest, and even some of the Silas family's businesses quietly shifted control to Sean through these legal, soft marriages. This was smart business, mergers and acquisitions. To the local nobles, still stuck in the mindset of grabbing money, food, and women, it was a crushing blow. In the study, Sean watched the marked areas on the map grow larger, feeling quite happy. This is called a shell company listing, he said, drawing a circle on the map. It not only solves the internal parasites of the family, but also expands without bloodshed. Although I don't understand your strange talk, I have to admit, your methods are dirty but very effective, Serafina said, standing behind him, looking at the map with a complex expression. You remind me of those behind-the-scenes political masters who control the empire, not a young noble from the border. That's praise, Sean shrugged. Next, I need to carefully consider how to deal with those few viscounts. Their territories are truly fertile, and only by conquering them can the Holden family truly revive itself. At that moment, urgent horse hooves sounded outside the door. It was not an ordinary messenger, but the heavy footsteps of a well-trained warhorse on the cobblestone street. Vaughn pushed open the door and entered, looking more serious than when facing hundreds of soldiers earlier. "Young master, I have a letter for you," Vaughn said, presenting a dark envelope. The messenger wore a half-armor with a black griffin emblem and left the letter before leaving. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Cliff Sterling, the shadow that has long loomed over the northern border, the mastermind behind Catherine's tragic fate, finally took action. Sean took the letter. The paper was of excellent quality, thick with a faint pattern. The wax seal was crimson, depicting a soaring griffin. He tore open the envelope, revealing only a thin sheet of paper. The handwriting was elegant and ornate, exuding a sense of arrogance. To Lord Sean Holden, I have heard that you have recently gained fame in the North with impressive achievements. Not only did you repel the siege, but you also have had many happy events, truly worth celebrating. As the Guardian of the North, I should join you in your celebrations. However, upon reviewing old records, I found that the Dreeless family, Lady Catherine's maternal clan, was involved in significant tax fraud 10 years ago. As a loyal subject of the kingdom, I cannot tolerate such dishonesty. An investigation team has already set out yesterday to the Dreeless territory. Your father is far away at the border and probably has no time to worry about this. If you are interested, you are welcome to visit my estate. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding, and this matter can be cleared up. I look forward to your visit in 3 days. Cliff Sterling, Sean's fingers holding the letter did not tighten, nor did his expression change much. He simply read it twice quietly, then held the paper over the candle flame. The flame licked the paper, quickly turning it to black ash. Tax fraud. Serafina glanced at the burning paper and sneered. Old story from 10 years ago. That excuse could be even more pathetic. No, this is a clever move. Sean watched the last piece of paper turn to ash, his voice calm enough to be frightening. He knows he can't send troops directly to attack Holdenburg, the Dreas family. Susan covered her mouth worriedly. That's Catherine's family home. Though it has fallen into decline, her father, mother, and some brothers and sisters are still there. Actually, it doesn't concern us much, Vaughn said. The Dreas family isn't very valuable to us, but, ma'am, she should understand too. To others, this might seem like a minor threat. But to Sean, it was a perfect plan. If he didn't act, Catherine's family would be wiped out. With Catherine's gentle nature, if she found out she caused her entire family to die, she would probably break down. Also, Sylvia was still inside the Dreas family, which was an important bargaining chip. Sean had promised Sylvia he would protect the Dreas family. He would never go back on his word to the older characters. But if he went, leaving the strong defenses of the territory and the home advantage behind, Sean would face the Griffin Knight's trap. You're really good at studying me. Sean clapped his hands, but his eyes held no smile. Only deep, dark emptiness. Marquis Cliff was clever, but he made a deadly mistake. He shouldn't have touched Catherine's family. He shouldn't have touched Sylvia. Sean didn't care about territory, titles, or even his own life. But anyone who dared hurt his aunt should be prepared for the whole family to be wiped out. Vaughn, yes, count them in. If the Marquis wants to catch up, then let's have a good talk. Young master, should I tell the lady about this? Susan asked carefully. Sean paused for a moment, then looked outside the door. Catherine was probably in the garden trimming roses, her rare moment of happiness lately. Don't tell her the details, Sean said, adjusting his collar. Just say I need to go to the capital to handle some business. In the alchemy workshop beneath Holdenburg, the air was hot enough to dry out a person's lungs. There was no smell of sulfur, only a sharp, metallic burnt odor that felt like a short circuit in high-voltage wires. 3 days. For ordinary nobles, 3 days was enough for a simple tea party or to have a slightly nicer outfit made at the tailor. But for Sean, it was the last chance to turn his deadly skills into real weapons. On the table, 50 shiny metal objects were neatly arranged. They were thicker and longer than fingers, with the tips not smooth copper but coated in a dull black that looked unsettling. Each tip was engraved with complex patterns using a tiny carving technique only Sean could understand. 25 armor-piercing rounds bore sharp gold runes, designed to target knights who thought hiding inside metal cans kept them safe. The other 25 were explosive, filled with compressed fire element crystal dust. When they hit something hard, they would instantly release damage comparable to a third-level fireball spell. Phew. Sean took off his goggles and casually tossed them aside. He picked up a bullet and spun it on his finger. Each bullet cost 5 gold coins to make. Hopefully, it will make a sound, Sean said with a self-deprecating smile, pressing the bullets into a special silver magazine. The last step before leaving was to see Isabella. The attic door was not locked. Or rather, since the former saintess moved in, she had never locked it for him. When Sean pushed the door open, Isabella was praying by the window, facing a blank wall, without any statue of a god. Hearing footsteps, she turned around. Her once pure and noble face instantly flushed with a sickly red. She stood up. "This time, I won't go far or bring you along," Sean said directly. He took a special silver water flask from his waist and placed it on the table. Isabella was momentarily stunned, then understood Sean's meaning. She didn't feel offended but was happy that even if she wasn't there, she could still be useful. "And Isabella, thank you." Sean pointed to the water flask. "You know how important this is to me." Isabella nodded. Half an hour later, Sean carried the heavy water jug out of the attic. In this cursed magic world, it is the most effective magic potion, purer and more powerful than any alchemical potion on the market. Although it sounds embarrassing, solving the problem is more important than pride. The team gathered early in the morning. There was no grand parade or fancy family banners. Just 2 reinforced wagons and 20 knights in gray-black armor. This is the strongest force the Holden family can show. It might not compare to a real army, but it's enough to make an impression. Vaughn led the way on his horse, his hand never leaving the sword's hilt. Susan sat inside the first wagon. Once a noble lady, now the family's financial officer, she was checking her makeup in a small mirror. She had applied dark red lipstick, making her look less sharp and shrewd and more aggressive. "Don't be nervous, Aunt Susan." Sean's voice came from outside the window. But he wasn't in the wagon. He was riding a mixed-breed horse, carrying a long black cloth bundle on his back, looking like a wandering bard. "I'm not nervous." Susan snapped the mirror shut, her fingers unconsciously touching the edge of her ledger. "I'm just doing the accounts. If we all die there and the family's debts aren't paid back, it'll be a big loss." "Don't worry, I don't do risky deals," Sean said, stopping his horse. "You go ahead. I won't join the team. Remember what I told you," he added. "If you're not there, and they attack." Susan looked around worriedly. "I'm here." Sean pointed to his eyes and then to the distant mountains. "As long as we're within this distance, I'll be with you. Go. Trust me." The team slowly started moving, wheels rolling over the gravel road with a dull sound. Sean watched the convoy go away, then turned his horse and rode into the nearby forest. He wasn't a knight. He wouldn't play the hero's charge. He was a hunter. One day later, Sterling led. As the guardian of the northern border and the territory of the powerful Marquis, this place is much more prosperous than Holden, a poor and remote village. The smooth stone-paved road is lined with neatly trimmed bushes, and in the distance stands a tall gray stone castle, all showing the ruler's power and wealth. But beneath this prosperity, there is a strong sense of danger. On the main road leading to the castle, a team of heavily armed cavalry is already waiting in formation. They wear shiny silver armor, with a roaring griffin badge on their chests. This is the private army proud of Marquis Cliff. Although there are only 50 of them, their intimidating presence is enough to scare any ordinary army. The leader of the knights takes off his helmet, revealing a face full of thick flesh. He shows no intention of giving way. Instead, he drives his horse forward a few steps, looking down at the Holden convoy in front of him. "People from the Holden family," the knight captain sneers, his eyes sweeping over the carts recklessly. Finally, the cowardly turtle dares to show its head. "Let that young brat come out." Vaughn quickly steps forward, blocking the cart. "Watch your words. Sitting here is a representative of the Holden family." "Representative?" The knight captain seems to hear a joke. He turns to shout at his men. "Did you hear that? A representative? That little bastard Sean. Is he so scared he peed his pants? Or is he makes a very vulgar gesture. Still cuddling with his flirtatious servant at home. Laughter erupts among the Griffin Knights. The carriage door opens. Susan steps down using a folding ladder. Her heels click on the stone, making a crisp sound. Faced with dozens of fierce-looking men and the threatening hostility, Susan only narrows her eyes slightly. "Are you done talking nonsense?" Her voice is quiet but cold, with a sharp, calculating tone like someone who has been through many negotiations. "If you're finished, step aside. I came to talk to the Marquis, not to listen to guard dogs barking. The laughter suddenly stops. The knight captain's face darkens. He places his hand on his sword handle. Who do you call a dog? Woman, know your place. If Sean, that cowardly turtle, doesn't come, none of you will get through today. Our young master is busy every day. Susan pulled a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, covering her nose in disgust, as if she smelled something foul. He's busy handling some big deals worth thousands of gold coins and has no time to waste in this rural place. As for catching up, she sneered and looked directly into the captain's eyes. I am in charge. Now, tell me, where are the members of the Dreas family? If even one hair is missing, I will hold you accountable. Accountable? The captain sneered angrily and drew his sword with a clang. You don't seem to understand the situation. In the north, the Marquis's words are law. Since Sean dares not come, then arrest you. I don't believe he won't show up. With that, 50 Griffin knights behind him drew their swords in unison, the sound of metal scraping echoing sharply on the open road. Vaughn shouted loudly, and 20 more Horden knights behind him also drew their weapons. The atmosphere instantly tensed as if a bowstring was about to snap. Susan did not step back. She stood in the middle of the two armies, her red skirt fluttering slightly in the wind. Her back was straight, and despite her palms sweating cold, her face remained proud. 400 meters away, on a small hill covered with weeds, a bush rustled. Sean lay in the grass, camouflaged with a net made of twigs and torn cloth. His breathing was steady as if he were sleeping, and his heartbeat was deliberately kept below 60 beats per minute. A black gun barrel protruded from the bushes, like a long-awaited venomous snake. It was firmly resting on a rock. Through the enchanted optical scope, the arrogant captain's head was as clear as a rotten watermelon hanging in front of him. Sean could even see bits of food stuck between his teeth and his mouth moving constantly, spitting out curses. Even if you run 400 meters, you can't escape, Sean silently thought. At this distance, with Barrett and enchanted bullets, there was no need to consider bullet drop. Aim and shoot. He unscrewed the cap of a mithril water bottle beside him and took a big sip of Isabellate brew. As the explosive burst of elemental energy flooded his throat, it instantly dispelled the fatigue from his long wait. His pupils slightly contracted, and his vision became clearer than ever, allowing him to see even the dust floating in the air. Sean licked the remaining white residue on his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. His finger rested on the cold trigger. The crosshair in the scope slowly moved up from the chest of the knight captain, finally stopping at the center of the forehead of the unhelmeted knight on his left. Aunt Susan, good job, Sean whispered to himself. Now, it's my turn to negotiate. He didn't rush to shoot, but watched the tense standoff in the distance through the scope, like a predator admiring its struggling prey. He was waiting for the knight captain to make even one aggressive move. Just one more inch of the sword forward. Just a slight threat to Susan. And that head would explode like a tomato smashed by a hammer. Come on. Sean gently pre-pressed the trigger, feeling the tight fit of the mechanical parts. Let's see whether your fighting spirit or my armor-piercing bullet is stronger. The wind stopped. On the hillside, everything was silent. Only the dark barrel of the gun silently watching over all. Susan looked at the fully armed metal-clad soldiers across from her, unafraid because she trusted Sean. The bulky knight captain was about to bring his sword down, but saw the woman with no magical aura raise her hand casually and wave behind her. Vaughn looked at Susan's unprotected back, clenched his teeth, and finally lowered the knight's sword he had raised. Don't be nervous, Vaughn, Susan said gracefully, adjusting her wind-blown hair. Fighting such opponents, even without you, I can handle it with a flick of my finger. The air froze for a second. Then, the Griffin knights burst into reckless laughter. The knights on horseback laughed loudly, their armor clinking with a crisp sound. The knight captain even laughed so hard tears almost came out. He drove his horse forward 2 steps, looking down at Susan's white chest with a lecherous gaze that couldn't be hidden. Just a flick of your finger? He stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips. Madam, if your fingers are used to help your brothers with their physical troubles, that's enough. As for killing? Huh. Do you think we're going to laugh ourselves to death? Laughter grew louder, and dirty words buzzed around like flies. Susan's face showed no change. She was neither angry nor embarrassed. She had heard much worse before. She simply raised her right hand quietly and pointed with her index finger. No spells, no hand signs, no fancy magic lights. She looked like she was picking out rotten leaves at a market, casually pointing at a guy behind the knight captain to the left. That young knight was smiling happily, suddenly saw the beautiful woman pointing at him, froze for a moment, and instinctively scratched his helmet's gap, about to ask, "Why are you pointing at me?" 400 meters away, in the bushes, Sean held his breath, slowly emptying his lungs. At this moment, that unlucky man's head was fully in his sight through the scope. "Looks like you're having fun." He pressed his index finger. The firing pin struck, igniting the primer, and a bullet engraved with explosive runes shot out. The strong recoil hit Sean's shoulder, and the blast wave from the gun instantly flattened the surrounding grass. Sound always lags behind death. Just as Susan's finger froze on that man, the knight captain hadn't even blinked. Bang! It was like a ripe watermelon being smashed with a heavy hammer. Red, white, and warm, viscous stuff sprayed out in a fan shape, splattering two nearby knights. The headless body still sat upright on the horse, hands holding the reins, a blood jet from the neck reaching half a meter high. 1 second later, the thunderous gunfire finally echoed across the valley. The laughter was suddenly cut off as if by an invisible knife. Everyone froze in place, their minds blank. That head just disappeared into thin air. Susan felt her cheeks grow cold, and warm liquid splashed onto her skirt. Although she was mentally prepared, witnessing this scene made her heart race uncontrollably a few times. Was this the work of Sean? This is the young master who once cuddled in her arms, now wielding power. A sense of safety unlike anything she had felt before, mixed with admiration for his strength, made her legs feel weak, but her back straightened even more. "I told you." Susan's voice sounded especially clear in the silence. "Just one finger is enough." The frightened neighing of the warhorse broke the quiet. The captain of the knights finally regained his senses. He looked around in panic, trying to find the invisible caster. But how could this be? Even the chief of the Royal Mage group couldn't instantly destroy a mid-level knight wearing a magic helmet without any magic fluctuations. The unknown is the greatest fear. There is a powerful person. The captain couldn't see the enemy, but his years of intuition told him this place was dangerous. But he didn't dare to charge forward. This invisible, intangible attack completely shattered his mental defenses. "Quick, report to the Marquis." He suddenly grabbed the nearest light cavalryman and shouted, "Tell the Lord that the Holden family seems to have someone very formidable backing them." As soon as he finished speaking, the cavalryman spun his horse around and desperately galloped from the side. The warhorse's hooves kicked up dust as it dashed out in a flash, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Running away? Susan raised an eyebrow. She didn't even turn to look at the fleeing soldier, just lazily raised her hand and pointed her slender index finger at the distant figure. It was like death calling out a name. On the distant hillside, Sean quickly pulled the trigger, and a hot shell ejected with a hissing sound, landing in the grass. Moving target. A bit challenging, but only slightly. For a Barrett rifle with an effective range of 1,500 meters, 400 meters was not difficult. He prejudged the lead in his mind, slightly shifted the gun, and aimed at his chest to compensate for the moving target. "Go ahead." The second thunderous shot rang out. The fleeing warhorse suddenly let out a piercing scream, as if pushed by an invisible giant hand. This shot didn't hit the head, but struck the torso. The immense force tore through the thin chainmail, creating a large, transparent hole about the size of a bowl between his chest and abdomen. Internal organ fragments mixed with broken ribs burst out from the back. The body fell from the horse and hit the rocky road, rolling a few times before stopping. The lost warhorse was too frightened, spinning in place and neighing nonstop. This time, no one dared to move. The remaining 48 knights seemed frozen, stiffly holding their positions. Even their horses seemed to sense their fear, pawing nervously. The knight captain's hand holding his sword trembled badly. He looked at the woman standing beside the carriage, who hadn't even taken a small knife, and felt a cold chill run from his tailbone to his head. What kind of magic is this? Does pointing at someone mean they die? Did I say you could leave? Susan lowered her hand, gently brushing non-existent dust from her sleeve. Her movements were slow, but in the eyes of the knights, Her pale hand looked more terrifying than a death god's scythe. If you don't want to turn into those two piles of rotten flesh on the ground, stay still. Susan raised her eyelids and looked over the pale faces. Until I finished talking with the Marquis. The Knight Captain swallowed hard, his throat moving painfully. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, then finally nodded. In the face of such unbelievable power, the so-called knightly honor seemed like a joke. In the distant bushes, Sean looked through his scope at the scene and let out a long, exhausted breath. He loosened his finger on the trigger and realized his palms were sweaty. Those 2 shots weren't just about aiming. They were about testing the enemy's mental defenses. If these 50 iron cans really charged recklessly, even with his divine gun, he couldn't kill them all before they reached him. Then Susan and Vaughn would be in big trouble. Fortunately, the unknown fear had scared these people to death. Well done, Aunt Susan. Sean grabbed the water bottle beside him and took a big drink. He licked his lips, then got back into position, keeping his gun steady, and aimed at the Knight Captain's forehead. In the end, those iron cans chose to compromise. After all, the sight of all that red and white stuff on the ground was just too convincing. No one wants to risk their head guessing whether the unseen death god might tremble or not. Lead the way, Susan said calmly, without a hint of fear. She even took a moment to straighten her skirt on her knees. Don't try anything funny. If my wheels stop for more than 3 seconds, or if anyone tries to leave the group, you all know the consequences. The Knight Captain looked pale, sweat under his helmet blurring his vision. He nodded stiffly, too scared to look at the terrifying woman. He just waved his hand mechanically, signaling his men to turn their horses. This group, originally fierce and determined to escort the prisoner, now looked quite silly. The heavily armed Griffin Knights looked like frightened quails, surrounding the ordinary black carriage but not daring to get too close. They kept a strange distance from each other, afraid that the woman who only pointed with her finger might accidentally hurt them if she got angry. Meanwhile, behind the bushes 400 meters away, Sean spat out the tasteless grass roots in his mouth. He didn't rush to stand up. Instead, he carefully watched every move of the group through his scope. Only when he was sure the Knight Captain was truly obedient did he slowly put away his tripod. That's more like it. If he followed the old Fox Cliffs plan and obediently entered the castle, he'd be like meat on a chopping block. Nowadays, so-called noble etiquette and negotiation rules are just a cover used by the strong to restrain the weak. That's why Sean decided to act first. Since they dared to openly invite him, they must have already set a trap. To escape their control, he needed to disrupt their rhythm and make them follow his pace. Only then could he succeed in rescuing Sylvia. Sean wrapped his heavy sniper rifle with cloth and carried it on his back. He mounted his horse and slipped into the woods. He had to change position, stay out of their sight, and keep applying psychological pressure. Fear, after all, grows faster the less it is seen. Sterling Manor, Count's Dungeon. It's dark here all year round, with a damp smell of moldy straw and old blood filling the air. Count Cliff stood outside a cell, looking quite interested. He was swinging half a glass of red wine in his hand, watching the people inside with a playful look. The Green family was huddled in the corner. The once proud and greedy woman was now hugging her trembling child. On the other side, Sylvia leaned against the cold stone wall. Her clothes were a bit dirty and messy, but her calm and cool aura remained. That foolish boy really came. Cliff took a sip of wine, a mocking smile on his fat face. I thought someone like him, who can cause such trouble at his age, would have some sense. But no, once it comes to women, especially that useless Catherine, he completely loses his mind. He walked to the iron bars, staring at Sylvia's face, which was tired but still beautiful. He clicked his tongue. I was thinking, if he didn't come, I would kill this family first and send their heads over. Now it seems I don't need to. When his head is brought here, I'll have someone hang it outside your cell so you can see what your savior really ends up like. Then I'll enjoy what this kind of emotional food tastes like. Sylvia looked up. Her eyes were red. She had imagined many possibilities over the past few days. Maybe the boy would be scared off by the Marquis's power, or maybe he would give up for profit. After all, they didn't have any deep bond. Even that slight connection was as thin as paper compared to noble interests. But he still came. Knowing it was a trap, knowing Cliff Marquis had set a perfect snare, he still stepped in for her. He was so foolish. Sylvia muttered softly, her voice so quiet only she could hear. It wasn't mockery, but a mix of emotion, touched and guilty. Having spent so long in noble circles, her heart, which had long been frozen, skipped a beat from such pure, almost foolish courage. Cliff didn't hear what she said, nor did he care. To him, it was just prey struggling before death. Everything was under control. As long as the 50 Griffin Knights brought the person into the castle and closed the gates. Even if that boy had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, on the main road of Sterling's territory, a strange scene appeared that left everyone puzzled. The proud Griffin Knights, who should have looked mighty and confident, now seemed like defeated prisoners. They kept their heads down, their bodies tense, holding their shields high, and some nervously looked back at the forest behind them as if a fierce beast was lurking there. Meanwhile, the carriage they surrounded had its windows open. Susan sat by the window, not holding any weapons, just casually resting her arm on the sill. She wore a noble, composed smile, glancing at the crowd gathered on both sides of the road. Her calm demeanor was like taking a walk in her own garden, not being in enemy territory. Vaughn led 20 soldiers from the Holden family on horseback behind the carriage. Although they were outnumbered, each soldier held his head high, hands on their swords, and their presence was even more commanding than the local knights in front. The common people and some minor nobles whispered and pointed at them. Since when did the Holden family become so bold? They dare to parade their knights openly in Marquis Cliff's land. That carriage in the middle. It looks like the Holden family crest. The Holden family? That famous but declining noble family. But look at the lady on the carriage. A merchant lowered his voice, full of admiration. She's very beautiful and has an elegant air. I heard the Marquis Holden's second wife is a stunning beauty. Could it be her? The legendary Lady Catherine? If it's her, then their display makes sense. No wonder Marquis Cliff is interested in her. Fighting for love, I suppose. These comments drifted into Susan's ears with the wind. She didn't get angry. In fact, her smile grew even wider. Susan squinted, watching the knights who dared not meet her gaze from behind. This feeling of controlling the situation was much more exciting than counting coins in her treasury. Finally, the procession stopped in front of the Marquis's grand estate. The heavy iron gate was closed, and archers on the tower peeked out, looking confused at the strange formation of the knights. The knight captain, forcing himself to stay calm, rode up to the carriage and said in a dry voice, "Madam, we have arrived. Please get out of the car. The Marquis is waiting inside." Susan did not move. She didn't even glance at the captain. Instead, she leaned lazily against the cushion, lightly tapping her fingers on the window frame. The knight captain felt his heart pounding. He instinctively shrank back, afraid that her finger might point at him next. "Did I say I wanted to go in?" Susan finally spoke. Her voice was soft, but carried a firm tone. "That creepy castle makes me uncomfortable just smelling it." "So, you mean?" The captain was about to cry. "Go and tell Cliff." Susan lifted her chin, her gaze crossing the tall walls to look directly at the main building of the estate. "Ask him to come out and talk. Also, bring the Dreas family out safely. I want to see them all alive. I'll give him 10 minutes. "That's impossible," the captain blurted out. The Marquis would never obey. Susan turned her head. Her beautiful eyes showed no anger, only a cold calm that was even more chilling. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing the knight captain's helmet. "Obey? No, this is a deal," she smiled, her smile charming yet dangerous. "I think he wouldn't want to see his best knights turned into a pile of broken bodies right at his door. After all, this is the Strad territory." The knight captain shivered. "Sometimes, death isn't the worst thing. Losing a knight's dignity can be endured. But losing both at the same time is a line you can't cross. I will go and report." He no longer cared about his knightly reputation. He braced himself and went to speak with the guards at the estate. It seemed he told them everything that had just happened. The guard hurriedly went inside to report. Watching the figure scramble inside, Susan let out a gentle breath. Her palms were already covered in cold sweat. The black carriage looked like a coffin, quietly parked there. The unseen death god might be lying on a hilltop, pointing at them with magic that could smash a person's head like a watermelon. Susan sat inside the carriage, unconsciously rubbing her sleeve. She had been waiting for half an hour. The noble circle led by Sterling was small, and news had already spread here. If they didn't give an explanation, what would happen to the reputation of Northland Marquis Cliff? Being blocked at the door by a fallen count's maid and not daring to come out was a joke that could be told for 10 years. Finally, the heavy door opened. First came 2 rows of heavily armed soldiers, shields held tightly to prevent any deadly lightning from flying in. Then, Marquis Cliff slowly appeared. He was even fatter than rumors suggested, wearing a luxurious silk suit that was stretched tight like a sausage stuffed full. Though he wore the arrogance typical of nobles, the gloom in his eyes couldn't be hidden. What drew the most attention wasn't him, but the man beside him. That man wasn't wearing armor, only a simple linen shirt, carrying a double-handed greatsword. But when he stood there, the air around him seemed to thicken. High-level night. From a bush 400 meters away, Sean squinted, observing the man through a scope. He chewed on some roots, the bitter taste spreading in his mouth. This was the advanced combat power of this world. In the game, such NPCs usually had passive skills like instinctive dodge or aura protection. Barrett was strong, but that was according to physical rules. Facing a fantasy creature that could dismantle a giant robot with bare hands, it was uncertain whether one shot could kill it. If he missed, and the man exploded with power, a few breaths from 300 meters away wouldn't matter. Sean's body was fragile like paper. Once close, he was dead. Looks like this is the old fox's confidence, Sean muttered softly, moving his finger away from the trigger guard and gently resting it nearby, breathing as slowly as possible. Behind Cliff, several guards dragged some people out. They were from the Dreas family. Baron Green was so frightened that he could barely stand, supported only by 2 guards. Sylvia walked at the back, her wrists chained with heavy iron cuffs. The crosshair of the scope shifted from the high-ranking knight to Sylvia's face. She had lost a lot of weight. Her once-fitting dress now looked a bit loose. This sense of fragility made her elegant, distant aura seem even more tragic, like a white rose battered by a storm. Although her complexion looked poor, it seemed her family hadn't been mistreated. After all, they were being used as bargaining chips. They wouldn't do anything drastic until the situation fully escalated. TSK, Sean felt a bit annoyed. This situation made him very unhappy. At the manor gate, Susan pushed open the car door and stepped out. She didn't bow or salute, just straightened her back and looked directly at Cliff, ignoring the shiny swords around her. Finally, the Marquis shows himself. Cliff smirked insincerely, his small, fat eyes greedily scanning Susan. From her chest to her waist, his gaze was greasy and made her feel sick. The Holden family really has many talented people, Cliff said sharply. That Sean, who only hides behind women, dares not come, but they sent a sharp-tongued beauty instead. He took a step forward, and the cloth-clad swordsman beside him immediately followed, staying close. Since you're here, why not come in for some tea? I think we can have a good talk in the bedroom. No, the study, Cliff sneered. Susan clenched her stomach to keep from vomiting and coldly said, no need. The air here is better. Marquis Cliff, what do you really want? Just say it. My patience is limited, and my young master's patience is even shorter. When mentioning Sean, Cliff's face darkened. He glanced at the discouraged Griffin Knights, and then looked at the silent mountain forest in the distance. The feeling of being watched made him uneasy, even with high-level knights protecting him. His neck felt cold. Damn it, he cursed silently. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll be direct. The entire Dreas family is unharmed, including that woman. That is the rule. Cliff put away his sly smile and showed his sharp teeth. I can let them go. I can also withdraw the tax fraud case. But, he raised 2 fingers as thick as carrots. I want the actual control rights of the Dark Knight and Sultan territories, leased to me for free, for 2 years. As soon as he said this, the air around seemed to freeze. Susan's pupils slightly contracted. Not because the condition was too harsh, but because it was too accurate. On the night before departure, Sean spread out a map and pointed heavily at 2 small, unremarkable circles, saying to her, according to my plan, if Cliff doesn't want to make trouble, he will definitely want these 2 places. At that time, Susan didn't believe it. Those 2 lands had no minerals, the soil was poor, and there was nothing but trees and rocks. What could they be used for? Sean's only explanation then was, that's the throat. Now, Looking at Cliff's expression of, "You dare not refuse," Susan's admiration for Sean reached its peak. Could that man really predict the future? The Dark Knight and Sultan territories happened to be at the border between Holden's land and the domains of Viscount Blackwood and Baron Ironthorn. If these two lands fell into Cliff's hands, he could connect these three scattered forces into one, forming a ring like an iron barrel, completely blocking the Holden family's expansion route. 2 years, Susan showed a perfectly timed look of hesitation and struggle. That's nearly a third of Holden's border. Seeing Susan's expression, Cliff felt confident. He thought he had won. That young kid, how could he understand such a game of geopolitics? As long as he took these two strongholds, he had plenty of ways to slowly eat away at Holden within 2 years. How about it? Not willing. Cliff snorted coldly and pointed behind him to Sylvia. If you refuse, these few might have to stay in my dungeon for a few more years. Especially this beautiful Miss Sylvia. I would be happy to teach her some rules of serving a master. Sylvia's body trembled slightly, her lips pressed tightly, and she said nothing. Susan took a deep breath, as if making a very difficult decision. Okay, she said through clenched teeth, but I have conditions. You must release them now, immediately right now. Also, we need to sign a noble contract to ensure they won't be attacked before leaving Sterling territory. Deal. Cliff agreed quickly, afraid Susan might change her mind. A few pieces of sheepskin parchment were brought forward. They signed and stamped the documents. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. When the transfer agreement reached Cliff's hands, the Marquis finally showed a victorious smile. He even felt that the loss of a few nights earlier was not a big deal. Trading a few lives for a clear strategic advantage was a very good deal. Release them, he waved his hand. The shackles were unlocked, and Baron Green's family ran towards the carriage, stumbling and crawling. Sylvia walked slowly, rubbing her swollen wrist. As she passed Susan, she whispered, "You shouldn't have agreed. That was a trap." Susan steadied her unsteady body and whispered in her ear, "The young master said he would do anything to protect your safety." Sylvia froze in surprise. On the distant hillside, Sean watched this scene, a slight smile on his face, like a hunter seeing prey step into a trap. "Idiot," he softly muttered 2 words. Did Cliff think he had taken a strategic position? The Dark Knight territory and the Sultan territory are barren because they are active areas for underground monsters, and, according to the system map, there is a bubbling toxic swamp gas vent beneath them. In the original game, these 2 places were known early on as newbie discouragement zones. Whoever controls them suffers. Maintenance costs alone could ruin a small family, not to mention the impending eruption of toxic gas. Want the land? Here it is. Sean adjusted his stance, looked through the scope, and finally glanced at the still alert high-level knight. The man seemed to sense something, suddenly looked up, and stared in this direction with sharp eyes. Sean didn't hide. Instead, from 400 meters away, he raised his middle finger toward that direction. "Don't worry, I'll change my gun and come back to play with you later." He put away the stand and quickly disassembled the sniper rifle, packing it into the cloth bag on his back. Down the hill, Susan had already loaded everyone into the carriage. Vaughn led the cavalry on both sides, and the group began to turn around slowly. Cliff stood on the steps, holding the agreement in his hand, watching the Holden family's carriage leave in a sorry state. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Tell Sean that little brat," he shouted after the departing carriage. "I'll take good care of these 2 territories for him. Let him come and visit when he has time." Inside the carriage, Susan heard the teasing voices behind her. She turned to look out the window. If he knew what the young master buried in those 2 lands, he might cry. Sylvia sat in the corner, holding a cup of warm water that Susan had handed her, looking lost. She looked at this clever and capable housekeeper and thought of Sean, who had risked himself alone for her. Did he really come? Her voice was hoarse. "He has been here all along." Susan pointed toward the distant forest. "He's watching us." Sylvia followed her finger and looked out. There was only a lush forest, nothing else visible. But for some reason, her heart, which had been hanging in the air for days like an icy pit, suddenly felt a long-lost warmth. In the shadows of that forest, Sean had already mounted his horse. Sean whistled. He patted the horse's neck and galloped in another direction. "Cliff, our account has just begun. It's been a long time, Aunt Sylvia." The border of Sterling's territory is a winding grayish dirt road across the wilderness. The sound of wheels crushing gravel echoed clearly in the empty afternoon. Cliff stood on the highest terrace of the castle, swinging a glass of deep red wine. His gaze crossed several kilometers, fixed on the departing carriage, which looked like a stray dog. The parchment contract was now on his desk, stamped with the bright red seal of the Halden family. Just letting them go like that? A sound of armor rubbing against armor came from nearby. That was the high-ranking knight Sean had once flipped off through the scope. Raymond. He took off his helmet and casually placed it on the stone railing. His weathered face was full of confusion. Why not? Cliff took a sip of wine. Feeling so good he even hummed a little folk tune. Raymond frowned, looking regretfully into the distance. Sylvia. She's a top-notch lady. Haven't you always wanted to experience that cold, noble lady's charm? Letting her go like that? That's not your style. In his view, since they already had her in hand. Even if the Holdens came to demand her back, as long as no real fight broke out, there was no reason to spit out the meat they had already caught. Cliff turned around, a meaningful smile on his plump face. His small, fat eyes sparkled with the cunning of a businessman. Raymond, you're good at fighting, but when it comes to playing smart, you're still too inexperienced. He pointed to his own temple with a chubby finger. You understand, right? Understanding what? What do I look like in the eyes of these country bumpkins in the north? Greedy, lustful, and violent nouveau riche, Cliff sneered. That's the image I deliberately show them. If I really gave up the strategic stronghold of the Holden family just because of a woman, no matter how top-tier Sylvia is, then I'd be a complete fool. He walked to the table, heavily marking the map with his finger from the Dark Knight territory to the Sultan territory. Getting these two places means I've already half-tightened my grip on the Holden family. 2 years? Huh. I have plenty of ways to turn those into my outposts within a year. A flash of greedy excitement crossed Cliff's eyes. It wasn't just about territory. It was the thrill of watching prey slowly fall into a trap. As for women, he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Once I swallow the fat sheep of the Holdens, that Catherine, Sylvia who ran away today, and even the sharp-tongued housekeeper Susan, none of them will escape my grasp. Raymond suddenly understood and flattered him. Your grace, your foresight is admirable. When the time comes, remember to leave some soup for your brothers when you feast on the meat. Don't worry, I have enough meat to eat, and I won't forget your bones. Cliff laughed happily. I really must thank Sean, that spendthrift, for actually trading 2 territories, but I still envy that foolish kid's luck. Laughter of pride echoed through the estate. Meanwhile, a few dozen kilometers away, at the border of the wilderness, the wind was strong, whipping sand and gravel into faces, making them hurt. Sean sat on an old, weathered boulder, a long black cloth bag resting across his lap. He was chewing on a piece of grass he had pulled from nowhere, boredly watching the dust rise in the distance. Susan was driving the carriage at the front, with Vaughn and 20 soldiers guarding the sides. When the black carriage stopped in front of him, Sean spat out the grass, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and got down from his horse. The carriage door opened, releasing a smell of sweat, mold, and fear. The Dreas family members looked like a group of quails soaked in a heavy rain, trembling and huddled together. The first to jump out was Baron Green. He was in ragged clothes, his hair messy like a chicken coop, but his eyes shone brightly. The moment he saw Sean, it was as if he saw a stunning beauty or a mountain of gold coins. Oh, young Master Sean, Green hurried over, almost crawling, with a grateful and flattering smile that made others feel sick. Thanks to you. I knew the Holden family wouldn't ignore us. You're truly talented, and that Cliff is nothing compared to you. He reached out his dirty hand, trying to grab Sean's sleeve. Sean didn't even blink. He kept walking straight ahead, without stopping or changing his gaze. He simply walked past, casually bumping into Green, who staggered and almost fell. Green didn't dare to get angry. He awkwardly retracted his hand and stepped back, hunching his shoulders. Sean's eyes didn't see these people. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the last carriage's step. There sat a thin figure. Sylvia. She looked even thinner than in his memory. The once-fitting high-waisted long skirt now hung empty on her body, with the cuffs and hem covered in dirt. She looked down, seeming afraid to look around, her hands tightly clenched together. This did not diminish her beauty. Instead, It made her look like a delicate porcelain piece with cracks. Sean approached her, shadows falling over him. Sylvia trembled as if startled, then suddenly looked up. When she saw that familiar, slightly rebellious young face, her dull gray eyes filled with many complicated feelings: shock, shame, sadness, and a strange sense of reliance. "Aunt Sylvia." He knelt down, level with her, and gently wiped a dirt smudge from her cheek with his thumb. "I'm sorry I was late." His apology completely overwhelmed Sylvia. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Late? How could it be late? If it weren't for him, she might have become a plaything for that greedy pig Cliff, unable to escape or find peace. She knew what the agreement entailed. Susan hadn't hidden anything from her on the way here. 2 territories, real land, population, and taxes. Even if those were 2 small, not-so-rich lands, any noble would see them as enough to buy 100 Dreyfus families or thousands of women like her. And Sean, once seen as a spoiled young boy, had thrown away his family's estate without hesitation to save her. This was more than she could ever repay. "You shouldn't." Sylvia's voice was hoarse, like rough sandpaper rubbing together. "It's not worth it. Those are 2 territories. In my eyes, even if I had to give up the entire Holden territory, as long as you can stand here safely, it's worth it," Sean interrupted her. Of course, this was a lie, but it was also the truth. At such times, this half-true, half-false sentence was the most comforting thing in the world. Sure enough, Sylvia's body trembled violently, tears like broken beads falling heavily onto her hands. Sean reached out without hesitation and gently held her cold hands. "Get in the car. It's windy here." He half-forced and half-supported her as he helped her into his carriage, which was lined with thick, soft cushions. The inside of the carriage was warm and smelled faintly of lavender. Sylvia curled up in the corner, holding a pot of warm water that Sean had handed her, still feeling dazed. Sean sat across from her, not in a hurry to speak, just quietly watching until her emotions calmed down a bit. "From now on, don't go back to that broken place called Dreyfus," Sean said firmly. Sylvia paused, her eyes dull. "I won't go back." "Where else can I go?" "Stay in Holdenburg." Sean leaned forward, his eyes intense. "Help Catherine manage the family with me." "What?" Sylvia almost dropped the water pot in her hands. She doubted her ears. Manage the family? What did those words really mean? It meant holding power, a position of importance for the lady of the house. The Holden family had already absorbed nearby small noble families and was now a true local power. Letting a stranger handle family affairs? "Are you crazy?" Sylvia muttered. You are someone I trust," Sean interrupted her again. "And I really can't stand to see you leave my sight again and fall into danger. Only by keeping you in Holdenburg, under my protection, can I feel at ease. That way, if anyone wants to harm you in the future, they would first have to destroy my family, kill my loved ones." Those words were very heavy. Sylvia felt as if her heart was tightly clenched by a hot hand. She had lived over 30 years and had never heard anyone say such things to her. "Sean." Sylvia couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her face and cried silently. All the long-held grievances and feelings finally found a way out. Outside the carriage, Susan held the reins, listening to the crying and the man's gentle, comforting voice inside, and shook her head helplessly. She glanced at Baron Green in the distance, still bowing and nodding to Vaughn, then looked at the closed curtain of the carriage. 2 abandoned lands, in exchange for a loyal housekeeper, and we also gained some public support. Susan raised her whip and gave a loud whistle in the air. "Our young master," she said with a teasing smile, softly muttering, "really knows quite a few tricks." The wheels rolled as the caravan set out again. Sean sat inside the carriage, but his eyes looked through the gap in the curtain towards Sterling's direction. "I finally finished editing and reviewing it 4 times, removing 20,000 words. I tried not to cut the plot so as not to affect the experience for everyone. It was very difficult, but some scenes and titles had to be changed. Thanks for your patience. Today, I am back to update." The suspension bridge in Holdenburg slowly lowered with the groaning of the winch, and the heavy sound of chains startled a few wild ducks by the moat. As the convoy entered the inner fortress, the sky was heavy with gray clouds. Sean jumped down from the carriage, his boots clicking on the damp, blue stones. He ignored the group of Dreyfus tribespeople still poking their heads around and walked straight towards Susan, who was already waiting. Is everything arranged? Sean took off his cloak and casually handed it to a nearby servant. All the horses and carriages are ready. We can leave at any time, Susan replied. But her gaze crossed Sean's and glanced at the ragged yet greedy-looking Dreas tribespeople. Are we really sending them back? Baron Green was just asking me which room in the castle gets the best sunlight. Tell him the best-lit place is the Holden family's dungeon, Sean snorted. Send them back to Dreas' original territory. Although it's run down, it's still a den. Remember, except for Sylvia, no one stays. Aren't you worried that Cliff will catch them again? Catching? Sean paused and looked back at Green, who was trying to cozy up to the castle guards. Cliff is smart. He won't do this kind of deal twice. And he lowered his voice. I've planted some spies over there. If anyone dares to bother us again, our people will report immediately. Susan raised an eyebrow but didn't ask further. She knew this young master too well. After dealing with this troublesome matter, Sean finally felt a bit more at ease. However, the true center of the storm was still inside the castle. In front of the master bedroom on the second floor, Catherine was pacing anxiously. She wore a light blue house dress, nervously twisting her hands. When she saw the thin figure appear at the top of the stairs, supported by Susan, the usually meek countess suddenly moved with surprising speed. Sylvia! Catherine rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Sean leaned around the corner of the hallway, not wanting to disturb. Such tender moments were not suitable for someone like him. 2 territories. Catherine's voice was faint and broken by the wind. Apparently, that talkative Baron Green had told Catherine the price of the deal before leaving. To save us. Sean gave up the Dark Knight territory and the Sultan territory. Sylvia's voice was hoarse, filled with deep guilt. Catherine froze. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze crossing the hallway and fixing precisely on Sean, who was trying to slip away. There was no blame in her eyes, no pain over money, only a burning heat that made Sean feel uneasy. To her, Sean was someone who valued family interests very highly. But for her, yes, only for her, since Sean and the Dreas family had no emotional ties. He had unhesitatingly given up 2 strategic regions. What kind of sacrifice was this? Sean felt her gaze and cleared his throat nervously. Those 2 territories were hard to manage. I was just trying to streamline the business. Stop talking, Sean, Catherine said, releasing Sylvia and walking over. Her eyes were red, and she gently touched Sean's cheek. I know. I understand. You did it to avoid hurting me, right? Actually, it was mainly because. No need to explain, Catherine said with a cool touch on her fingertips. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Whatever you've lost, I will find a way to make up for it, no matter what. Seeing her expression that said, my life is yours now, Sean wisely kept silent. Some misunderstandings, when explained, only seem fake. After calming these 2 emotional women and watching them walk into the room to share their feelings, Sean finally let out a breath and turned to walk into the study. Young master, your trick of buying bones with 1,000 gold is really clever. Susan came in unexpectedly, holding a cup of strong coffee. Now Lady Catherine probably wishes she could give her heart to you. Stop talking nonsense, Sean said, taking the coffee and taking a big sip. The bitter taste made him feel energized. We are just getting started. Is the announcement ready? Yes, it is, Susan replied, pulling out a piece of sheepskin parchment. As you ordered, we have announced that the Knight territory and Sultan territory are leased to Marquis Cliff. Good, Sean said, walking to the large territory map. He pointed around Holdenburg, drawing a circle. Now, make the second announcement. Susan took notes. What should I say? Tell everyone in the northern border, especially those in the Knight and Sultan territories. Let them know that anyone willing to move to Holden territory will get land. 2 acres of good farmland per household, plus half a year of tax exemption. Susan paused with her pen. Young master, where do we get so much land? The territory has already been divided. Who said we are taking their land? Sean grinned mischievously, pointing at the map where some estates belong to relatives and minor nobles. That marriage deal for the shell company. Didn't we sign a lot of property transfer agreements? Those fools, who are being sidelined, still hold a lot of idle land. Susan widened her eyes. Are you planning to take their land as a favor? This is resource optimization, Sean said confidently. Instead of letting that land grow weeds, we give it to people who can create value. Since those relatives signed, the land rights are in my hands. If they cause trouble, just teach them a lesson. This move was like using villainous logic to the fullest. The news spread quickly, like it had wings. In less than 2 days, it reached everywhere nearby. The whole northern border was in an uproar. For farmers and miners at the bottom, 2 acres of good land and tax exemption were like a gift from heaven. The Holden family's image in their minds changed from a tough, noble family to saviors and helpers. On the main road to Holdenburg, migration teams formed long lines, with families bringing their belongings. The sounds of pots and pans clattering, children crying, and animals braying filled the air. On the other side, the relatives of the displaced nobles were devastated. Bandits! This is outright theft. My ancestral land. How dare Sean do this? Several complaint letters sealed with wax stamps were sent overnight to the capital. However, these letters were like stones thrown into the sea. They made no sound and disappeared without a trace. In this world where strength rules, the royal family usually ignores internal disputes among border lords. As long as Sean pays his tribute on time, even if he dances naked in his territory, the king won't interfere. Moreover, who would want to cause trouble over a few fallen nobles? In just 5 days, half the population of the Dark Knight and Sultan territories had fled. Most of the remaining people were either old folks reluctant to leave their homes or stubborn loyalists who thought this was just a game among nobles. "Young master, it seems no one else will come," Vaughn reported, riding back with dust on his face. "They said they'd rather die in their own beds than leave. Some even say Marquis Clive might be more merciful than you." Merciful? Sean stood on a high slope, looking at the dull swamp in the distance, sneering. "I hope when the swamp gas explodes, Clive's mercy can serve as a gas mask." He no longer worried about those who stayed. The opportunity was gone. The fate was his. Since he chose to trust that fat guy Clive, he had to accept the consequences. "Send the orders." Sean turned around, his black coat fluttering in the cold wind. "Tell the repair team to set up at the border between the 2 territories immediately." "Are they building roads?" Vaughn asked. "No walls." Sean's eyes turned cold. "Build a high wall along the border. It doesn't need to look pretty, but it must be strong and tall enough. Completely separate Dark Knight and Sultan territories from ours. Also," he paused, pulling out a pre-drawn map from his pocket, "send the miners to the center of these 2 areas. Tell them to dig deep." Vaughn took the map, which showed several strange drilling points in very tricky locations, places with the weakest geological structure. How deep should they dig? Until they hear hissing sounds. Sean squinted, as if he could already see the green poisonous fog about to burst out. "Remember, be quick. Before Lord Cliff officially takes over, I want to prepare this gift for him." With the order given, the quiet wasteland suddenly became lively again. The sound of chiseling echoed day and night. A grayish-white stone wall quickly rose along the border, looking like an ugly scar. On the 2 lands about to change hands, unaware miners shouted and swung their pickaxes. Under the watch of guards, they carefully chipped away the thin layer of rock, inch by inch, moving closer to the ancient, sleeping death god deep underground. At night, Sean stood on the castle tower, looking at the distant flickering lights. "What are you doing?" a gentle voice asked behind him. Sean turned around and saw Catherine wrapped in a thick wool shawl, standing in the cold wind, holding a tray of freshly baked cookies. Her eyes still held that gentle, worshipful look that he couldn't look away from. "Just enjoying the view," Sean said casually, grabbing a cookie and putting it in his mouth. "It tastes good." Catherine smiled, her eyes curling with happiness, as if she had received the best compliment in the world. "Are those 2 lands really that important? I've noticed you've been watching them all these days." "They used to be very important." Sean swallowed the cookie, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and looked past Catherine's shoulder at the deep night sky. "But not anymore." Catherine didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from leaning closer to Sean on this cold night. "Half a month. For winter in the northern border, this is just enough time for the snow to grow 3 inches thicker." But for Sean, it was enough to plant a huge, shocking trap for Lord Cliff. On the wasteland between the Dark Knight territory and the Sultan territory. "Stop!" Sean raised his hand. The old miner in front, covered in cold dust, trembled slightly. His pickaxe hovered in the air, afraid to fall. The ground beneath them was trembling. It wasn't the kind of tremor caused by 1,000 horses galloping, but a more subtle shiver, as if something underground was holding its breath, anxious to burst. "Did you hear that?" Sean asked. The old miner lay on the ground, his ear pressed against the thin layer of rock that had been chipped away. A few seconds later, he turned pale and got up. "Hiss. It sounds like tens of thousands of snakes are flicking their tongues underneath. Young master, what exactly is down here? If we dig one more shovel, it might break through." "That's right." Sean threw him a bag of gold coins, heavy in his hand. "Fill it back in. Remember, don't pack it tightly. Just make the surface look normal. Keep it in this fragile state that breaks easily when poked." The old miner held the money bag, trembling with his teeth chattering, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. But he wisely asked no more questions and led his men to work. Sean turned around and looked at the newly built tall wall behind him. This wall is really ugly. It has no fine carvings or smooth surfaces. It's made of rough stones mixed with mud. It stretches between Holden's territory and the two sold lands, about 5 meters high. But it's a bit too thin, probably because it was built too quickly. Vaughn stood at the base of the wall, patting the cold stone. "Young master, this wall can't stop a battering ram or magic above the 4th level. It doesn't need to." Sean tightened his cloak and looked past the tall wall toward the gray horizon. "It only needs to block the wind." Sterling territory, Marquis's residence. The smokeless coal in the stove burned brightly, warming the study like spring. Marquis Clive held 2 sheepskin deeds, his fat fingers gently stroking them, looking more pleased than when touching a lover's thigh. The kid from the Holden family is still too inexperienced. Clive locked the deeds in a golden-laid safe and took a sip of red wine. The Knight Commander Raymond, standing opposite him, hesitated. "My lord, our people have taken over. Those 2 lands are mostly empty now." Sean took half of the villagers. "All that's left for us are the old, weak, sick, and those little nobles who follow the wind." "Fools." Clive cursed softly, but his face showed no anger, only mockery. "It's just as well. No need to bother clearing out those common folk. We want the land, the strategic depth, not a bunch of peasants who only waste food." "Sean thinks taking the population can annoy me?" "Naive. Without land, how can he support so many people? In less than 3 months, the Holden family will be overwhelmed by those starving refugees." Outside the door, the butler's voice came through. "My lord, Viscount Silas, Viscount Bill, and Viscount Thomas have arrived." A glint appeared in Clive's green bean-shaped eyes. "Let them in." The door to the study was pushed open, and 3 well-dressed but anxious-looking nobles entered. Leading them was Viscount Silas, with a hooked nose and swollen eye bags. Bill and Thomas looked more like followers, timid and hesitant. All 3 shared a common trait. Their territories were next to Holden's land, and they had all been harshly dealt with in previous business disputes by Sean. "Marquis, please stand up for us." Silas immediately started complaining, almost kneeling on the spot. "That crazy Sean, with his recent recruitment order, is practically reaching into our pots to steal our food. Many of my peasants heard about the treatment there and fled overnight. We can't stop them." "Yes, sir," Bill echoed. "If this keeps up, no one will farm our land." Clive leaned back in his chair, swinging his wine cup, as if watching a funny show. When they finished complaining, he spoke slowly. "Are you done?" The 3 immediately fell silent. "Do you hate him?" Clive asked. "Hate? We want to peel his skin off." Silas gritted his teeth. "Then fight." Clive slammed his wine cup onto the table. "You didn't dare to fight before, and even together, you probably couldn't take down the tough guy of Holden Castle. But now," he stood up, walking to the large map hanging on the wall, and sharply pointed his short, thick whip at the locations of the Dark Knight and Sultan territories. "These 2 lands are now called Clive's." Silas and the others' eyes lit up. After all, Clive was a marquis, higher than the Earl of the Holden family. As a marquis, he was a frontier official with military power in his hands. The Holden family was just a noble family at most, nothing compared to him. "I am a marquis. According to the noble code, I can't declare war on the Holden family directly. That would be too shameful, and the king wouldn't agree. But," Clive turned his head, a sinister smile on his face, "you can. Territorial disputes, runaway slaves, commercial conflicts. You can make up any reasons you like. As long as your 3 families jointly send a declaration of war to the Holden family, it will be considered a legitimate noble war." Silas swallowed hard. "But sir," Sean's guards are very strange. Afraid of what? Cliff sneered. You declare war, I send troops. My Griffin Knights can muster 1,000 heavy infantry. We will pass through the Dark Knight territory and the Sultan territory, wearing your family's crest robes, and directly attack Sean right under his nose, plus your private soldiers. If you still lose after that, you might as well find a rope and hang yourself. This is a big move. Borrowing soldiers, passing through territories, and funding the campaign. This isn't just support, it's handing them a sword and helping them hold the handle. Silas trembled with excitement. With the Marquis's backing, this battle is basically a one-sided slaughter. When the time comes, dividing the Holden family's assets will not only cover losses, but also make a huge profit. Let's do it. Silas suddenly slapped his thigh. I'll write the war declaration when I get back. I'm in too. Count me in. Watching these three greedy fools, Cliff nodded with satisfaction. This is the game of power. You don't need to fight yourself. Just throw a piece of bloody meat, and countless vicious dogs will tear your enemies apart. Sean Holden, what can you do to fight me? Holden Castle, study. The atmosphere was tense. The war declaration, sealed with 3 family seals, lay open on the oak table. The wording was very fierce, listing 10 major crimes committed by the Holden family, such as kidnapping people, breaking trade rules, and border violations. It ended with bright red ink, stating that a righteous attack would be launched in 3 days. Susan twirled a feather pen in her hand, her brow furrowed deeply. If Silas and those 3 fools only have this much courage, they would have been swallowed long ago. If there's no shadow of Cliff behind this, I might as well eat this pen. She quickly manipulated the abacus. According to intelligence, these 3 families are rapidly gathering forces, and there are signs of large-scale troop movements from the Dark Knight territory. Cliff is trying to use a shell company to go public, mixing his regular army with the Allied forces. There are 2,000 soldiers. Vaughn, holding a heavy sword, stood by the window with a serious tone. Young master, our guard team has only about 1,000 people after expansion, and only a few dozen knights and mages. The strength gap is too big, and if we have to fight on the plain directly, our advantage isn't clear. Sylvia, sitting on the sofa, looked pale. She tightly clutched her skirt. It's because of those 2 pieces of land. I caused all this. If we still had them, we would have some strategic buffer. Now they can just push their troops right to our doorstep. A warm hand rested on her back. Catherine, carrying a plate of sliced apples, came over and gently patted Sylvia. Don't overthink. Since Sean dared to give up the land, he must have a plan. After speaking, Catherine turned to look at the man behind the desk. Her eyes showed no panic, only a kind of almost blind trust. To her, as long as Sean was sitting there drinking coffee, the sky wouldn't fall. Sean was indeed drinking coffee. He didn't even glance at the war letter, just staring out the window in a daze. Young master, Susan couldn't help but knock on the table. In 3 days, they'll be at our door. Are you thinking about what kind of surrender pose looks coolest? Sean withdrew his gaze and put down his coffee cup. Susan, how's the wind today? Susan was stunned. What kind of strange question was that? Northwest wind, Vaughn answered for her. It's pretty cold. Northwest wind, huh? Sean stood up and walked to the large map. His finger traced the positions of the Dark Knight territory and the Sultan territory, then followed the wind direction all the way to the Allied gathering point of Silas and others. It would be great if we could get a southeast wind, Sean sighed, with a hint of regret in his tone. What are you talking about? Sylvia couldn't help but stand up. This isn't the time to discuss the weather. No. In this war, the weather is everything. Sean turned around, showing a mischievous smile that made you want to punch him. Since they're so eager to come and die, we don't need to hold back. Vaughn, send the order. Everyone, tighten the defenses and withdraw behind the high walls. No battle, Vaughn frowned. Battle? Why should we fight? Sean spread his hands. They came a long way, bringing gifts and people. We should be polite. He took out a crumpled blueprint from the drawer and tossed it to Vaughn. Let those clever kids from the alchemy workshop carry this and sneak into the Dark Knight territory tonight. Find the points I marked and clear away the loose dirt on top. And then, Sean's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Throw in a few firecrackers and run as fast as you can. Susan leaned in to look at the blueprint. It showed cross-sections of some geological structures. Although she couldn't understand all the complex details, she remembered that the marked spots were in the most central areas of those 2 territories. Young master, what is underneath there? Marsh gas, Sean casually said. And it's been building up for over 1,000 years, very concentrated and toxic. Plus, there are some cute little animals beneath the marsh gas. He didn't say more, but everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. But the wind is blowing from the northwest, Susan pointed out sharply. It's coming toward us. Can the high wall block it? It can block most of it, but some will get through, Sean shrugged. That's why we're building that wall, and why the villagers should stay indoors these days. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind rushed in, messing up his hair. But, usually, the heavens are on the side of the villains. Sean reached out, feeling the airflow. The sharp northwest wind seemed to weaken. In the distant sky, heavy clouds began to swirl, carrying a damp, brewing smell. I have a feeling, Sean squinted. In 3 days, the wind will change. And if it doesn't? Sylvia asked. Then we'll gather all the mages and use wind magic scrolls to create wind artificially. Sean turned to look at the women and knights inside. Don't look like that. This is a big gamble. I've already put all my chips on the table. Now, it's up to Cliff whether he dares to follow. He walked up to Catherine, picked up an apple, and put it in his mouth. He mumbled, Aunt Catherine, prepare some damp towels in case you smell rotten eggs. Remember to cover your nose and mouth. Catherine looked at him and suddenly reached out to straighten his collar. Sean smiled but said nothing. In 3 days, this wasteland will turn into a real hell on earth. Those greedy nobles will learn a lesson. Never try to attack the characters Sean wants to protect. Because to protect them, he is willing to set the whole world on fire to keep them safe. All right, everyone disperse. Sean clapped his hands. Susan, go check the funds distribution. Vaughn, get ready to defend. Sylvia, you go keep Aunt Catherine company and don't let her worry too much. Everyone left, leaving Sean alone in front of the map. He looked at the red mark representing the enemy army and gently drew a cross over it. Welcome to hell, fools. Time passed quickly. That night, Holdenberg's lights shone brighter than usual. Not for celebration, but because no one could sleep. The torches on the city walls formed a long line, cutting the castle off from the dark wilderness outside. The soldiers' palms were sweaty as they held their spears. Sometimes, someone would wipe their hands on their leather armor to remove the sticky, cold sweat. Sean sat at the main table in the dining hall. In front of him, a perfectly cooked small beefsteak. Catherine sat opposite him, her usual gentle eyes often drifting toward the window. She was clutching a napkin, which had been twisted into a knot from being squeezed so tightly. Aunt Catherine, cold beef doesn't taste good, Sean said without looking up, picking up a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. This is a good piece Susan specially snatched from the merchant. Sean, Catherine's voice was a little hoarse. Do we really have to wake everyone? Lord Silas's army is said to be only 5 kilometers away. If they attack overnight, they won't. Sean swallowed the beef, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, Nobles care about their dignity in battle, especially when they believe they will win. They have to wait until the sun rises and first send a messenger to read a long, foul proclamation listing my crimes, before those poor peasant soldiers are sent to die at the front. He lifts his wine glass and sways the liquid inside. And tonight, the wind is quite strong. Indeed, it is very strong. The windows rattle loudly as the northwest wind seems to be struggling with another air current across this barren land. Even the oppressed farmers, exhausted from constant labor, know what is about to happen and are equally frightened. The conflicts among the nobles are the real cause of suffering. When the nobles fight, the common people suffer. When they fall, the people suffer even more. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, at the edge of the Dark Knight territory, the granary that once belonged to the Horden family is now a temporary command post for the Allied forces. Viscount Silas is drinking with 2 other nobles, the tent filled with the smell of roasted meat and cheap ale. That reckless one must have peed his pants out of fear, Silas says, his face flushed, as he slams his cup on the table. He actually built a wall on those 2 pieces of land. Does he think that thing can stop Marquis Cliff's Griffin Knights? Or our army of 2,000? That's a joke. The other, a fat baron, agrees. Laughter erupts inside the tent. At this moment, no one notices that a few sneaky figures are lying on the ground deep in the wilderness several kilometers away from the camp. They are the clever ghosts sent by Sean. They are wrapped in thick, oil-coated canvas, with wet cloth strips soaked in some kind of medicine tied over their noses. "Boss, do we really have to do it?" A young engineer's voice trembles. "The sound's coming from down there. Don't sound like good news." The leading foreman sharply taps his helmet. "Let's talk." Young master said, "Light the fire and run. Anyone slow gets left behind, and no one in the family gets a pension." He pulls out a sealed alchemical fire starter from his pocket, his hand trembling slightly. It's a special igniting device designed to deal with this kind of geological structure. The ground trembles slightly, as if some terrifying beast is trapped beneath, eager to break free. 1, 2, 3. Run. The fire starter is thrown into a carefully calculated deep pit. A few people, acting like madmen, scrambled onto the ready horses, rushing toward Holdenberg without daring to look back. A few seconds later, there was no loud explosion, only a dull, gurgling sound like a giant's burp. Puff. Then, the ground split open. A thick, yellow-green gas burst out from underground, accompanied by a nauseating hissing sound. This wasn't ordinary smoke. It was heavier than air and spread quickly along the ground, like a living tide, greedily swallowing everything in its path. Even more frightening was the wind. The usual strong northwest wind suddenly stopped in the dead of night without warning. In its place, a powerful southeast wind blew. The wind carried the deadly force. The yellow-green, Grim Reaper rode this fierce wind, silently rushing toward the still celebrating Allied camp under the cover of darkness. The next morning, the expected bugle call did not sound. On the walls of Holdenberg, soldiers who had guarded all night were exhausted and swaying. Vaughn stood on the wall, gripping his sword tightly, his brow furrowed deeply. It was too quiet. So quiet that it made people's skin crawl. According to intelligence, the vanguard troops of Silas and others should have appeared on the horizon by now. The catapults should be being assembled, and the cavalry should be forming ranks. But nothing happened. Only the distant morning fog, which looked especially thick and had a strange yellowish hue. Sean had somehow come onto the wall. He was dressed lightly and still holding that cursed coffee cup. "Young master," Vaughn saluted. "Something's wrong. The scouts haven't sent any news." "Of course they haven't." Sean blew on the hot steam. Vaughn suddenly looked up at Sean. There was no expression on his face. "Go and check." Sean pointed into the distance. "Bring the best horse, and wear the gas mask, like the pig-nose thing the alchemy workshop made. Don't go too far. If you smell something wrong, come back." Vaughn didn't ask more. As a seasoned knight, he had an instinct for danger. But he had never seen a war that didn't require swords or guns. The city gates slowly opened a crack. Vaughn rode his black horse and rode out alone, crossing the high wall that separated life from death. The first 2 kilometers were normal, except the grass and trees looked a little yellow, and the air was slightly drier, nothing unusual. But when he crossed the boundary marker that marked the border of the territory, everything changed. First, the smell. Even with the strange mask filled with charcoal and herbs, Vaughn could still smell a terrible, hard-to-describe stench in the air. Next, the bodies. Not human bodies, but animals. Mice, wild rabbits, even birds in the sky, covering the ground densely. They had no wounds, just stiffly curled up, with foam at their mouths and bulging eyes. Vaughn felt his heart pounding hard inside his chest. He used his energy, a faint golden light covering his whole body, blocking out the disturbing air. He moved forward another 2 kilometers. The scene grew worse. Farmers who had collapsed appeared by the roadside. Some still looked like they were trying to run, clutching withered bundles in their hands. Some were lying by water wells, seeming to want to wash something. Their skin was a strange bluish purple, and even in death, their faces showed extreme pain and twisted expressions. These poor people had no idea what was happening. They were just sleeping or fleeing when the invisible death took their lives. Vaughn's hands trembled. He couldn't hold the reins. He was a warrior, used to battlefield injuries and blood. But he had never seen such a merciless, helpless slaughter. Still, he had to check on the enemy. His horse also snorted nervously, stamping its hooves on the ground. If he didn't control it with the spurs, the horse would have run away long ago. Finally, he saw the granary, which was the enemy camp. Now, it looked like the center of hell. The yellow-green mist had mostly dispersed but still lingered in the low areas. And in that camp, there was no formation of soldiers, only piles of meat. The soldiers in fine armor, and the arrogant noble guards are now lying scattered on the ground. Some seem to be scratching their throats desperately before dying, their necks bloody and torn. Others collapsed at the entrance of the tent before even putting on their pants. Even more frightening, the poison gas not only killed people but also awakened creatures from underground. Everywhere on the ground are large and small holes. Some monsters with compound eyes, like giant centipedes, are emerging from the earth. They are unafraid of the lingering poison gas and seem excited, as if returning home. These ugly creatures are moving among the corpses, making creepy chewing sounds. Crack, crack. One monster is dragging a half-body dressed in silk pajamas into a hole. Vaughn recognizes the pattern on the clothing. It's the same as Viscount Silas wore that day. This is no battlefield. Ugh, Vaughn can't hold back anymore. Even behind his mask, the overwhelming nausea makes him gag. Fear. An unprecedented fear suddenly breaks through this experienced knight's mental defenses. He is not afraid of the monsters or the piles of dead bodies. He fears the young man standing on the castle tower, casually holding a cup of coffee. How did he do it? Is this the young master they serve? In the distance, the hissing sounds grow louder, as if more monsters sense the presence of living beings and are turning toward this direction. Vaughn suddenly pulls on the reins. His horse neighs sharply, rears, and then whirls around, galloping wildly toward Holdenburg. The wind is still blowing. Carrying the scent of death, it heads further north. Vaughn knows that from today on, the rumors about the Holden family on this continent will change from those of a fallen noble house to a nightmare that keeps everyone awake at night. The sound of vomiting is especially harsh in the early morning at Holdenburg. Vaughn kneels on the stone floor, nearly emptying his stomach. His black warhorse, which accompanied him on the campaign, is not doing well either. It is in the stable, foaming at the mouth, trembling with all four legs, probably exhausted. Sean put down his coffee cup and frowned, but his expression wasn't because he felt sick. It was because Vaughn had dirted the floor that the maids had just cleaned. "Don't vomit," Sean said, handing him a handkerchief. "Tell me, how many are dead?" Vaughn grabbed the handkerchief and wiped his mouth roughly. This usually fearless team captain looked at his young master with a strange, wolf-like gaze, as if he was seeing a beast in disguise. "I saw everything. All gone," Vaughn said, avoiding memories of the scene. "No survivors. Those bugs are eating what's left," he gagged again. Sean nodded and took out a small booklet from his pocket. It was a list he made yesterday when he was bored. "Since they're all dead, it's simple. Send the message. The reserve team should wear gas masks, bring carts, and go harvest the crops." Harvest? What? Vaughn thought he heard wrong. "Clean up the battlefield," Sean said, tapping the edge of a plate with a silver fork, making a clear ringing sound. There are quite a few people inside wearing full uniform gear. Even if they've been exposed to the poison gas, they can still be handled. Count Marquis Cliff is giving such a big gift. It would be rude not to accept. Vaughn stared with bloodshot eyes. The bodies outside hadn't cooled down, and monsters underground were still gnawing on bones. And his young master's first thought was to touch the corpses? "Young master, that's a highly toxic area. The wind has changed, and the poison gas has mostly dispersed. As for the monsters," Sean said, biting a small piece of sausage and putting it in his mouth, "they'll go back to sleep once they're full. Hurry up. If nearby wanderers find the bodies, it could be a problem." Vaughn staggered out like a zombie, feeling as if his world had shattered. He needed to find a place to put himself back together. Just as the door closed, the curtain on the side door was pulled aside. Susan, holding a thick stack of ledgers, hurried inside. Once a noble lady, now the financial manager of the Holden family, her face showed no fear. Instead, there was a strange, rosy glow. "I heard everything," Susan said, slamming the ledgers onto the table, making the coffee cup jump. "A set of infantry armor. Even at black market prices, even half off, it's worth 3 gold coins, plus those magic tools. Sean, we made a good profit without using much effort." She walked around the table and naturally reached out to massage his shoulders from behind. The pressure was just right. "This will help reduce the cost of dealing with the refugees a bit." Susan's voice echoed softly in Sean's ear. He enjoyed the service and leaned back slightly. "Don't celebrate too early. Old Cliff took a big loss. He's bound to be furious. We need to handle or rebuild those supplies quickly. We can't let anyone find a flaw." Don't worry, I have a way, Susan whispered with a low laugh, her fingers sliding down his collar. As long as there's money, even the Pope's underwear can be sold on the black market. And these are just some old metal pieces from the dead. She paused, her tone becoming a bit complicated. But your methods, they are a bit harsh, Sean replied calmly. Not harsh enough. If we don't, we might be the ones to die. Think about it. If 2,000 people stormed in, what would happen to the Holden family? And to you? Susan's finger froze. She knew that outcome all too well. Noble women after defeat often suffer more than death. You're right. Susan's voice grew colder, with a hint of determination. Kill them all. Only then will it be clean. She lowered her head and gently touched Sean's cheek, a complex mix of affection and submission in her eyes. I'm going to keep an eye on them. Susan twisted her waist and left, her high heels clicking confidently on the floor. Sean touched his cheek and sighed. Why are these people so mentally strong? Or is it that women in this world are inherently more crazy than men? He stood up and walked to the window. The sun had fully risen, casting golden light over the wasteland. Ignoring the distant yellow land and the faint smell of decay, it was a pretty good morning. Sean, a very soft call came from behind him. He turned around and saw Catherine standing at the door of the dining room. She wore a white house dress and clutched a torn-up napkin in her hand. Her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept all night. I heard. Vaughn is back. Catherine's voice trembled. Is the fighting outside over? She didn't understand military matters or what was really happening outside. All she knew was the frightening wind from last night and the situation everyone said was hopeless. Sean quickly walked over. It's over, Aunt Catherine, Sean said softly. No one is hurt. The castle is fine, and we're all safe. Catherine stared at him blankly. Really? Truly? Yes. Lord Silas and the others got lost and fell into the swamp. Sean lied smoothly, without even a draft. They can't come back. Cliffside will take a long time to recover, so we don't have any problems for now. Thank the goddess. She mumbled incoherently, clutching Sean's hand tightly. I thought it was going to happen again. She thought they would be sent away like before, or see their home turn to ashes in the war. Sean gently pulled her into his arms. Catherine's body stiffened for a moment, then softened. She buried her face in his chest, quietly crying. It's okay now. Sean softly patted her thin back, feeling her trembling body in his arms. The woman in his arms was still trembling, like a cat just pulled out of cold water. Sean could feel the strength in Catherine's hand. The wind outside gradually stopped, but for Catherine, the invisible smell of smoke still lingered at her nose. Suddenly, a semi-transparent panel appeared out of nowhere. Only Sean could see it. There was no sound or warning. It floated beside Catherine's pale, tear-streaked face like a ghost. Illustration update. Character. Catherine, current fate node. Deadlock broken, rescue progress. 100% Sean glanced at the words, sneering inwardly. This is really tough. Then, the panel flashed with golden light. Reward. Unique skill, Blue Beetle Ascending. Sean raised an eyebrow. This name sounded very familiar. He had seen this skill in a novel before. The skill description is simple but also quite intense. Ancient ritual of the beetle. This is an old ceremony that draws power from filth. Once activated, the host's all attributes will increase exponentially with the level of pain endured. The stronger the physical pain, the greater the power. You will raise the sun in the flames of hell. Enemies within 100 meters will feel all of the host's pain. Side effect. During activation, the host will suffer intense pain like their soul is being torn apart, and their sanity will continuously decrease until they become a wild beast driven only by the desire to fight. Sean only felt a tingling scalp. Sure enough, it matched his imagination perfectly. But when he looked down, a small line of unremarkable text suddenly relaxed his tense nerves. Exclusive bond immunity. Detects a deep emotional connection between the host and Catherine. When Catherine is within 5 meters of the host, the pain feedback from this skill will be reduced by 70%, and the loss of sanity will slow down by 90%. Sean looked down at the woman in his arms, his eyes becoming a bit strange. This system clearly forces him to be a mama's boy. To fight with Catherine nearby as a living accessory? Sean. Catherine sensed his distraction and called out nervously, her voice hoarse. Am I bothering you? She started apologizing again. This deep-seated humility made Sean's inexplicable anger flare up even more. No trouble. Sean didn't bother to say more. In this damn world, words are sometimes too weak. He bent down directly, one hand slipping through Catherine's knees, the other wrapping around her back. In this classic Princess Carrie pose, Catherine felt as light as a ball of cotton. Ah! Catherine let out a short cry, instinctively clutching Sean's neck tighter. Where are we going? Back to the room. Sean strode upstairs quickly. It's too windy here. Catherine immediately closed her mouth, burying her face deeper into his chest. Her hot breath brushed against Sean's collarbone, damp and warm. When he kicked open the bedroom door and laid her on the soft big bed, Catherine was trembling all over. She knew what was coming next, or rather, since Sean tore up the invitation for her, she had already prepared to sacrifice everything. Sean looked at her tightly closed eyes and trembling eyelashes, sighing softly. He reached out gently, not in a hurry, just wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye. Look at me, Catherine. The woman obediently opened her eyes, and in those clear, washed-out eyes, his reflection was all he saw. The sound of clothing slipping off was especially clear in the quiet room. However, just as everything was falling into place and Sean was about to fully claim this tenderness, an unexpected obstacle froze him in place. That obstacle was fragile yet tough. Sean's pupils trembled. Wait, isn't this story wrong? Catherine had been sold to the Holden family for at least 5 years, and although she had no children, she was still perfect? Her father, the count who was stationed at the border and was said to be ruthless in killing, could it be? Is there a deeper secret behind this, something even the original story didn't reveal? Sean took a deep breath, suppressing his questions and shock. In this world full of mysteries, he left his own mark. At the same moment, in the wilderness dozens of miles from Holden Castle, the moon was hidden behind thick, toxic clouds, glowing with a sickly red hue. This was the border between the Dark Knight realm and the Sultan realm, once a barren but peaceful land, now turned into a living battlefield. The ground was covered in strange purple-black soil, caused by high concentrations of swamp gas corrosion. The air was filled with a disgusting, sweet, bloody smell, the scent of bodies rapidly rotting in the toxic gas. Run! Don't look back! Hurry! Viscount Bill was lying on his horse, frantically whipping the already foaming warhorse beneath him. His proud silk suit was now covered in mud and unknown liquids, making him look like a lost dog. Next to him, Viscount Thomas was in no better shape. His helmet was missing, his Mediterranean-style hair was messy in the wind, and his face was streaked with tears and fear. Silas isn't out yet, Thomas shouted with a trembling voice. Nothing we can do now, Bill yelled back, voice cracking. If you want to die, go back and save him. Just minutes ago, they had seen Viscount Silas fall into a newly opened toxic gas pit after his horse lost its footing. Next, several underground cave spiders sensed the smell of blood and crawled out of the cracks in the rocks. The gnawing sound and Silas's sharp screams are unforgettable for Bill. At this moment, not far behind the two, the once neat and disciplined Cliff army had completely broken apart. That legendary, invincible Griffin infantry regiment now had fewer than 100 soldiers left. Their fine armor was crumbling like paper under the toxic gas, and their once shiny family badges were now covered with blood and flesh. Captain, should we return to Sterling territory? A young knight asked desperately, wiping black ash from his face. The knight captain, a burly man with a face full of scars, was trembling as he looked at the map in his hands. We can't go back, the captain muttered, his voice cold and chilling. We can't go back. The only way to reach Sterling territory from here was through the Dark Knight region. The current concentration of poison gas there was so thick that even birds flying through would fall, let alone these exhausted remnants of soldiers. So, what do we do? Forward. The captain raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Bill and Thomas fleeing ahead. To Lord Bill's territory, that's our only chance. But, if the poison gas spreads there, or if the monsters follow us, then let them come. The captain snapped irritably, drawing his long sword. The blade gleamed ominously in the dark red moonlight. Since we can't return to report, we must survive first. As for whether Lord Bill welcomes us or not, he has no choice. The wind was still changing. The poison gas spewing from underground showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, it spread slowly toward Bill and Thomas's territory, like a greedy beast carried by the night wind. The monsters that had been sleeping deep underground were awakened by blood and poison gas, emitting terrifying roars. They crawled out of the piles of corpses, their compound eyes glowing with hunger, beginning to chase the surviving humans. 5 days. It only took 5 days to turn a piece of territory into a hell on earth. The wind shifted from the Dark Knight territory and the Sultan's territory. The poisonous mists that had been circling over the cursed Dark Knight territory now looked like a pack of hungry wolves finding a gap, rushing toward the west. The first targets were the old hideouts of Bill and Thomas, the unlucky duo. Viscount Bill stood on the tower of his castle, nearly crushing his telescope in his hand. Through the lens, his proud vineyard appeared dull and gray, like hair burned by a big fire. Worse still were the monsters. After the underground tunnels were blown open, the cave spiders and burrowing insects that had never seen daylight crawled out. They weren't picky eaters. They finished off the bodies of Cliff's elite troops and then started burrowing into the crowd of living people. Nothing can stop them. Nothing at all. Thomas was also inside Bill's castle. His own territory was worse because it was low-lying and the poison gas had settled there. Now, even mice seemed to have died out. He grabbed Bill's sleeve, which was once a fine silk shirt, but now was torn and misshapen. Bill, send your private soldiers. The monsters are crossing the river. Send my soldiers? Dream on. Bill kicked the hopeless man away and spat in his face. Go look downstairs. Half of my guards have already run away. Who wants to fight those monsters spitting green water? Below the city wall, the cries of refugees formed a wave of despair. Once proud nobles were now feeling the crushing power of the situation. Ironically, just a few kilometers away from this scene of despair, the makeshift windbreak wall built on Sean's sudden order had become the dividing line between heaven and hell. The wall wasn't very thick, and could even be called poorly made. But because it was upwind and Sean had ordered people to spread a lot of magic-repelling powder at its base, the fierce monsters turned around after circling a few times and left. On the other side of the wall, only a few whiffs of poison gas drifted over, enough to suffocate some unlucky villagers. On this side, corpses littered the ground. The Marquis' estate in Sterling territory. The priceless crystal chandelier shattered on the ground, shards flying everywhere. Marquis Cliff sat in his chair, his chest heaving violently. His old face was now swollen with a sickly purple hue. Say it again, he rasped, trembling as his words squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. The messenger kneeling on the ground lowered his head even more, pressing his forehead firmly against the carpet. He trembled like a leaf. All the troops have been wiped out. The Griffin Infantry Regiment's 1,000 brothers, except for a few who escaped, the rest, are all left in the Dark Knight territory and Sultan territory. The room was eerily silent. Not even a breath could be heard. This was not just a matter of 1,000 lives. It was about the private army built by the Cliff family with great expense, full enchanted armor, well-trained professional soldiers. It was their power to intimidate nearby regions and even stand tall in the royal capital. And now it was gone, dead in a muddy field. Not even a glimpse of Sean's face. Sean Holden. Cliff repeated the name, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. Does this have anything to do with you? Could all this really be just a coincidence? Sir, Viscounts Bill and Thomas sent urgent messages requesting help. The butler hesitated but stepped forward, holding 2 muddy scrolls. They say their territory has been invaded by monsters. Without reinforcements, they can only abandon the city and flee to the royal capital. Reinforcements? Cliff sneered coldly, a bitter smile on his face. What support can I give? My elite 1,000 are infested with bugs, and you want me to save those 2 useless men? He suddenly stood up and kicked aside the crystal shards on the ground. Let them fend for themselves. Cliff's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Since I've been wronged, this can't just be a territorial dispute. Tell the royal family that Sean used forbidden dark magic to summon monsters, even colluded with heretics, deliberately causing disasters and slaughtering nobles. Outside, the world was flooded with chaos, but inside Holdenburg, it was a scene of peace. The bedroom curtains were drawn tightly, letting in only a few dim, yellowish rays of light. A sweet, heavy scent of lavender filled the air, mixed with a strange herbal aroma. Sean leaned against the bed, his bare upper body covered in tiny beads of sweat. He had just finished a high-intensity morning workout. Aunt Catherine had already fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion. More, a cold yet shy voice sounded by the bed. Isabella, dressed in a modified nun's outfit that Sean had specially altered, wore a scanty fabric that revealed more than it covered. The parts that should be hidden were barely concealed, while the exposed areas were boldly open. She was holding a silver tray with a warm drink on it. That was the source of healing. Sean reached out, not to take the cup, but to pull Isabella into his arms. Ah, Isabella gasped, falling onto Sean's lap. She instinctively tried to struggle, but the tattoo of a demon on her stomach heated up instantly when it touched Sean's skin, draining her strength. Compared to the cup, I prefer drinking directly. Isabella bit her lip, her cheeks turning red. She closed her eyes and obediently untied the ribbon at her chest. During these 5 days, Sean had hardly left the room. He was too busy earlier. It was rare for him to take time to strengthen his relationship with the ants and to improve his very limited magic power. Thanks to Isabella's constant replenishment, Sean's magic level was now more than 3 times higher than before. He had also successfully advanced from an apprentice mage to a beginner mage. Is that enough? Isabella pushed Sean's head. Almost. You should check how Susan is doing with those armor pieces. If she has results, ask her to come here. Isabella tidied her clothes and hurriedly left the room. Sean watched her back, his expression turning cold. He didn't feel as relaxed as he appeared. Cliff, that old dog, is a bit slow to react. Sean went to the window and drew back the curtain. In the distance, black smoke billowed in the sky, neighbors burning their homes. At that moment, Susan's distinctive high heels sounded outside the door. Young master, Susan didn't even knock, pushing the door open with a scroll in hand, her excitement overshadowing her fatigue. We made a fortune. Someone in the black market is willing to pay 3 times the price for the Griffin gear. Guess who the buyer is? Sean turned around, looking at this woman who was clearly eager for money, a cold smile forming on his lips. Don't tell me it's Cliff. Exactly that old bastard, Susan laughed wildly. He wants to buy back his army's equipment to hide the fact that his entire force was wiped out. If the king finds out he sent his army to its doom, his title will be downgraded. Sean listened and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is what nobility is about. Pride always matters more than true worth, even if the inside is completely rotten. Sell it to him, Sean said, walking to the table. Double the price. Tell him if he doesn't buy it, I'll have people wear those armor and march through the city streets. Susan's eyes lit up. Young master, you're really mean. That's too much praise, Sean said, touching the dark red scar on the axe handle. Also, get ready. Since we took the money, we should visit our 2 homeless neighbors. Are you talking about Bill and Thomas? Susan asked, surprised. Yes, they've been neighbors for years. Now they have no house or land. Sean's eyes flashed with a red light. As the only lord still standing in this area, I have a duty. To take in the remaining people, including those beautiful ladies. In this game world, kindness is just a tombstone. Greed is the real ticket. Also, Aunt Susan, you've worked hard lately. For tonight's late-night snack, I want to start with strawberry jam and finish with apple jam. The sweet and sour taste of apple jam can hide the fishy smell, Sean said. Susan blushed. You're really thinking of me, bad young master. Then she twisted her waist and left the room. After making plans for the next few days, Sean cuddled Catherine and took a short nap. Early morning, the cobblestone streets of Holdenburg still had a thin layer of frost. At the castle gate, 5 elite knights were already ready to go. These men were veteran soldiers under Vaughn. Each one could boast in a tavern about how many barbarian heads they had chopped off. But right now, these 5 tough guys looked a bit strange. Their shiny steel armor was polished bright, and they carried long swords and kite shields on their horses. That was their livelihood, but now those heavy armor and weapons were tightly strapped with leather belts, clearly not ready for battle. Instead, each of them held a roughly 1-meter-long iron pipe in their right hand. The pipe looked rough and heavy, with a wide opening at the front and a solid walnut-wood handle at the back, with faint new carvings for grip. Vaughn frowned, rubbing his thumb against the mechanism behind the iron pipe. He saw this thing as just an unfinished firebrand. Although it was heavy and felt oppressive, it had no sharp edge or magical shine. Young master, Are you sure this thing can be used as a weapon? Vaughn turned to look at Sean, who had just come out of the inner fortress. Sean was wearing a dark red silk cloak. Because he had stayed up late last night, there was a faint sign of tiredness under his eyes. But he walked steadily and didn't carry the exaggerated black cutter on his waist. Instead, he casually held a shorter iron pipe of the same kind. Vaughn, I think you shouldn't doubt my methods. Sean walked to his horse, swung onto it smoothly. That was in the past. Now, we're heading to the Nightshade territory. The poison gas there can corrode a horse's lungs, and there are monsters awakened by underground explosions. Are we just going to use these iron tubes to break through? Vaughn still looked a bit confused. Sean patted the leather bag hanging on the side of his saddle, which made a clear metallic clink. That was special ammunition. These 5 items were Sean's only achievement in the past 5 days. Thanks to his extraordinary analysis ability with the magic crafting technique. He violently mixed his vague memories of gunpowder weapons from his previous life with the world's magic circuit. Of course, Isabella's help was essential. She was responsible for infusing highly unstable compressed light elements into each metal cylinder, while Sean engraved directional fuses inside the iron pipes. In simple terms, this was called the Holy Light Shotgun. It had no sights, no need for precision, and aimed for absolute destruction within 30 meters. Put on your masks, let's go. Sean didn't plan to explain much. The 5 knights obediently pulled down their alchemy masks hanging around their necks. These masks looked like fierce pig heads, with filters filled with soaked secret medicine, activated charcoal, and damp herbs. At Sean's command, this small team rushed into the morning fog. After entering the territory of the Nightshade, the color of the air changed. The originally clear, cold mist turned into a thick, muddy yellow. It was very quiet around them, so quiet that only the horses' rapid breathing and the hissing sounds from the alchemy filters could be heard. Everywhere was scorched land, and occasionally, they saw corpses lying on the ground. That was the Griffin infantry of Marquis Cliff. Once the elite force that was proud and unstoppable, now they had become half-dead corpses lying in the wilderness. Some of the bodies were covered with a thick layer of white, silky material, like being wrapped in cocoons. Be careful of the flanks, Sean whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong, foul wind suddenly swept up from the tall grass beside the road. It was 3 burrowing spider monsters, as large as millstones, with 8 compound eyes glowing dull red in the poisonous mist. They moved very quickly, their hooked limbs making a cracking sound as they pressed into the frozen ground. Vaughn instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but he remembered the young master's warning halfway through. He cursed softly, grabbed the iron pipe on his horse's saddle, and aimed it at the head of the frontmost spider using his battlefield instincts. Pull the crescent-shaped trigger, Sean reminded him. Vaughn gritted his teeth and pressed. Bang! A dull explosion shattered the silence around them. The front of the iron pipe shot out a half-meter-long orange-red flame, with countless tiny lead balls spreading out in a fan shape under the pressure of magic. The spider in midair didn't even have time to scream. Its head and chest instantly turned into green splashes and shattered shell fragments. The powerful impact sent its remaining body flying 3 meters away, crashing heavily into a dead tree trunk. The lead balls pierced through the spider, then continued to sweep over the bushes behind, leaving a row of fist-sized craters. The other 2 spiders froze in place. This extraordinary attack caused these low-intelligence monsters to momentarily panic and stop. Oh my goodness, a few other knights stared wide-eyed. Vaughn looked down at the smoking iron pipe in his hand. His right hand was numb from the recoil, but the doubt in his eyes had completely disappeared. Instead, a fierce desire to dominate shone in his eyes. This feeling is more satisfying than slicing vegetables. One knight shouted loudly, pulling the trigger on a monster rushing from the side. A series of loud bangs followed, filling the air with a strange smell, sulfur mixed with the burnt stench of the monsters. These deadly creatures, in front of these muskets, couldn't even come within 5 meters of their horses. Sean watched as the knights grew excited, searching for new targets, and silently evaluated the situation. This weapon can only be used in close combat, and has a very slow reload speed, requiring manual loading of ammunition each time it is fired. But for a heavy-armored knight of this era, it is a huge disadvantage. After passing through these two territories called Hell, Sean and his group arrived at Lord Bill's fortress. Compared to the strong walls of Hordenburg, the walls here look quite weak and are now darkened by poison gas. On the battlements, a few ragged mercenaries stood, their faces covered with wet cloths, looking both funny and sad. Soon, Lord Bill and Thomas appeared on the wall. They huddled in thick cloaks, watching the small but fierce-looking group of 5 or 6 people below, especially the black tubes still emitting heat, making their eyelids twitch nervously. "Sean Horden," Lord Bill shouted hoarsely. "How dare you cross the border? Are you here to mock us?" Thomas was more timid, hiding behind Bill, looking terrified. "Don't come closer. We will report you to the royal family. Those monsters and the poison gas, it must be your doing." Sean sat on his horse, calmly removing his tinted mask. The air here was still unpleasant, but much safer than the core area. "Two gentlemen, don't be so angry," Sean said, brushing dust off his cloak. "I am risking my life to bring some gifts to visit my old neighbors." "Gifts?" Bill sneered. "Are you bringing these fire-starting sticks to send us off?" Sean pointed to several large sacks on the horses behind him, filled with freshly baked bread and good bottles of wine. "These will feed your hungry people in the fortress for 2 days," Sean said calmly. "But I also want to talk to you about transferring the land." Bill and Thomas's faces instantly turned pale. In noble circles, the words transfer often meant annexation and exile. "Are you crazy? Our fiefdom is granted by the king," Bill shouted. "The king?" Sean sneered, waving the iron pipe in his hand. "Will the king send troops across this monster-infested swamp to save you? Or do you think Lord Cliff would use his already defeated army's funds to rebuild your vineyards? If Lord Cliff suffers such a big loss, he will eventually want to settle accounts with you." The wall was silent. The private soldiers even unconsciously lowered their bows. They looked at the bread bags, their throats moving up and down from extreme hunger. "If it can be solved with words, I don't want to fight," Sean repeated. "Let's talk." Viscount Bill's hand tightly gripped the castle brick. He looked at the 5 knights behind Sean, who had fierce faces and were playing with strange weapons. Then he glanced at the villagers inside the city, who looked pale and thin, with eyes turning unfriendly. He knew he had no room to bargain anymore. "Open the door." Bill's voice sounded older, as if he had aged 10 years. "Please, young Master Sean, come in." The heavy iron gate squeaked painfully as it slowly opened a crack. Behind the gate, layers of makeshift barriers and tangled obstacles crowded the entrance. Several broken farm carts were used as temporary barricades across the road. Sean tugged on the reins, and his horse stepped over gravel and mud into Lord Bill's fortress. 5 heavily armed knights followed closely, holding pipes that still emitted a pungent gunpowder smell. Their hooves echoed in the silent courtyard. The scene inside the castle was almost comical. The spacious courtyard, once used for military parades and bonfire parties, had become a large refugee camp. Tents made of oilcloth were set up everywhere, and the ground was covered with hay stained with dirt and waste. The nobles and knights, who usually considered themselves superior, were now crowded together with common farmers. Everyone's face was covered with torn cloth, trying to filter the faint toxic air. What drew more attention were the defenses on the walls and towers. Bill and Thomas had apparently brought everything they could find, including rusty statues, a broken oak dining table, and large stones used for salting vegetables. These items were haphazardly piled at the battlements, forming the entire defensive line. There were some soldiers. A few minor nobles had organized private guards, along with the original guards, totaling a few hundred people. They held rusty spears, sharpened wooden sticks, and even farm tools like pitchforks, all pointing at Sean from over 10 meters away, showing they were on guard. Viscount Thomas had slipped down from the city wall sometime earlier and was now standing next to Bill on the steps of the inner fortress. This neighbor had lost his own land and could only come here to seek safety with Bill. They were wearing fancy cloaks that looked like they hadn't been washed for many days. Their collars were dirty, their eye sockets sunken, and their hair greasy and tangled from neglect. Their food supplies could last a little longer. Dried meat and old wheat stored in the cellar were enough for several months. But what pushed them to the brink was mental torment. Outside, there was a poisonous miasma so toxic that even horse lungs could rot, and underground, giant cave spiders could emerge at any moment. During the day, They endured the fear of poison seeping through door cracks. At night, they listened to monsters chewing on corpses. This endless, passive waiting to die had pushed everyone in the fortress to their breaking point. No one knew if the windbreak wall might suddenly collapse tomorrow, or how much poison gas remained underground. The suffering was visible in their faces, and even the most loyal guards looked at the two viscounts with a dangerous impatience. Sean dismounted, threw his whip to Vaughn beside him, and ignored the spears pointing at him as he walked straight toward the steps. Bill instinctively took a half-step back, and his guards raised their shields, trembling badly. "Put your weapons down," Sean said, tilting his head. Two knights stepped forward, heavily dropping several large burlap sacks from their horses onto the steps. The sacks spilled open, revealing freshly baked white bread, golden and slightly charred on the surface, with a rich aroma of wheat and butter. Several clay jars of red-dyed wine clinked together, making dull thuds. In that moment, the entire courtyard fell silent. The sounds of hungry, frightened refugees swallowing were loud and continuous. The guards with shields stared fixedly at the bread on the ground, unaware that their shields were tilting. "A small act of kindness," Sean said, looking at the two ragged viscounts. "Now, we can talk about the real matter." Thomas swallowed hard and tried to act noble. "Sean, what do you really want? Our army has fallen, but the royal family won't let you go. Thomas, you know very well what's happening to your territory. Old Cliff didn't even send a single soldier to help you. As for the royal family," Sean interrupted him, "by the time their investigation team gets through those poisonous gas swamps, your bones will have been digested by the magic spider." This broke the last bit of hope for both men. Bill's shoulders sank. He looked at the desperate, numb villagers around him and said hoarsely, "You want to take over our land? The poison here is so strong that even you can't clear it. What do you want with this wasteland?" "That's a question I need to think about," Sean said, brushing dust off his gloves. "My terms are simple." He held up 3 fingers. "First, hand over all your land deeds. Nothing can be left behind, not even a scrap of parchment. Second, give up all the gold, jewels, and valuables in your fortress's treasury. As for food, you can keep some to eat on the way. Third, give up your current noble status." With each point Sean made, Bill and Thomas looked paler. "As a trade," Sean said calmly, lowering his fingers, "I will send people to escort you and all willing villagers safely past the blockade in a Holden territory. I will set aside 2 suitable villages within my land for you to manage. You can still be lords, keep collecting taxes, and start a new life. But, of course, you and your descendants will become vassals of the Holden family." The courtyard fell into deadly silence. This deal was brutally harsh. It stripped away independence, seized all possessions, and in exchange, offered only survival and a subordinate place to stay. From now on, the proud Viscount would become a servant of the Holden family, losing the right to speak in the noble council, and even his private army would be strictly limited. No freedom, no dignity. But the benefits were clear. Escape from this poisonous, monster-infested hell. No longer do they have to wake up every day fearing the smell of death, nor watch their people fall in large groups. Most importantly, after going to Holden territory, even as a vassal, they could still keep a decent life and stay alive. Now, the Dark Knight and Sultan territories have been badly damaged by poison gas. Crops won't grow, water sources are polluted, and their lands are also affected. Even if Sean doesn't come to seize them, these lands are now dead zones with no productivity. A few young nobles look at each other, their resistance visibly breaking down. For the lower vassal nobles, who to serve doesn't matter, only survival does. Bill's lips tremble. He looks at Thomas, noticing that his friend's eyes are full of surrender. Thomas's small courage was exhausted the moment he saw the white bread. He even secretly thought Sean's conditions were quite merciful. "Do we have any other choice?" Bill asks hoarsely. "Yes." Sean points to the thick yellow fog outside the city gate. "Close the door, keep waiting. Wait until the food runs out, or the poison gas level rises again, or until those monsters break through your broken walls." Bill closes his eyes. He knows this game was over when the poisonous mists rolled in a few days ago. Holding on doesn't bring miracles, only fermenting despair. "Okay," Bill says, as if drained of strength, collapsing onto the steps. Thomas nods repeatedly. "We agree." The land deed in gold. Everything. Just let us leave this hellhole. Any conditions are fine. The surrounding villagers and guards let out a long sigh. No one feels humiliated, only relief, as if they've survived a disaster. Even the unpleasant smell in the air seems to fade a little. The deal is done. Sean doesn't show the arrogance of a victor. He glances at the burlap sack on the ground. This food and wine are my personal donation for your dinner. He turns and walks toward his horse, stepping into the stirrup and mounting up. Give you 2 days, Sean's voice echoes in the courtyard. Organize all the land deed documents. Sign your names. Pack the money from the treasury. 2 days later, Vaughn will come with his team to pick you up. Remember, only valuable belongings. After speaking, Sean turned his horse around. The 5 knights neatly lowered their masks and put the fierce pig-headed helmets back on their faces. On the way back, the sound of hooves gradually faded away, disappearing into the deadly yellow-brown miasma outside the city gates. The heavy iron gate was hurriedly closed again by the townspeople. Bill and Thomas sat silently on the steps, watching the mercenaries pounce on the bread in the sacks like hungry wolves. They exchanged a look, both seeing the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. In 2 days, they would no longer be the masters of this land, but at least they would survive to see the 3rd day's sun. The air in the castle's cellar was thick and foul, mixing the smell of moldy wheat and the metallic stench. Viscount Bill was commanding a few trusted men to seal the last box of gold coins, the dull clanging making their hearts ache. Bro, don't worry about it. Bill rolled his ledger into a tube and patted Thomas, who looked pale beside him. We still have our lives, and we can earn more money. If that burrowing worm had crawled into your bedroom that night, you'd be nothing but a pile of waste now. Thomas sat gloomily on a wooden box, clutching a yellowed deed. I understand, but this is our family estate. Once we reach Holden territory, we'll be like dogs under someone else's roof. Even dogs have their dignity, Bill said mysteriously, leaning closer. I've been thinking about something these past days. Maybe it can make our dog lives worth more. Thomas raised his eyebrows. What tricks do you have up your sleeve? They can crush us like an ant right now. Did you notice? Bill lowered his voice, as if afraid a mouse in the corner might hear. When we entered Holdenburg last time, that lady who was with Sean, the one named Catherine, I saw her. So what? That look in her eyes, that fierce protectiveness, and the way Sean looked at her. Bill chuckled, his face squishing into a fold of fat. I specifically asked around. This young count's reputation in the capital is terrible, but he's never been seen with those wild women or courtesans. Neither the young elf girl nor the cat girl are someone he would touch. The women around him are all mature, curvy, and charming, like Lady Catherine. Thomas paused, thought for a moment, and looked surprised. Are you saying, this kid likes that kind of woman? What do you mean likes that kind? It's called having a unique taste, Bill said confidently. Think about what that means. As long as it fits his taste, it actually counts in his favor. Thomas swallowed nervously, his eyes flickering. So, you mean, my sister, Anna, Bill pointed upstairs. You know her husband died 7 years ago. She's well maintained, and she's gentle and good at taking care of people. Your brother-in-law died of illness. If Sean finds out she's a widow, you don't understand. Bill slapped his thigh in frustration. I think this kid not only doesn't mind, he might even like that kind of woman. If my wife weren't here to keep up appearances, and if she weren't so plain, I'd even consider sending her over. Even as a mistress, as long as she can whisper sweet nothings, wouldn't life in Holden be better? Thomas's hesitation disappeared completely, replaced by a firm decision. My cousin. She's not married, but she's not young anymore. She's been living in the estate all this time. She's almost 30, she knows what's what. I'll put her in too. That's the spirit. Bill patted Thomas's shoulder. As long as the whispering works, even a subordinate can become the master. 2 days later, early morning, the sun struggled to pierce through the thin mists of poison fog, shining on the open ground in front of Bill's fortress. The ground was trembling. In the distance, yellow-brown fog was shattered by a neat line of hoofbeats. Sean sat tall on a large black warhorse. Behind him, 100-strong cavalry was approaching like a dark steel flood. This time, the scene was even more terrifying than 2 days ago. Every knight wore a fierce-looking bird-beak-shaped gas mask, a device Sean had crafted using alchemy to filter the air. Next to their saddles, Besides the usual lances and long swords, they carried strange, unfamiliar iron tools. Especially the 10 or so bodyguards in the front row, holding weapons that are more advanced than simple iron pipes. Their black guns gleam with a cold light, and the curved magazines look like fierce beasts' fangs. This was a killing machine created by Sean using magic crafting techniques, powered by endless magic infusion from Isabella. A modified version of the AK-47. It doesn't need complicated gunpowder or firing pins. It relies purely on magic to ignite explosive projectiles. In an era where armor is still hammered out by blacksmiths, this is a powerful strike from a higher level. The castle gates were already open. Bill and Thomas led a group of noble followers, all waiting nervously at the entrance, like quails awaiting inspection. A pile of land deeds and treasure chests was placed prominently in front. Behind these nobles were hundreds of ragged, numb-eyed common folk. They watched the well-equipped army, feeling both fear of the unknown and a faint, tiny hope. At least, the army looked very strong. Lord Sean, Bill, despite his fat body, moved surprisingly quickly, almost kneeling as he reached the horse. "Everything is ready. We are ready to go with you." Sean didn't get off his horse. Instead, he looked coldly through his gas mask's visor. "Load the vehicles." These two simple words made everyone move. The long convoy snaked like a giant serpent, slowly leaving the last bit of life in this area and entering the wasteland. Because the army was so large, it moved very slowly. When the convoy just crossed the edge of the night realm and entered the so-called death buffer zone, night fell. Darkness is a perfect place for monsters. Countless glowing red eyes appeared in the surrounding grass. The rustling sounds sounded like countless files grinding, making people's scalps tingle. Everyone on alert. Vaughn's shout echoed through the night. Uncountable dark shadows leapt out of the darkness. It was packs of ferocious, toothy demon mice, mixed with a few huge, corrupted giant lizards. For ordinary guards, this was a nightmare. The noble women inside the car screamed sharply, and Bill and Thomas were so frightened they hid under their seats. However, the expected screams and slaughter did not happen. Clack, clack, clack. A sharp, dense cracking sound, like popping beans, tore through the night sky. The flames from the guns formed a streak of death in the darkness. The monsters that had charged forward fiercely were shot into pieces while still in midair. Ordinary tough armor was as fragile as paper against the spinning metal storm. A giant, corrosive lizard opened its mouth to spray acid, but half its head was instantly shot away, splattering green liquid everywhere. Vaughn held a weapon named the Berserker by Sean, laughing wildly as he pulled the trigger. The recoil from the gunstock hitting his shoulder gave him a feeling of release he had never experienced before. The monsters, which even intermediate knights had to be cautious of, now fell like harvested wheat, one after another. Bill and Thomas, hiding in the gap of the wagon, stared with their mouths wide open, as if they could fit an egg inside. "What kind of magic is this?" Thomas muttered. "This is just too unreasonable." Bill wiped cold sweat from his forehead and slumped onto the cushion. Luckily we surrendered. If we had tried anything these past 2 days, we'd be the ones torn to pieces now." At this moment, all the remaining nobles' last bit of resentment and unwillingness disappeared in the deafening gunfire. In the face of absolute violence, surrendering was not shameful but a sign of wisdom. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. The knights didn't even sweat much, happily cleaning up the battlefield and collecting magic cores. In the center of the team, inside an extremely large and luxurious carriage, Sean leaned against the soft cushion, playing with a newly received second-tier magic core with his fingertips. The gunfire outside didn't affect his mood. Instead, it made him feel that this private force was finally taking shape. The carriage door was gently knocked, then pushed open slightly. 2 figures wrapped in heavy cloaks slipped inside, bringing a cool night breeze, but it was quickly warmed by the stove inside. The cloak slipped off. The woman on the left looked to be in her early 30s, dressed in a simple black long dress, with a white flower pinned to her chest. Time had not left many marks on her face. Instead, it had settled into a mature charm like a ripe peach. She is Bill's sister, Anna, who has been a widow for 7 years. The woman on the right is slightly older, tall and curvy, wearing a tight-fitting waist dress, with gold-rimmed glasses, giving off a serious, restrained vibe. But her face is flushed with nervousness. Lord Sean, Anna's voice trembles a little. She kneels on a thick carpet, lowering her eyes politely. I am Anna, and this is my cousin Mary. Our brother asked us to take care of your daily needs. Sean raises an eyebrow, his gaze freely wandering over the two women. He doesn't feel the disgust he might have expected. Instead, the innate talent within him, belonging to the body of Liao AI, is cheering excitedly. The scent of an older woman triggers a primal instinct, like a shark sensing blood. Are these the signals from Bill's two old friends? A sly smile plays on Sean's lips. He clearly notices their nervousness and fear, but he finds this power play fascinating. Taking care of daily needs, Sean puts down his magic core, leans slightly forward, and with gloved fingers, lifts Anna's chin. There are no beds in the carriage, and it will be bumpy. Anna's face instantly flushes red. She feels the coldness and strength remaining in the glove, and her body softens like water. As long as the Lord doesn't mind. Even if it's the floor, Mary, standing nearby, is so nervous she doesn't know where to put her hands, clutching her skirt tightly. Her helpless expression only fuels Sean's darker, destructive urges. At this moment, the carriage door closes completely, cutting off the noisy outside world and the smell of blood. A few minutes later, Vaughn, standing outside the carriage, seems to hear something. The seasoned night captain immediately understands. He waves his hand, signaling the guards to expand the alert zone by 10 meters. Stay alert. Don't let any careless beasts disturb Lord Sean's rest, Vaughn shouts in a low voice. The large carriage continues across the rugged wilderness, gently rocking with the uneven ground, gradually blending into the long night. The charcoal in the fireplace had long gone out, and a few pale morning rays seeped through the cracks in the window, shining on the messy wool rug. Anna was wrapped in a torn black dress, slumped in the corner. Next to her, Mary was in worse shape. Her once neat gold-rimmed glasses had been thrown aside, and her tight dress was torn to pieces, revealing patches of skin covered in red marks. These two mature, well-fed women had felt a secret sense of superiority before entering the carriage last night. They thought Sean was just a young man recently turned of age. No matter how bad his reputation, how much real experience could he have? They even made a private bet that within a few minutes, this young count would give up and leave. Then they could use their skills to control him and get the good treatment from her brother in Holden. But everything turned out completely different. From initially pretending to be friendly, to tasting victory, and finally begging for mercy, the whole process was a powerful conquest. Their proud skills became a joke in front of his fierce attack. The bumpy ride over the gravel road slowed down, and outside, Vaughn's rough voice was heard. Young master, we've arrived. Just before dawn, the outline of Holden's estate appeared in the mist. The convoy that had traveled all night stopped at an open area on the edge of the territory. Sean opened the car door, wrapped his cloak tighter, and took a deep breath of the cool, moist morning air. There was no poison miasma, no sickening blood smell. The windproof wall magic circle was working well at the border, keeping the deadly disaster outside. According to last night's orders, the estate managers of the Holden family had already been waiting here. Several clerks held thick sheepskin scrolls and began dividing the arriving nobles and refugees into areas according to the roster. Sean dismounted, walking over to Bill and Thomas. These two former viscounts looked terrified after a night of worry, with huge dark circles under their eyes, like two frightened quails. According to the contract, the timber yard to the east and the 500 acres of good farmland to the south are now under your control, Sean said, tossing a heavy linen bag. Plus, 1,000 gold coins. Bill caught the bag with both hands. The weight of the metal inside pressed into his palms, making a pleasant clinking sound. His worried expression on his chubby face disappeared, replaced by a smug smile with a hint of flattery in his eyes. Thomas nodded repeatedly and bowed politely beside him. With this 1,000 gold coins, they could quickly recruit wandering people, rebuild the production team, and even hire a few guards. Although they became vassals, as long as they had money and grain, they could still enjoy good days. The two exchanged a secret look, a sign of their successful plan. They believed that the extra 1,000 gold coins came from the two women working hard in the carriage. Flattery really works. This deal was very profitable. Young Master Sean. Bill rubbed his hands and glanced past Sean's shoulder toward the large carriage. Anna and Mary. Should they go back with you to Holdenburg? They are usually clumsy, and if they upset you, I will have to discipline them when I return. Sean idly played with the buttons on his leather gloves and replied casually, let them stay within your new territory. When I have free time, I will come to visit. Bill paused for half a second, his chubby face trembling as he nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Your lordship is busy with many affairs, so you can't be bothered with these trivial matters every day. Sean ignored his overinterpretation. His true thoughts were simple. Putting all eggs in one basket, carrying a heavy load, and getting tired of looking at it. There were already Catherine, Susan, Isabella, and Seraphina in Holdenburg. If Anna and Mary, two fierce women, were added, there might be no space left. Moreover, men enjoy the freedom of being relaxed and carefree. When tired of patrolling the territory or just wanting a change, they could open a door in a corner of the land and enjoy hot, fresh food. This kind of secret paradise, blooming everywhere, suited a villainous lord's style. Before leaving, Anna and Mary got off the carriage with the help of maids. Anna adjusted her wrinkled dress, her eyes full of reluctance. She leaned close to Sean, lowered her voice, and spoke with a sticky tone. My lord, next time you come earlier. Yesterday, I couldn't show you all my tricks in the carriage. There are still many ways I haven't pleased you. Mary blushed and nodded in agreement. Her usual serious manner was gone, replaced by a submissive attitude. Sean gently pinched Anna's cheek, then turned and rode away quickly, leaving dust behind. Holdenburg, second-floor office. Susan was busy ringing the abacus, with contracts, ledgers, and boxes of shiny gold coins piled on the table. She wore a neat, dark blue fitted dress, her hair tied up high, holding a water pen, quickly writing on parchment. The total gold coins are 53,000, and the land deeds cover 2,400 acres. As for the antiques, paintings, and jewelry taken from the dark night, their black market value is at most 7,000 or 8,000 gold coins. Susan paused, rubbed her aching wrist, and looked up at Sean sitting on the sofa by the window. Sean was holding a cup of red tea, looking relaxed. Sounds like a good harvest, he said, taking a sip. Don't get too happy yet. Susan pushed a few yellowed land deeds to the edge of the table, her finger pressing heavily on them. These 53,000 gold coins can only solve the family's urgent problems, but the 2,400 acres of land, which we got for free, are now just worthless wasteland. She stood up, walking around to Sean's side, carrying a faint scent of ink and mature woman's perfume. The poison mists polluted the water and land, and the digging insects tore up the soil. Not only can we not grow wheat, but even wild grass won't sprout. What's worse, to appease the nobles and refugees who came with us, we had to give away the good farmland on the east and south sides. After balancing everything out, plus giving Bill and the others 1,000 gold coins, the family is actually losing money on the land. Susan's tone was full of worry. She carefully counted every coin of the family's money. Seeing the young master making a seemingly impressive but actually losing deal, she was more anxious than anyone. If the land can't be cultivated, it means next fall we won't get rent, and we'll have to keep spending money to feed the refugees. Over time, even a mountain of gold and silver will be exhausted. Your calculations are too careless, she said. Don't panic yet, Sean said, putting down his teacup and gently pressing Susan's tense shoulders. All we need to do now is wait. Susan felt relaxed under his touch, her complaints swallowed, but her eyes still showed confusion. Sean did not give many explanations. As an experienced player who knows all the storylines of this game world, he understood the bigger picture much more than Susan could see. It is important to note that the monster and toxic gas outbreak in the Knight and Sultan territories was not a random natural disaster in the original story. It was a political plot deliberately inserted by the game designers to set up later conflicts between the royal family and local lords. According to the original story, this disaster was the final straw that broke the Holden family. The foolish original owner failed to stop the monster invasion and was falsely accused by Marquis Cliff, leading to the collapse of the territory and the family's ruin. It was only after the Holden family fell completely that the lazy royal officials finally sent in the regular army to clear out the monsters from both territories. By then, the land had been thoroughly poisoned and turned into a wasteland. The one who finally took action was the shrewd Marquis Cliff. He bought the large piece of wasteland from the royal family at a very low price, fully absorbing the surrounding power. This was a perfect cycle of capital and power gaining. Now, Sean used information advantage to cut off this disaster's timeline by more than a year. The toxic miasma was blocked by a windbreak wall, preventing monsters from entering Holden territory. Bill and Thomas also became vassals early. Because he made the situation worse, the Royal Cleanup Army would also arrive early to take control. Once these free workers cleared out the remaining underground monsters, the only problem left was the land that could not be farmed. This was originally Cliff's bargaining chip to lower the price. But Sean had prepared a backup plan. The wasteland could not be revived with normal alchemical potions or light magic. Only the elves' unique natural prayer could purify the toxins and restore the dead soil. In the main storyline, a very important character will appear, the Elf Queen. The Academy storyline is about to start, Sean said, walking to the window. He looked at the rising sun in the distance, tapping rhythmically on the window frame. This trip to the capital was not just to learn some magic, nor to make connections among the nobles. He wants to rescue the Elven Queen before the tragic events originally scheduled for that year occur. As long as he saves her and brings her back to Holden territory, the over 2,000 acres of wasteland could become a rich source of magic potions. His system of illustrated guides will surely reward him with unprecedented riches. In this world of survival of the fittest, kindness won't help him gain territory, but with heavy firepower and a godlike perspective familiar with the story, he can create new rules. On the wide training ground of Holden Castle, Sean is shirtless, gripping a heavy axe weighing 300 gene, about 150 kilograms. His internal energy flows up his spine, gathering into his meridians in his arms. Recently, through costly potion infusions and intense training, he has just reached the threshold of a 6th-level chi practitioner. Sweat runs down his muscles and hits the rough dirt ground. The time before the official start of the War Academy is running out, leaving him less and less time to prepare for the main event. With about 100 knights armed with modern firearms under his command, he can easily dominate a remote area. But once he enters the royal capital, where gods and powerful figures clash, true strength is what gives him the confidence to stand his ground. His daytime physical and energy training is finished, and his nighttime schedule is equally packed. After dinner, the study door is closed on time. The whale oil lamp on the wall emits a dim yellow glow. Serafina sits across from him at the desk. She has changed into a dark red, fitted gown made of silk that hugs her curvaceous, hourglass figure. Her noble demeanor, along with her long, white swan neck, is very pleasing to the eye. However, around her snow-white neck, she wears a dark magic restriction collar tightly fastened. Focus. Serafina holds a plain white waxwood rod, gently tapping the desk with a cold, hard sound. Although Light Bullet is a basic magic, its construction logic is the foundation of all energy-shaping spells. The magic power must be arranged in a perfect tetrahedral structure. Any deviation will cause, Before she finishes, a burst of orange-red flames already flickers in Sean's palm. Unlike the unstable, edge-dispersing light clusters shown in textbooks, the light sphere in Sean's hand appears strange and deep blue. Its outer structure, which should have expanded like a balloon, was forcibly compressed into a solid ball. Its surface is calm as water, but inside, it emits a low-frequency hum that makes the scalp tingle. Serafina's hand, holding the whip, froze mid-air. How is this possible? According to normal theory, forcibly compressing light elements would cause the structure to collapse and explode in the caster's hand. But this kid, he actually dismantled the original magic circuit at the moment of constructing the magic array and embedded a reverse vacuum field inside. The structure is a bit loose, Sean frowned, suddenly tightening his 5 fingers. It needs optimization. With his movement, the deep blue light sphere suddenly shrank into a tiny point the size of a fingernail and then vanished, leaving only a thin wisp of blue smoke and a lingering burnt smell in the air. Do you call that loose? Serafina's voice was hoarse. As the youngest senior lecturer at the Noxus Royal Academy, she has seen many geniuses. But the understanding of magic structure in this young man is simply beyond normal. He is not just learning, he is rewriting the rules. You're a good teacher, Serafina. Sean leaned back in his chair, his gaze freely wandering over the curves outlined by her tight red dress. Serafina's face paled, but she quickly suppressed her anxiety. The academy's opening is less than a month away. It is the gathering place for the children of the continent's nobility and her only chance to rise. If she doesn't report back, she will be considered missing or dead, her teaching license will be revoked, and her foolish younger brother in the family will be completely at ease. More importantly, her daughter Alina. That naive child. What will she face without her mother's protection? Sean. Serafina put down her whip, her once straight back slightly hunched. I want to talk to you. Sean raised an eyebrow but said nothing, only making a gesture inviting her to continue. The academy is about to start. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound more negotiable. I am the chief lecturer of the fire department. I must go back. As soon as I regain my identity, I can provide you with many connections, even research materials on certain forbidden magic. What are the conditions? Help me take this off. Serafina pointed to the collar around her neck, her fingers trembling. With it on, I can't enter the academy gates. The nobles would tear me apart. Imagine a proud female teacher wearing a slave collar, standing on the podium. Just thinking about it is enough to make the gossip newspapers in the capital sell out. Sean stood up, walked around the desk, and went behind her. His cold fingers touched her warm neck. Serafina instinctively shivered and tensed up. This is a magic restriction collar. If you take it off, you'll regain the power of a great mage. Sean leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing her earlobe. If you suddenly cast a forbidden spell and blow me to bits, who will I cry to? I swear on the honor of the Valerius family, I will never hurt you. Serafina quickly turned her head, her eyes full of pleading. Honor of the family? Sean sneered. Isn't it your family's honor that sold you to slave traders? Serafina suddenly fell silent. Indeed, in this ruthless world, oaths are worth little. Her only value now is her body and the knowledge in her mind. Just joking. I can help you unlock this chain, but it's a bit complicated and will take some time. Sean released her, his fingertips lingering with a delicate touch. As long as you help me remove this collar, I will do whatever you ask. Just as he was about to say he wasn't the kind of person to take advantage of others, there was a sudden, urgent knocking outside the door. Young master, an urgent message. Vaughn's rough voice sounded very displeased. Sean straightened his collar, gave Serafina a calming look, and opened the door. Vaughn, sweaty and breathless, held a black wooden box, the wax seal still fresh. Cliff, that old guy, sent someone to deliver this. Vaughn panted and handed over the box. He said it's for you. Sean took the box. It felt a bit heavy in his hand. He opened it, revealing 2 scrolls of sheepskin paper lying quietly on a red velvet cushion. Under the light, the writing on the top is clear. It's the transfer contract of ownership between the Night Lord and the Sultan Lord. Is this old fool crazy? Vaughn scratched his head, looking confused. Why would he give back the land he fought so hard to take? What is he doing now? Sean held the contract, examining it carefully by candlelight. He couldn't understand why. Although these 2 pieces of land are now filled with poisonous gas, monsters roam freely, and nothing grows there, making them worthless. But leaving them there is better than giving them away, especially to enemies. What exactly does this old man want? Vaughn said nothing and stepped back. The heavy oak door closed, blocking out the sounds from the corridor. Sean rolled up the 2 pieces of parchment and tossed them into a black wooden box, then closed the lid. This action seemed casual. What happened? Serafina sat in the shadows of the lamp, her gaze shifting from the sketches of magical structures to the box. Nothing much, just 2 land deeds, Sean replied casually, walking to his desk and sitting down. Serafina didn't ask further. She knew her limits. Given her current situation, it wasn't the right time to probe into the Holden family's affairs. About this collar, do you have any ideas? Serafina changed the subject, her tone a bit urgent. Ordinary blacksmiths and common alchemists can't handle it. The magic circuit inside is tightly embedded. Forcibly destroying it would cause an explosion. Only a very powerful and authoritative alchemist could break the seal from the logical core. Sean leaned back in his chair, observing her. Do you have anyone in mind? There are famous alchemists in the Noxus Empire I've dealt with before. Serafina named a few. Aldous from the Royal Research Institute or Clement from the Black Tower. They have the skills, but hiring them would be very costly. And my current identity. Sean interrupted her. Leave this to me. I know someone who can solve your problem. Who? Serafina asked eagerly. He's not in the Noxus Empire, Sean said. Have you heard of Singed? Serafina frowned, trying to recall the name, then shook her head. That's normal. Based on the timeline, this crazy alchemist is not yet famous on the continent. He is hiding in a damp basement, working on chemical potions and body modifications that the Orthodox scholars consider heresy. It will be several years before a major event causes fear to spread across the land, controlled by Sindred's influence. He is a strange person who combines science and madness perfectly. Removing a magic restraint is easier than peeling an orange. It's okay if you haven't heard of him, Sean said, crossing his fingers and resting them on his stomach. He's not very ethical, but he's skilled. I'll visit him soon. Serafina sighed in relief. Although she didn't know who Sindred was, based on Sean's recent abilities, she believed it wouldn't be a problem. Please take care of it, Serafina said, standing up. She adjusted her dark red skirt and turned to the side room. Her skirt swayed, creating a striking curve. Sean watched her back, his gaze lingering on her waist and hips before he looked away. Night fell. In the study, only Sean was there. He reopened the wooden box and stared at the deeds for the Night Cape and Sultan's territory. Cliff, the old dog, would never be kind without reason. Spitting out food means it's poisoned. The answer would be revealed the next morning. As the sun shone through the stained glass of Hordenberg, the atmosphere in the dining room was suddenly broken by a sharp, cold laugh. Susan hurried into the room, wearing high heels and holding a sealed royal document. Today, she wore a neat dark green fitted dress that showed off her full figure. Young Master Sean, Cliff the old fox is treating us like trash collectors. Susan slammed the document on the table, her chest rising and falling with anger. Sean calmly cut his fried egg and took a piece to his mouth. Sit down and try today's bacon. What did the royal letter say? It's an official notice, Susan said, sitting down without even taking a sip of water to clear her throat. The royal family has announced that the 7th Legion will intervene in the Night Cape and Sultan's territory to clear out monsters and poison gas. That's good news. But it's not free. Those vampires in the royal family. Susan sneered and pointed to the appendix below the official document. The royal decree states that the costs of sending troops to eliminate local disasters must be paid in full by the local lords. Look at this bill. Expenses for troop deployment, equipment damage, magic circle setup, and even post-battle psychological support. Over 20 items in total, amounting to 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. This is enough to wipe out 3 medium-sized noble families. Susan grew angrier as she spoke. This isn't negotiation, it's just them draining our resources. No wonder Cliff hurriedly sent over the land deed last night. Those 2 pieces of land are now filled with poison gas, and no plants can grow there. He transferred the land deed to your name. So this huge 100,000 gold coin cleanup fee becomes the Holden family's debt. Politicians often use simple, direct tactics. The disaster itself was a political scheme. Cliff used the Griffin squad's losses as an excuse to shift blame, pointing the source of the disaster at the royal family. To calm the situation, or rather, to take advantage of it, the royal family started collecting money. The 2 abandoned lands aren't worth much, but the cleanup bill behind them can ruin people. Cliff shifted the blame onto Sean, making him the scapegoat for this hot mess. 100,000 gold coins, Sean said, setting down his fork and napkin. That Sly Fox's plan is really clever. Any lord now has only 2 choices. Either pay the money, selling everything they have, and face total bankruptcy, or refuse to pay, and the royal family will force collection, seizing land and property. Sir, should we draft a document to reject this land transfer right away? Susan suggested urgently. As long as we deny it and send the ball back to Cliff, the royal bill won't come after us. No need. Sean leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers. I accept the land deed. From today, these 2 pieces of land are legally part of the Holden family. Susan's eyes widened, her usual sharpness replaced by worry. Young master, that's 100,000 gold coins. Those two lands aren't even suitable for planting potatoes for refugees now. They just didn't find the right way to farm, Sean said, reaching for the document and glancing at the listed items. This group of parasites really has some creative ideas for their schemes. In this world, land polluted by abyssal monsters and toxic mists takes hundreds of years to recover using normal methods. For traditional nobles, this is an irreversible loss. But the rules of the world secretly hide some loopholes. A hidden side quest in the game has now become the key to breaking the deadlock. The Elf Queen's special natural prayer can purify any wasteland and turn it into a fertile land rich in magic. Once these two pieces of land are transformed, the high-level magic potions produced can sell for a huge price on the market. Not just 10,000, but even 100,000 could be earned back. Cliff's move is like giving away the land and ownership cleanly, saving Sean the trouble of even justifying a forced seizure. "We'll pay the 10,000, Sean said. Susan stood up anxiously. "Young master, the cash in the treasury plus the gold coins collected recently add up to less than 10,000. Who said it has to be paid all at once?" Sean waved at her. Susan hesitated and moved closer. "Write a receipt to the royal tax officer." Sean lowered his voice. "Pretend to be poor, you know? Say the Holden family is at the end of their rope trying to settle refugees. We're willing to cover the costs, but want to pay in installments. Pay an initial deposit of 2,000 gold coins and extend the rest over 10 years. Charge them a high interest rate. When those greedy officials see the high interest, they'll get dizzy and probably approve it." Susan was stunned. She had been a treasurer for so many years and had never seen a royal bill handled with an installment plan. But after thinking carefully, she realized this trick was surprisingly effective. As long as they delayed time and turned the deadlock around, they had plenty of ways to proceed. Is this really possible?" Susan murmured. Then her eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Go handle it. And also inform Vaughn to prepare and bring some elite guards." Sean stood up, looking toward the north outside the window. "I'll need to go on a long trip in a few days." After a while, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Catherine entered carrying a tray with a freshly brewed pot of red tea. She was wearing a light blue long dress today, her hair simply tied at the back, with a few loose strands framing her fair neck. Seeing Sean, she instinctively shrank her shoulders but quickly relaxed, her eyes showing closeness and dependence. "Sean, the tea is ready." She gently places the tray on the table. "Thank you, Aunt Catherine," Sean replies casually. Catherine's fingers pause at the edge of the tray, and her fair cheeks flush slightly. She doesn't leave immediately but stands nearby, watching Sean organize the papers on the table. "Is something wrong, Aunt Catherine?" Sean asks. "It's nothing, really." Catherine lowers her head, nervously twisting the fabric of her skirt. "It's just, you're going on a long trip, right?" For a woman who has just found a sense of safety, Sean's departure is undoubtedly a loss. Deep inside, a feeling of possessiveness begins to grow, even she doesn't realize it. "It won't be long. I'll be back after I finish my business," Sean says as he walks over and gently tucks a stray hair behind her ear. "When I return, I'll bring you a special gift," he adds casually, retracting his hand. Catherine nods firmly, picks up the empty plate, and walks away with lighter steps. Sean watches her back, then turns to walk toward the weapon rack. Sunlight filters through stained glass, casting moving patches of light on the walnut floor. Sean's gaze falls on a rugged-looking black metal rifle. It's a heavily modified Barrett sniper rifle, rebuilt multiple times with magic configurations. The gun's body is forged from deep-sea iron, giving it a heavy, oppressive feel. The grip is wrapped with non-slip, sweat-absorbing leather, and a special flash suppressor is attached to the muzzle. Using advanced magical analysis, he has redesigned this killing machine to have two very different firing modes. The first is a purely physical gunpowder firing mode, which doesn't rely on any magic circuits. It uses mechanical engagement and gunpowder force to shoot large, specially made bullets. The second mode connects to a complex magic amplification array, drawing the user's magic power when the trigger is pulled to enchant the bullets. These enchanted bullets can carry high explosive, armor-piercing, or elemental burst effects, greatly increasing their destructive range. When he returns from this long trip, he plans to give this heavy weapon to Catherine. That woman is surprisingly timid, always hunched and avoiding attention, with no magical talent at all. When faced with danger, she often can't even run away. The first, purely physical firing mode is enough for her. A special 3-layer hydraulic buffer pad was added to the gun stock, along with a small recoil-reducing rune. The recoil has been reduced to a level that an ordinary person can handle. At that time, she would be taught step by step how to hold the gun, standing guard on the tall tower of Holdenberg. Through the high-powered scope with eagle-eye magic, pulling the trigger, even a seasoned knight could kill a target from 1,000 meters away. All she needed to do was hold her breath and pull the trigger. The rest would be handled by the firepower and caliber. This is the most practical self-defense gift. Nightfall came quickly. The efficiency of the Royal 7th Legion was much faster than expected. This elite force, known as the Blade of Noxus Empire, arrived on time at the border between the Knight and Sultan territories. They were composed of official knights and high-level accompanying mages. The royal treasury paid for the work, and they worked diligently without hesitation. Behind the windbreak wall at the edge of Holden territory, noise and commotion lasted all night. The explosion of high-level magic lit up half the sky in red, visible even from the lookout tower of Holdenberg. The dull sound of heavy swords clashing, the hoofbeats of heavily armored cavalry charging, and the desperate screams of dying monsters mixed together, carried by the night wind. Those cave spiders and burrowing worms that had tormented Bill and Thomas for days, even forcing them to sell their families to survive, were now being slaughtered unilaterally under the military's brutal tactics. In just one day, all the mutated monsters on the 2 wasteland territories were wiped out. The accompanying mage team planted dozens of large rune-inscribed stone pillars in the most toxic swamp areas, cutting off and compressing the poisonous gas marshes, sealing them deep underground with a large sealing array. By dusk, the cleanup was complete. 1,000 fully armed elite soldiers stood outside Holdenberg's gates. The dark armor formations were tightly packed, silent except for the neighing of horses, exuding a fierce military atmosphere. The leading Legion commander was extremely tall and muscular, his strong arms making his steel-forged armor look swollen. Beneath him was an adult unicorn, twice the size of a normal warhorse. The spiral horn on its head shimmered faintly, and its front hooves impatiently stomped blackened marks on the stone pavement. This man's chest armor features a complex purple-gold cross-shaped badge of honor. In the power structure of the Noxus Empire, the Honor Knight is not just an ordinary military rank, but a real social barrier. Wearing this badge means standing above all regular nobles. They are the backbone of the kingdom's military industry, with very strong individual combat skills. Even the local duke with great power would treat them politely. The Legion commander held the reins and looked down at Sean, standing on the castle steps. "Honorable Lord Holden, I have carried out the king's orders to eliminate all monsters in your territory. The sealing array is working well. For future maintenance and land recovery, please handle it yourself." His report was routine, stiff, and cold, like official business. He paused, then looked past Sean's shoulder, scanning behind him. Inside the half-open castle gate, a group of women stood. Susan was wearing a tight dark green dress, checking the recent bills. Isabella, in a simple but flattering nun's outfit, was bending over to trim the roses in the flower bed. Farther away, Catherine was shyly looking over here. The beautiful woman with fiery red hair was also leaning over the castle wall, watching down. The scene was lively and full of life, with a rich, mature atmosphere. The Legion commander's brow furrowed tightly. His rugged face, weathered from years of sun and wind, showed clear disdain and contempt. In his view, throwing 10,000 gold coins into the wasteland, accumulating debt, just to hide safely in the castle and keep a few charming noble women, was the mark of a complete wastrel, a hopeless playboy. People like that made him feel dirty just by looking at them. He didn't bother with any polite words. Turning his unicorn's head, he roughly raised his whip. "All troops, disband and return to the capital." 1,000 armored knights turned sharply, their hoofbeats loud and deafening, kicking up dust as they quickly disappeared down the road, without even asking for water. Sean reached out to brush the dust off his collar, watching the retreating flags, and helplessly smiled. He thought to himself, they really don't care about anyone else. However, it's better this way. Once the matter is settled, it's done cleanly. The royal family received the first installment of the payment. These two neglected territories now have clear legal ownership, neatly transferred into the Holden family's hands. They are just waiting to find the Elf Queen and turn the wasteland into a potion farm. The huge profit from this deal will make the vampires in the capital jealous enough to bleed. After reviewing the official transfer documents left by the royal family, Sean didn't stay any longer. He instructed Susan to watch over the territory and told Vaughn to prepare the carriage. Planning to find the alchemist Singed is now on the agenda. This trip is very small. Besides Sean himself, only Serafina, who wears a magic restriction collar around her neck, is coming. Vaughn brought one elite heavy knight trained by the Holden family and a mage skilled in wind reconnaissance magic. 3 warhorses form a protective V-shape around a black double-axle carriage as they leave Holden territory. Inside, the space is wide, with soft wool carpets and a wooden incense burner that refreshes the mind. On a small tea table, there are bottled red wine and roasted meat. Sean leans on the cushion, flipping through a rolled-up sheepskin map. Serafina sits opposite him. She wears a low-key dark red travel cloak, with the hood down. Her cold, commanding face shows boredom. She habitually examines the carriage's interior with cold eyes, maintaining her noble arrogance. "Where are we going?" she asks, breaking the silence. Her voice is hoarse and emotionless. Sean flips the sheepskin map to the other side and taps a black dot at the edge of the map. Westward, beyond the Noxus border. Serafina follows his finger and looks. "Wild City," Sean reads aloud. As a seasoned gamer in his past life, he doesn't remember this place well. In the hundreds of hours of main storyline in the game, this dilapidated border town only appeared once as a fragment of hidden side content. But this is the birthplace of the alchemist Singed. Before the outbreak of the continent-wide biochemical disaster, Singed was considered a dangerous heretic for conducting unethical human alchemy experiments and was hunted by the Royal Research Institute, forcing him to flee overnight. No one knew where he was hiding until he returned to the capital with those disgusting green gas bombs and biological stitched monsters, causing great psychological trauma to the players. In a small detail of the official background story, it was mentioned that he had spent his early years hiding in underground water tunnels outside the border city, experimenting with cheap slaves from the black market and carcasses of wild animals from the wilderness. He gradually perfected his crazy alchemy theories. That place is only for criminals, smugglers, and homeless people infected with the black spot disease. Serafina frowned, showing her clear dislike for such dirty places. "Are you saying that Singed is hiding in those sewers?" Geniuses often don't care about small details. The darker the corner, the more likely it is to produce shocking skills. Sean rolled up the map and threw it on the small table, casually pouring himself a glass of red wine. "You better hope he's as amazing as you say." Serafina touched her black gold collar around her neck, her tone sharp. "If he traveled so far and only found a crazy con artist, I'd think your cleverness these days is all just pretend." "Don't worry." Sean took a sip of his wine, unfazed by her sarcasm. The carriage jolted along the bumpy dirt road. Outside the window, the prosperous villages of Noxus gradually gave way to desolate Gobi deserts. The climate became dry, and the wind and sand made faint sounds against the wooden panels of the carriage. The smooth stone road disappeared, replaced by uneven dirt and broken stones. Vaughn rode his black horse close to the window, reporting through the curtain. "Young master, in about 30 more miles, we'll be out of the country. The road ahead is bad. We'll have to spend the night in the carriage. Arrange the watch rotation and have the mage set up the alert runes," Sean ordered. He knew very well that once they crossed the border, Noxus laws would be meaningless. The outskirts of the wilderness city were full of raiders and exiled mercenary groups, who would sell even their own parents for a few gold coins. This trip was destined to be dangerous. The carriage continued westward, crushing yellowed grass and leaving long tracks across the endless plain. After 2 days and nights of long travel, even with a luxurious carriage equipped with top-quality hydraulic shock absorbers and thick northern wool cushions, it couldn't hide the physical discomfort caused by the rough desert roads. The wheels rolled over large, dry riverbed stones, causing the carriage to shake violently. Those inside felt their bones ache and tingle with soreness. "We have arrived at the wilderness city. Strictly speaking, This is not really a city-state. There are no city walls and no proper street planning. Everywhere you look, there are ruins left from past wars. Several broken border towns, once independent, have been forcibly merged together by waves of refugees and ongoing conflicts, forming a large, oddly developed lawless area. Dilapidated wooden boards, rusty metal sheets, and dried, poor-quality animal hides are haphazardly used to build shanties, creating a sprawling, toxic wound across the desert wasteland. If someone really wanted to find a specific person like Singed here, they would be completely lost. There are no official household registrations, no patrol guards, and no municipal records to consult. It's like a fairy tale. The streets are filled with dangerous troublemakers, exiled mercenaries who thrive on violence, bounty-hunting pirates, and even heretics wearing tattered hooded robes are all mixed together. They sit under shady earthen walls, gnawing on hard, black bread, and wiping their dirty hands on rags while handling inferior iron tools. The black carriage belonging to the Holden family, pulled by two purebred high-headed horses, looked very conspicuous as it entered this slum. It was like a shining sheep among wolves. This was the only thought everyone had. Greedy eyes from all directions fixated on the carriage, especially on the gilded noble emblems. Vaughn rode his black horse, his hand firmly on the hilt of his heavy sword, alert and scanning the surroundings. Sean pushed open half of the carriage window to look for someone to ask for directions. "Excuse me," Sean said, leaning on the window frame, looking at a group of burly men nearby. "Have you heard of an alchemist named Singed?" The wind and sand swept across the hard land, but no one responded. The men wore dirty leather armor, with rusty short axes hanging at their belts, typical bandits and outlaws. The leader was bald, with a long, centipede-like scar across his face. He dropped the small stones in his hand and swaggered over with two other accomplices. His bloodshot, cloudy eyes did not look at Sean, but instead fixedly stared past the window frame, directly at Serafina inside the carriage. Serafina's cold, aggressive face showed clear impatience. Her silk-long dress couldn't hide her graceful curves. "Looking for someone?" The scarred, bald man grinned, revealing uneven yellow teeth. "Pull that woman out of your carriage so we can have some fun. If she's comfortable, I might even tell you everything about Xingda." Before his dirty words finished, a revolver with a faint gunfire glow appeared outside the window. The brass-colored barrel pressed directly against the scarred man's forehead. Without hesitation, Sean pulled the trigger. A deafening gunshot tore through the street noise. The special high-explosive bullet pierced through the skull. A thick, red and white viscous liquid sprayed out in a fan shape, splattering the faces and heads of the two nearby thugs. They fell backward stiffly, like broken wood, crashing into a muddy pit. "Have you heard of someone named Xingda?" Sean blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, skillfully cocked the hammer with his thumb, shifted the gun's aim, and targeted the remaining two. The two thugs were already terrified by the sudden attack. Warm liquid ran down their cheeks, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Facing the dark gun barrel, they shook their heads like spinning tops, unable to say a word. "Never heard of him?" Sean sighed briefly, not even lifting his eyelids. "Very honest of you." Flames spat out. Two gunshots fired in quick succession. The bullets pierced their foreheads, spraying two clouds of blood mist. Two headless bodies hit the muddy ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. The gun barrel was hot, and smoke curled upward. The effect of warning others was surprisingly effective. Everyone around, who had planned to come closer to loot during the chaos, stopped and quickly retreated to the shadows. The basic rule here is, whoever has the stronger weapon has the power to speak. These outsiders, we can't afford to offend. Sean retracted his revolver, casually ejected 3 empty shells. "It looks like I'll have to stay in this cursed place for a few more days." Serafina covered her mouth and nose with a silk cloth, her face showing disgust at the smell of blood drifting in from outside. "Street killings. Is that your clever trick? Killing these low-level people to find the person you're after? Note that the underground world has its own unique ecosystem," Sean said as he reloaded fresh bullets into his magazine. "In these no-man's lands, you find all sorts of fugitives hiding from the law or on the run. Asking them by their real names is like searching for a needle in a haystack. They can't even remember where they slept last night, Rough interrogations are just a waste of words. Vaughn, find us a place to stay, Sean ordered. The convoy continued along the muddy main road. Buildings on both sides were crooked and dilapidated, most without signs. After about 15 minutes, a small 3-story building made of large stones and rough wood came into view. A tattered windproof lamp hung outside, and a wooden sign painted with cheap paint showed a wine glass. Compared to other dangerous buildings, this place was barely livable. Vaughn dismounted, leading a heavily armed knight inside first. The tavern was dark, filled with the smell of cheap tobacco and roasted beast meat. About 10 different-looking fugitives sat around a table gambling and drinking. When the heavily armored knight appeared, the noisy chatter suddenly stopped. Sean stepped into the tavern, walking over sticky spills of alcohol to the bar. A dozen shiny gold coins clinked onto the greasy wooden counter. The old bartender, whose teeth were almost gone, stared directly at the coins. "All the rooms upstairs are taken," Sean said as he pulled out a sturdy high stool and sat down steadily. The old man hurriedly pocketed the coins and turned to shoo away the guests upstairs. A few drunken mercenaries, wanting to cause trouble, saw Vaughn draw half his heavy sword, swallowed nervously, and cursed as they packed up and left. Serafina, holding up her skirt, looked around the bar for a small, slightly cleaner spot to stand. "Are you wasting time here?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Sean waved his hand, and the wind mage accompanying him stepped forward. "Go get some paper and pens and write flyers. The more, the better." Sean's fingers rhythmically tapped on the wooden bar. "The message is brief and clear. Anyone who can provide exact clues about Singed's whereabouts will receive a reward of 500 gold coins. The address of this tavern is attached at the end." Vaughn froze in place upon hearing this. "Young master, 500 gold coins is no small amount here. I'm afraid it might cause a big commotion or even lead to a direct raid," Sean said. "Exactly. I want them to tear this place apart." Sean took a glass of water from the bartender and casually spilled it on the ground. "Those looking for trouble should be dealt with on the spot. Spending 500 gold coins to make a big reward is much better than sending a group of people to blindly search like headless chickens. With such a large reward, even if Singed is hiding in a rat hole in the sewer, these desperate outlaws would dig him out with their bare hands to claim the prize." Vaughn received the order, and the quick-witted mage quickly went to handle it. By afternoon, the rough paper with the bounty notice was posted on all the notice boards around Wild City, including the tavern's door and the walls of dark alleys. The news spread widely. As night fell, the tavern's second floor. The environment was barely cleaned up to be livable. Sean leaned against the windowsill on the second floor, looking down at the street below. There were already many suspicious guards outside the tavern. This group of people coveted the bounty, but were hesitant because of the heavily armed knight guarding the first floor, so they dared not act rashly. Serafina sat on a single wooden bed inside the room. "You really don't know when to stop," she said sharply. "Do you really think a few nights can stop the outlaws of Wild City?" she mocked. "If you provoke those underground dark forces, I wonder how you'll end up. And you also said that in this cursed place, no one would reveal their real name. Don't get caught and cause trouble for yourself." "Who said we're the ones looking for him?" Sean turned and closed the window, blocking out the noise. "Can't he come to find me?" The oil lamp flickered as Sean checked the cylinder of his revolver. The metallic clicking of the parts fitting together sounded especially sharp in the quiet room. The wooden bed on the second floor of the tavern emitted a musty smell from years of use. Sean laid a wool cloak with the Horden family iris emblem on it, using it as a barrier. The next morning, as the bounty notice was posted, trouble arrived as expected. Loud, rough smashing sounds came from downstairs, mixed with the old tavern owner's pleading. Soon after, the wooden stairs leading to the second floor creaked loudly under heavy weight. Vaughn did not stop them. Following Sean's orders, he let the person go upstairs. The door was kicked open with force. 3 burly men, wearing tattered chainmail and smelling of cheap beer and sourness, squeezed into the room. The leader, with a scarred face, held a thin, gaunt old man wearing a dirty gas mask and slammed him onto the floor. "People are here," the scarred man said, opening his rough, calloused hand and greedily glancing at the elegant leather case in the room. 500 gold coins, not a coin less. Sean sat in a wooden chair by the window, calmly loading brass bullets into his revolver. Click. The shiny bullets snapped into place inside the metal chamber. But they didn't know what these were. They looked like a delicate toy. Singed? Sean didn't look up or bother to glance at the trembling old man on the ground. That's him. Another mercenary, missing half an ear, shouted loudly. We spent a lot of effort at the junkyard to catch this slippery old guy. Pay up, and we'll leave immediately. Serafina leaned against the corner wall, arms crossed. Sean closed the cylinder, then flicked the hammer with his thumb. Which 3 basic runes of the core structure are used to replace the extraction vessel when refining mandrake root without an extraction dish? The air briefly grew still. The old man on the ground made muffled sounds, unable to speak for a long time. Scarface reached for the short axe at his waist, ready to attack. Bang! The gun fired a tongue of flame. A high-explosive bullet accurately pierced Scarface's forehead. A splash of red and white liquid splattered on the old, worn walls, creating an abstract graffiti. The lifeless body fell stiffly to the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. The remaining 2 reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and rushing forward. Vaughn, standing by the door, moved. His heavy sword swept through the air, cutting a fierce wind. Half of the mercenary's armor and ribs were sliced apart, spilling internal organs everywhere. Sean turned his gun and fired at the third person's knee. Blood flowers bloom as the person screams and kneels on the ground. Clean the floor, Sean said, pointing at the dirt and stains. He gave orders to the scared, diaper-wearing fake Sindred. Then he looked at the mercenary, who was crying out with a broken leg. Go back and tell everyone in Wasteland City. If they want to cheat me out of my money, they have to pay with their lives. Get out of here. The old man, who was pretending to be old, scrambled and tore off his ragged clothes. He desperately wiped the bloodstains on the floor, then helped his injured partner, and crawled out of the tavern. Serafina looked at the mess on the ground. Is this your plan? It's too slow, don't worry. Let the bullets fly a little longer, Sean said, standing up and wiping the gun's barrel. They're just testing how well I protect my territory and whether I really know Sindred. Night fell. Wasteland City has no streetlights, and the night is thick and dark. The guards outside the tavern doubled in number compared to daytime. A cold arrow shot from the abandoned building across the street, hitting the window frame of Sean's room with a thud. The arrow's tail was tied to a rough piece of sheepskin paper. Vaughn took the paper and handed it to the table. The writing on the paper was crooked. Person in the abandoned clock tower in East District. Bring gold coins and come alone. That's a pretty old-fashioned way to send a message, Sean said, casually tossing the sheepskin paper into the fire pit. He watched the paper curl and blacken. He stood up and walked to a long, black, heavy metal briefcase. He pressed the brass latch. Inside, a strange-looking steel beast lay quietly. The barrel was engraved with dense wind and armor-breaking runes. Sean skillfully assembled the barrel, scope, and stock. He pushed in a special armor-piercing bullet marked with explosive runes. He set the gun on the windowsill. The crosshair of the optical scope pointed at the East District clock tower, 800 meters away. Through the high magnification lens, the top of the clock tower was clearly visible. 5 villains with heavy crossbows and spears lurked behind stone pillars. In the middle of the floor, a dummy wrapped in a burlap sack was tied up. This was a very crude sniping trap. As soon as Sean appeared in that street, he would face crossfire from above. Do you really believe this nonsense? Serafina sat on the edge of the bed, watching Sean fiddle with this strange iron tube. She could feel the intricate magic array attached to the steel cast pipe wall, yet it completely defied the traditional magic theory of magic power reflux. Believe it or not, just watch the result. Sean pressed his right eye close to the scope. Energy circulated within his body, flowing through his fingertips into the gun barrel. The wind rune on the barrel lit up one by one, faint blue light perfectly hidden by the shadows of the curtains in the night. The crosshair moved away from the doll and locked onto the leader hiding behind the stone wall, peeking out half of his head to observe the street. Pulling the trigger, pure physical energy burst out from the explosion of gunpowder, combined with the secondary acceleration of the wind runes. The specially made bullet surpassed the speed of sound the moment it left the barrel. There was no loud bang. A multi-layered silencing magic array was installed at the front of the muzzle. Only a short, muffled pop and the sharp sonic boom left by the bullet tearing through the air. 1 kilometer away, Through the scope, the villain with half of his head exposed suddenly had his upper skull vanish into thin air. The high-energy cavity effect twisted his brain tissue into a scattered blood mist. The headless corpse even maintained a crouching position, then fell to the side after a few seconds. The other four on the clock tower top didn't react at all. They didn't hear any magic chants, see fireballs, or wind blades. Only their companions' heads suddenly gone. The brass shell casing hit the floor with a crisp sound. Sean's operation was extremely mechanical. The second shot. The armor-piercing bullet went straight through a half-meter-thick weathered stone pillar, splitting the archer hiding behind it in half. Organs and blood splattered onto the bronze bell of the clock tower. Panic finally erupted at the top of the clock tower. The remaining three dropped their weapons and scrambled toward the staircase. The third shot, a moving target, accurately hit one's back heart. The powerful impact tore a bowl-sized hole in his chest, and the body rolled down the stairs. The last two disappeared from the scope's dead angle. Sean stopped shooting and put away the Barrett rifle. He emptied the remaining bullets from the chamber and carefully wiped the bolt with a velvet cloth. Serafina watched all of this happen. Although she couldn't see the specific scene miles away, she guessed the outcome from Sean's cold and decisive actions and the distant sounds of chaos. What kind of strange thing is this? How did you make it? Serafina stood up, stepped closer, and carefully examined the heavy sniper rifle. As a former senior instructor at the War Academy, her curiosity was fully piqued. Traditional magic attacks become more powerful with longer chance and obvious magic fluctuations. But this weapon went against all magic common sense. Let me correct you. This is called a kinetic weapon, Sean said as he disassembled the Barrett rifle and put it back into his briefcase. Magic is just an aid. The real damage comes from physical rules, Serafina. Physical? Over the next 2 days, the second floor of the tavern became an unbreakable fortress. Someone tried to poison the beer, but Sean saw through it immediately and forced the bartender to drink it himself, turning into a corpse foaming at the mouth. Someone disguised as a refugee and tried to sneak in through the window at night. Just as they grabbed the window frame, Vaughn was waiting with a sword, cutting off their hands, causing them to scream and fall into the street. Several local gangs teamed up and tried to burn down the tavern with fire. They didn't even get within 10 steps before Sean, hiding on the roof with a modified Holy Light shotgun, blasted them into beehives. Large streams of metal projectiles combined with Holy Light burns turned the street into a slaughterhouse. Bodies piled up in the alley behind the tavern, their stench attracting groups of scavenging crows. The bottom line of Wild City is simple: bully the weak and fear the strong. When the number of sacrifices exceeded their greed threshold of 500 gold coins, fear spread across this lawless land. All gang leaders and mercenaries agreed. The outsider in that tavern was not a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The only way to get those 500 gold coins was to find Sindred for real. Using false information would lead to a worse fate than dying like a stray dog in the wilderness. On the third evening, the tavern hall was unusually quiet. The noisy gamblers and drunks were all gone. The old tavern owner hid under the counter, not daring to make a sound. The door hinges creaked with a dry squeak. A person dressed in a worn-out linen robe, hunched over, walked into the tavern. He was wrapped in heavy cloth, carrying a large metal liquid container on his back. Several rough rubber tubes extended from the tank, connecting to a bird-beak-shaped gas mask on his face. As he moved, a strong smell of chemicals filled the air, mixed with the scent of a corrosive acidic liquid. He ignored everyone on the first floor and went straight up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Vaughn's hand rested on his sword, ready to stop him. Let him go up, Sean's voice came from the room upstairs. The strange man reached the door, pushed it open slightly. Behind the birdbeak mask, his glass lenses showed a cloudy, nervous look caused by long-term exposure to toxic substances. I heard you're looking for me. The man's voice was hoarse, his vocal cords badly burned by chemicals. And you offered 500 gold coins. Sean sat in a chair, a box of gold coins on the table in front of him. Mr. Singed. Sean crossed his fingers and rested his chin on them. Looking at the future famous alchemist, I came to buy one of your skills. Singe's eyes swept over the gold notes on the table, but didn't take them. Instead, he looked at Serafina sitting on the bed's edge. More precisely, He looked at the magic restriction collar around her neck. The magic locking device uses a core mixture of mithril and pure gold, with self-destruct and counter-curse runes. Singed chuckled dryly, his laugh like nails on a chalkboard. Forcing it open will break her neck. That's why the best alchemist in the whole continent is needed to handle it. Sean pushed the gold forward. This is a deposit. After the job is done, I can also offer you a territory completely isolated from outside interference, with enough funds for experiments, so you can indulge yourself. This promise struck a nerve with Singed. Although the wilderness city had no laws, resources were extremely scarce. His crazy alchemical experiments required vast amounts of rare metals and monster materials. Singed stepped forward, pulling out a strange-looking pair of pliers and several bottles of bizarre-colored potions from inside his robe pocket. Why do you think I need the territory you offer? Besides, if I kill you, I can take the gold without anyone knowing who I am. What do you mean? Sean frowned. This old man's words sounded suspicious. A sharp snap answered him. Snap. Vaughn, who had been standing by the door, suddenly lost support in his massive body after being thoroughly tested. He fell forward heavily, crashing onto the floor. Another knight and mage didn't even get a chance to resist. They dropped their weapons and collapsed as soft flesh, slipping to the ground. Seraphina, sitting on the bed's edge, tilted sideways and sank into the soft bedding, losing consciousness completely. The sudden change happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Sean sensed something was wrong, all his strength had been drained instantly. His muscles refused to obey his nervous system. He tried to stand, but his legs were too weak to support him. He could only grasp the rough edge of the wooden table with his hands, barely holding himself up to avoid collapsing. A sponge-like object was stuffed into his airway, making each breath effortful and exhausting. What did you do? Sean stared at the strange man across from him, trying to steady his chaotic breathing. Just a small trick, a kind of colorless, tasteless nerve toxin mixture, Sindred said, playing with a bizarre-looking surgical clamp. His hoarse voice, behind a heavy birdbeak mask, was full of mockery. From the large metal container on his back, a bubbling sound of liquid boiling could be heard. Relax. Breathing difficulty is normal, Sindred said, pulling over a chair and sitting leisurely. If you don't receive my special neutralizing antidote within 2 hours, you'll enter a state of extreme pleasure hallucination, dreaming the most beautiful dreams while your heart slowly and happily stops. His cloudy eyes, behind the glasses, looked at Sean with interest as he struggled to stay alive. As for why you can still sit and talk to me now, it's because I lowered the toxin's volatility in your area. Keeping you somewhat alert is because I have a few questions I need you to answer. This old poisoner truly lives up to his reputation. His biochemical attack completely skips the casting delay, maximizing the effects of chemical weapons. Sean adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to endure the discomfort. Ask. Singed leans forward, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Who is backing you? The War College's Investigation Bureau? The Royal Court's Court of Justice? Or those pompous old men in the High Council? I come from Noxus, Sean says calmly, easing the feeling of tightness in his chest. Just an ordinary noble, traveling through the wilderness to find you. I simply admire your talent in alchemy. He looks at the mask. I told you before, I can provide all the funds, space, and even living materials for your experiments. In exchange, I just need a small favor. Oh, Singed chuckles dryly. Have you heard my story? Your face shows a story, Sean replies. Sean doesn't follow the other's rhythm. His body is weak now, and normal negotiation tactics don't work on this madman. He needs to hit hard. He quickly lists. In the basement of the abandoned factory in the East District, you're testing a mutated giant rat's neural connection, using purified mandrake toxin mixed with abyssal creature blood, trying to create a new formula for a breakthrough drug. And you're also working on a chain reaction formula to destroy farmland ecosystems with alchemical fumes. Sean rattles off a string of technical terms. These are top-secret plans Singed has kept hidden, even from his closest assistants. The room falls into a brief silence, only the faint bubbles from the liquid tanks breaking the quiet. The breathing behind the mask becomes chaotic. Given time, you could become the most authoritative alchemist on this continent. Your name would make the whole world tremble. Sean offers a compliment at the right moment. Noxus, a distant empire unrelated to all this, Singed says, veins bulging on his hand holding the pliers, voice cold with menace. A young outsider, and yet you've uncovered everything about me. He slowly stands, looking down at Sean from above. If you know so much, I can't keep you alive. This is clearly useless communication. His paranoia has gone into full paranoia mode. He's so guarded that he won't fall for promises or investments. Sean stops wasting words. Although he now found it hard to even lift a finger, the muscles in his mouth were still under control. His upper and lower jaws suddenly clenched together. He bit down hard on his own tongue with great force. Songqiang ascends the steps triggered. This is a pain feedback mechanism that ignores spatial distance. At the moment Sean bit down, Sindrid, who was full of murderous intent, twitched violently. The delicate surgical forceps fell to the wooden floor with a clatter. Under the mask, his face, scarred by chemical burns, twisted and distorted. The pain was shared completely. I advise you to reassess the current situation, Sean said, tasting a sweet, bloody flavor in his mouth. His words were a bit slurred and unclear, but his logic remained sharp. To harvest our insignificant lives and risk your own tongue. Do you think this deal is worth it? He paused briefly before adding, and I want to make it clear again, we mean you no harm. Sindrid didn't move at all. How did you do that? He asked, staring fixedly at Sean, his cloudy eyes filled with red veins. As a fanatic who studied human anatomy and the nervous system to the bone, Sindrid knew exactly what had just happened. There was no magic wavelength, no curse medium, and the other person didn't even touch him with a finger. But his tongue seemed to be clamped by pliers, and the pain was so real it drove him crazy. This strange method that ignored magical structures shattered his understanding. He hesitated. Sean was relentless, adding pressure again. His jawbone exerted force once more. This time, he showed no mercy. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his velvet cloak. Sindrid made no sound. He was extremely patient. But the clenched fist revealed the torment he was enduring, like hell. Stop. Tell me, what are you really trying to do? Sindrid finally gave in. He had every reason to believe that this crazed young man might really break his tongue. For a top alchemist, taste is the foundation for making high-level potions. Losing his tongue would ruin his lifelong pursuit. Sean loosened his teeth. The intense pain subsided. Sindrid gasped heavily. His eyes showed deep fear and caution. Just do this for me. Remove the collar from that woman's neck, Sean said, tilting his head and pointing with his chin at Serafina lying on the bed. Looking in the same direction, Singin's chest rose and fell quickly. That's all, he sneered angrily, voice full of mockery. I thought you paid me 500 gold coins just to ask for such a silly thing. When I made the poison, I should have added something to paralyze her voice so she couldn't speak at all. He cursed as he stepped forward and bent down to pick up the pliers on the ground. Wait, Sean called. I need you to take off the collar, but keep the runes that suppress her magic. Singin stopped and turned around, looking at Sean with a curious, almost monster-like gaze. You mean, physically remove the metal restraint, but let the magic suppression still work? Exactly, Sean nodded. Singin looked back at the woman on the bed, her curves still elegant and her charm intact, and then at Sean's young, handsome face. Behind his mask, two sharp, penetrating laughs sounded. Young people really know how to play. As a commoner who often moved in lower circles, he had seen many dirty tricks among the nobles. He understood immediately the kind of face-saving and secret tactics involved. Without wasting time, Singin walked to the bed. He pulled out a thin glass dropper from his wide sleeve, carefully drew 2 drops of strange green acid, and precisely applied them to the silver lock on the collar. Then, his hands, which had been trembling, became incredibly steady. He skillfully flipped the pliers, peeling away the metal shell and carefully removing the delicate runes that carried magic circuits. Next, he took out a bottle of clear gel and perfectly applied the runes onto Serafina's fair neck skin. The whole process was smooth and took less than 3 minutes. With a flick, he casually tossed the heavy magic-suppressing collar onto the wooden table. After finishing, Singin didn't linger. He quickly grabbed a leather case filled with gold coins from the table and tucked it under his arm. As he was about to leave, he paused and looked back. Young man, what is your name? Sean. Sean, a young noble from the Noxus Empire? Singed repeated, trying to memorize the name. Very good. I hope we meet again. After saying that, he pushed the door open and left. The sound of heavy footsteps grew fainter in the corridor. Soon, there was movement in the main hall on the first floor. I cut off the poison source when I arrived and sprinkled a volatile neutralizing powder in the hall. Singe's hoarse voice drifted from outside the window onto the second-floor balcony. Those people will wake up soon after sleeping, so don't worry. The door hinge creaked, and the strange figure wrapped in rags completely disappeared. Sean leaned back in his chair, feeling the tightness in his chest slowly easing, and control over his limbs gradually returning. He reflected on the recent fight. The poison was delivered silently, unnoticed even by Vane, a high-level warrior. The antidote was also undetectable. Is this what the strongest future alchemist is capable of? It's a very dangerous double-edged sword. The leftover poison in his blood was raging wildly, and the feeling of exhaustion from drained marrow lasted until half an hour later before gradually fading. Sean leaned against the stiff wooden chair, cold sweat seeping from his back, carried away by the cool breeze outside the window, removing the last trace of heat. This was the closest he had come to death since arriving in this world. If not for that nearly self-destructive move to forcibly exchange pain sensation with the ancient insect, today's second floor of this tavern would have been his grave. Singed, this madman standing at the top of the alchemy world, truly has no intention of playing by normal rules. The pungent chemical smell in the corridor hadn't fully dissipated. Vane, lying like mud by the door, let out a muffled groan. This battle-hardened sixth-rank knight shook his large head, his palm pressing hard on the floor as he struggled to sit up. His eyes were unfocused, pupils tiny like needles, clearly still recovering from the paralysis caused by the neurotoxin. Young master, Vane shook his head, as if his memory was cut off at the moment the strange man with the metalkin entered. What just happened? We almost died here, Sean said calmly. Vane's face turned pale. Although he hadn't seen the fight, seeing his young master's expression indicated the situation was extremely dangerous. He reached for the wide sword at his waist, but his hand was still trembling unconsciously. That person, is it Singed? Sean nodded and took out his personal milk bottle from his pocket. He unscrewed the lid, and the warm liquid slid down his throat, easing the strong metallic taste in his mouth. The wound on his tongue began to heal, and the sharp pain turned into a numb sensation. He's really a terrifying guy, Vaughn said with lingering fear. After about 10 more minutes, there was the sound of fabric rubbing on the bed. Seraphina's eyelashes fluttered, and her deep purple eyes opened with confusion. She instinctively reached up to touch her neck. The black gold collar was gone. Instead, she felt a gentle warmth when her fingertips touched her skin. Seraphina seemed unsure, confirming that the long-held shackles had indeed turned into a pile of scrap metal on the table. Is it removed? She suddenly sat up quickly, feeling dizzy from the sudden movement. She ignored her manners and hurried a few steps to Sean, her voice trembling. I can feel the magic circuit. Wait, why can't I summon fire elements? She tried to gather a flame at her fingertips, but aside from a slight distortion in the air, nothing happened. Sean looked at her anxious yet cold face, without even raising his eyelids, and began to lie smoothly. The collar was physically removed, but the magic suppression spell inside has been fused with your soul imprint. The old lunatic said that if you forcibly strip the spell, your brain might explode like a boiled egg. He paused, sounding a bit helpless. He said he wasn't confident he could fully lift the seal without damaging your brain. The light in Seraphina's eyes dimmed a little, but was quickly replaced by a sense of relief. That makes sense. Such a taboo-level spell. How could it be easily broken? She said with self-deprecating laughter, her gaze falling on Sean's still blood-stained lips. How are you? Nothing serious. Sean stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Will you go to the academy with me? Seraphina looked into his eyes. Of course. Hearing his firm answer, the usually proud Seraphina surprisingly showed a rare smile. The sense of ice melting and breaking apart made this simple guest room feel a bit brighter. That's fine. She fiddled with her red hair, her expression becoming calm again. You only need to call me once a day. You're probably good at this kind of service. Sean tugged at his collar. It's my pleasure. At that moment, sounds of chairs and tables bumping below came from the hall. Those mercenaries and drunks awakened by the neutralizing potion were cursing loudly. What just happened? I don't know. I only saw a strange person wearing a mask and carrying a jar. Let's not waste more time here. Let's go, Sean ordered. When the convoy left the wilderness city, the setting sun cast long shadows on the ground. Inside the carriage, there was a faint scent of sandalwood burning in an incense burner. Serafina sat opposite Sean, her long legs crossed. As the carriage jolted, their knees occasionally bumped lightly. The atmosphere in the air felt a bit strange. Older character, Serafina, save progress. 100% a system notification flashed across Sean's retina. He paused, surprised. He thought this woman's challenge would be difficult, but just removing her collar seemed to make everything easy. What does this mean? Stockholm Syndrome. Or maybe, for a very proud woman, having her dignity to survive is more important than her life? You really did it, Serafina suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Huh. Take off the collar, she repeated softly, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Sean hadn't fully understood yet, but the woman across from him had already stood up. Because the carriage was small, she could only squat in front of Sean. Her fiery red hair slid over her shoulders, spreading across her fair skin. She began unfastening the hidden buttons on her clothes. Sean swallowed hard, his mind freezing for a second. Is this progress a bit too sudden? Just now, they were talking about alchemy and magic, and now they're talking about biology? Wait, we're still on the road. Shut up. Serafina spat, her eyes filled with a fearless resolve and a hint of long-held madness. Isn't this what you wanted in return for buying me and breaking my chains? Don't pretend to be a noble gentleman. She moved quickly, unlike a mage, her torn silk gown falling apart. Sean felt a rush of heat surge to his forehead. Since you enjoy playing these control games, I'll do as you wish. Serafina gritted her teeth, uttering words she once considered forbidden and shameful. Each word sounded like it was squeezed from her teeth, yet it carried a hypnotic, sticky feeling. She even deliberately posed in twisted ways, her eyes still fixed on Sean, trying to hold on to her last bit of authority as a teacher. This deep contradiction was the final straw that broke Sean's sanity. He couldn't hold back anymore. He let out a low growl and lunged forward. The carriage, normally steady, jolted suddenly. The horse bore a strength it shouldn't have at this age. Outside, Vaughn pulled the reins quietly, signaling the knights behind to keep their distance and not approach the luxurious carriage at the center. The sunset sank completely below the horizon. The wind on the plain was loud, but it couldn't hide the creaking of the carriage's wooden boards under heavy load. The horse let out a strained neigh, and in the darkness, carrying all this madness and chaos, it sped toward Noxus. It wasn't until the carriage, from yogurt to rice water, started to sway unsteadily that it finally stopped. Such a greedy beast, Sean muttered to himself, shaking his head. Luckily, he had the body of a strong warrior. A rare moment of rest. The carriage moved smoothly across the wilderness, the creaking of the axles rhythmic and steady. Sean grabbed a clean piece of cotton and slowly wiped his fingers. He was shirtless, his muscular upper body showing firm, defined muscles in the dim light of the wall lamp. On the other side, Serafina lay like a dried-up fish, slumped on a thick velvet blanket. Her torn silk gown was now just useless cloth scraps tossed in the corner. She didn't even want to move a finger. And before her, this young man. He always used very forceful ways to repeatedly surprise her and push her limits. Sean leaned on the soft edge of the carriage, focused his mind, and summoned the system guide to check the rewards for completing the rescue task. A semi-transparent blue panel appeared in his vision. The information scrolled by, and the special reward was settled. Sean glanced over the complicated text and stopped at a new, faintly glowing icon in his item list. Directed space jump, anchor version, a limited category skill. The description was straightforward. The caster needs to set a space anchor at a certain place in advance. When activated, it creates a one-way teleportation channel that forces the caster and a limited number of targets they touch back to the anchor point. This ability is very rare. Even if the teleportation point is sealed, it can be a life-saving card in the face of overwhelming enemies or when trapped in a desperate situation. Sean quickly planned where to place the anchor. The underground secret room in Holdenburg was the best spot. If he caused trouble outside or needed to transfer supplies, this would be very useful. While he was thinking about the details, an unexpected event happened outside. The purebred warhorses pulling the cart suddenly neighed loudly without warning. Their hooves frantically scraped the gravel, refusing to move forward even a little. Vaughn, the driver, tightly held the reins with one hand, while the other gripped the hilt of his large sword behind him. This seasoned knight, who often fought on the edge of life and death, broke out in cold sweat, even his inner shirt soaked through. In the middle of the road ahead, a dark figure appeared. At first, its outline looked like a person in the night, but as it got closer, its body shape completely defied human skeletal proportions. "What's that?" Vaughn whispered, drawing his sword from its sheath and quickly taking off a half-plate shield hanging on the side of the carriage. Sean heard the commotion outside, casually threw a thin blanket over Serafina, and stood up to open the heavy curtain. The night wind blew coarse sand into the carriage. Under the faint moonlight, Sean saw the true form of the obstacle blocking the road. It was nearly 3 meters tall, covered in dark blue coarse hair. Its limbs were thick and deformed. The most striking feature was a complex set of brass alchemical devices strapped to its back. The glass tube extends from the liquid storage tank, directly piercing into its spine and neck arteries, flowing with a glowing green, thick liquid. Warwick, the angry beast of Zon. Sean recognized this monster. Based on his knowledge of the game background, he knew this was a perfect experiment created by Singed. A biological creature transformed from a living person, retaining the beast's killing instinct but losing pain sensation and reason. This was the sharpest tool in the old madman's hand. The old man was not willing to give up, planning to kill and loot in the wilderness. Sean's mind raced quickly. During the negotiation at the tavern earlier, he had calculated against Singed, a madman at the top of the alchemy pyramid, whose way of doing things cannot be understood by normal logic. He turned around and bent down, kicking the revolver that was originally attached to his waist aside. To deal with this half-flesh, half-metal creature, small-caliber firearms couldn't even break through its defenses. Sean pulled out a heavy wooden box from a hidden compartment under his seat. The latch clicked open, revealing metal parts that smelled of machine oil. Barrel, receiver, stock, and 2 tripods. He moved swiftly, his hands like a fluttering butterfly. In less than half a minute, a visually striking Barrett heavy sniper rifle was assembled. Click! A tungsten armor-piercing round was loaded into the magazine. Only this kind of high-powered, large-caliber weapon could possibly pierce the body fused with metal bones. Young Master Sean, what kind of monster is that? Vaughn's veins bulged on the back of his hand, holding the sword handle, his feet firmly planted in the sand. The sense of danger, as if being targeted by a top predator, made his muscles tense to the limit. The other 2 guards also drew their weapons, forming a defensive line. "Don't panic first," Sean said, pushing open half of the car door and walking down the carriage with the Barrett. He aimed steadily at the distant shadow. "Don't attack it unless necessary." He ordered the surrounding knights to hold their killing intent and stay in place. Sean's full attention was on the device behind the werewolf. The green liquid in the brass pipes flowed slowly, circulating with the rise and fall of the monster's chest, showing no signs of boiling or surging. This indicated there was still room for negotiation. Singed's design logic was very rough. The alchemy device is connected to the host's emotional center. Once the host is attacked or senses strong hostility, the valve opens completely. High concentrations of berserk potions are pumped into the blood, awakening the destructive desire hidden in the genes. As long as it doesn't go berserk, there is still a chance for communication. The sand spins in the wind. They stand about 10 meters apart, facing each other. The monster called Warwick does not roar or show claws sharp enough to tear through armor. It just stands there, illuminated by the pale moonlight, its face covered with stitched scars. After a moment, the monster moves its thick hind legs, step by step, toward the carriage. Its heavy steps hit the ground, creating dull thuds. Sean places his index finger on the trigger, breathing slowly. 10 meters. 5 meters. The monster stops. Its huge body presses like a wall in front of everyone, and the strong chemical smell hits the nose. It looks down at Sean, who is holding a weapon. Then, the right arm with a metal claw raises. The hand extends forward, palm open. In the center of the palm, a rolled-up parchment lies quietly. Everyone present is stunned by this scene. Warwick makes a rough, bellows-like breathing sound from its throat, its vocal cords badly damaged by the potion. It opens its long, fong-filled mouth. Sean. Two syllables come out muddled and rough, as if scraped off someone's skin. Knight Vaughn stands still, his giant sword across his chest. Bring me the paper, Sean commands, turning his head. Vaughn's throat moves as he raises his left hand to shield with a large iron shield, gripping his sword with his right hand, and sidesteps closer to the standing beast. In just a few meters, this veteran knight moves carefully, like walking on thin ice. He quickly takes the parchment from the metal claw, then retreats to his original position, turning to hand it to Sean. Sean catches it with one hand. The paper smells strongly of preservatives, its edges yellowed from acid corrosion. On it is written in dark red ink in a flowing script with sharp strokes. When you see this note, it means you haven't been torn apart by my treasure. That proves you are worthy of my challenge. Warwick is a gift I gave you. With it, this return trip will be much easier. On the back is the basic formula for the Berserk potion as a deposit. Don't let me down, young Sean. Sean rubbed the rough sheepskin paper and raised his eyes slightly. Sigurd, this old madman, really does everything perfectly, even maliciously. Thinking back to the confrontation just now, if I hadn't lost my temper and pulled the trigger half a second earlier, the armor-piercing bullet would have fully triggered Warwick's Berserk mechanism. At this distance, the Barrett's initial speed advantage couldn't be used. A 12.7mm bullet, even if it could pierce metal bones, wouldn't be able to cut off the monster's nervous system. If it can't kill in one shot, they will face a one-sided slaughter. Vaughn's guards, even together, aren't enough to match Warwick. Cold sweat slid down his back into his waistband. That casual waiting just now was actually a walk near the edge of danger. Only those who understand the logic of alchemical creatures or have enough strength can pass this test. Sigurd is gambling with his life, weighing his partner's worth. In the battle at Wild City, the old man was forced to reveal his cards, feeling unwilling. Now alone, his only remaining tools are these defective experimental subjects. He needs someone capable, clever, and clear-headed to help him. Sean rolled up the sheepskin paper and put it into his tactical vest pocket, then lowered Barrett's gun barrel. It's over. Put the gear away, he waved around. This big guy isn't here to cause trouble. Vaughn didn't sheath his sword, watching the monster cautiously. Young master, what does it say? A gift, Sean replied casually. As soon as he finished, Warwick, standing under the moonlight, let out a deep growl. Its huge body retreated and disappeared into the night of the wilderness. Not even a shadow was left. Only the lingering smell of chemicals in the air proved it had been there. Vaughn let out a breath, sheathed his great sword, and leaned against the carriage, exhausted. The crisis was over. The carriage door closed again. Sean carefully put the disassembled Barrett parts back into the wooden box and fastened the latch. Serafina still maintained her previous posture, wrapped in a thin blanket, lazily leaning on the cushion. Is everything settled outside? She shifted into a more comfortable position, her long legs barely visible at the edge of the blanket. An old friend gave me a big gift, Sean said as he pushed the gun case back into the hidden compartment and casually picked up a leather water bag from the small table, handing it over. He hasn't decided what kind of reward he wants yet. Serafina uncorked the bottle, tilted her white neck, and took a sip. The milky liquid slid down her lips and dripped onto her collarbone. She knew to keep quiet about Sean's endless tricks and knowledge. Any strange thing happening to this young man was not worth making a fuss over. Asking too many questions would only make her look foolish. Anyway, this trip will be much quieter, Sean said, sitting against the carriage wall. It turned out that Sinjid's gift was more useful than she had imagined. The carriage started moving again, the axle creaking. The wilderness outside the border was never peaceful. There were wandering soldiers, bandits, mutated hyenas that fed on carrion, and even wandering zombies. But in recent days, the convoy had faced no real obstacles. Usually, when they were still a few kilometers from a pass, distant screams and the dull cracking of bones would echo. By the time the convoy passed, only a trail of severed limbs and torn open chests, still steaming, remained on the ground. The green eyes hidden in the shadows looked like a tireless scavenger machine, killing anything that approached the convoy. Even Vaughn, usually so calm, was amazed. With a killing god leading the way, the return trip was a full third faster. The space inside the carriage was cramped, but the atmosphere was filled with an irresistible allure. "What's in that water bag of yours? What kind of milk is it?" Serafina pinched the half-empty leather pouch, licking the remaining milk residue from her lips. "It tastes strange, but it's more effective at restoring strength than the dragon milk kept in the academy." The consumption inside the carriage had been heavy these days. After removing her magic restriction collar, her proud and cold facade was completely torn apart. Breaking through the line called reason, this once high and mighty female instructor revealed an astonishing desire to take, like an endless black hole that could never be filled. But every night, when her reason returned, a vine called guilt would tightly wrap around her heart. This young man is too young. He is almost the same age as her daughter. The gap in age is obvious, and every time, Serafina feels like she is stealing the vitality of a young person. This feeling makes her feel both lost and ashamed. "Who cares what kind of milk it is, as long as it works," Sean said as he leaned in, took the water bag from her hand, and his fingers traced up her slender waist. "Anyway, it's you who has been working hard all this way," he chuckled softly, teasing her. Serafina turned her head away to avoid his intense gaze, her ears flushing with a faint blush. "Don't act so proper." She thought about putting on her teacher's serious face, but her voice was soft like spring water, with no real authority. Earlier, when things got intense, Sean liked to call her by silly nicknames to make her submit. That special nickname became the most common way they addressed each other. At first, hearing that word made Serafina stiffen with embarrassment and anger, almost wanting to lash out at him. But after hearing it many times, her shame started to fade. She began to look forward to hearing that word from Sean's mouth. In private, when no one's around, Serafina whispered softly, nervously twisting the edge of her thin blanket, her neck turning red. "You can call me that all the time." Sean paused, looking down at her fiercely beautiful but slightly provocative face. "Why?" he asked, pretending not to know. "That way. You don't have to change how you call me every time. It's easier," she said with a weak excuse, her eyelashes trembling. The carriage hit a stone, jolting suddenly. "All right, Serafina." Outside, the wind shifted. Carrying the moist air unique to Noxus, it approached the border. At the edge of the wasteland territory, the dark night domain covered in poisonous marshes was in sight. Warwick, who was clearing the way in the shadows, stopped on a hilltop, his dark green eyes watching the convoy go away. Then he lowered himself and disappeared into a bush. Note: the two words must not appear, or he will be taken away. Feel free to imagine what they are. After half a month of being washed by wind and sand, the team has entered Holden territory again. The windproof wall formation blocked the poisonous gas and dust from the outside. The moment they stepped into the formation, the fresh scent of pine needles replaced the wild, earthy smell. Sean leaned against a soft cushion. Traveling west through the wilderness city was dangerous, but the rewards exceeded expectations. Serafina's collar was not only removed, but she also gained a life-saving skill. Behind her followed Warwick, an alchemy monster as fierce as a meat grinder. Inside the carriage, Serafina was fixing her hair in front of a glass window, tucking her messy sideburns behind her ears. She pulled up her high collar, carefully hiding the red marks on her fair neck, then sat up straight, restoring her noble and proud demeanor. Just by looking at her distant and unapproachable attitude, anyone could guess what kind of wild experiences this high-level female mage had gone through on the way back in the carriage. The team reached the castle's main gate. The thick oak doors swung open to both sides. On the stone steps, a row of elegant women stood. This scene was unique even in the entire Noxus Empire. Catherine and Sylvia stood at the front. Catherine wore a sky blue, fitted long dress, nervously crossing her hands over her stomach. Seeing Sean step down from the carriage safely, her eyes reddened. She hurriedly lifted her skirt and went to meet him. "Finally back," she said tremblingly, flustered, circling Sean with her hands in the air, unsure where to put them. In the end, Sean gave her a big hug. "I've missed you all." Sylvia stood beside her, smiling softly. Susan, holding the account book, stood at the back. Her sharp eyes swept over the entire team and paused for 2 seconds on Serafina. As the family's treasurer, Susan was very perceptive. She immediately saw the lingering affection in Serafina's eyes and face. She stepped forward and gave a perfect noble bow. "Young master, your journey was tough. Hot water and clean clothes are ready, and the kitchen has prepared your favorite venison soup. Isabella stood at the edge of the steps. Her curvy figure was faintly visible under the fabric, giving off a gentle, calming aura. She slightly bowed to Sean. The women had gotten along very well during this half-month. Living together in the castle and under Sean's protection, they formed a strong alliance, taking care of each other like close sisters. This scene was truly peaceful. Everyone was chatting happily. In the darkness behind, a large shadow silently approached. Rough breathing broke the warm atmosphere. Everyone looked toward the sound. A creature nearly 3 meters tall emerged from the darkness, with a bubbling alchemical tank on its back making a gurgling sound, and metal claws leaving sparks on the stone floor. The women were frightened and backed away, gasping. Even though she was scared and her legs trembled, Catherine instinctively raised her arms to shield Sean. Isabella frowned. Is it a beast man? Or a human? She used to be a saint in the Church of Light and was very sensitive to strange creatures. This monster had no magic aura, but it emitted a strong sense of death and a foul chemical smell, more strange than the undead the church hunted. Don't worry, it's one of us. Sean patted Catherine's shoulder and gently pulled her to his side. His name is Warwick, and I brought him here to help. Actually, he's an alchemical creature, neither human nor beast. Sean pointed to the device behind Warwick. From now on, he's in charge of guarding the castle's outer perimeter at night. Hearing that it was on their side, the women relaxed a little. Susan, braver than the others, looked at Warwick with interest and closed her ledger. With such a big guard, those wandering soldiers and bandits outside the territory are in big trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. In a world where life was cheap, this creature looked incredibly powerful. With its help, the Holden family's safety greatly improved. Fear faded, replaced by a sense of security. The dinner was held at a long table on the second floor of the castle. Roast meat sizzled as fat dripped onto the hot coals, and the smell of ale filled the air. Sean sat at the head of the table, sharing some of his recent experiences, carefully skipping over the bloody and dirty work in the wilderness city. Susan looked through the ledger and reported on the progress of farmland development and refugee resettlement. Sean nodded and used some advanced management ideas to finalize the reward system. The women present looked surprised and confused. They occasionally covered their mouths to hide their smiles, and even the usually proud Serafina drank a little more fruit wine. After dinner, Sean, feeling the effects of the wine, sent the others to rest, leaving only Catherine. Inside the bedroom, the candle flickered. They hadn't seen each other for half a month. For Catherine, every day was hard to bear. As soon as the door closed, before Sean could speak, Catherine took control. Her usual gentle and reserved manner was gone. She eagerly looked for support, clumsily hugging Sean's neck, tears falling down her face. All her worries and fears from these days melted away in that moment of touching Sean's warmth, turning into direct actions. After a long while, Catherine's cheeks were very red. Regaining her senses, she looked down and fastened her buttons. Do you remember before I left? I promised to bring you a gift? Sean leaned against the bedhead, casually putting on a shirt he picked up. Catherine paused her movements. What gift? She asked, lifting her head, her eyes shining brightly, even slowing her movements as she dressed. Women are always weak to gifts, especially when they come from Sean. She was already thinking about whether it was a new water-based makeup in the city, a velvet dress from the tailor, or some delicate jewelry. Come with me. Sean turned over, got off the bed, and picked up a long, rectangular wooden box from the corner. He carried it on his shoulder and took Catherine's hand. They went up the spiral staircase to the castle's rooftop. The night breeze blew, lifting Catherine's skirt and bringing a cool feeling. Sean placed the long box on the stone table on the rooftop, opened the metal latch. The lid lifted. There was no sparkle of jewelry or softness of silk, only a bunch of cold, hard metal parts, giving off the smell of gun oil. Catherine froze in place, her hope dashed. Honestly, she thought it was something new and beautiful, but it turned out to be a piece of iron. She curiously asked, "What is this?" "A weapon," Sean answered as he skillfully assembled the parts. Click. The barrel connected. The scope clicked into place. Ah. Catherine was completely stunned and didn't understand the meaning of the word. As a girl from a declining noble family who had been kept in seclusion for years, She had no idea about the concept of firearms or weapons. Sean was too lazy to explain the principles of rifling and gunpowder. He turned around and aimed at an abandoned stone arrow nest 30 meters away. Without any extra movement, he pulled the trigger. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The arrow nest, built with hard granite, was hit by a 12.7 millimeters armor-piercing bullet and shattered. A large hole appeared in the wall, and fragments of stone flew everywhere like shrapnel, with dust filling the air. Downstairs, the guards on patrol immediately became alert. Their formation broke apart as they raised torches and shouted loudly, thinking they were under attack. When the torchlight illuminated the rooftop and they saw Sean causing the commotion, the leader of the Knights finally relaxed and waved his hand to signal his men to resume normal patrol. Catherine covered her mouth tightly, her face pale, taking several steps back, her ears still buzzing. This, she stammered, unable to speak a complete sentence. Before Catherine could recover from her shock, Sean walked over, placed the Barrett rifle in the gap of the city wall, and rested the stock against the solid stone. "Come here," he beckoned. Catherine hurried over and snuggled beside Sean. Sean pulled her into his arms and told her to hold the gun. "Close one eye and look through the scope with the other." Catherine obediently leaned in, focusing on the lens. The optical lens, polished with magic, was extremely clear. The distant scenery was rapidly magnified. "Oh!" Catherine shrank back in fright and exclaimed, "It's so far away, yet it feels right in front of my eyes. How is that possible?" The view several hundred meters away was detailed down to the tiniest feature, creating a visual impact beyond her understanding. "Don't worry. Try to aim at something. Hold the gun tightly with both hands. Press your shoulder against the stock and push hard. Keep your index finger on this metal piece." Sean patiently guided her to adjust her stance. After aiming, try pulling the trigger. Catherine bit her lip and aimed at a large tree on the outskirts of the territory through the scope. Following Sean's instructions, she applied force with her finger. Another thunderclap sounded. The gun shook violently, and Catherine let out a sharp cry of pain. She couldn't control herself and took a step back, falling straight into Sean's arms. Fortunately, Sean had previously modified the gun stock with a magic array to reduce recoil. Without that, this wouldn't have been a simple step back. "What's going on?" Catherine rubbed her shoulder, feeling confused. Sean smiled and steadied her. "Look through the scope at what you just aimed at." Catherine suspiciously leaned in to look through the scope again. She was startled at what she saw. In her view, a large tree about 500 meters away, big enough for two people to hug, had a terrible piercing wound in its trunk. The tree's crown was losing support and was about to fall to the side, kicking up a cloud of dust. And this damage was caused by the iron lump in her hand. The tree was at least 500 meters away. "Are you sure you want to give me this as a gift?" Catherine swallowed hard, surprised by the gun. "Next time you're in danger, just set it up high. Anyone who tries to bully you will have to face this," Sean said, taking the gun from the city wall and handing it to Catherine. The heavy weight made her arms feel like they were sinking. She looked at the gun, then at Sean. The disappointment she felt about not wearing a pretty dress had long since flown away. In this dangerous world, what could bring more security than a weapon that controls life and death? "It's too heavy. I can barely hold it," she teased, placing the gun back on the table and turning into Sean's arms. "This world has magic, fighting energy, and high-level knights who can even cut open city gates with a sword. But those powers are too far for Catherine. They belong to geniuses and strong warriors." "Are you really going to give me this?" Catherine looked up at Sean, her fingertips tingling from the intense vibration just now. This felt unreal. A weapon powerful enough to instantly take the life of a seasoned knight was unheard of in the entire Noxus Empire. "In a few days, I'll be going to the Imperial Academy," Sean said calmly, explaining his plan. "The old Count is still at the border, and Holden territory looks peaceful now, but there are many eyes watching from behind the scenes. No one knows what might happen. When I'm gone, you need to take good care of this home." Catherine clenched the warm gun tightly, feeling a sense of security from its cold, hard touch. She pursed her lips and casually looked at the few rooms downstairs that still had lights on, lowering her voice a bit. "Do they have it?" Who she meant by "they" was understood without words. Was it the clever Susan, the pure and curvy Isabella, or Serena, who exuded cold pride. Sean smiled and reached out to brush aside her messy hair blown by the evening breeze. "This gift is only for you." Catherine's breath caught slightly. She looked down at her toes, but it seemed she couldn't see them, only the fabric of her clothes, and her cheeks quickly flushed. This feeling of being loved brought her more joy than the weapon's power itself. "What is it called?" Catherine asked softly. Sean initially wanted to say, "Barrett," but he swallowed the word back. That name carried a cold, industrial feel from his past life, not fitting the gentle look in Catherine's eyes now. He thought for a moment, looking at the slender, dark barrel in the night. This thing could take lives silently in the darkness, like a messenger from the underworld. "Let's call it the Shadow Sniper." "Shadow Sniper." Catherine repeated the words, her eyes gradually brightening. "I like it." She seemed to gather great courage, suddenly leaning in and quickly pecking her lips on her now sharper, more defined face. The warm feeling vanished in an instant. Blushing, Catherine quickly stepped back 2 steps, a little flustered as she picked up the heavy Shadow Sniper again. Sean didn't tease her anymore. He pulled over a high stool and started to disassemble this killing machine. Just liking it isn't enough. You need to know how to use it. In different hands, this thing can have very different effects. For the next hour, Sean tried to explain the weapons used to Catherine in detail. He pointed at the markings on the scope and began explaining terms she had never heard before. Bullets don't fly straight. They are affected by gravity, and the farther they go, the more they drop. This weapon's effective range is 1,500 meters. If you aim at a target 1,500 meters away, the aiming point is basically useless. At that distance, it all depends on skill and luck, and the wind. Sean picked up a handful of sand from the rooftop and watched as the fine grains drifted down. He explained, "Air resistance matters, and humidity can affect the trajectory. When the wind is strong, you need to judge its direction and aim a little into the wind." Catherine listened confusedly. All this talk about trajectory, air humidity, and gravity compensation was like a foreign language to her, a noble lady who had only read romantic poetry and etiquette manuals. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed as she tried to remember every word Sean said, but found her mind unable to keep up. Seeing her embarrassment, Sean patted her shoulder gently and softened his tone. "It's okay if you can't remember everything. Theory is just the basics. A sharpshooter is made through practice. All you need to do is keep shooting until your body remembers the feeling." Catherine nodded heavily. She thought of Susan, the woman who could calculate hundreds of pages of accounts precisely, becoming the housekeeper of the Holden family. She remembered Isabella, the former saintess, whose radiant aura could attract any man even in hard times. And Serafina, an excellent mage and a high-level instructor respected even by the Empire. But she, besides her fairly beautiful appearance, seemed to have nothing else. Many nights she felt scared, afraid that her pampered life was just an illusion, worried that Sean might get tired of her and she would become just a shadow trembling in the corner again. But now, the weight of her silent determination told her she could do what others could not. "Don't worry. I will practice hard. Before you return, no one will lay a finger on Holden territory," Catherine said with unprecedented resolve. Sean smiled, gently pressed her head, and lightly kissed her forehead. "It will be hard for you from now on." In the days that followed, the guards of Holden Castle noticed something strange. Lady Catherine, who used to be so timid she was afraid to disturb the sparrows with her voice, now every morning carried a dark wooden box to the top of the castle. Soon after, loud thunderous sounds echoed repeatedly over the territory. A corner of the castle rooftop was covered with thick wool blankets. She wore practical trousers, a style considered unusual among nobles, but it made it easier for her to kneel on the ground. Sean prepared 100 specially made practice bullets for her every day. To save magic power and materials, these bullets lacked complex armor-piercing coatings and rune enhancements, but they were enough to help her master shooting skills. 100 bullets put a heavy load on her shoulder. Even with the shock-absorbing array in her silent sniper, Catherine's fair shoulder socket quickly turned a large bruise. After the first day of practice, she couldn't even hold chopsticks properly, her hands trembling like leaves in the wind. Susan once privately advised her that such hard work should be left to guards, and she didn't need to suffer herself. Catherine just shook her head, silently applying ointment, and showed up on the rooftop again the next day, on time. Sean was also busy. There were only half a month left before the Imperial College opened, and he knew that relying on just a silent sniper and an unformed private army was not enough to feel safe when away from his territory. He needed something bigger and more intimidating. The castle cellar was turned into a temporary heavy workshop by Sean. Vaughn led a few steady-handed blacksmiths, working day and night. They were forging a metal tube that was 100 times thicker than the silent sniper's barrel, with a dark, cold shine. Sean was frantically calculating the chamber pressure and the ratio of the propellant in his blueprints, trying to combine gunpowder power with fire magic arrays using his magical crafting skills. Dusk 10 days later, Catherine excitedly rushed into the cellar, pulling Sean, who was covered in black ash and studying the fuse, and urged him to come outside. "Quick, come see this." She even forgot her noble lady image, her forehead covered in a thin layer of sweat. They went to the top of the castle. Due to 10 days of continuous shooting, the stone bricks on the rooftop were filled with shiny empty shell casings. Catherine skillfully picked up the silent sniper, pulled the bolt, and loaded a bullet. Her movements were smooth, showing no sign of her noble background, but rather the cold professionalism of a skilled assassin. "Look over there." She pointed to the edge of the territory, about 800 meters away, at a small wooden target swaying in the wind. That was a task Sean casually set up. At this distance, the target looked only as big as a sesame seed to the naked eye. Catherine held her breath. She didn't fire immediately, but waited quietly for a few seconds, feeling the wind brushing past her ears. In a split-second bang, the silent sniper let out a low roar. 800 meters away, the small wooden target, about the size of a basin, suddenly shattered into wood chips and flew apart in the sunset. Sean watched this woman, who was once afraid to even kill a chicken, transform in just 10 days into a master of long-range shooting. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He walked over, checked her shoulder, and saw the bruise had faded, replaced by firmer, more elastic skin. "Well done." Sean took her hand. "In this world, that is the most reliable amulet." He turned his head and looked toward the cellar. There, a heavy weapon capable of suppressing a 10-mile radius was almost ready. The wind on the rooftop was stronger than before, whistling sharply as it swept through the cracks in the stone tiles. "It's not over yet," Catherine whispered, calmly pulling her right hand back from Sean's palm. She raised her sniper again, steadying her hands more firmly than a support, her movements practiced. The heavy sniper in her hands felt as light as a wooden stick. Sean watched her profile, noticing her delicate weakness replaced by a nearly sickly focus. He tried to find the next target, but all he saw were layers of tall grass and a blurry mountain ridge in the distance. "What is she shooting at?" he wondered silently. At over 1,500 meters, moisture and tiny dust particles in the air could distort vision. In this world without professional rangefinders, shooting at such distances was more like praying to a deity. Catherine said nothing. She adjusted her breathing, her chest rising and falling more slowly. Sean noticed she wasn't staring directly through the scope. Instead, she closed her left eye slightly, and her right eye just lightly touched the eyepiece. This state lasted nearly 20 seconds. At the moment she exhaled her last breath, the sniper made a dull thud as it hit. No gunpowder flash or explosion, only a sharp whine of air being forcibly torn apart by magic. Catherine straightened up, a look of relief on her face. She casually handed the gun to Sean. "Look over there." Sean, a bit puzzled, took the gun and adjusted the scope to its maximum zoom according to her finger pointing. On a cliff extending beyond the theoretically unreachable area, just outside the territory's edge, a charred dead tree was broken into 2 pieces. The dead tree was only as thick as a thigh, and at least 1,800 meters away. "Aunt Catherine, you." Sean's words caught in his throat, and after a moment, he managed to say the remaining words. "You are truly a genius." This was not just a figure of speech. It was a genuine physical shock. 1,500 meters is the maximum range for this type of kinetic weapon. After passing that critical point, the bullet's energy quickly diminishes and its trajectory drops enough to make precise calculations useless. To hit that target, you need to account for wind drift and gravity perfectly, and also have a natural sense of space. That is a talent, an instinct that no advanced training can fully develop. Not over yet. Catherine said as she pulled a black woven cloth from her silk belt. Before Sean could react, she swiftly covered her eyes with the cloth and tied it at the back of her head. The black fabric hid her eyes, leaving only her straight nose and slightly pursed lips visible. She raised her sniper again, aiming the barrel diagonally toward the dense coniferous forest ahead. Sean held his breath, watching with interest. He wanted to see how many more surprises she could give him. Suddenly, a flurry of frantic flapping sounds came from the woods. It was the Firebird, disturbed by the gunshot earlier. This magical creature is small, with a very strange flight pattern, darting left and right, and its wings produce faint heat waves when flapping. Catherine's ears twitched. The moment the first Firebird burst out of the treetops, the sniper's barrel shifted unexpectedly by 30 degrees. Bang! That was the sound of a bullet hitting flesh, followed quickly by a second and a third shot. Her speed in pulling the trigger was so fast, it seemed like only a ghostly afterimage. Each metallic clash was followed by a tiny spray of blood in the air. The Firebirds, known for their speed and agility, now seemed to hit an invisible wall, falling one after another into the grass. All 7 birds. From takeoff to all of them being dead, it took less than 7 seconds. Catherine never took off her black cloth throughout the entire process. Even after firing her last shot, she kept aiming for 2 seconds to confirm there were no survivors before slowly removing the embroidered fabric from her eyes. Is this considered passing? She turned her head, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation and rare cleverness. Sean was completely stunned. In the game he played in his previous life, Catherine's character was just a symbol of tragedy from start to finish. Her only purpose was to trigger the player's protective instincts or to be sacrificed in certain side stories to disgust the player. The game developers never described her as having any combat talent. Talent awakening, a thought flashed through Sean's mind. This terrifying perception and ability to track moving targets, if applied to the real world, would make her a sharpshooter. This instinct even surpasses the aid of a sniper scope. It's a hidden trait he had never seen in the system. Passing, Sean walked over and firmly pressed her shoulders. No, Catherine, you are simply my treasure. Catherine's cheeks flushed at this blunt compliment, and she shyly turned her head away. Sean's mind was already elsewhere. He originally just wanted to find a way for the gentle Catherine to defend herself, so she could have some confidence when he left the territory. But now, it seemed he had an ace up his sleeve that could change the tide of battle. A sharpshooter capable of taking a person's head from 1,800 meters away as easily as reaching into a bag, even able to hit moving targets blindly. Those proud high-level knights, their battle armor could block close-range slashes, but could it withstand heavy bullets with magical spirals shot from beyond their line of sight? Even high-level mages chanting powerful spells, before they finished their incantations, Catherine's bullets might have already pierced their skulls. Who taught you this way of shooting? Sean asked, unable to hold back. Catherine thought for a moment and replied softly, No one taught me. It's just that when I close my eyes, I seem to be able to feel the airflow caused by birds flapping their wings. I can hear where they are now and where they'll be in a second. Sean nodded but didn't ask further. This mysterious perception was hard to explain. Catherine's growth gave him great confidence. Since remote output now has this level of security, the big machine still cooling in the cellar should speed up its progress. The geniuses at Noxus Academy probably never imagined that a distant lord was arming his followers with a method that surpasses the times. Sean took Catherine's cold hand and said, Let's go down and see my new work. With your recent performance, I feel more confident about the next plan. Catherine obediently followed him, with her back to the shadow sniper, its black barrel reflecting a dull shine in the sunset glow. Only 2 sets of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Compared to the wind on the rooftop, the stone stairs leading to the underground workshop felt very quiet. Catherine lagged half a step behind, watching Sean's broad back. The shadow sniper was heavy on her shoulder, but it gave her a strange sense of security. I planned to show you this in a few days, but since you now have that perception ability, now is the perfect time, Sean said as he pushed open the heavy oak door of the workshop. The room smelled strongly of metal and the bitterness of alchemical potions. The walls were covered with dense magic guiding runes. To prevent explosions from affecting the castle, Sean had reinforced 3 layers of protective formations. Catherine's eyes widened. In the center of the room, on a lift platform, lay a huge object. It was a silver-colored, tube-shaped weapon, with a smooth metal shell and no unnecessary decorations, only concentric ring patterns engraved on its surface. Compared to the slender, precise shadow sniper, this thing looked like a monster full of violent beauty. It sat quietly on a specially made hexagonal base, supported by a cast iron frame firmly embedded in the ground. "This is..." Catherine instinctively reached out, her fingertips touching the cold barrel. The muzzle pointed upward at an angle, with a diameter as wide as an adult's head. Inside, spiral grooves were carved into the deep chamber, creating a sense of oppression that made Catherine shrink back. "It was once called the Italian cannon, but now I call it the Judgment," Sean said as he moved to the side of the cannon and lifted a cloth. Under the cloth was a pile of spherical metal shells covered with runes. "How powerful is this thing compared to the shadow sniper?" Catherine asked. To her, it seemed to go beyond ordinary weapons. Sean smiled and shook his head. "You can't really compare the two." He walked to the control panel and skillfully pressed some switches for the magic circles. The ring patterns on the silver barrel lit up one after another, glowing blue in the dim workshop, reflecting on Catherine's surprised face. "The shadow sniper is for precise targeting, used to take off an enemy's head from 1,000 meters away. If one shot can pierce a giant tree, then this thing." Sean rubbed the barrel. "A single shot can wipe out the forest where the fiery birds nest. No matter how many people hide inside or how many layers of heavy armor they wear, in front of Judgment, they are just fragile." Catherine held her breath. She couldn't imagine such a scene. How long does it take for the Empire's top mages to cast a high-level forbidden spell? 30 seconds? A minute? Sean's voice echoed in the enclosed space. "Judgment only needs 3 seconds of magic charge." He picked up one of the spherical metal shells and showed it to Catherine. "This contains a high-concentration liquid magic compression device. When combined with the high-frequency vibrations from the rifling, the energy released upon hitting the target is equivalent to a powerful attack from a high-level fire mage." Catherine felt her palms sweat a little. She wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but in this world where strength meant everything, she understood what power truly meant. If she had these things back then, her greedy relatives and the watchful noble would probably not even dare to approach her territory. "But this thing is too heavy," Catherine observed the complex base. "It can't be carried around like the shadow sniper. So, it's the guardian of the territory." Sean's eyes sparkled. "I need to go to the Empire Academy. I can't stay by your side all the time. Warwick is strong, but he's just a single combatant. In large-scale territory wars, Judgment is the last card. I've reserved a spot for installation at the 4 corner towers of the castle. Vaughn will be responsible for setting it up then." He paused, then turned to look at Catherine, his tone softening. "Also, the accuracy of this device needs a genius like you to calibrate, and in the end, only you can pull the trigger." "Me?" Catherine looked a bit nervous. "I'm afraid I might not do it well. You've already done enough." Sean stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders. "In this world, no one is more suited to use these weapons than you. Not even me." He leaned in close to her ear, his breath brushing her skin. "After I leave, everything here, Susan, Isabella, and the others' lives, will be in your hands." Catherine looked up. Sean's eyes held a selfish possessiveness, but also a deep trust that made her feel safe. She slowly pressed her lips together, her once gentle gaze becoming firm. "I will protect this place. As long as I am alive, no one will step through that door." "That's right," he said, pleased with her change. In this harsh world, pure kindness only speeds up destruction. He wanted to save these women with tragic fates, not only giving them a home, but also the strength to fight against their destiny. In the corner of the workshop, a few empty bottles shook slightly from the vibration. Sean covered the canvas again. "All right, that's enough talk about the main matter. Next, we need to handle another small problem." Sean took Catherine's hand and led her deeper into the basement. "Is there a new weapon?" "No, it's about the callus on your shoulder. Isabella has prepared a holy power bath." Catherine blushed and obediently followed. As they passed the pile of messy, discarded parts, Sean's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a hand-drawn diagram on a corner of the work table. It was his next project, a single-shot firearm that could be scaled up and used without a mage. When they left the workshop, Susan was walking quickly with 2 maids outside the corridor. Young Master Sean, Instructor Serafina asks you to come. Susan's expression was strange, and she lowered her voice. She's locked herself in the study, saying the skin sensations from those forbidden magic spells are a bit uncontrollable. Sean raised an eyebrow. I understand. Sean looked at Catherine beside him, then at Susan. You two take Catherine to soak in the medicinal bath first. I'll finish dealing with the instructor's academic issues and then join you for a late-night snack. Catherine nodded thoughtfully, while Susan gave a meaningful smile. Sean turned and walked toward the study leading to Zeta. In this castle, the task of saving the older characters was far from over. The door hinge in the quiet corridor made a dull, deep sound. The room was dimly lit, with only a few remaining candles flickering in the air, casting shadows over scattered sheepskin papers and overturned ink bottles. A strange smell floated in the air, a mix of old paper and a warm, heated scent. Serafina curled up in a large mahogany chair. Her usually neat mentor's robe was now disheveled at the collar, revealing patches of tense, sweat-soaked skin. Sean closed the door behind him, the sound of the lock clicking clearly in the silent room. You don't look like that proud royal instructor now, he said slowly, walking over in his leather boots, which made no extra sound on the thick sheepskin rug. Serafina looked up. Her normally cold and scrutinizing face was now flushed with an unusual redness. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up, she said in a dull voice, trembling from extreme restraint. Suddenly, Serafina reached out and tightly grabbed Sean's collar. Sean said nothing. He simply pulled her up from the chair and pressed her down heavily onto the large desk covered with magical texts. The papers scattered everywhere. When the last bit of tension was eased, the study returned to silence. Serafina slumped at the corner of the desk, her long hair sticking to her sweaty forehead. Sean leaned against the nearby bookshelf, slowly adjusting his cuffs. Are you awake now? He asked, turning his head. Serafina grabbed a piece of her scattered clothing to cover herself. She shot Sean a glare, still showing some lingering embarrassment. You monster, she said, sitting up weakly. If this mark isn't completely removed, I'll die at your hands someday. Sorry, sometimes the reason isn't my fault. If you were like most women, you might suffer less, but that's not the case with you. Sean walked to the window and pushed it open slightly. She looked at Sean's back and listened to his words, which seemed to be either blaming or praising him, and her face turned even redder. After a long silence, she finally spoke about the main matter, her voice becoming more serious like a teacher's. Don't forget your schedule. The War College in the capital is about to open. If you want to establish yourself there, you need to make a choice now. Sean turned around, signaling her to continue. That's the highest military school in the Empire. Serafina stood up, though still a bit slow. The War College has two main branches, knights and mages. These are two separate paths. Once you choose one, unless you're an old monster who has lived hundreds of years, you won't have the energy to explore the other. Tell me more about the differences. The Knight Academy focuses on physical training and combat energy cultivation, Serafina said, walking to the bookshelf and pulling out a map of the college. It has two divisions, the Punishment Knights, who are the Empire's sword, specializing in explosive attack power, the so-called pure attackers. The Guard Knights focus on defense skills and group buffs. If you want to inherit your father's Count title someday, Guard Knights are the best choice. Sean nodded without saying much. As for the Mage Court, that's my territory, Serafina said confidently when talking about magic. Mages also have two types. Long-range mages, who seek large-scale, long-distance attacks, like war machines. The other type. Close combat mages, who are a group of crazy people aiming for quick bursts of power and extreme agility. They use magic to strengthen their bodies and decide life and death in an instant. She paused and looked at Sean. You have that strange magic crafting skill. If you go to the Mage Court, you can go further. Sean looked out at the night outside and hesitated. I want everything, he said calmly. Serafina was stunned, then let out a somewhat harsh laugh. Dream on? Sean, I know you're incredibly talented, but there's no precedent for dual cultivation at the college. Night combat training conflicts with magic circuits. Moreover, since both classes happen at the same time, when you are practicing swordsmanship in the Knight's training ground, the neighboring magic tower is performing complex spell analysis. Do you think you can do split magic? Sean turned around, his gaze sweeping over Serafina's cold and elegant face. finally resting on the faint blue patterns visible just below her neckline. I can't do split magic, but I have a ready magic teacher, don't I? Seraphina's heart skipped a beat, and she awkwardly avoided his gaze. You mean, during the day, I will attend the Knights Academy, whether for punishment or protection. The experience of physical combat will help me. As for magic, since the college can't teach me at the same time, you will teach me at night. You're crazy. Seraphina's voice sounded like she was arguing, but her trembling pupils revealed her inner hesitation. What? You don't want to? Sean lowered his voice. You also don't want others to find out when you lose control. It will help both of us. Seraphina bit her lip. She had worked hard to maintain her strict teacher image at the college for over 10 years, but in just half a month after meeting Sean, it had been shattered. She realized she not only didn't dislike this arrangement, but also secretly looked forward to it. If you're really not afraid of dying or exhausting your energy. She avoided Sean's intense gaze, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then do as you said. But I will be very strict, Sean. In the path of magic, I won't go easy on you just because of our current relationship. That's best. Sean released his hand. He knew very well that women like Seraphina are most charming when teaching. Dual cultivation, Seraphina sighed bitterly. She was now completely inseparable from this man. That loneliness she had endured for over 10 years, once broken, was like a wildfire on the plains, impossible to extinguish. Let's go. Sean headed toward the door. Where to? Isabella prepared a holy power bath, and Aunt Catherine probably isn't finished yet. You need to wash off the sweat. Then we can go eat. Sean pushed open the door. Seraphina looked at his back and took a deep breath. But as she stepped forward to follow, her legs felt weak and soft. The stone path in the corridor was very unfriendly to Seraphina now. Sean walked ahead with light steps, making the dim wall lamps in the hallway glow a little brighter. Isabella's special holy power bath is very unique and has a limited time, Sean said without looking back. After tonight, the powerful energy inside will weaken greatly. Seraphina snorted coldly and tightened her collar with her hand. Of course I know. Sean stopped in front of a heavy oak door at the end of the corridor. He pushed open the door, and instead of ordinary steam, a gentle, penetrating white mist rushed out. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, mixed with pure light element fluctuations. Through the mist, in the large sunken white stone bath, a graceful figure was soaking. Catherine heard the noise and turned her head. Her wet pink hair clung to her fair back, and the water just covered her collarbones. Seeing Sean come in, Catherine didn't hide, but moved forward half a step. As the water rippled, her full curves were fully revealed. Sean, Susan said you have urgent matters to handle. Catherine's voice was gentle as always, but when her moist eyes glanced at Seraphina, who looked a bit embarrassed behind Sean, she didn't pause. Seraphina? Seraphina stood at the door, caught in a dilemma. She was used to being high and mighty at the academy, never having seen such honest openness. Moreover, the other was the nominal mistress of the Holden territory. It's done. Sean turned sideways, fully allowing Seraphina into view. Aunt Catherine, she also needs to soak. The magic backlash in the study hurt her foundation, and this pool is just the right size. Catherine didn't hesitate and moved most of her position to the side, even thoughtfully folding a long towel and placing it nearby. Of course, the water is just right. This openness made Seraphina feel uncomfortable all over. She clutched her collar tightly, about to speak and refuse, but suddenly caught a deep scent coming from the water. The holy source of healing from the church. This item is very difficult to obtain. Throughout the entire Noxus Empire, high-ranking officials like cardinals need half a month of approval from the council to even take a sip. Such waste. Seraphina clenched her teeth and muttered for words. Indeed, such waste, Sean replied, continuing her thought. So, let's hurry. With that, Sean decisively turned and left, casually closing the oak door behind him. The dull sound of the lock clicking shut left this enclosed space solely for the two ladies. Inside, only the faint sound of water flowing remained. Seraphina leaned against the wall, her rational mind and her sense of dignity fiercely battling. Finally, her coat slipped off, and her torn long dress was removed. She closed her eyes and stepped into the pool, trying to curl her body as far away as possible from Catherine. The moment her skin touched the water, An indescribable comfort surged through her head. The soreness caused by Sean's rough treatment also quickly faded. It was too luxurious. Serafina leaned against the pool wall. Feeling so comfortable, she almost let out a soft hum. "Is the temperature okay, Sister Serafina?" A gentle voice sounded in her ear. Serafina opened her eyes and saw that Catherine had somehow swum nearby. She was holding a clean white sponge, her clear eyes fixed on her. Hom. She turned her head, trying to avoid Catherine's overly friendly gaze. "All right." Catherine didn't step back, but naturally moved to her side and behind her. "Let me scrub your back." Before Serafina could refuse, the warm sponge had already been placed on her shoulder blades. The pressure was just right. Catherine's movements were gentle but carried the familiarity of someone who had cared for others for many years. For Catherine, the logic was very simple. Anything useful to Sean, she would accept without reservation. In her current view, only the interests of the Holden family and Sean's needs mattered. Serafina's body stiffened for a moment, then gradually relaxed as the rhythmic scrubbing continued. She had imagined countless scenarios of being mistreated by the main wife, but she never expected such a warm, slightly strange scene. "Madam, just call me Catherine," she said, her hand still moving as the sponge slowly slid down her spine. "Don't you mind?" Serafina finally couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been pressing in her chest. The marks on her body were obvious to Catherine, who was also a woman. Catherine paused her movements. The fog above the bath slightly cleared. "What do you mean by mind?" Catherine asked back, her tone completely honest and open, showing a clarity that outsiders rarely understood. "Sean is a person who does great things. He carries a lot. The future of the Holden family and those hidden enemies in the shadows." She started wiping again, following the graceful curve of her back. "I'm not very talented. All I can do is protect this home, so when he returns, there's hot food waiting and a place to sleep." To Serafina, these words made no sense. In the noble circles, she had seen too many schemes and fights. Everyone was fighting for power and status. Willingly lowering oneself to serve others felt like a betrayal of self-worth. But when Catherine said this, her calm and peaceful aura made Serafina feel unable to argue. "You are a senior lecturer at the Royal Academy, knowing many things I've never even heard of," Catherine said, placing the sponge on the edge of the pool and gently massaging Serafina's tense shoulders. "Sean is about to go to the capital to study." Her fingers pressed a little harder, and she leaned in closer. Knight Academy duels, magic court disputes, even noble council conflicts. "I can't help with any of that." Catherine looked directly at Serafina's side profile. "But in magic teaching and caring for the academy, you are irreplaceable," she said, brushing the wet hair from Serafina's forehead affectionately, as if speaking to a close friend she had known for years. "Sometimes he's very stubborn, and he would never back down when faced with danger. Now that he's going to the war college, you'll need to take extra care of his safety. What kind of monsters does the Holden family really raise? The man is a reckless lunatic who controls everything, and the woman has a heart as vast as an ocean, capable of holding an entire glacier. That kind of monster doesn't need others to protect him." Serafina lowered her eyes and looked at the glow floating in the water, then stubbornly said, "Then please pull him back when he loses control." Catherine took the opportunity to stop and leaned against the other side of the pool wall, closing her eyes to enjoy the nourishing bath. Steam rose from the water. Serafina raised her hand and touched her neck. She remembered Sean's intense gaze in the study, then looked at the calm and gentle lady in front of her. "Don't worry," Serafina said as she sank further into the water, which covered her chin. Her voice was muffled through the ripples. "I will train him strictly to the highest standards. If he can't handle it, then push him hard," Catherine said with a light laugh, creating a charming silhouette in the mist. "That's your right as a mentor, isn't it?" Serafina didn't reply. The sound of water stopped. The oak door opened, and warm air flowed into the corridor. Catherine changed into her regular clothes and led the way. Serafina followed behind, wearing a dark long dress prepared early by Susan. The fabric fit closely, tailored to her curvy figure. The effects of the medicinal bath were excellent. The hidden dangers from her outburst were completely soothed, and the soreness from repeated strain disappeared. Her steps in the ancient castle corridor felt lighter. In front of the long dining table, a silver candelabrum burned with 8 thick candles. The table was filled with roasted ribs, mushroom soup, and various soft breads with butter. At the head of the table, Sean was using a knife and fork to cut a medium-rare steak. On his left, Sylvia wore a low-cut red evening gown. She rested her chin on her hand, her crimson lipstick shining in the candlelight. On his right, Susan wore glasses with a copper frame. Next to her was a thick sheepskin ledger, holding a feather pen and muttering to herself. A small pile of counting tokens was beside her. The door was pushed open. Susan looked up and pushed her glasses up her nose. "Madam, dinner is ready." Catherine responded with a nod, pulled out the second chair on Sean's right, and signaled for Serafina to sit beside her. Serafina sat down. The atmosphere at the long table was a bit tense. Sylvia stopped her subtle movements under the table and looked around at Serafina. Serafina paused for a second before cutting the bread. "In this castle, the rules are different." "Sylvia," Catherine said calmly, holding a bowl of hot, thick soup, and gently pushed it toward her sister. "Eat." Just two simple words, without any extra emotion or preamble. Sylvia made a slight face, picked up her spoon, and drank the soup quietly, saying nothing more. Susan turned a page in her ledger, noting down some large numbers. "That werewolf's food expenses are huge. He eats 2.5 pigs a day, bones and all. We need a separate account just for logistics." Sean swallowed a piece of meat, raised his wine glass, and took a sip. His gaze crossed the rim of the glass, observing the women at the table. Catherine was carefully and skillfully peeling the shells off the roasted rock shrimp. At first, Sylvia was a bit resistant to this almost nanny-like service, but she eventually let it happen. When Catherine handed her a clean linen napkin, she softly said thank you. This scene was very comfortable for Sean. This is what he wanted. He just needed this peaceful, stable situation in the backyard. These women, who had been badly hurt by the original story, now sat together at the table, each safe and sound. Sylvia's high heels kept clicking, becoming more teasing. Sean simply pressed his legs under the table, holding her ankle tightly. Sylvia couldn't break free, her cheeks slightly red, and her knife-cutting slowed down. Susan was still worried about expenses and suggested increasing the commercial tax by 30% within the territory. Sean vetoed the idea. "The territory is just stabilizing. Don't squeeze the poor too hard. The profits from trade are enough to run this place. Let the money flow and attract the refugees around us. That's the real plan." Susan took notes. Though she complained, she was very efficient. Sylvia focused on her food. Her eyes flicked over Sean at the head of the table. This man's methods are ruthless, yet he manages to keep these women in the house obedient. The wild Sylvia, the clever Susan, the mysterious Catherine. The power of the Holden family runs deeper than the noble circles of the capital. She had taught many nobles before, but she had never seen such a strange balance in anyone's backyard. The days passed very quickly. Tomorrow is the last day before heading to the Imperial Academy. Holdenberg Cellar. The Judgment Magic Cannon quietly rests on a reinforced iron frame, its barrel shimmering with a faint, eerie blue glow. Sean gently touches the cold barrel, his fingertips tracing the complex circuits. After the final calibration, he steps back from the magic sensing. This large cannon now serves as the anchor of the territory. As long as Catherine stays here, even if Cliff's army arrives in full force, they will have to think twice before trying to withstand a shot with the power of a forbidden spell. On the other side of the workshop, 200 orange shells are neatly arranged on the workbench. This has been Sean's only pastime lately. He embedded tiny explosive runes inside each bullet and coated the outside with a thin layer of silver. When these bullets hit a target, they first use their kinetic energy to break through defenses, then trigger an internal magic explosion. For someone like Catherine, who can precisely target from 1,500 meters away, these 200 bullets are enough. "Sean," a soft voice calls from the staircase. Catherine has changed into a practical, fitted hunting outfit that highlights her graceful figure and adds a touch of bravery. She carries a delicate food box and walks over to Sean. Instead of looking at the fierce weapons, she first takes out a handkerchief to wipe the oil from Sean's forehead. "Are you finished yet?" Catherine puts down the food box. "Susan said you've been in the cellar for 6 hours. Just finishing up the last details," Sean says, grabbing her hand and rubbing the calluses on her palm, a sign of her recent intense practice with the sniper. Catherine doesn't pull away, letting him hold her hand, her eyes fixed on the bullets. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" she asked softly. "Everything is almost ready." Sean stands up, brushing dust off his cloak, and points to the 200 bullets on the workbench. "These are for you." Catherine walks over and gently touches the cold metal. "I will take good care of this place, Sean. No matter what you do outside, as long as you look back, Holdenburg will always be your home." Sean knew that now Catherine's soul was filled with a kind of obsession. She was no longer just a tool for family marriage. She had become the sharpest weapon in Sean's territory. "Warwick will roam the forests around the land. It will handle most of the trouble," Sean said as he took the hot soup from Catherine and took a sip. "If there's something it can't handle, or if someone dares to attack the castle directly, then Aunt Catherine will have to deal with it. If even the Shadow Steed can't solve the problem, then we use judgment." He put down the bowl and looked into Catherine's eyes. "Don't worry about the consequences. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Better to plow the land again than let anyone step into the castle." Catherine nodded gently, smiling softly. "I understand, Sean." Sean didn't say more. He led Catherine out of the cellar. In the castle courtyard, Isabella was walking with little Layla in an open space. When she saw Sean come out, she paused shyly. She had been busy preparing healing potions for Sean and Warren these days. The extraordinary vitality of the sacred source kept Sean in top mental condition. Sean walked over and gently ruffled little Layla's hair. "The road to the capital is long. I prepared some special sacred healing for you," Isabella said, handing over a package with a caring look. Sean took the bundle, feeling its heavy weight. The night in Holdenburg was so quiet that you could hear the rustling of the wind chimes on the back mountain. The lights had long been turned off. The ancient castle seemed like a sleeping giant. But in the dark corridor, Susan tiptoed on the thick wool carpet, crouching and acting sneaky. During the day, she was the busy accountant, but at midnight, she wore only a thin black lace nightgown. The fabric was so scant that it was a rare find she bought last week from the black market at a high price. She had spent half a month's salary on it and felt a bit guilty at the time. From a return on investment perspective, as long as she could open the young master's door tonight, this deal would be a sure win. Tomorrow morning, Sean would leave for the Imperial Academy in the capital. During the day, Susan had been distracted while working on the accounts, her mind full of worries about the mess. As I reached the carved oak door, my hand was about to touch the brass handle when someone stepped out from the shadow on the left. Susan startled and took a step back, almost crying out. "Miss Susan." A gentle, water-like voice came from the darkness, with a hint of a teasing smile. Catherine had taken off her usual formal dress tonight. She wore a bright red silk slip dress. The dress had a very high slit, revealing her fair, eye-catching legs with every movement. She held a steaming glass of milk, calm and graceful, but her presence at this late hour was clearly provocative. "You're dressed like that, and the corridor is so drafty. Aren't you worried about catching a cold?" Catherine looked over Susan's lace dress, which could be called a battle outfit. Susan awkwardly tugged at her non-existent skirt hem. Her usual confident, decisive aura when dealing with accounts was gone in this revealing outfit. A smart woman's pride wouldn't let her back down. She raised her chin and took control. "Why are you wandering around outside Sean's door so late at night when your husband isn't in his room?" Catherine stepped forward slowly. Her height and the increasingly commanding presence of the lady of the house made Susan feel pressed down. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Catherine's hand holding the milk was steady calm. "Sean often has trouble sleeping. Since he was young, he's been used to me calming him down." Susan clenched her fists in frustration. Just as the two women were silently competing outside Sean's door, a rustling sound came from the staircase around the corner. They both turned their heads at once. Isabella was pressed against the cold stone wall, clutching her dress tightly with both hands. Her iconic nun's habit was completely altered. The collar was boldly cut open, revealing her fair skin. The long skirt was cut short, barely covering her thighs. The white stockings she usually wore were replaced with seductive white silk straps. The stark contrast between purity and temptation made both Catherine and Susan gasp. "Isabella?" Catherine raised one eyebrow. "Layla is asleep?" Caught in the act, Isabella's face turned bright red. She was naturally shy and reserved, and lying was too difficult for her. Faced with Catherine's questions, She nervously twisted her fingers and honestly explained everything. Sean is leaving tomorrow. He won't be back for a long time after going to the capital, Isabella whispered softly, like a mosquito. I just came to see him, just to look. The more she explained, the more guilty she seemed. Late at night, she had changed into this nun's outfit. But who would believe she was only here to look? The atmosphere in the corridor became a bit strange. 3 women, 3 styles. A clever accountant, a stubborn gentle wife, and a shy pure-hearted saint. They all stood in a line outside a man's door. Just to look? Or do you want him to look at you more? A lazy voice with a charming tone drifted from the shadows on the other side. Her high heels made no sound on the wool carpet, but her alluring, twisting steps made everyone's nerves tingle. Is there a master here? Yes, Sylvia. Her bright red lipstick reflected in the dim light. She wore a loose, wine-red nightgown draped over her shoulders, with a casual belt, showing off her full, tempting curves as she moved. This mature woman, known as the Black Widow, had been watching from behind a pillar, enjoying the show. Big Sister Sylvia, why are you here too? Catherine sighed, switching her warm milk to her left hand, expecting this kind of behavior from her sister. Sylvia didn't answer, openly measuring the 3 women with her gaze. She knew exactly what tonight meant. These women, who usually each had their own roles, all had their own hidden agendas. Enough, everyone is smart. No need to pretend, Sylvia giggled, her chest bouncing as she smiled. Sean leaves tomorrow, and our big Holdenberg will be left without a man to keep us company. Today is the day to eat our fill. Her words were blunt and straightforward, tearing away all pretenses and masks. Isabella shyly looked away. Susan straightened her back. There's only one person. How do we share? Sylvia stepped past the others and placed her hand on the cold brass door handle. Since we're here, what's the point of standing outside in the cold? Let's go in together. She looked back at the 3 women, her eyes full of determination, like a woman ready to risk everything. Line up, each according to your ability. Someone will get in eventually, but between starving completely and just managing to eat a little, this multiple-choice question was not hard to answer. Tonight's foolishness was not only a release of desire, but also a complete submission to that man. The 4 women exchanged complicated glances. Catherine did not stop her. She took a half-step back, silently agreeing to this daring proposal. Susan swallowed and reached out to adjust the lace trim on her chest. Isabella closed her eyes and softly recited a prayer that would make even the gods blush. After reaching an agreement, Sylvia tightly twisted the handle. With a crisp click, the heavy oak door was pushed open. There were no lights inside. Moonlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the spacious velvet bed. The bed was neatly made, with no wrinkles on the bedding. All 4 women froze in place. Sean was not in the room at all. This unkind little brat. Sylvia bit her lip and stomped her foot angrily. At this moment, Sean was outside Holdenberg. He squatted on the ground, pinching several polished pieces of mithril ore between his fingers. The surface of the stones was covered with twisted dark runes, which he had crafted as alarms based on Seraphina's teachings. Seraphina stood behind him, her deep purple robe fluttering in the night wind, outlining a figure that could drive any man crazy. She looked down at Sean as he skillfully buried the stones in the soil. This level of sensing array can be easily cracked even by freshmen at the Royal Academy, Seraphina said in a neutral tone. Sean did not look up. He pressed the last piece of ore into the ground and then brushed the dirt off his hands. Teacher, this isn't for fighting mages. It's to prevent thieves. Those little pickpockets who want to sneak into Holdenberg when I'm not around. Before they even get close to the castle gate. This will let Warwick know where to go for a meal. He then led Seraphina toward a small courtyard on the east side of the castle. The yard was overgrown with waist-high withered grass, rarely visited. In the middle of the yard was a half-collapsed stone pavilion. Sean carefully embedded a glowing blue crystal into a crack at the base of the pavilion. This is the anchor point for directed space leap. The system skill is very interesting. It not only allows you to teleport yourself, but also to designate others for transportation. Sean set this anchor point next to Warwick's hideout. In case he gets stuck on the throne in the capital or faces uncontrollable trouble in his territory, he can instantly pull that 3-meter-tall killing machine nearby or teleport himself back quickly. Having backup plans is always a good idea. Is everything ready? Serafina raised an eyebrow. Yes, as soon as someone crosses the warning line, the magic circle inside the castle will alert us. Sean stood up, brushing dust off his pants. Let's go, teacher. It's time to head back. We need to leave early tomorrow. Serafina didn't move, but instead showed a slightly playful smile. Her deep eyes shone with a teasing look that seemed to see through everything under the moonlight. Sean, are you sure you want to go back to your room now? Otherwise, Sean looked confused. Probably someone is waiting for you to come back and say goodbye, Serafina said, deliberately emphasizing the word goodbye. Sean scratched his head, thinking, Catherine is usually sensible. She probably wouldn't come looking for me in the middle of the night. Could Susan be checking the account book again? A faint sound of footsteps on the balcony reached his ears. The heavy curtains were blown open by the night breeze. Sean brushed off some grass from his coat and climbed in through the window with one hand on the sill. All he wanted was to sleep immediately. As he raised his head, his gaze landed on a scene worthy of history. The room was dark, with only moonlight shining openly on the floor. For women with very different styles were half surrounding his bed. Susan wore a black lace dress bought at a high price, with almost no fabric, barely covering the essentials. Catherine's scarlet silk slip had a very high slit, revealing her full, tempting figure beneath the fabric. Isabella was even more deadly. Her nun's uniform, which should symbolize the church's authority, had been violently cut short, paired with suggestive white ribbons, radiating a dangerous mix of purity and temptation. As for Sylvia, her wine-red robe loosely draped over her shoulders, her eyes were pure hunger, like a wolf staring at a lamb. The scene was too glamorous. Not sleeping in your own room late at night, coming in a group to check on things? Sean loosened his tight tie, thinking quickly. With a sharp click, Susan locked the heavy oak door from the inside, then slipped the key into her lace bra, moving smoothly and chillingly. Sylvia stepped closer in high heels, her bright red lips shining in the moonlight. The young master is leaving for the capital tomorrow. We're worried you'll feel lonely on the road, so we came to give you some last-minute advice. Catherine approached with cold milk, her tone gentle but firm. Sorry, Sean. We just want you to remember this family. Isabella said nothing, blushing as she looked down at the wool on the carpet, but her hand quietly clutched Sean's coat tightly. Tonight, there was no way out. The family was determined to use this last night to openly declare their control and thoroughly overwhelm him, so he wouldn't have the energy to bother other women in the capital. Their plan was working perfectly. Since escape was impossible, Sean simply took off his coat and threw it aside, took a deep breath, and prepared to face it bravely. Come on, let's settle everything today. It proved that when humans face opponents with overwhelming numbers, blind confidence often leads to a harsh defeat. An hour ago, Sean still held the advantage with his experience from 2 lives and the youthful energy of his current body. But he couldn't compete with a relentless, all-out battle. Sylvia's demands came like a storm, leaving no chance to breathe. Catherine seemed obedient, but her tenderness was mixed with obsessive clinginess. Plus, Susan's calculated and insatiable requests pushed the defenses to the brink of collapse. His waist muscles began to protest wildly, and the exhaustion from magic drained him like a rising tide. On the verge of total defeat, Isabella finally gathered her courage and moved forward. Her special constitution now showed its strategic importance, like a secret weapon. Blushing deeply, she bent down and took a sip of the sweet liquid filled with high-concentration holy power. As soon as the source of healing was ingested, Sean's exhausted cells in his body were revitalized like a sudden rain, instantly restoring his strength and easing the muscle soreness. This was like a moving, endless spring of energy. The situation dramatically reversed. With Isabella's unlimited support, this ridiculous tug-of-war turned into a one-sided, overwhelming attack. Wave after wave of unreasonable, fierce counterattacks completely shattered the enemy formation. Sylvia, who had started the trouble, was quickly subdued and begged for mercy. Susan's plans fell apart, and Catherine was left only to rely on instinct. In the quiet night in Hordenberg, a dull, persistent sound echoed, until the outside sky turned a pale grayish white, and the first light of dawn broke through the darkness. The fierce battle finally came to an end. Sean massaged his aching temples and struggled to get up from the pile of powder and makeup. On the large velvet bed, for people were deeply asleep, scattered in disarray. He carefully pried Catherine's fingers apart and pulled a thin blanket over the bright, dazzling sunlight. He washed up and dressed, putting on a carefully tailored, modest, dark-patterned nobleman's suit. Serafina was already waiting at the corner of the staircase. She glanced at Sean's slightly disheveled steps and sniffed the strong fragrance spilling from the door crack. Her cold, elegant face showed no emotion, only a cold sneer. "You're not dead in bed. That's a medical miracle. Solid foundation, able to withstand a lot," Sean said, adjusting his collar and shamelessly accepting the teasing. "The carriage has been waiting outside for half an hour." Serafina turned to go downstairs, her high heels clicking sharply on the stone steps. There was no long, pretentious farewell ceremony. The women of Hordenberg exhausted their emotions in the most primitive way, now all asleep. This suited Sean perfectly, saving him the trouble of tears and crying. The two of them boarded the standard imperial carriage. The coachman raised the whip, and the wheels rolled over the cobblestone road in front of the castle, rushing toward the capital. Sean pulled back the curtain slightly, watching Hordenberg fade into the distance. The tall towers looked lonely and steadfast in the night. He knew this was only the beginning. The carriage was very quiet. Noxus War Academy is not only a symbol of strength, but also a whirlpool of power. There, all disguises are torn away, and only fists and backgrounds matter as true currency. He carries the title of Count's son, but in the eyes of real royal relatives, border nobles and nouveau riche are the same. The journey is not long. By the time the first light of dawn appears on the eastern horizon, the carriage has entered the territory directly controlled by the capital. Along the way, they see countless luxurious carriages, each bearing the emblems of powerful families. Some are modest and reserved, made from ancient, durable sandalwood. Others are arrogant and domineering, pulled by three-tier magical beasts. This is Noxus, a land of strong warriors and strict social classes. One day later, the carriage stops in front of a grand, breathtaking building complex. It's more magnificent than anything Sean has ever seen. The huge obsidian city gate stands 30 meters high, with carvings of the Empire's first emperor's battles across the land. Every scar in the stone shows a fierce fighting spirit. At the gate, many different carriages are parked, with colorful family banners fluttering in the wind. Dressed in elegant robes and carrying fine swords, young nobles gather in groups. The air is filled with the scent of perfume and leather, mixed with faint magical energy. There are no commoners here. The gates of the War Academy only open to those with invitation letters. The young masters and misses who once flaunted their power in local territories now stand quietly in line, waiting for their entrance exams. "We've arrived." Serafina opens her eyes, her expression instantly cold and proud again. She adjusts her robe and steps down from the carriage first. Sean follows, stepping onto the stairs in front of the Academy's main gate. He looks up at the large stone monument engraved with the words War Academy. "Sean Holden," he mutters to himself. "Hopefully, the older students here will be as easy to get along with as a few of my family members." At this moment, a guide in the Academy uniform approaches. He looks at Sean's not-so-luxurious carriage with a habitual scrutinizing gaze. "Please show your invitation letter, sir," the guide says calmly, but with an unmistakable air of authority. Sean didn't waste words. He took out a shiny gold envelope from his chest. On the envelope, the lion crest of the Holden family shined brightly in the sunlight. "Sean Holden, new student at the Imperial Academy," Sean said. After the guide saw the crest clearly, his attitude softened a little. He stepped aside to give Sean more space. "Welcome to the War College, young Master Holden. I hope you can stay calm during the upcoming branch ceremony." Sean stepped through the large obsidian door. Serafina followed behind him by half a step. They walked through a long archway, one after the other. On both sides of the walls, portraits of outstanding alumni were displayed. Sean glanced at them. Most were famous generals or powerful mages who cast fear across the continent. "I'm going to report back to the Academy and resume my duties. The next part depends on you. Don't let me down," Sean smiled. He didn't say it aloud, but with his knowledge of the game's story and the magic crafting skills he possessed, the real start for him was at the Academy. At the end of the obsidian archway, the crowd began to split. To the left was the Department of Internal Affairs and Theology. To the right was the testing grounds for the War Knights and the Magic Court. I'm going to the office tower to resume my duties. The check-in process is very complicated. Serafina stopped. She raised her hand, pulled up the high collar of her deep purple robe, and put on her gold-rimmed monocle. She returned to her usual cold and distant demeanor. She glanced at Sean. "Don't let me down, young Master Sean." Turning around, she walked toward the mentor area of the Magic Court, her high heels clicking on the stone floor, echoing in the empty archway. Sean watched her graceful figure blend into the crowd. Then he adjusted his clothes and headed toward the new student testing area on the other side of the square. The new student testing area of Noxus War College was clearly divided. On the east side was the territory of the Magic Court. Most new students in line wore silk robes tailored by top designers, holding wands embedded with high-level magic cores. The air was filled with the scent of fine perfume and incense. The young men and women gathered in small groups, talking about recent social dances in the capital. On the west side was the testing ground for the Knight Academy. The scene there was completely different. The number of new students lining up is much fewer than half of the Magic Courts, and their clothing looks very plain. Many are wearing rough linen clothes and damaged iron plate armor, with a smell of sweat mixed with cheap oil used for weapon maintenance lingering in the air. In the Empire, practicing fighting energy is a difficult and thankless task. Students must endure several times their own weight in training every day, suffering through the tearing and healing of their meridians. Rich noble children often choose to spend a lot of money on magic awakening potions, comfortably sitting in temperature-controlled meditation rooms to feel the flow of elements. Only those from fallen families, with only a viscount or baron title left, or knights' descendants eager to cross social barriers, will grit their teeth and choose the knight path, hoping to earn military merit on the brutal border battlefield for a better future. Sean wears a very well-fitted, expensive uniform, with the Holden family's lion emblem embroidered in dark gold thread on the cuffs. He looks out of place among the knights in training. Everyone's eyes turn toward him. In front of Sean stands a strong commoner boy wearing a patched rough linen vest. He turns around and looks Sean up and down, then lowers his voice to remind him, "Buddy, are you in the wrong place? The Magic Court is over there to the east." Sean pats the boy's shoulder and says, "I'm not lost. I'm here to test my fighting energy." As soon as he speaks, a few sharp laughs come from nearby. Some well-dressed noble boys cross their arms and whisper among themselves. They think it's funny that this delicate young noble is here at the Knight Academy, probably just for fun. They usually cry and beg to transfer out during the first heavy training session. Sean ignores the noise and looks toward the center of the square. The testing process at the Knight Academy is simple and direct. In the middle of the open space stands a black obsidian stone tablet, about 2 meters tall, with complex magic patterns carved on it to represent different levels. New students just need to place both hands on the tablet and use their fighting energy to activate it fully. The tablet will give precise feedback. The test proceeds quickly under the supervision of 3 mentors. Level 2, lower stage, unstable footing, register at the T-shaped class. Mid-level 1. You're not even at the threshold of level 2 at your age. Go home and farm. The War College doesn't accept useless people. The main examiner was a burly, bald man with a stern face, wearing an eye patch over his left eye. He held a roster in his hand and loudly cursed each time someone's score was announced. The students who failed looked down and left in disappointment, while those who passed were trembling with nervousness. The line moved quickly, and it was Sean's turn. The bald examiner turned to a new page without looking up. Name, hometown, Sean Holden. Northern border, Holden territory. His pen paused on the parchment. When the examiner heard the surname Holden, he looked up, and a flicker of surprise crossed his single eye. A count's son, a true noble from an old family, was here at the Knight Academy just to join in. Put your hand on the stone and activate your aura, the examiner said, tapping the edge of the stone tablet. Let me be clear. No matter how powerful your father is in the north, if your aura doesn't reach level 2, you're out. Sean didn't argue. He walked straight to the obsidian stone. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the cold, weathered surface. His internal aura circuit started running quickly. A faint blue glow appeared at the base of the stone. The light spread upward very fast. The first magic rune lit up. Level 2. Before the examiner could mark it on the roster, the glow broke through the second barrier. Level 3. Then, the third magic rune lit up easily. The students behind, expecting to see a joke, kept quiet. The examiner straightened up, his pen stabbing into the parchment, making a small hole. The glow on the stone didn't stop. The fifth magic rune was fully ignited. Finally, the blue aura beam stabilized at the sixth deep mark. The light shone brightly, turning the faces of the nearby order-keeping instructors a faint blue. The square was silent. A new student's aura reached level 6. That was the standard for a captain in the Noxus Empire's regular army. Veterans who had crawled out of the battlefield, roughly this level. As long as he passed the basic knight practical test at the academy, he could directly earn a silver badge for mid-level knights, skipping the apprentice stage. The examiner swallowed dryly, his voice hoarse. "How old are you?" 18. Sean withdrew his hand, and the moment his palm left the stone tablet, the bright light disappeared. The crowd erupted into loud chatter. A few senior mentors sitting under the awning, unable to stay still, pushed aside their teacups and hurriedly gathered around. A female mentor dressed in silver-heavy armor took the lead, speaking warmly. "Young Lord Xingxiao, I am the tactical advisor of the Third War Zone. As long as you are willing to join my class, I guarantee your safety, and within 3 years, you'll earn the title of high-level knight. All resources from the war zone, gravity chambers, advanced medicinal baths, will be at your disposal. Step aside. Your third war zone can't even put together a complete energy-gathering formation." Another male mentor with a broken arm pushed her aside, looking at Sean as if he were admiring a rare gem. "Come to the first war zone. I will personally guide you, and you can choose any top breathing technique from the library. Join us in the second war zone. And every year, 2 spots are available for internships with the Royal Knight Corps." Faced with these eager offers, Sean gently smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. He knew that showing enough value was necessary to gain privileges in this school, which valued talent and background. He was taking a very careful step, but he did not accept anyone's invitation. Sean took a half step back, slightly bowed, performing an impeccable noble etiquette. "Thank you all for your kindness," he said calmly. However, according to the school's tradition, new students must pass both the knight and magic aptitude tests before final classification. His tone was peaceful. "I also want to try the magic aptitude test on the east side. Once I have the results from both sides, I can decide." The mentors exchanged glances and nodded repeatedly. This was a perfectly reasonable reason. A genius who reached the 6th rank of fighting energy at 18, if his magic talent was equally impressive, would surely trigger a fierce competition among the top leaders of the 2 main departments. He himself preferred one side, but there was no point in forcing it now. That's right. Go test." The bald mentor patted his chest to assure him. "No matter how those magic users on the east side rate you, the door to the Knight Academy will always be open for you." After bidding farewell to these enthusiastic mentors, Sean turned and left the noisy night testing area. Walking along the shaded path connecting the 2 main departments, sunlight filtered through the broad leaves, casting dappled shadows on the blue stone-paved road. "The reason I refused those mentors is simple. He came to the Knight Academy for only one person. Natalie Frost." Sean silently repeats this name. In his mind, he pictures her confident, noble face from the illustration, along with her long, silky silver-gray hair. She was a former member of the Silver Wing Knight team and now works as a practical trainer for the Edge class at the War College. She is a single mother, struggling to support her sick daughter under heavy life pressure. Even more sadly, she faced her end just a month after the school started. Sean still vividly remembers the scene of Natalie lying in a pool of blood. In the original game storyline, this strong and proud Highland flower refused all favors and hidden rules from the powerful in the academy. To gather money for her daughter's awakening potion, she took on a dungeon training mission, but ultimately died protecting her students in a trap set by the villains. When that story was released, many players angrily criticized the developers on the official forum, calling them heartless. Sean was one of the loudest. Now, he is in this world. He is not aiming for the elite class at the top, but for the struggling class where Natalie, who couldn't even afford a gravity room, was placed. After passing through several corridors covered with wisteria, the testing square of the magic court appears before him. It is much quieter than the Night Academy. The air is filled with a strong etheric aura, and he can even hear faint humming from elemental spirits around crystal pillars. A large magic power sensing orb floats in the air, while several instructors in elaborate velvet robes lazily record data. Sean steps forward and hands over a notice with the Holden family crest. The young female assistant responsible for registration pushes her round glasses and, after seeing the name, Sean Holden, pauses for a few seconds. The notorious troublemaker from the northern border, recently rumored to be in the capital, but mostly associated with laziness. Place your hand on the sensing orb and focus. You don't need to actively control your magic. It will evaluate based on your affinity, the assistant says calmly. Sean reaches out and places his hand on the cold, transparent sphere. The sensing orb did not emit a faint glow as it usually did during tests. Instead, it shone with a pure, white light from inside. That white was free of any impurities, even making the midday sun nearby seem dull in comparison. The female assistant in charge of testing paused her feather pen, her eyes behind round glasses blinking steadily. This phenomenon was recorded in the Academy's notes. When an element's affinity reaches its theoretical limit, the sensing orb undergoes exclusive purification. This is what is called a 100% affinity level. Light element. Full capacity? The assistant's voice was quiet at the edge of the open square, but it made several senior instructors behind her open their eyes at the same time. Almost at once, a few shadowy figures appeared before Sean. These old men usually kept to themselves in the magic tower, rarely attending even the dean's tea parties. Now, they crowded together, staring intensely at the glowing, white-hot sensing orb. Not only is the affinity full, but this kid's magic fluctuations are already at the peak of a beginner mage, said an old mage with a goat beard, reaching out to touch Sean's shoulder, his fingertips trembling slightly. Just need to go to the guild to complete the formalities. You're officially a mage now, kid. I'm the chief of spell construction. Come to me, and I'll show you the secret curse diagrams I've kept hidden. Get lost. What's the point of full affinity in construction magic? That's a waste. Snapped another elderly woman in a golden embroidered robe, rudely pushing aside her colleague and giving Sean a smile she thought was kind, but was actually a bit twisted. Child, I am the head instructor of the Holy Light Department. If the church's hypocrites find out about you, they'll go crazy trying to snatch you away. Join my research team, and within 3 years, I guarantee you'll become the Empire's chief priest. The new students nearby, who had been discussing Sean's achievements, now lacked the courage to speak. Some proud noble girls bit their lips, their eyes complex as they looked at Sean's sharp, defined face. Sean calmly withdrew his hand, and the white light of the sensing orb gradually faded. Faced with these powerful old monsters from the Academy trying to recruit him, he only politely nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you all for your kindness, but I am only here to go through the process and do a quick test. The old mage was stunned. Just going through the process? Sean chuckled softly. Sorry to disappoint you, but my dream is to become a knight. The rough work of charging into battle and wielding a sword suits me better. After speaking, he didn't wait for the instructors to recover from their shock. He turned around and stepped down the stairs, his back disappearing at the end of the tree-lined path leading to the Night Academy. All that was left were scattered curses and gasps of surprise. Is he always like this? A young noble from the Marquis family looked at Sean's back, sourly muttering. No one answered him. Half an hour later, a fresh test report was delivered to the top floor of the Interior Ministry's office tower. Among this year's new students, there was a rare genius, Knight Aptitude Level 6, full affinity with light elements. Even more strangely, this genius refused all invitations to elite classes and filled out a very confusing choice on the enrollment form. Knight Academy, Class C3. That class was known as the trash heap of the War College, mainly for students with average talent, not very wealthy backgrounds, or those injured on the battlefield and kicked out of the main forces. Inside the office tower, a faint aroma of black tea filled the air. A woman dressed in a deep purple-fitted mage robe sat behind a mahogany desk. She wore an exaggerated large mage hat, with silver tassels hanging from the brim, gently swaying with her movements. Most eye-catching were her long legs, clad in shiny black stockings, with one black high heel half hanging on her toes. looking unstable. She was Christine, the vice dean of the War College and a famous magical genius of the empire. Did you hear? Christine put down the thick report she was holding, hooking her toes around her shoe heel and gently rocking it. That little guy from the Holden family, Sean, almost made the old folks' heart stop during the new student test. Next to her, Serafina was expressionless as she organized ancient books on the shelf. I've heard a little, Serafina said calmly, without turning around. According to the files from the intelligence department, Sean's reputation in the North is not very good. He's known for snatching the belongings of young nobles and being extremely spoiled. Christine shifted her sitting position, resting her elbows on the table with a playful expression. However, this test result is too perfect. Perfect enough to make me wonder if someone is deliberately tarnishing his reputation with false information. Serafina's fingers paused on the spine of a book for a second. Maybe he's just good at pretending. But what I find strange is why he chose the C-level class at the Knight Academy, Christine said, spreading her hands. One thing I find odd is that with his test scores, he could pick the best classes, whether at the Knight Academy or the Magic Court. Serafina turned around and looked at a list of mentors on the desk. Who was the mentor for that class? Let me see. Found it. Natalie Frost. Christine read the name, then frowned. A former member of the Silver Wing Knights. She has lots of combat experience, but isn't highly regarded at the Academy. She hasn't even signed a renewal contract for next year. When Serafina heard the name, her pupils slightly contracted. Natalie. In the noble circles of the Empire, that name is well known. The silver-haired female knight, known for her aloof and cold demeanor, was once the dream girl of many powerful people. But she later fell from grace, ending up struggling at the bottom of the Academy. Hearing this name, Serafina suddenly understood. Sean's goal is still as clear as ever, she thought silently. Do you know why? Christine keenly noticed her change in expression. Serafina shook her head and casually placed a thick magic book back on the shelf with a dull sound. No, I don't. It seems this year's new students' lives will be more exciting than I imagined, Christine said, taking a sip of her black tea and looking out the window toward the distant night training ground. The whole academy is probably going to become lively. A pile of parchment files was scattered on the mahogany desk. Christine's gaze fell on a somewhat thin resume. Among this year's new students, besides that troublemaker Sean, there are some interesting little guys. Christine leaned forward, pressing her chest against the edge of the desk, creating an exaggerated curve. An ordinary young man, and he managed to get our elusive dean to personally write a recommendation letter. She took out the resume and tossed it onto the corner of the table, where a plain name was written in common language. What's even more unbelievable is that some female students, whose mothers have very powerful backgrounds, didn't even take the basic magic resistance test and skipped all the review steps to transfer directly. Christine chuckled softly. When did our college become a place for the wealthy and powerful to send their children? Serafina placed the magical book back onto the heavy bookshelf. She turned around and said, no matter what kind of student they are, whether a genius from a common background or a rich girl from a noble family, once they are in my hands, they must obey. Christine picked up her red tea and looked her over carefully. By the way, you look very good this time. Have you finished dealing with your family's mess? Serafina heard this, and her mind involuntarily flashed to dark, damp basements, the black gold collar that sealed her magic, and her annoying younger brother. Almost there. Just a small, insignificant problem, she said calmly, swallowing all the secrets that could shake the entire empire's high officials. The bell signaling the start of classes just rang. Sunlight shone through the tall, stained glass windows onto the floor of the Knight Academy's Class C. Sean sat in the back corner by the window. As the top student who broke the school's records and made all the senior teachers scramble, even sitting in a regular class, he remained the center of attention. The noble children in the front occasionally looked back with awe and envy. The girls' reactions were even more straightforward. Most nobles entering the War College were not the primary heirs of their families, and many were from fallen or less fortunate backgrounds. If they could connect with the future leader of the Holden family, even as a secret lover, it would be enough to ensure a comfortable life for the rest of their days. A sweet scent of perfume drifted over. A girl with twin ponytails, small and adorable, boldly approached Sean's desk. Hello. She blinked her big, watery eyes, and reached out her tender hand. "My name is Loli. I come from the Amanda family. Can we be friends?" Sean leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the girl's flat chest, which was as smooth as an airport runway. He showed no interest at all. He smiled very kindly and said, "Hello, I am Sean. Making friends is good, but I need to check something first." "Ask away," the girl pouted. "Is your mother single?" For a moment, the air around them fell into complete silence. The young girl looked confused, her hand hanging in the air, her big eyes full of innocent curiosity. What kind of question is that for making friends? Before she could react, a freckled boy sitting nearby quickly leaned forward, grabbing the girl's sleeve and pulling her back. He swallowed nervously and warned in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Don't go near him." "What's wrong?" "This is Sean from the Holden family." The boy glanced at Sean and lowered his voice even more. "They say in the northern region that he's not only very flirtatious, but also has a very strong taste. Rumor has it that the maids in his house and the daughters of nearby barons have all been involved with him. He's a real villain inside." This barrage of accusations should have made a normal girl back away. But the girl blushed after hearing this. She didn't run away. Instead, she bit her lip and kept looking at Sean's sharp face, then finally sat back down, reluctant to leave. From her expression, it seemed she didn't mind at all and was actually looking forward to something. Sean crossed his legs on the desk bar and snorted softly. Even a bad reputation has its benefits. It saves him from unnecessary trouble and allows him to focus on helping those who truly need it. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. High-heeled boots struck the marble floor, growing louder as they approached. With this crisp sound, Sean's blue digital system suddenly started to jump wildly, its frequency dizzying. Finally, she arrived. Sean licked his teeth, swallowed hard, sat up straight, and fixed his eyes on the classroom door. A figure that could make any man's hormones surge stepped into the room. It was a scene that perfectly blended restraint and allure. The tight, deep blue instructor uniform of the Knight Academy outlined the woman's mature figure perfectly. A wide black leather belt cinched her waist, highlighting her slender waist, while her upper body was so full that it almost strained against the brass buttons. Her long legs were covered in high-quality tight pants, and she wore knee-high combat boots. With each step, her wild and commanding presence seemed to radiate from her very bones. The most striking feature was her long, silken silver-gray hair. It was simply tied into a neat high ponytail, swinging behind her as she moved. The woman had sharp, defined features, with a cold, proud expression that hinted at a life of hardship and resilience. She lacked the softness of a noble lady, instead showing a fierce spirit forged through years of battle. Her icy demeanor, combined with her mature, alluring body, completely captivated Sean. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. The normally proud noble students shrank back when they saw her cold, icy gaze, like the Arctic. Natalie walked to the podium and slammed a thick roll call book onto the desk. The heavy thud made a few sleepy students jump, and the air in the room seemed to be drained, making it hard to breathe. "My name is Natalie Frost," she said in a deep, magnetic voice, without any warmth. "From today, I am your class mentor and the instructor for your practical lessons. In my class, there are no geniuses or fools, only those who qualify and those who don't." Her gaze swept across the classroom and finally settled precisely on Sean. As the top student who caused a stir on the first day of school, Sean's presence in this bottom-tier class was a silent mockery. He didn't avoid her gaze like others. Instead, he relaxed, propping his chin with one hand, and looked at her with bold curiosity. In his view, a virtual interface panel appeared as Natalie approached, with a golden border flickering in his eyes. Detected older character, Natalie Frost, not saved, level, veteran knight, due to old injuries, strength is declining. Former Silver Wing Knight, retired, War Academy Knight instructor, single mother. Background story: 5 years ago, her husband betrayed himself and the Knight Order to survive. He narrowly escaped during a siege, but was badly injured. To give her daughter Lily a better life and magic awakening potion, she had to suppress her pride in front of the powerful, even secretly crying late at night over the heavy burden of life. She returned to the capital with her young daughter, Lily, who suffers from magic stagnation a condition needing expensive medicine to maintain. Future fate. 1 month later, to pay for medical expenses, she takes on a dungeon training mission. During a sudden monster attack, she dies heroically to protect her students. Her daughter Lily, after her mother's death, cannot afford the medicine and is kidnapped by slave traders, eventually becoming a noble's plaything. Current progress, 0%. She currently only sees you as a talented but self-indulgent troublemaker, even feeling disgusted by you. Seeing the red text indicating her exhaustion and death, Sean squints. Natalie withdraws her gaze, runs her finger over the roll call, and coldly says, "Sean Holden, stand up." Sean slowly gets to his feet. "I heard you refused all invitations to the elite class and specifically requested to join Class C." Natalie walks up to him, her military boots making dull sounds on the wooden floor. They are very close, and Sean can even smell her faint soap-like scent. No sweet perfume, just a wild, lively aroma. Reason. She stares into Sean's eyes, trying to intimidate this troublemaker with her presence. The reason is simple. Sean smiles, lowers his voice, and speaks so only the two of them can hear, "Because I like teacher Natalie." When Sean said this, the entire Class C fell silent. Even their breathing was deliberately suppressed. A few noble children in the front lowered their heads, afraid that the icy presence on the podium might affect them. Loli sat next to Sean, eyes wide open. Her little head couldn't understand how anyone dared to openly flirt with the legendary iron-blooded instructor, Natalie Fustro, on the first day of school. Natalie did not get angry. She looked at Sean, her gaze sweeping over his carefree face. The rumors about Holden family's eldest son were perfectly confirmed in this moment. He was arrogant, lustful, and reckless. "Come out," Natalie said simply, then turned and walked toward the indoor training area at the back of the classroom. All the students stood up together, holding their breath, and followed quietly. The training area was spacious, with thick anti-slip mats on the floor. In the corner, there was a weapon rack filled with various training tools. Natalie approached the rack, picked up a heavy wooden sword with a blunt edge, and casually threw it. The sword arced through the air and struck Sean. Sean raised his hand and caught the handle steadily. "First rule of combat class," Natalie said, drawing another wooden sword with both hands, pointing the tip diagonally at the ground. She took off her cumbersome waist belt, and her dark blue uniform jacket stretched tight, creating a striking contrast between her waist and her full chest. "Speak with your strength. Hit me with 3 strikes. If you can stand, you get full credits for combat class. But if you fall down, you'll have to kneel in my future lessons." Some people around gasped. Natalie was an experienced knight, even retired due to old injuries, so facing a new student was a light challenge for her. Sean held his wooden sword loosely and stood firm. "Teacher, what if I not only stand but also fight back?" "Then try it," Natalie said calmly. She moved without unnecessary fancy actions. Her long legs powered her movement. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming at Sean's right shoulder. This strike used only about 30% of her strength, enough to break a reckless young man's bones. Sean didn't retreat, but moved forward. He faced the incoming wooden sword and flicked his wrist. The 2 wooden swords clashed. Bang! A harsh, dull sound echoed. Natalie's arm trembled from the strong rebound. The opponent's strength was much greater than expected. Even as a 6th-tier Chi practitioner, Sean's fighting spirit was not ordinary, even if he tried to hide it. Her fingers went numb from holding the sword, and she was forced to step back half a step. The students stared in shock. The legendary troublemaker had actually forced Natalie, the instructor, to retreat with a single move. Natalie looked at the young man before her again. She adjusted her breathing, and her magic circulated inside her body. The sword in her hand was covered with a faint silver glow. Second sword. Its speed was twice as fast as before. The sword's shadow blocked the space for Sean to dodge left and right, rushing forward with unstoppable momentum. Sean lowered his body and swung his wooden sword horizontally. At the moment their swords clashed, he noticed a tiny flaw in Natalie's movements. Her right side waist paused for half a second at the end of her force. Sean moved along the sword's force, stepping quickly to cut into her inner circle. They were now less than half a meter apart. Natalie tried to defend and counterattack, wanting to retreat, but she found Sean's left hand already on her wrist. Between their breathing, Sean tilted his head and whispered close to her ear. Your fourth right rib has an old injury, right? Natalie's pupils contracted. Her breath stopped. Before she could react, Sean's voice lowered further. Only they could hear. To suppress the injury, you spend a lot of gold coins each month. This means you can't afford high-level medicine. Your daughter Lily, who has magic stagnation, next month's medicine fee is still unpaid. I feel worried for you. Teacher Natalie. Natalie was thrown into chaos, her magic collapsing. She forcibly pulled back her wooden sword, but her foot slipped because her energy was unsteady, and she lost her balance, falling backward. Sean dropped his sword and wrapped his left arm around her waist, holding her steady. That mature, resilient body pressed into his arms. Through her uniform, he could clearly feel her incredible elasticity and the tense muscles from shock. The air was strangely quiet. The students around stared with open mouths, unable to understand what had just happened. Clearly, the instructor was in control, but after 2 moves, the instructor was now in the arms of the new student. Their posture was overly intimate. Natalie pushed Sean away and took 2 steps back to steady herself. Her ears reddened, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. In her once cold eyes, there was now an unmistakable mix of panic and caution. She stared fixedly at Sean. He simply adjusted his wrinkled sleeve, wearing an innocent-looking smile. Teacher, you still need 1 more sword, Sean reminded her. No need. Natalie firmly maintained her authoritative demeanor. She bent down to pick up the wooden sword on the ground and threw it back onto the weapon rack. Your skills are acceptable. The bell signaling the end of class just rang. Natalie grabbed the roll call list without looking at anyone. Sean Holden, come to my office after class. After saying that, she quickly left the training ground, her back looking somewhat hurried and anxious. A notification appeared on Sean's interface panel. Natalie Frost. Rescue progress increased to 5%. The start went smoothly. Grabbing someone's weakness is much more effective than blindly flattering them. Sean dusted off his hands and, under the respectful and slightly fearful gazes of the boys, slowly left the classroom. On the 2nd floor of the office tower, Natalie's private office. The room was simple, with only an old desk and 2 metal cabinets filled with files, and no other decorations. Even the leather cover on the sofa was worn out and frayed. In the corner, there was a chipped picture frame. Inside was a photo of a smiling girl with braids. The door was not closed tightly. Sean pushed the door open and locked it behind him. Natalie sat behind her desk, her hands clasped under her chin. She had returned to her usual cold and stern expression. Who are you really? She looked at Sean. About my old injury and Lily. Who told you? Sean pulled out a chair and sat down. Someone who came here hoping to save you. What do you want? Natalie clenched her fists. She definitely didn't believe him. Do you think I, a notorious noble heir, would come to find a charming lady like you for anything else? Sean said straightforwardly. Natalie sneered in anger. Stop with your childish tricks, she said coldly. Don't think you can threaten me. This is the War Academy, not your Northern Territory. Sean took out a delicate crystal vial from his pocket and placed it on the desk. The bottle emitted a gentle glow. Natalie's gaze fixed on the bottle and couldn't look away. This is a healing potion. Sean pointed to the bottle. It was part of the supplies Isabella had prepared for him last night. This item is sold on the black market for 100 gold coins per drop. This bottle is enough to fully cure your daughter's magic stagnation. Natalie's breathing grew heavier. To pay for her daughter's medicine, she woke up early and stayed up late teaching, even taking on very dangerous mercenary missions. Conditions, Natalie clenched her teeth. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially from nobles. I have no conditions. Sean leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. I'm not interested in forcing women for now, he added. I just admire a great mother. Someone like you? Natalie didn't believe it. Sean's gaze fell on her tense chest and long legs. Believe it or not, I've given you what you wanted. That was absurd. That was Natalie's first thought. But the potion was real and valuable. It might really help Lily with her magic stagnation. Her husband betrayed her. The world abandoned her. As long as her daughter could live. The guide panel flickered again. Natalie Frost, progress, 15%. She reached out and grabbed the crystal bottle. Sean stood up, patting her shoulder. I really am a good person who doesn't seek anything in return. Only a fool would believe that. How could a notorious noble scoundrel admire an older woman? Natalie thought this, also guessing Sean's true purpose. But what exactly was his goal? After doing this, Sean didn't stay. "Ms. Natalie, your class is about to start. I'll go back to the classroom first." In the classroom for practical combat theory, the atmosphere was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes focused on the half-open wooden door. According to the unspoken rules of the War College, a new student openly challenging the instructor would usually face only two outcomes: being carried away on a stretcher to the school infirmary, or being expelled with a dismissal notice. The door hinge creaked as it turned, making a dry squeaking sound. Sean walked in front, strolling casually, even adjusting his wrinkled sleeve with leisure. Behind him was Natalie. Her uniform was still perfectly neat, with no sign of anger. The two of them returned to the classroom one after the other, as if nothing had happened. There was no report of punishment, nor any expected outburst of anger. A few noble students in the front row, who had been waiting to see a joke, quietly lowered their heads, their throats moving nervously. It seems that in this world, you need to have a strong background to get away with things. This wealthy young master from the north, who was known for his reckless behavior, not only avoided punishment, but also returned to his seat completely unharmed. Such an impossible situation was very shocking. From now on, no one should mess with Sean. This conclusion took root in the minds of all the students in Class C. Sean's reputation reached a new level. Even when he publicly teased a teacher, he managed to walk away unscathed, showing that he had powerful backing. Class continued as usual. Natalie stood at the podium, drawing the basic meridians of aura flow on the blackboard with chalk. She had explained this many times before, so it should have been easy for her. But today was very different. Sean sat in the back corner of the classroom, leaning back in his chair. He wasn't paying attention to the lesson or the blackboard. His gaze was fixed directly on the podium. From Natalie's tense waistline to the slight lift of her skirt when she raised her hand to write. The chalk squeaked as it rubbed against the blackboard. Natalie tried to focus entirely on teaching, but she could always feel that gaze lingering behind her. She knew exactly whose it was. Only Sean in Class C had the courage to do that. Her fingers tightened around the chalk, and it snapped in two, falling to the ground. She bent down to pick it up. When she stood up, her cheeks felt a little hot. Could what he said really be true? She muttered to herself, "Does he like someone older like me?" It was absurd. She shook her head, forcing herself not to overthink. But every time she turned to face the students, she could precisely catch Sean's interested eyes. This class felt incredibly long to her. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Sean didn't linger. He grabbed his coat draped over the chair and left the classroom directly. From a player's perspective, the story's progression depends on very strict conditions. No matter how the villains scheme in the shadows, as long as the protagonist, the child of destiny, does not appear, the main storyline remains inactive. The main point of this game is that the male lead pretends to be weak, then surprises everyone by showing his true strength, naturally attracting the most talented girls into his harem. In exchange, the mothers of these heroines often die in tragic ways at key points in the story, serving as catalysts to unlock the male lead's potential. But Sean absolutely refuses to let this happen again. He walks through the long corridor, around the magic fountain. In the busy central square of the War Academy, people gather everywhere. Sean stops and looks at a bench nearby. His target appears. A blond boy in a plain white shirt sits nervously on the edge of the bench. Next to him, a very beautiful elf girl with pointed ears smiles softly, her green dress swaying slightly as she laughs. She tilts her head, chatting with the boy. This is the opening scene of the game. As for how a commoner who struggles to pay tuition can meet a proud elf girl on the first day of school, it's just a silly, illogical setup. This can only be blamed on the poor planning skills of the game designers. Next comes the usual cliché scene. Sean leans against a marble pillar, watching coldly. As expected, three noble students in custom uniforms, with family crests on their chests, swagger over and surround the bench. The leader, a chubby boy, looks down at Noah with a haughty expression. "A poor commoner smelling of mud, and you think you can sit in the same class as us?" The skinny one beside him adds with a spiteful tone. "Maybe your lowly mother made some shady deal with the admissions officer to get you into the War Academy." The chubby boy turns to the elf girl, putting on a flattering smile. "Miss Elf, don't be fooled by this little liar. And you, Who gave you permission to speak to this noble lady? Did we agree? This is a typical filler line, a standard experience-gaining scene. Noah stood up. He didn't use any fighting energy, not even the lowest level. He clenched his fists and, relying only on his raw physical strength, delivered a solid punch to the fat man's face. The sound of his nose breaking was very clear in the square. The fat man screamed and, covering his bloodied face, took 2 steps back and fell heavily to the ground. The other 2 followers saw this and lunged forward, snarling. Noah dodged one of them by turning sideways and then struck him with his elbow on the back. Then he kicked the last one away with his foot. The whole fight took less than half a minute. Noah fought in a wild, unorganized way, using street fighting skills and tricks learned in the fields. He punched hard, aiming at the soft spots of the body. The fancy moves the noble students practiced in the training grounds were no match for raw strength. 3 high-ranking noble students were easily knocked down by a commoner using simple, brutal fighting. There's no need to ask why an ordinary person with no background dared to fight nobles in an academy full of powerful people. It's just the hero's special aura. This one-sided beating not only didn't get the attention of the academy guards, but also didn't cause any complaints from the noble students around. Instead, it caught the eye of a few special spectators. That's how it should be. Well done. The crowd parted, and a girl with a tall ponytail stepped forward. She wore close-fitting light leather armor, moved swiftly, and had a look of fierce confidence on her face. She approached Noah, looked him over, and nodded with approval. What's wrong with being a commoner? Don't you have the right to learn? My name is Claire. If anyone ever bullies you again just because you're not a noble, come find me. Followed by 2 other beautiful girls. The girl on the left had short hair cut to her ears, with a unique sword from the country of Fusang hanging casually at her waist. She looked cute and curious, staring at Noah's fists. The girl on the right had a traditional, elegant princess-style haircut, wearing a fancy fitted long dress. She moved with royal grace and poise. She didn't speak, but nodded slightly to Noah, showing friendliness. For very different, deeply rooted beautiful girls are gathered around a common young man, creating a friendly atmosphere. Sean watched this good show and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If the story were experienced from Noah's first-person perspective, it would definitely be very exciting. The commoner fights back, beats up the bad guy, and immediately gains the favor of top beauties, perfectly fitting the happy story of an underdog's rise. But as an outsider, even viewing it as a villain, the plot seems a bit silly. The writer completely abandoned logic, forcing everyone in the world to revolve around the main character. Such a stupid story. Are you a poet, writer? Sean muttered quietly. He didn't go forward to interfere. Since the story was already on track, it was certain that Noah and the 4 heroines would become close friends. These young people would go on to have their silly romances and save the world. Let them do it. Sean had no intention of feeling jealous. He wasn't interested in these naive young girls at all. What truly interested him were the women behind these girls. The elf girl Alice's mother is the elf queen who lives alone at the top of the world tree, controlling the power of nature. Claire's mother, with her ponytail, is the most respected female knight commander of the Empire's military, holding heavy troops. Unfortunately, in the original story, this upright mother was betrayed by political enemies and died in a humiliating poisoning. The short-haired girl Chiba, carrying a Fuso-style sword, has a mother far across the ocean. That woman, disguised as a little girl, has a face that looks forever 14 years old, and a figure as perfect as a ripe peach, very different from her youthful appearance. She is the orphan of Fuso, with a simple-minded personality almost to the point of being foolish. In the original story, she was tricked by Noah with cheap bread and simple comfort, and later died in a chaotic battlefield trying to protect Noah, with no proper grave. As for the princess girl, the 9th princess of the Noxus Empire, her mother is Lady Victoria. That lady is a true royal jewel, supporting her fragile territory alone after her husband, the Duke, died in battle. But in the original story, she was blackmailed and humiliated by a powerful official to protect her daughter's inheritance, and ultimately committed suicide in despair. Sean withdrew his gaze. In his view, Noah, as the main character, is like a carefully programmed puppet, each step following a pre-written script. This kind of, for fun, logic is full of flaws in the real world. A commoner who can't even afford enough food, after fighting a noble, is not immediately taken away by law enforcement, but instead attracts the attention of top, wealthy young women. This is a big joke about the rules of this world. Such lively girls, but soon they'll become tear-jerking tools. But luckily, I, Sean, am here. Academic Affairs Supervisor. Sean leaned back in his chair, recalling the game's story. It was about a greedy, lustful fat man. In the original story, the fat man took bribes from the villains and deliberately assigned difficult tasks to Natalie. As a result, Natalie sacrificed herself to protect the students and died in battle, becoming a catalyst that fueled the hero's anger. Help me find out about that fat man's recent financial transactions, Sean said, tapping the cover of a dossier. That fat man is named Harry. Serena opened another file. Recently, he lost a lot of money at an underground casino outside the capital city. 3 days ago, an anonymous transfer of 1,000 gold coins was made into his account. The transfer was through an illegal moneylender. 1,000 gold coins. Enough to buy a night instructor's life, plus dozens of student safety. Sean snorted coldly. That's pretty cheap. What do you want to do? Serena closed the file. No need to alert anyone. Leave it to me. Sean stood up. I want to root out the mastermind behind this at the Valley of Sighs. Serena looked at Sean with a scrutinizing gaze. Did you choose that class just for this? No. I want to give a home to homeless mothers, Sean said, patting the wrinkles on his clothes. See you tomorrow, Teacher Serena. The scene shifted. Lower city of the capital. The cobblestone street was uneven, with sewage pooling in low spots. A 2-story old building made of gray bricks. Natalie pushed open the creaking wooden door. The house was dark and damp, with no lights on. A bitter herbal smell lingered in the air. In the small bed in the center of the room, a girl about 4 or 5 years old lay. Lily closed her eyes, her face pale and translucent. The magic stagnation disease was draining her life force. Natalie took off her neat teacher uniform and changed into a cotton dress. She knelt by the bed, holding Lily's cold little hand. From her pocket, she took out a crystal bottle filled with golden liquid. She unscrewed the cork. A rich, pure aura of light elements spread through the cramped room. Natalie brought the bottle to Lily's cracked lips. The liquid flowed down her throat. A miracle happened. Lily's pale cheeks quickly regained their color, and her faint breathing became steady and strong. A faint glow appeared on her skin as the blocked magic circuits were forcibly opened, restoring circulation. Lily opened her eyes. Her bright blue pupils were clear and shining. Mom, the little girl said softly. Natalie quickly hugged her daughter into her arms. Tears wet Lily's hair. The long-lasting pressure, despair, and frustration disappeared with her mother's voice. At the top of the magic tower, Sean was walking through the corridor when he heard a system notification. Notice, character Natalie Frost. Rescue progress increased to 30%. Sean paused, looking at the fountain outside the window, and smiled casually. The next morning, classroom of Grade C, Class 3. Students gradually took their seats. The bell rang to start class. Natalie entered the classroom. Today, she looked a little different from usual. Her hair was tidier, and her uniform was perfectly ironed. The gloom that had been in her eyes for years was gone, and she looked full of life from inside out. She stood at the podium, scanning the class. When her gaze swept over Sean, she paused for a second. No longer showing resistance or suspicion, her expression was now complicated. Sean winked at her. Natalie quickly looked away, opened her lesson plan, and began teaching. Her voice was clear and strong. After class, Natalie didn't leave immediately as she usually did. She walked to Sean's desk. The students in the classroom looked at her curiously. Yesterday, Sean had publicly teased the mentor, and the after-effects were still present. Today, the mentor approached her willingly. Is something interesting happening? Come to my office, Natalie said quietly. Sean stood up and followed her. They arrived at the mentor's office. Natalie locked the door from inside. She turned to face Sean. Lily is fine, she said straightforwardly. Congratulations, Sean said comfortably as he sat on the sofa. I knew that thing would work. Such a high-level holy healing potion can't be bought on the black market. Even the bishop of the Light Church might not easily produce it. Natalie walked up to Sean. What do you really want? The heir of the Holden family can't just give away such priceless treasure to an older woman without reason. I told you yesterday, Sean said, spreading his hands with an innocent look. Natalie bit her lip. She placed her hands on the back of the sofa, looking down at Sean. Because she was closer now, Sean could smell a faint soap scent on her. "I'm a married woman with a daughter," Natalie said warningly. "So what?" Sean asked back. This straightforward answer left Natalie speechless. She had experienced many harassment attempts from powerful people, but they all used fancy excuses or threats of benefit. Someone as shameless as Sean, speaking so confidently, was the first she had seen, and he had just saved her daughter's life. "I owe you my life." Natalie straightened up and adjusted her collar. "As long as it doesn't go against knightly principles, I am willing to do anything for you." Sean stood up and walked in front of Natalie. They were less than half a meter apart. "Anything?" Sean deliberately stretched his tone. Natalie turned her head, afraid to look directly into Sean's eyes. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Sean didn't push further. "Don't be nervous. I only have one request right now," Sean said, dropping his playful attitude. "Help me get nominated to complete the night oath and assessment." Natalie turned her head. "But the assessment is a year away, and the new student evaluation hasn't started yet." "You'll find a way," Sean said, turning toward the door. Completing the night certification is not just a meaningless formality. Once you receive the exclusive badge from the Night Academy, you can officially unlock the internal night skill library. Most importantly, you can go to the logistics department to get a set of standard armor engraved with runes matching your rank. That armor is expensive, crafted by dwarf artisans, and inscribed with defensive arrays capable of resisting intermediate magic. A thick iron shell covered him, along with an official knight registration from the War College. This would greatly reduce mistakes when dealing with the messy situation left by the chubby supervisor at the Academic Affairs office. Next week is the third-year transfer exam. Natalie opened her leather desk calendar. "I can use my special permission as a mentor to help you get on the exam list early, so you can complete the night assessment ahead of time." "Thank you, Teacher Natalie." Sean stood up and pushed his chair back to its place. As he left the magic tower, the tree-lined path of Noxus War College was covered with golden fallen leaves. Thinking about the underlying timeline design of this terrible game, at this early point in the school year, the story mainly focuses on a boy named Noah. That guy is constantly bumping into the main female characters from different factions around the college, almost like he's not thinking straight, and spreading his so-called hero aura. As for Sean, who replaced the original protagonist and is now cast as the villain, the initial plan was for him to be in a phase of reckless behavior, building up hatred. To show how evil the villain is, the story quickly has him gather a group of shady friends within a few days of school starting. This group of troublemakers doesn't do anything useful. They target pretty girls from noble families, dragging them into small woods for cruel bullying. It's a really disgusting scene. Sean, with his hands in his pockets, sneered at this low-level bullying. He doesn't see himself as a perfect moral model, but he has his bottom line. He wouldn't harm a young girl who hasn't even grown up yet. Besides, ignoring the original protagonist's youthful appearance, his own soul is well past 30. A middle-aged veteran, feeling guilty just thinking about bullying a girl. Moreover, immature fruits are sour and bitter, unlike the juicy, mature peaches that quench thirst. But not getting involved in such plots would be boring for Sean. Wait. Sean stopped in his tracks. He activated his mind, recalling countless walkthrough guides he had mastered, and caught a very hidden side story. The unlucky girl who is about to be dragged into the small woods tonight has a special family background. She comes from a completely fallen noble family. It is worth noting that her father died early in a monster uprising, and her mother has been supporting the family alone. Her mother, a beautiful and patient widow, sold her last few pieces of jewelry to pay the high tuition for the Magic Academy and send her daughter into this prestigious school. The girl, named Emily, carries all hopes for her family's revival. If she is harmed tonight by a few troublemakers and loses her innocence, how sad and upset would her beautiful mother be upon hearing this terrible news? I can't even imagine. My main goal in coming to this broken world is to fix plot holes and prevent any mother from falling into despair. Watching such tragedies happen is a violation of my principles as an experienced player. Saving the girl means protecting her mother from emotional pain. This logic is perfect. Sean convinced himself confidently. He straightened his collar and walked toward his target. His purpose was clear and honest, with no private intentions related to the girl's beauty. Night falls. In the southwest corner of the academy, in a fir forest. This area is a blind spot in the security patrol route, with dense vegetation and tall fir trees blocking the starlight. Only faint moonlight barely filters through the branches onto the fallen leaves. It's a natural place for crimes. Sean arrived early, choosing the thickest fir tree, leaning against its trunk, waiting bored for the scene to unfold. About half an hour later, the sound of crunching leaves approached from afar, accompanied by heavy breathing and muffled crying. 3 noble boys, dressed in high-end custom school uniforms, pushed a girl into the deeper woods. Her uniform jacket had been violently torn open, revealing her thin shirt and fair shoulders. She clutched her clothes tightly at her chest, tears streaming down her face. She was too scared to scream for help, her body trembling violently in the night wind. The leader, a blond boy named Lucas, was playing with a short staff, his face full of anger. "Be quiet, no shouting." Lucas lifted the girl's chin with a short staff, his tone full of cruel manipulation. "Your poor mother sold land and property just to get you into the magic court. If things get worse and your reputation is ruined, I can have the academic office revoke your student status. Guess what your mother might do then? Maybe hang herself with a rope? Your family spent so much to send you to the War Academy. You probably don't want to go home before graduating, right?" The girl bit her lip tightly, forcing back her sobs and tears, her face covered with shame. Lucas was very pleased with this kind of threat. He turned to his 2 followers behind him, speaking impatiently. "I'll go first, you second, and you third." He pointed to the chubby boy with freckles and reached out to undo his belt. "Damn, the local girls near the territory are already tired of playing. This time at the War Academy, I can finally try something new." Lucas rubbed his hands eagerly and pushed the girl down onto the muddy ground covered with fallen leaves. The girl curled up into a ball, helplessly closing her eyes. Behind the tree, Sean scratched his ear. He dusted off his pants and quietly circled around the tree trunk. Approaching the blond boy focused on unbuttoning his coat. Sean raised his hand and gave Lucas a friendly slap on the back of his head. "What are you doing?" "In the evening, bringing me along." This interrupted Lucas's excitement completely. He was in a state of extreme arousal, suddenly startled by a surprise attack from behind, his whole body jerking, and he hurriedly pulled up his pants. "Goddamn, you scared me to death." Lucas turned around and started shouting angrily. "Who the hell are you?" "Mind your own business." His words stopped abruptly when he saw who was coming. The person in front was dressed in a neatly tailored knight's uniform, hands in his pockets. With the recent chaos at the start of the school year, this face was already well known among the new students. "Sean Holden," Sean said with a gentle smile, unusually calm. Oh, Lucas thought for a moment. He had indeed heard that name before. A troublemaker from the Holden family in the north, bold enough on the first day of school to openly tease the iron-blood female instructor. Having confirmed that the other person was a notorious spoiled brat, Lucas's hostility mostly faded, replaced by a sense of camaraderie in finding a fellow troublemaker. "Do you want to join us as one of us?" Lucas grinned, showing a sly, knowing smile. He looked at the girl on the ground and then at Sean, quickly calculating the benefits of trading favors. But everything has to follow the order of arrival. Lucas held up 4 fingers and began to pretend to organize seating positions. "If you want to join, you'll probably be 4th. He pointed at himself and then at his 2 companions with a proud tone. "My father is a Grand Duke, a powerful figure in the southern province. Their fathers are also dukes, and they control large magic crystal mines." Then Lucas patted Sean on the shoulder and, pretending to be generous, analyzed the situation. "Your father is just a count from the northern border, after all. According to the rank of nobility, that makes sense, right? Just wait patiently nearby. Once we're done, it'll be your turn." Sean compared the scene with his memory of the original story. If he remembered correctly, in the initial game script, Sean Holden, the main villain, was actually the first to step forward. Now, Lucas shamelessly taking the lead in seating order seemed a bit like turning the story upside down. Sean didn't have time to bother with such a low-level NPC. He took a step forward, precisely grabbing Lucas by the back of his neck, using his finger bones to exert force, lifting this young noble from the southern province into the air like a slaughtered chicken. Emily, lying among the fallen leaves, heard the noise, and closed her eyes in despair. Even with an extra attacker, the outcome was the same for her. The cold wind in the woods passed through the branches, making a low, mournful sound. Lucas's feet dangled in the air, his small limbs flailing wildly. He finally realized how huge the gap in strength was. The results of the morning's new student test had already spread throughout the first year through various channels. Sean Holden, a monster who excelled in both combat and magic. Lucas's weak magic power, barely reaching the level of an apprentice mage, was a joke in front of Sean's overwhelming strength. Don't act impulsively, brother. I was just trying to lighten the mood with a joke. Lucas's throat was suddenly caught, and his voice became hoarse and shaky. Of course you're first. You're number one. He struggled desperately but found the hand gripping the back of his neck as firm as iron. In front of this notorious young master villain, Lucas felt like a helpless child. Sean didn't answer. Instead, he increased the pressure on his fingers. Lucas was squeezed until his eyes rolled back, and he clutched tightly at Sean's wrist, thinking quickly. He couldn't understand why this infamous young master from the north was so angry. Could it be some extreme possessiveness over food? Are you trying to eat alone? Lucas managed to say with difficulty, sounding pleading. Sean, we're all classmates. We see each other every day. I brought this, so I should be fair. Please, be fair. Sean casually threw Lucas onto the ground. His movement was so relaxed, it looked like he was tossing away a bag of trash. I have a strange hobby, Sean said casually, brushing dust off his hands. Lucas, battered and bruised, struggled to get up, clutching his neck and coughing hard, thinking there might be a chance. Sean, I promise I won't compete with you today if I can do it, Lucas said repeatedly, trying to show cooperation. The other two followers stood nearby, silent and afraid to make a sound, worried about angering this top student. Sean pointed to the ground covered with dry leaves. Kneel down. Lie flat. Lucas's face froze with a look of pleading. Uncontrollably, his mind flashed with some very strange and private ideas from noble circles, making his body tense up. Sean, please don't. Lucas's voice wavered with tears. I'm not into that. I only like women. Sean didn't indulge him. He lifted his leg and kicked. His sturdy military boot hit Lucas's shin bone with a sharp sound. Lucas gasped in pain, knees buckling, and fell heavily into the mud. Lie down, Sean ordered simply. Tears welled up in Lucas's eyes. He never expected that, on his first day at the War Academy, he would suffer such humiliation as a noble son. Faced with this overwhelming power, he had no way to resist. He could only humiliate himself by supporting himself with his hands, sticking out his butt, and adopting a very silly yet obedient pose. Sean turned his head and looked at the other two followers who were already terrified. Both of you, take off your pants, Sean said, raising his chin to indicate Lucas's position, one in front, one behind. Stand in front and behind. The two followers froze in place, their minds blank. You, open your mouth, Sean added, giving Lucas a kick to his shoulder. This moment not only stunned Lucas and the two followers, but also made Emily, lying on the ground waiting for it all to end, forget to cry. She opened her eyes, tears on her cheeks, and stared blankly at this scene that was beyond human understanding. She even doubted whether her hearing had a serious problem. Deal with him, Sean said, hands in his pockets, giving the final order. The atmosphere in the pine forest fell into a strange silence. The two followers looked at Sean, who seemed like a demon king, then at Lucas, who was lying on the ground in complete humiliation. Their survival instincts finally overcame their shame. They dared not disobey Sean's order, nor make too much noise and alert the security guards. What happened next was arguably the most absurd and terrible event in the history of the Academy. Sean stood nearby, watching this unusual punishment with interest. Emily even forgot to fix her clothes, staring blankly at the whole process. After about 10 minutes, Lucas was like a pile of rotten mud, lying on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. His legs twitched involuntarily, unable to close. The two followers pulled up their pants, their faces pale as if they had just swallowed half a dead rat, likely to have an unforgettable psychological shadow for life. Sean stepped forward, looking down at these scum. Now, do you understand what you did wrong? Lucas, vomiting and crying, said, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced the female classmate into the woods. I won't do it again. Please, let me go. Sean shook his head, dismissing this obvious answer. No, Lucas stopped vomiting, his face full of innocent stupidity and extreme fear. Then what exactly did I do to offend you? Sean bent down, stared into Lucas's eyes, and spoke carefully, teaching him a lesson. From now on, make sure you understand this. Do not bully any girls from single-parent families. Their mothers raise their children alone, which is very hard. We should be understanding and respectful. Lucas, Emily, the two followers. Everyone's mind short-circuited at that moment. What kind of strange reason is this? Is the person who said this mentally stable? For a stranger single mother, they pushed the three young noblemen into a fight to the death? The world is truly upside down. Sean straightened up and gave them a cold look. If I find out there's a next time, it won't be just a simple one after another. After giving this powerful warning, Sean turned and walked toward Emily, who was still sitting on the ground. He took off his expensive knight's coat, made for the academy, and naturally draped it over the girl's trembling shoulders, then gently helped her to her feet. Let's go. The two of them walked out of the pine forest, leaving the three disillusioned nobles in the darkness. The evening breeze blew away the earlier panic. Emily, wrapped in the coat that still carried the warmth of a man's body, secretly looked at Sean walking ahead. Single mother? Very hard? Emily didn't believe such a clumsy and absurd excuse at all. Although she was from a poor background, she could still understand basic human kindness. This was clearly just an excuse. A noble from the northern region, a top genius in both lines of inheritance. How could he care about the life of a rural baron's widow? There was only one explanation. He liked her. That's why he stepped forward at the most dangerous moment, even risking offending the powerful nobles of the southern provinces. But his way of teaching people was a bit too villainous. However, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, this kind of dominance strangely gave her a sense of safety she'd never felt before. Thank you, Emily stopped and said sincerely. Sean waved without looking back. You're welcome. It was just a small favor. Emily clenched her fists around the edge of her coat, feeling torn inside. The burden of family, a mother's hopes, and the mysterious, powerful young man before her. She clenched her teeth and gathered her courage. If you don't mind, I would like to date you. Suddenly, Sean's steps faltered, nearly causing him to fall flat. He turned around, looking at the shy noble girl with her face flushed and her head lowered, counting ants, filled with questions. Could this girl have read a few night stories and really think I came to be a hero to save her? I'm just trying to protect your mother's mental health. There's no need. Sean quickly dismissed this budding romantic interest. It's just a small favor. I don't expect anything in return. Emily looked up, her eyes showing a bit of disappointment and confusion. Sean stroked his chin. If you really want to thank me, just invite me over to your house sometime. I heard your family's tea is quite good. Emily froze. Visit her home? Refuse the relationship at the academy and skip all the steps to meet her family? Is this how top noble families handle things? Emily's face turned bright red, and her ears felt hot. She stammered, "Oh, okay. I will." Watching the shy girl run away, Sean clapped his hands happily. As long as he had a good reason to visit her home, it would be natural to get closer to the beautiful and resilient lady. Taking another big step in my great mission to win her over, Sean hummed a little tune, feeling very pleased as he headed toward the knight's dormitory area. As for the ridiculous scene in the woods tonight, he thought of it as adding some spice to his otherwise dull college life. After all, villains should act like villains. To deal with bad guys, you need to use even more unreasonable methods. Night fell deep, and the clock tower of Noxus War College struck midnight. Everything was quiet, but dark currents were quietly stirring in hidden corners. Being a villain is really fun. Sean put on his well-fitted black uniform from the Night Academy. He opened his dorm door and headed toward the teaching area. The scene along the way changed a lot. In the past, new students who liked to gather in small groups on the main road, loudly discussing magic arrays or sword skills, immediately fell silent when they saw him. Their conversations were abruptly cut off. The crowd moved aside, creating a wide path in the crowded street. No one dared to look directly at him. Most people kept their eyes on the ground, showing fear and disgust in their glances. Did you hear? Behind a white jade statue, two deliberately lowered voices drifted over with the wind. Of course I heard. Who hasn't? That genius who topped in both magic and sword skills. Last night, in the fir forest behind the academy, he saved a fallen noble girl and ended up dealing with Lucas and two others. Dealt with? How? Broke their legs? Broke legs? That's mercy. The speaker's voice trembled, showing discomfort. I heard he forced those three guys to. Oh, it's too dirty to explain. Basically, it was a way to hurt them deeply, making them unable to lift their heads for the rest of their lives. But they are powerful Marquis sons. Didn't the security office come to get them? What are you talking about? It was just dawn when their relatives sent a heavily armed carriage to take them away, applying for indefinite suspension. The school officials questioned the reason, but those three shivered inside the carriage, too scared to say a word. They were really terrified. Exactly. They didn't even mention Sean's name, afraid of revenge. This guy is a real troublemaker. Better avoid him in the future. Who knows what kind of torment he has in store? Sean listened without changing his pace. He didn't bother with these whispers. The speed of gossip spread faster than he expected. He was quite satisfied with this result. It confirmed his position as the top troublemaker in the first year of the War College. This cover could help him avoid many unnecessary tests and troubles. In this strange game world, kindness is a sign of weakness and easy to exploit, while a bad reputation is the best protection. She pushed open the door to Class C of Grade 3. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. Dozens of eyes looked at her all at once, then quickly looked away as if shocked. Sean walked to his seat at the back row by the window. After he sat down, the desks next to him moved away with a rustling sound, creating a clear space about 1 meter wide around him. Sean pulled out his chair and casually placed some thick reference books on the desk. The class bell rang. Natalie strode into the classroom confidently. Her long silver hair was tied in a high ponytail, flowing down her straight back. Her teacher uniform hugged her lively figure tightly. She glanced around the class, her eyes finally resting on the boy sitting alone in the middle. Natalie's lips moved slightly. There was an internal report from the school office about the rumors of the cedar forest. Although the victim didn't report the bullying, and the bully took a break from school voluntarily, as her mentor, she had learned some details through special channels. She looked at Sean's calm face and felt a bit embarrassed. But she swallowed her words and didn't say anything. This was a classroom. Natalie opened her hand out, took a piece of chalk, and turned to face the blackboard. Today, we will start the core course of Night Basic Theory, she said clearly and strongly. We will focus on the main differences between the protection and punishment systems. This part accounts for 40% of the final exam score. Everyone must take notes. Hearing about the exam, all the students took out parchment paper. Sean also opened his blank notebook. He asked Natalie to help him prepare for a test next week, aiming to get a set of inscription armor that could resist intermediate magic. To face those dangerous mother characters later, improving his strength was the top priority. If he couldn't pass the theoretical part, everything else was pointless. Protection Night. Natalie drew a simple shield diagram on the blackboard. Its power comes from the variation of light elements. The core mechanism is to merge internal fighting energy with light elements, forming a magic link that can share external damage. This is not just simple defense, but a way to transfer damage. When activating divine protection, the deadly blow received by the protected person is proportionally transferred to the knight himself. This requires the practitioner to have physical strength beyond normal limits. She turned around, hand on her sword handle. The church praises this spirit, calling it devotion. But on the real battlefield, those who die the fastest are often these devoted ones. Sean nodded silently as he took notes. Now, look at the punishment knight, Natalie emphasized on the other side. They give up large magic shields, compress all their fighting energy to focus on single target destruction. They don't care about escape routes or survival chances. Their goal is to tear apart enemies before they fall. In the practical training a week from now, you must choose one of these two styles as your main focus. The lesson lasted 2 whole hours. A lot of dull theory became clear and easy to understand under her explanation. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Natalie packed up her handouts and left the classroom. A rush of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. A small figure stopped at the door of Class 3C. Emily was wearing a clean school uniform today, clutching the hem tightly in her hand. She stretched her neck, looked around the classroom, and her gaze fixed on Sean. Under the complicated looks of the whole class, Emily blushed and hurriedly approached the isolated vacuum zone. She took out a warm paper bag from her pocket and placed it on Sean's desk. "This is some butter cookies I baked myself," Emily whispered softly. "And this is Highland red tea my mother sent from home. It's very refreshing." Before Sean could respond, she covered her hot cheeks with her hands and turned around, rushing out of the classroom without looking back. Sean looked at the fragrant paper bag on the desk and shook his head quietly. Ahem, a deliberate cough came from nearby. A girl named Loli had somehow moved closer. She ignored the 1-meter isolation line and pulled over a chair to sit next to Sean. "These rough cookies will give you a stomach ache," Loli said with a sense of superiority. She pushed a velvet box with gold edges toward Sean, inside filled with clear, shiny fruit candies. "This is a special magic gel candy supplied by the Southern Province. My father just had it delivered by a trading caravan yesterday. Want to try some?" Lily blinked, trying to show her charm. Sean leaned back in his chair and looked at her. His reputation was now very bad, and his methods were extremely harsh. However, some people didn't care about his bad behavior. They only valued his talent for dual-element mastery and his family power. As long as you are strong enough, there will always be others rushing forward like sharks smelling blood. This way of surviving works everywhere. Sean accepted this idea calmly. He reached into a paper bag and took out a cookie baked by Emily, took a bite. Too much sugar, too sweet. Then he picked up a soft candy from the box. The flavor was too strong, and it was overly sweet and cloying. Lily's smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. "Then I'll have someone buy the best cake from the top dessert shop in the capital tomorrow." Sean didn't reply. Sunlight outside the window shone on the desk. He looked at the thick book about night theory. The afternoon sunlight was completely blocked outside by the thick blue stone walls. In the underground training ground, only the magic crystal stones embedded around the walls emitted a steady, pale white light. He had already memorized the theory of protection and punishment on the paper. Besides basic knowledge, the combat methods related to knights were also something Sean needed to master now. When Sean reached the center of the training area, Natalie was already waiting for him there. She had taken off her stiff, formal teacher uniform and changed into a close-fitting black leather training suit designed for intense combat. The suit was cut very ergonomically, fitting perfectly to her tall, curved figure shaped by years of night training, showing off her striking beauty. At this moment, she was stretching with her back to the door. She held her sword handle high above her head with both hands, bending her upper body backward. The line of her spine extended downward along the thin leather, creating a stunning full-moon curve at her waist and hips. Her long, straight legs were tense, every inch of her muscular body hiding explosive power. Hearing footsteps, Natalie stopped her warm-up, stood upright, and glanced at the mechanical clock on the wall. "You arrived 10 minutes late." Your tone was calm, with no sign of emotion. As soon as you finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly struck through the air. She casually threw a standard training heavy sword to Sean. Sean raised his hand, opened his fingers, and precisely caught the sword by its handle. Natalie drew her own sword, tilting the tip toward the ground. "Although you have a solid foundation as a 6th-rank Chi practitioner, your use of combat energy is too rough, lacking proper night tactics and techniques. For the next 7 days, every afternoon during practical combat lessons, you will undergo special training here with me. I'm eager to learn." Sean shook his wrist with one hand, making a humming sound. "Now, I will show you real knight skills." The moment Natalie clenched her sword grip, her aura suddenly changed. The restraint that belonged to an instructor was completely gone, replaced by a fierce killing intent born from surviving countless battles in the Silver Wing Knight Order. Without releasing combat energy, just this seasoned pressure made the air between them thick and heavy. "I just want to see for myself," Sean said, holding his heavy sword in front of him. Before he finished speaking, she moved forward quickly. No unnecessary testing steps. The heavy sword sliced through the air with a loud wind, aiming straight at Sean's face from above. Fast. Faster than normal heavy weapons. Sean chose not to hard block this powerful strike. He quickly shifted his steps, leaning his upper body aside, narrowly avoiding the blade. The heavy sword brushed past his nose, bringing a gust of wind that felt like it could cut through bone. He then twisted his waist and, with a reverse grip, swung his sword upward, aiming at Natalie's wrist. The two immediately engaged in a fierce fight. The clash of metal and iron echoed loudly across the open training ground, making the eardrums numb. Sparks flew in the dim light. Admittedly, Natalie's combat experience was extremely rich, even frightening. Every move she made was direct and aimed at vital points, without any unnecessary fancy tricks typical of academy training. All her techniques were battle-hardened killing skills. Even though their combat energy levels were similar, her absolute control over her physical strength and her seasoned skills forced Sean to retreat step by step. The sword clash made Sean's hand go numb. He wanted to use the recoil to step back and regain his footing. But Natalie didn't follow normal rules. She endured the shock and moved forward with a sliding step, her elbow striking fiercely toward Sean's chest with a sharp sound. Sean had to hurriedly block with his sword. A loud thud echoed. Sean stepped back 3 times, his boots leaving long marks on the stone floor. "Your steps are too messy. Your stance is unstable." Natalie didn't stop. Her heavy sword bit into the air like a deadly parasite, sweeping across the battlefield. Is this how a knight of justice fights? You're all wrong in your approach. Justice isn't about reckless slashing like a brute. It's about focusing all your destructive power into a single, deadly strike. Sean clenched his teeth and charged forward, meeting her sword. Again, the intense fight lasted for a full hour. The basement was filled with heavy breathing and the sound of weapons clashing. Both wore sweat-soaked training clothes. Once more, they collided fiercely without holding back. Sean used her momentum to slide back several meters, supporting himself with his heavy sword on the ground. His chest heaved wildly, sweat dripping from his chin onto the stone floor. Meanwhile, Natalie stood in the center of the arena, her breathing only slightly faster. Her tight training clothes, soaked with sweat, clung even more tightly to her body. "Take a 5-minute break." Natalie planted her sword into the ground with the back of her hand, then walked to the weapon rack at the edge of the arena. She picked up a towel and wiped her neck. Sean threw his heavy sword aside and approached her, offering her a bottle of water. "Thanks." Natalie took it without hesitation, opened the cap, and took a couple of sips. A few drops of water spilled from her lips, sliding down her slender, fair neck and disappearing into her deep collarbones. "How is Lily today?" Sean leaned against the weapon rack and asked casually. Hearing his daughter's name, the sharpness and defensiveness in Natalie's expression eased significantly. "Very well." Her voice softened, carrying a rare lightness. "This morning, when I left the house, she was already able to form a faint water sphere in her palm. Although it only lasted a few seconds, it's something I never thought possible before." "Sean, I owe you a huge favor for this. I told you. I don't expect anything in return." Sean interrupted her unspoken gratitude with a firm voice, looking directly into her eyes. "I just think that someone as excellent as you as a mother shouldn't be held back by life's mud." She quickly turned her head away, pretending to look at a distant target. "You're still a student. Some words aren't appropriate. Whether they are appropriate or not isn't decided by status," Sean said calmly. Before Natalie could come up with a reply, Sean suddenly reached out. He moved closer, crossing over her shoulder. They were very close, enough to smell her mature scent mixed with sweat and leather. Suddenly, there was a soft clink. Sean took a standard spear from the weapon rack behind her, one that wasn't sharpened. He spun the spear in his hand, then tapped the tip heavily on the stone floor. After practicing the basics of the paladin, now try the guardian knight's way. Sean held the spear with one hand, pointing its tip diagonally at the ground. "Just one spear isn't enough to protect anyone," Natalie said, stepping into the shadow at the bottom of the weapon rack. She used her arms to pull out a large steel shield, almost as tall as a person. The heavy metal shield slammed onto the stone, making a dull thud that made the ground tremble slightly. "Hold this," she said, kicking it so it arced through the air and landed in front of Sean with a heavy pressure. Sean caught it, feeling the weight suddenly pull at his arm. The shield's surface was covered with scratches, and in the center was a dull, gem-like crystal that once conducted magic. "Half of a guardian knight's power comes from this shield," Natalie said, gripping her spear again, her eyes cold. "A shield isn't just a dead object. It's an extension of your body." She slowly approached Sean, dragging the spear across the stone with a screech. "Pour your aura into it." Don't just touch the surface. Let it seep into every layer of the metal's texture. Sean took a deep breath, controlling the warm, glowing energy inside him, guiding it through his left arm into the shield. The dull crystal flickered faintly, and a thin, golden light film spread along the edge of the shield, protecting him behind it. It's too thin. With this level of defense, a mid-level magic spell could tear you apart in a second. Before Natalie finished speaking, her figure had already turned into a blur. Her spear shot out like a venomous snake, hitting the center of the shield with a heavy, straightforward strike. Clang! The powerful rebound shot up through her left arm into her shoulder. Sean felt as if he had been hit by a charging giant lizard, pushed back 2 meters. Stay balanced. Don't use brute force to resist. Natalie's attack continued without pause. She used the length of her spear to strike the 4 corners of the shield wildly. Each strike aimed precisely at the moment her opponent's center of gravity shifted. Protection is about balance, she said coldly while attacking. When the enemy's force hits the shield, you need to learn to tilt slightly to deflect it, not just stand there like a wooden post. Sean clenched his teeth, holding tightly onto the leather grip inside the shield. He began to try adjusting the angle of the shield. When Natalie's spear again tapped the top edge of the shield, he didn't resist directly. Instead, he slightly sank his left shoulder, causing the shield to turn outward smoothly. What was originally a powerful thrust slid along the smooth surface of the shield and missed, landing in the air. Interesting, Natalie said with a slight smile. She intensified her attack. Her spear was no longer just stabbing, but also sweeping and smashing heavily. Sean crouched behind the tower shield, constantly adjusting his body to match her rhythm. Energy circulated on the shield, and every time they collided, he guided his energy to explode at the impact point, using the shock to counteract the physical force. This was very tiring work. Sweat ran down his forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully. Sean dared not blink, staring fixedly at the narrow view of the shield's edge. Last time, get ready. Natalie let out a loud cry, and her full energy burst out without reservation. Her silver-gray hair danced wildly in the wind. She leapt high, her spear shining with a dazzling silver glow, like a shooting star falling toward Sean. This attack was far beyond Sean's skill level. His pupils contracted. He had no room to retreat. He stepped back half a step with his left leg, pressing his foot firmly into the cracks of the stone slab, curling into a ball, with his shoulders pressed tightly against the shield's inner lining. Inside his body, the fighting energy was burning wildly at this moment. The originally thin golden light shield instantly solidified into a heavy, transparent shield image. Boom! A loud explosion erupted in the center of the training ground. The strong wind kicked up dust around, forming a visible shockwave. The dust settled. Sean still stood in the same spot. His training suit on his left arm had been torn apart by the huge pressure. His entire arm was trembling slightly, but the steel tower shield in front of him was firmly in place, blocking this devastating attack. Natalie stood with her spear, her chest rising and falling quickly. She looked at Sean, a hint of genuine praise in her eyes. Your skills are still rough, but your courage to face death directly, you have already passed. She put away her spear, casually wiped the sweat from her neck. The originally tight training suit drew a striking curve across her chest because of this movement. That's enough for today. Go home and apply hot water to your left shoulder. Tomorrow, we will start practicing how to counterattack while holding this shield. Sean released his grip, letting the tower shield fall to the ground. He shook his nearly numb left hand, looked at Natalie's heroic face, and showed a slightly tired smile. Tomorrow, I want to learn something more intense. Natalie turned away and simply replied, as you wish. In this one-sided harsh training, Sean was forced to abandon his previous habit of relying solely on fighting energy to crush opponents. The practical experience from the 2 major night systems was being forcibly drilled into his muscle memory at a very brutal speed. There were 7 days left until the assessment. This intense, death-defying training had just begun. The cobblestone floor of the underground training ground was covered with uneven cuts, marks left by high-intensity combat over the past week. On the 7th afternoon, the air was filled with the smell of sweat and leather. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed in the enclosed space. Sean's left arm held the steel tower shield, while his right hand, with the unsharpened sword, rested at his side. In front of him, Natalie's figure moved quickly, her spear creating a silver-white light as she aimed straight at his lower body. Sean did not retreat. He bent his left leg forward, heavily smashing the bottom of his shield into the cracks of the stone slab, channeling all the spear's thrusting power into the ground. At the same time, he abandoned his defense. His heavy sword, in his right hand, swung upward from below, aiming straight at Natalie's open chest. This was a switch between attack and defense. The intense training over these days made him combine the ability to absorb damage with the power to retaliate fiercely. He was no longer a passive punching bag, but could find openings to strike back amid fierce attacks. Natalie pulled back her spear, leaning backward. The edge of his heavy sword brushed past her nose, lifting a few strands of silver hair. She stopped attacking and jumped back to create distance, placing her spear beside her. "That's enough," she said, glancing at the mechanical clock on the wall. Sean lowered his shield, shaking his sore left arm. He was breathing heavily, sweat running down his face and hitting the ground. After 7 days of tough training, his fighting energy was flowing much more smoothly, and muscle memory had formed. The core principles of both systems had finally taken root in his body. Natalie went to the weapon rack and handed him a dry towel. "You're very skilled at switching between the two systems. Your learning ability exceeded my expectations. With your current combat skills, you can handle tomorrow's test without problems." "Thank you, Teacher Natalie," Sean said, taking the towel to wipe his sweat. Natalie turned to tidy the weapons, speaking without looking at him. "The test process is strict. I can't make things easier for you. It all depends on yourself. Don't be overconfident. In real combat, no one will fight with dull-edged weapons." "Understood." Sean hung his heavy sword back in its place. Night fell. The soundproofing in the senior teacher's dormitory was excellent. Thick velvet curtains kept the moonlight outside. Only a dim yellow bedside lamp was on. On the soft big bed, two figures lay together. The bedding was messily piled at the foot of the bed. "Serafina, mother," Sean whispered softly into the woman's ear, his voice hoarse. Serafina closed her eyes, her breathing uneven. Here, the wooden bed frame creaked under the strain. As they reached the climax of their movements, it finally settled into silence. The two lay side by side, gasping for breath. A strange smell filled the room. After a while, Serafina calmed her breathing, pulled the thin silk blanket over her chest, and turned to look at Sean. Her eyes still carried a faint redness, and her cold, elegant face showed a touch of laziness. "I heard you have a night assessment tomorrow?" she casually asked. Sean turned slightly, propping his chin with one hand as he looked at her. "How do you know so much?" "The final approval report you submitted was sent to the Vice Dean's office. As an assistant, I signed it," Serafina said, pointing a finger and drawing circles on Sean's chest. Sean smiled. "I see. I should thank you then." Serafina withdrew her hand. "You're eager to get your knight title. What's your goal?" "Some things are easier with a formal knight's title," Sean answered smoothly. He remembered something else and asked casually, "Since you can approve the knight assessment, what about the mage assessment?" "I also want to get a mage qualification." Serafina rolled her eyes at him, her tone sharp again. "Stop dreaming. The mage assessment process is very different from the knight's. Knights focus on combat skills and faith verification, and the results come in a day. But the mage assessment takes a long time to evaluate," she explained. She sat up and leaned against the bedhead, speaking carefully. "First, you need to pass a written exam, then take on a guild mission outside. Survive in dangerous areas and bring back specific magic materials. After that, 3 senior mentors will review your spellcasting demonstration. This process takes at least 2 months. You can't do it quickly," she finished. Sean listened and gave up the idea. "Got it." Serafina looked at him with rare warmth in her eyes. "I was able to return to the academy because of you." She paused, lowering her voice. "Today, I went to the magic department's Class A. I saw my daughter from afar. She has great talent." Recalling the daytime scene, Serafina's eyes reddened. "I thought I'd never see her again in this life," she sighed. Sean moved closer and wrapped his arm around her full waist. "Since you're so grateful, shouldn't I ask for a reward?" His hand started to act mischievously. Serafina sensed his intention, her body stiffening. "What are you trying to do?" Sean did not answer directly. Instead, He showed his response through actions. The Fourth World War has begun. Sean, you're really not a normal person. Serafina gritted her teeth and cursed. Sean ignored her and moved decisively. As the temperature rose again, Serafina gave up resisting. She gasped near Sean's ear, saying, "All right. This time, I'll give you an extra reward." Sean paused slightly. "The reward is..." Serafina turned her head, afraid to look into his eyes, her voice as soft as a fly's buzz. "This time, I won't have to use magic to push them out." This statement was very impactful. Sean's rationality almost snapped. "Serafina, mother." In the deep night, the room's temperature rose once more. A faint grayish light appeared on the horizon. Sean stood in front of the mirror, buttoning his uniform shirt up to the top button. To avoid trouble for himself and Serafina, he always moved very quietly. After dressing neatly, he pushed open his dorm door and disappeared into the morning fog. Back at his place, he washed his face with cold water and changed into lightweight combat clothes for the assessment. As he went downstairs, he saw Natalie waiting by the roadside. Today, she was not wearing her usual instructor uniform, but a formal knight's dress. Her long silver hair was tied at the back, and the silver knight badge on her chest shimmered in the morning light. She exuded a serious and solemn aura. "Let's go," Natalie said without unnecessary small talk. "This time, you're allowed to take the assessment as an exception. Other mentors wouldn't bother to bring a new student, so I will personally guide you through all the steps." Sean followed her. "Didn't sleep well last night." Natalie glanced at the blue circles under his eyes and asked casually. "I reviewed some theoretical knowledge," Sean replied calmly. Natalie didn't press further and continued walking. The Knights Sanctuary of the War College is located deep within the campus. It is usually closed to regular students and only opens during major ceremonies or assessments. On the stone-paved square, nearly 100 students had gathered. Sean looked around. Most of them were third-year students. These students were more muscular than freshmen, carrying the bloodstains and scars from years of fighting monsters. Some people have scars on their faces, while others sit on steps with heavy weapons, resting with their eyes closed. Most of them already wear basic knight badges made of black iron, and today they are here to pass the intermediate test. A few others are seasoned trainees, having trained for years, preparing to qualify as junior knights. Only Sean is an exception. He is a first-year student who just started school a month ago, suddenly appearing among these experienced students, making him stand out. When Natalie led him into the square, the surrounding conversations paused for a moment. Dozens of intense, intimidating gazes looked him over. "I heard this new student is the top in both knight and magic categories," someone whispered. "A new student who hasn't even finished basic sword training. What's he here for? I heard he's tough." But knight tests are not about background. They're about real fighting. A delicate noble kid won't last past the first round. The whispers came from all directions. Sean ignored them. Having lived over 10 years in the northern lands with a reputation as a troublemaker, such talk didn't bother him. He stood relaxed beside Natalie, even showing some interest as he looked at the carvings on the main building's pillars. "Don't pay attention to them," Natalie whispered. "Knights speak with strength. Once you pass the test, they'll shut up naturally." A long bell rang out. 2 heavy brass doors swung open to the sides, creaking loudly. "Line up and enter one by one," a senior instructor shouted from the steps. Sean followed the line to the back, stepping into the temple with the crowd. Inside, the hall was dimly lit. Large magic crystals embedded in the walls emitted a cold blue glow. In the center of the hall stood a 10-meter-tall statue of the first-generation sacred knight. The statue held a giant sword with both hands, looking down at everyone below. On the altar in front of the statue, there was a half-meter-tall, clear, shining stone. "The first part of the knight test isn't a real test," Natalie explained, pointing at the stone. "It's a verification." She looked at the statue with a sense of awe. "That is the sensing stone. It is connected to the origin of the knight's temple and can detect the strength of a candidate's faith." The student at the front stepped forward. "The rules are simple," Natalie continued, her voice echoing in the large hall. "Place your hand on the sensing stone and write down why you want to become a knight using your aura. Why are you fighting? And what are you protecting? This is a test of your inner heart. If your words do not match your true feelings, the stone will not respond. Only pure faith without doubts can light it up and let you pass this test into the practical exam." Many strong-looking candidates fail at this step because they don't really know what they want. The line moved slowly forward. The students in front stepped up one by one. A tall, strong student approached and used his thick fingers to write on the stone, for the glory and territory of the empire. The stone emitted a bright white light. The examiner nodded and let him pass. Another thinner student wrote, "For the revival and prosperity of my family." The stone lit up again. But some hesitated before writing, to protect the weak and uphold justice. Yet the stone showed no reaction. That student's face turned pale. He desperately tried to explain, but was mercilessly asked to leave the hall. Deep down, he didn't truly believe in what he wrote. His false slogans couldn't deceive the statue's sensing power. This scene put great pressure on the students waiting behind. Finally, it was Sean's turn. He stepped onto the altar and stood before the sensing stone. The shadow of the tall statue cast over him, creating an invisible mental pressure. Natalie watched from below, her eyes fixed on his back. She was curious about what kind of faith this rebellious, often absurd young man secretly held deep inside when faced with the divine test. Was it for the honor of the Holden family in the north, or to gain greater power and dominate others? Sean raised his right hand, with his index and middle fingers together. Aura gathered at his fingertips into a sharp edge. He showed no hesitation, not even pausing to think. The fingertip touched the stone surface and moved quickly. The movement was smooth and continuous. Stone chips fell softly, sounding especially sharp in the quiet hall. After a few seconds, he withdrew his hand and took a half step back. The sensing stone remained silent for a moment. The examiner frowned, thinking that the new student who entered through the back door had failed. Suddenly, the inside of the stone burst out with a brilliant light. A beam of light shot straight up to the ceiling of the hall, illuminating the dark temple as if it were daytime, briefly blocking the view of several nearby examiners. This showed that the writer's faith was strong and their devotion was extreme. Natalie hurried onto the altar, eager to see what astonishing words Sean had written that caused such a strong resonance in the sensing stone. She looked down, her eyes fixed on the few lines of writing on the stone. In the next second, Natalie froze in place, her breath catching. She repeatedly checked to make sure she hadn't seen it wrong. On the stone's surface, there was no mention of national justice, no knightly spirit, and no ambitions to dominate the world.